Chapter 1. Have I transcended? My head hurts. Zhao Xiaoxiao groaned, rubbing her temples as she gradually opened her eyes. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock, and her hand instinctively tightened around her hair as she grasped the situation. Where am I? Why am I on a train? Where's this train headed? I simply had a few too many drinks after a breakup. How did I end up being kidnapped? Could it be that a human trafficker found me attractive? Wait, that's not right. Why are there also a dog, 2 cats, and 3 sparrows with me? Do traffickers deal in animals too? And what on earth is with the sparrows? Peeking cautiously into the driver's cabin, Zhao Xiaoxiao noticed the driver looked somewhat familiar. Perhaps it would be prudent to inquire. I might have simply boarded the wrong train in my drunken state. After giving her head another good rub, Zhao Xiaoxiao carefully moved to the back of the driver and timidly asked, "Excuse me, sir, where is this train headed?" "This train is bound for Miao Miao Star, departing from Blue Wang Star, and the final destination is the Beastman Continent." "What on earth? Miao Miao Star? Where's that? The Beastman Continent? Isn't that a place found only in novels? Have I transcended?" "What do you mean by transcended?" "That is our mother planet Miao Miao Star is where the Beastman Continent resides. All beasts return to the Beastman Continent after they die. It is a realm for beasts." "Why? Did you just die? How is it that you have not yet awakened to the most fundamental survival rules of the beast world ingrained in your bloodline?" "I died? I died? I died." "Yes, you must be dead to board this train otherwise. What are you babbling about?" "You startled me." The driver rubbed his ears, which had gone numb from her outburst, and turned to voice his complaints. "Even if I'm dead, who would care? The crucial point is that after dying once, I'm no longer human." "You're human?" Just as Zhao Xiaoxiao finished her statement, she saw the driver's face twist in horror as he shouted, "Zhao Xiaoxiao, yes, I am human. Then how did you get on this train?" "I don't know. I only remember drinking too much at a bar after stepping outside. It seemed to be raining, and I saw a dog sheltering from the rain. Seeing it shivering, I intended to take it home. Then I woke up on this train." The driver fell silent for a moment, muttering to himself, "Oh no, oh no, it must be the soul collector who is drinking again. Otherwise, how could they have summoned a human? If the higher-ups find out, my life is forfeit. I must find a solution. I must find a solution, or else." Zhao Xiaoxiao observed his face shift from pale to flushed several times, and then had a sudden realization. He must have known he had summoned the wrong soul, and was at a loss for what to do. "Sigh, I wonder if I can ever return after working so hard to buy a house. I just finished paying off the mortgage and hadn't even begun to enjoy a happy life before dying. Sigh. When it rains, it pours." Ah, this little female is in quite a predicament. Abandoned by her longtime male partner, she chose to drown her sorrows in drink. Yet even in her drunkenness, she still showed compassion, leading to her soul being mistakenly collected. She is truly a soft-hearted female. Perhaps keeping her in the Beastman Continent could help bolster the population. The driver's gaze towards Zhao Xiaoxiao grew increasingly fervent. Zhao Xiaoxiao felt a chill run down her spine. Could it be that I can never return? But even if I could, what difference would it make? After living most of my life alone, I wouldn't even know if anyone would come to collect my body where I go. I would still be living if I can't return. Then I might as well ask for some benefits. After all, the books say survival in the beast world is difficult. So I should request some advantages from this driver to make life easier in this unfamiliar realm. "Do you wish to return?" the driver asked cautiously. Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she quickly inquired, "I can go back. But doesn't the novel say that those whose souls have been collected can't return? Do you have a way to send me back?" The driver evasively replied, "Well, it is not entirely impossible to send you back. However, you can no longer be human. You will have to become a beast." "What did you just say?" "Well, you have been separated from your soul for too long. Your body has already stiffened, and you cannot return. I can only place your soul into the body of a newborn cub. However, in doing so, your consciousness will be erased, and you will truly become a beast. Of course, if you prefer not to return, that would be best. I can place your soul into the most powerful beast tribe, allowing you to retain your memories and granting you formidable talents. You can also make requests. I will do my utmost to fulfill them." "Then, is there a spatial pocket? One that can optimize seeds and plants, and comes with a spiritual spring and aura?" Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled as she stared at the driver, who began to fidget, instinctively covering his pocket, as if fearing she would try to snatch it away. "You're thinking too much. There's a spatial pocket, but what's inside is a matter of luck. It was my year-end bonus I drew a couple of days ago. I haven't even looked inside yet, so you're getting a bargain. Aside from that, I would also like the survival rules of the beast world you mentioned. And what about a comprehensive guide to beast world flora, an encyclopedia of the beast world? Other than the survival rules of the beast world, I haven't heard of the rest, so I can't provide those. All right, I'll give you the rules now. We have arrived. They have all reincarnated, and you should hurry as well. Don't worry. I will definitely arrange everything for you." Clearly, hey, race the spatial pocket. You want to take it and go. "Go quickly," the driver said, giving her a hearty slap on the back. forcefully pushing her towards a door that had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 2. The Cherished Little Female Cub. Ah, this hurts, it hurts so much. In a cave, under the dim flicker of firelight, a female groaned loudly, her hands tightly gripping a tall, handsome beast man beside her. She was drenched in sweat, her abdomen noticeably swollen, clearly on the verge of giving birth. Majin, just hang in there a bit longer. Mohei has gone to fetch the shaman. You'll surely give birth safely. The shaman will have a solution. The beast man, half kneeling beside her, said anxiously as he was gripped tightly by her. This place is so warm. Wait, what's happening? Why are you pushing me? Where are we going? Oh no, this hurts so much. Majin, push harder, I can see the baby. With Mohei's trembling cries, Zhao Xiaoxiao was born. Oh my heavens, this hurts so much. How can this be? I was promised a protagonist's halo. Zhao Xiaoxiao exclaimed, but as she opened her mouth, all that emerged was a series of loud wails. Just then, a white tiger rushed in, carrying an old beast man. Upon hearing the sounds, his eyes brightened, and he let out a sigh of relief. Well, as long as she's given birth, that's what matters. Mohei, quickly fetch some beast skins. A little female cub is not as hardy as a male cub. He hurried forward to take the newborn, received the beast skin, tied off the umbilical cord, and with a swift motion, separated the placenta. He then handed the baby to the handsome beast man named Mohei, instructing, feed this to your Majin, it will help replenish her strength. Roar, the white tiger was anxious, pacing as it tried to approach, but was met with a cold glare from Mohei, forcing it to stay obediently at the cave entrance to shield against the wind, though its face bore a look of deep resentment. However, it soon had a thought, and its tail began to sway with pride, nearly bursting into song. My beast father won't let me see my little sister. He must want to keep her all to himself. She looks so pale, so small, so soft, adorably cute. I want to play with her so much. But I'm the first to see her. How delightful. When Mo Yun, Mo Bai, and Mo LV returned, they'll be so envious of me. The little beast man, Mohei, was beaming with pride, his whiskers twitching with delight. Shaman, is the cub all right? Majin's weak voice called out. Yes. The cub is very healthy and vigorous. Just listen to that cry so loud. Look at your child. I brought some herbs that will help you recover. When the hunting team returns, I will have them bring the freshest meat from Mohei to prepare for you, he said, handing the cub back to Majin. I have a father and a mother now. Zhao Xiaoxiao paused her cries, straining to lift her head to see the female, cradling her and the tall, mighty beast man beside her. Sweet cub, I am your beast mother, Majin, and this is your beast father, Mohei. She gently leaned in to kiss Zhao Xiaoxiao's forehead, just as her mother had done in her previous life every night. In that moment, Zhao Xiaoxiao felt a sudden realization that perhaps this transcendence was a blessing from the heavens, granting her a second chance to experience parental love and family. She silently vowed to take good care of her family and never let them feel sorrow. With that thought, she broke into a broad smile at them before succumbing to her exhaustion and drifting into sleep. Look, the cub smiled at me. Mohei and Majin gazed at Zhao Xiaoxiao with excitement, their eyes brimming with affection. Majin, quickly drink this medicine, then have a good sleep. You'll feel better by tomorrow. The shaman brought over a bowl of dark, bitter liquid. After watching Majin drink and settle down to rest, he instructed Mohei on how to care for the little female cub and Majin before taking his leave. Upon exiting the cave, he made his way directly to the cave of the tribe leader, calling out at the entrance, Ram, come quickly. I have news. Majin from Mohei's family has given birth to a healthy little female cub. I've seen her, and she will surely grow up strong. Upon the birth of this delightful little one, she beams with joy at the sight of the octopus companion. Once the hunting party returns, arrangements must be made to ensure that the finest and freshest meat is allocated to the household of the octopus. Ha. It's wonderful that she's been born. Worry not, Mizi the shaman. I comprehend the customs. This little one is truly remarkable. Our tribe shall surely grow stronger because of her. With the enthusiastic calls of Mizi the shaman and Chief Ram, the astute orcs of the tribe quickly learned of the arrival of a female offspring into the octopus family. Thus, upon the return of the hunting party, they would be greeted by an atmosphere of joy permeating the entire tribe, eagerly awaiting the distribution of meat to celebrate. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoxiao was preoccupied with digesting the rules of the beast world imparted by Uncle Driver. The Beast World Continent is the homeland of all beasts. It is a realm belonging to the orcs, a place governed by the law of the jungle. In recent years, increasingly harsh weather, along with prolonged winters and rainy seasons, has led to food scarcity. The frail females are deprived of adequate sustenance, rendering them even more delicate, resulting in a significant number succumbing to illness and death. The survivors struggle to conceive due to insufficient food, posing a severe threat to the Continuation of their lineage, even the mightiest white tiger tribe boasts merely 20 or so females, and some smaller tribes risk annihilation in their pursuit of females thus. The birth of a healthy female offspring becomes an invaluable treasure. In this manner, Zhao Xiaoxiao, born amidst the anticipation of the entire tribe, became the beloved darling. Moreover, the rules delineated various common foods, hunting techniques, survival skills, and other survival regulations, leaving Zhao Xiaoxiao in a state of astonishment indeed. Life in the beast world is fraught with challenges. Although the orcs have knowledge of fire, it is primarily used for warmth, brewing medicine, and boiling meat in plain water most of the time. They consume raw food, as salt is a precious commodity each year. Tribes embark on arduous journeys, traversing perilous forests and canyons to trade with the sea-dwelling Jaren for salt, leading to substantial losses of strong orc males consequently. Salt is reserved for the females and young, while the orcs must derive their sodium from food, supplemented periodically by the shaman distributing small quantities of salt water to restore vitality. Alas, it truly is a case of starting anew from scratch. Nevertheless, for the sake of survival, I shall strive to be diligent. Thus, Zhao Xiaoxiao commenced her journey in the beast world, focusing on the paramount issue of how to satisfy her hunger. Chapter 3. The little one is named Xiaoxiao. At the tender age of 1, Xiaoxiao, through tireless efforts over the past few days, has acquired the ability to speak when she articulately declared to her companion, "I am Xiaoxiao." Her words nearly brought tears to the eyes of Meiji. It is known that in the Beastman Continent, only those blessed by the beast deity are born with innate wisdom. These offspring are considered divine messengers, sent to rescue the suffering orcs. The tribe has not witnessed a child born with such wisdom for nearly a century, were it not for the chief being a level 5 orc, alongside 7 level 4 orcs, and the shaman being the offspring of the previous divine messenger. The white tiger tribe might have been divided among other tribes after all. There are 22 adult females in the tribe, a tantalizing temptation for all tribes. "Mother, do not cry, let us find the chief." Xiaoxiao trembled as she wiped Meiji's tears, urging her to carry her to Ram. Although she could now speak, her little body remained soft and weak, necessitating an abundance of food. "All right, let us find Ram, and seek out Mizi the shaman Mohei. Go fetch your father." Meiji hurriedly cradled Xiaoxiao, rushing out of the cave while calling, "Chief Ram, are you there? Mizi the shaman? Mizi the shaman?" Meiji's call captured the attention of nearly all the orcs, who swiftly converged towards the chief's cave. "Meiji, what is the matter? Is the little one unwell?" Mizi emerged from her cave in haste, noticing Meiji cradling Xiaoxiao on her way to the chief's dwelling, and quickly followed suit. Upon hearing the commotion, Ram promptly stepped out, and before he could utter a word, he heard Meiji exclaim, "The little one can speak. She says her name is Xiaoxiao." A hush fell over the gathered orcs, soon followed by exuberant joy. Some orcs, like Meiji, were moved to tears. Fortunately, Ram quickly regained his composure and let out a long howl, signaling a state of alert. The orcs patrolling inside and outside the tribe immediately heightened their vigilance, ensuring the tribe's defenses remained unbreached. Amidst the sea of eager gazes, Xiaoxiao spoke, "Chief, my name is Xiaoxiao." This single declaration ignited boundless excitement among the orcs, but it was Zhao Xiaoxiao's subsequent words that truly assured them the beast deity had not forsaken his people. Let the orcs of the tribe follow the long-eared beast, the Mimi beast, and the Gugu beast to observe which plants they can consume. Collect a sample of each, ensuring they are intact with roots and stems, and bring them back to me. If they can eat it, we too should be able to partake. Once they are returned, I shall examine them to see if they can be preserved long-term, thus facilitating our sustenance during the rainy and winter seasons. Yes, if the beast can consume these foods, so can we, alleviating our fears for the winter rains. But are grasses palatable? Ah, regardless of taste, anything that fills our bellies during the frigid winter is welcome. Sigh, why do we not think of this sooner? If we had conceived of it earlier, many orcs would not have perished. As soon as Xiaoxiao finished speaking, the orcs erupted into a flurry of discussion. Ram raised his hand to quell the clamor, saying, "These creatures possess low aggression and abound on the outskirts of the tribe beak. Take Adams and Gray with you." Remember Zhao Xiaoxiao's words. Bring back complete specimens of each discovered species for the tribe to recognize, then seek out more of the same food to return. Rest assured, Chief, we shall return promptly. Beak responded before turning to depart. Wait, if you happen upon Gugu beast eggs, be sure to collect some, as well bring along bee skins if you gather a substantial amount. Wrap them in bee skins for easier transport. Mizi the shaman interjected swiftly. And don't forget to capture a live female Mimi beast with milk, and if there are any younglings, bring them back too. Understood. Although Beak was puzzled as to why Xiaoxiao desired Mimi beasts, he complied and hurriedly left with the other orcs. What does Xiaoxiao want with a Mimi beast? They are not particularly tasty and have a peculiar odor. Meiji inquired, perplexed. You will understand once they are brought back, Xiao Xiao replied, swallowing her excitement. Mother, let us return. Father will worry if he finds us missing upon his return. Indeed, you should return first. We shall proceed once Beak is back. Meiji nodded, returning to the cave accompanied by Meiji the shaman. Chapter 4. A flower blooms upon Xiao Xiao. Throughout the journey, the little one's small hands never ceased their joyful movements. Little did anyone know the hardship she endured, subsisting solely on maternal milk for so many days. Although the octopus diligently prepared meat for Meiji daily as the little one grew, her need for nourishment outstripped the supply of breast milk. Hence, upon discovering her ability to speak, her first thought was to devise a way to satiate her hunger. In the survival manual of the beast realm, there had been instances where beastmen captured the 3 types of herbivorous creatures she had mentioned. However, it was soon realized that the long-eared beast yielded little meat, insufficient to fill one's belly, and capturing them proved laborious. The clucking beasts had tough feathers that were difficult to pluck, and their meat was not only prickly but also hard to digest. Conversely, the bleeding beasts had ample flesh. Yet, their strong scent repelled the beastmen, who could not bear it unless absolutely necessary. Upon observing this, the little one chuckled, recognizing these creatures as mere rabbits, chicks, and sheep. She mused to herself, pondering how they could possibly be unpalatable when it was the beastmen who lacked the culinary skills. She vowed that once she grew a bit more, she would enlighten them on what true delicacies were. For the time being, her only source of sustenance was sheep's milk. Although it bore a distinct flavor, it was rich in nutrients. Moreover, when boiled with a pinch of salt, it became quite agreeable to her palate. Having spent considerable time in this realm, she had come to understand many of the beastmen's habits. Most of them consumed raw food, despite possessing fire, which was primarily used for warmth and illumination. The practice of cooking meat or grains was learned by the shamans from the previous divine envoy, and currently, only the beastmen of the White Tiger tribe employed this method. In contrast, the other tribes, regardless of gender or age, consumed raw meat. Reflecting on this, the little one sighed deeply. Indeed, the task ahead was daunting. It is said that rabbits relish carrots, cabbages, and alfalfa. Chicks prefer grains, while sheep enjoy purple clover and sweet potato leaves. She fervently hoped that the creatures of this beastly continent retained their original habits. As autumn approached, anything found would be edible, and with the warm weather, vegetables could be washed, dried, and stored in cool, dry, and ventilated places for extended periods. This foresight would prevent the diseases caused by vitamin deficiencies during winter. Among these, alfalfa and purple clover held paramount importance, often cultivated as vital green manure and forage. The seeds of purple clover could also be used medicinally, known for their ability to invigorate the spirit, strengthen vitality, promote liver health, and clear heat while acting as a diuretic. Should she locate these 2 plants, she could cultivate them in her space, increasing the yield of forage, thus enabling her to capture rabbits for domestication. Given rabbits' remarkable breeding capabilities, they would thrive, ensuring ample supply during the winter rainy season. Meiji, I have returned. Come see what I have hunted, she exclaimed, having encountered a herd of mooing beasts. Just then, Mohe arrived, having also captured one. Mooing beasts are social animals, making solitary hunting challenging, yet their tender, delectable meat is favored by the beastmen, with a single beast sufficient to feed 2 adult beastmen. Oh, father, that is wonderful. I yearn for mooing beast soup. Before Meiji could respond, the little one waved her small hands, calling out to the octopus. This startled Mohe, who, having seen his father hunting the mooing beasts, had forgotten to inform him that his little sister could now speak. Upon hearing the little one refer to him as father, excitement caused his hands to tremble. Meiji, our little one can speak. She calls me father. Yes, indeed. Not only can she speak, but she has introduced herself as Xiao Xiao. She informed us that we can consume the grass that the bleeding beasts, long-eared beasts, and clucking beasts eat. Moing. She has been sent by the beast god to save us. Meiji's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Feeling overlooked, Mohe quickly transformed into his beastman form, taking the little one, who was tightly embraced by her father, out of the cave. Pointing to the mooing beast on the ground, he asked, Which piece of meat do you wish for, Xiao Xiao? I shall retrieve it for you. Brother, I desire the most tender piece. She replied eagerly. Could you also craft a small bowl from wood for me? Of course. I shall go make it right away. Brother, please chop that piece of meat into small bits and place them in the stone pot with water to boil. It must be cooked until it is thoroughly tender. Leave it to me. I shall handle it. You rest for a while, and I will have it ready soon. Thus, after a year's wait, the little one finally savored her first taste of meat soup. However, she refrained from indulging too much, as she was still young. The remainder would be given to the wheat shaman, who, being of advanced age, had difficulty chewing. This finely chopped meat soup would certainly suit his palate. Xiao Zhao's method is splendid. The elder beastmen of our tribe shall be blessed henceforth, she mused, rising to refill her bowl. After eating and drinking her fill, Xiao Xiao snuggled up to her elder brother to chat. Brother, could you catch me some cooing beasts? What for? They don't taste good. If you're hungry, I can hunt a mooing beast or a chirping beast for you instead. Please, brother. I just want to try them. Pretty please? All right. I'll go right away. A few cooing beasts won't take much effort. They're easy to find. With that, he handed Xiao Xiao over to their mother and left. Mother, I want to take a nap. Xiao Xiao yawned before closing her eyes. Silently, she whispered in her mind, Flower, open the door, and slipped into another space, a pocket dimension given to her by the driver uncle long ago. When she was younger, she had no chance to explore it, spending her days eating and sleeping. Only recently, after practicing speech for days, had she finally managed to form complete sentences. After discussing food with Chief Ram, she felt a surge of energy within her, awakening her connection to Flower, a peach blossom-shaped mark on her ankle that served as the gateway to the space. Previously dormant due to her untapped power, it had now activated after she contributed to the tribe's survival. But upon entering, Xiao Xiao was stunned. Where was the promised spirit spring, fertile fields, and treasure mountain? All she saw was a thatched hut and what looked like an empty chicken or pig pen, utterly barren. Furious, she shook her fist at the sky. Damn heavens! Others get cheat abilities when they transmigrate, and all I get is a lousy hut. Do you want me to die to prove a point? No sooner had she spoken than the space trembled. A small hole appeared beside the hut, trickling with clear water, while a sign materialized in front. This space can be upgraded. For every new plant or animal discovered in the beast world, whether in cultivation, cooking, or husbandry, the host will receive experience points. Accumulate enough, and the space will level up. So I have to dig, plant, and raise everything myself? You're giving me nothing? She groaned. And here I thought I hit the jackpot. Then she noticed the sign had another page. The spirit spring enhances the quality of plants and animals. The vast field shorten growth cycles, and the space preserves food indefinitely. Upgraded coops will auto-feed and auto-harvest. Xiao Xiao sighed. So it's all about hard work and upgrades. Self-reliance it is. At least inside the space, she regained her normal size and felt stronger, as if fatigue didn't exist. Might as well check the hut for tools. Can't dig a spring or till land barehanded. After rummaging, she found tools in a storage room and began her first day of labor. Chapter 5. Beck returns while Xiao Xiao toiled away. Chief Ram's voice echoed outside. Mother, where's Xiao Xiao? Beck's back. Let her see if what they brought is edible. Hearing this, she dropped her shovel, wiped her sweat, and snapped back to reality, blinking awake. Xiao Xiao, you're up. Mother carried her out to the cave, where Ram, Beck, Adams, and Gray stood with a large hide bundle. A crowd of beastmen watched eagerly. You're back. What did you find? Show me. We split up after leaving the tribe, Beck explained. I hunted long-eared beasts, Adams went for cooing beasts, and Gray caught bleeding beasts, even brought back a mother and 3 young ones outside. He unwrapped his bundle. Radishes. Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled. One was as big as her. And this, is it cabbage? Or lettuce? Beck, where did you find these? Are there more? Are they all this huge? She giddily touched each vegetable, imagining savory radish stew. Ah, so they're called radishes. I tracked long-eared beasts to the eastern woods, whole fields of them, some bigger, some smaller. This was the largest. Did you see the beasts eat them? Yeah, they munched happily, and I even tried one myself. Tasted bland, but it filled my stomach. Beck scratched his head sheepishly. Never do that again. Xiao Xiao scolded. Always bring new food to me first, or test it on animals. Understood? The beastmen nodded obediently, some younger ones bobbing their heads earnestly. Beck, take a team to dig more radishes, pick the big ones, leave the small. Check nearby for more patches. But return before the hunters do. And this cabbage-like plant, where do you find it? Is there a lot? Plenty. On the eastern slope past the grove. Good. Split into 2 groups. Bring back the largest ones. If any are flowering or seeding, leave them, gather the seeds for planting next spring. Don't worry. I'll return before the hunters. Beck hurried off with his team. Xiao Xiao, look what I found. Gray unwrapped his bundle, revealing clover. Alfalfa. She gasped. It's edible. But best steamed with dough. Still, it's hardy, grows in spring and fall, drought-resistant, high-yield, nutritious, and enriches soil. We can farm it widely. Then raise long-eared and bleeding beasts on the hills. Winter's 1T, starve us again. Where did you find it? It should be seeding now. All over the slopes, flowers and seeds everywhere. That's where I found the bleeding beasts too. Oh, and on the other side, he pulled out sweet potato leaves with dirt-clumped tubers the size of a beastman's palm. Sweet potatoes. Xiao Xiao beamed. Now we'll never starve. Every part is edible. Boil the leaves, dry them, and they keep forever. Moreover, the sweet potato, akin to the radish, can be buried in the earth for prolonged preservation. When the time comes for consumption, one can simply excavate it, cleanse it thoroughly, and either boil it or roast it by the fire. It is remarkably satiating. With such provisions at hand, the fear of hunger dissipates. Chapter 6. Stewed meat with radish and cabbage. Upon hearing this, the assembly could not suppress their exclamations. Some even moved to tears of joy. Each winter, food scarcity looms, compelling adult orcs to subsist on but a solitary meal each day. Even with such austerity, survival through the winter is a tenuous endeavor, with elder orcs perishing from hunger in their bid to conserve provisions. It is not that the orcs fail to hunt in autumn, rather. The sweltering heat renders food preservation challenging without ample salt, leading to spoilage, and consuming rotten meat invites illness. Once winter descends, the harsh winds and snow create a veil of low visibility, rendering hunting impossible. Spoiled food is inedible. and venturing out in the winter might result in becoming lost in the blizzard, succumbing to the cold, and ending as prey for wild beasts. Hence, winter is synonymous with food scarcity. Yet now, the prospect of long-term food storage, along with the future cultivation of long-eared beasts and sheep, promises sustenance even during the harshest winters. The orcs were instantly electrified by this revelation. This is magnificent. I shall lead a group to harvest sweet potatoes and collect alfalfa seeds immediately, Gray exclaimed, rising with excitement to venture outside. Wait, there is no need for haste. Let the sweet potatoes grow a bit longer. We can unearth them before autumn concludes. The day is drawing to a close. Tomorrow, we shall gather alfalfa seeds and sweet potato leaves. Remember to only pick the tender young leaves. The older ones are not suitable, Little Busy interjected, halting Gray and imparting a few instructions. He then turned to Adams, inquiring, Adams, what have you discovered? I am uncertain. This is unfamiliar to me. It resembles the grass Gray found, the one you referred to as alfalfa, along with this peculiar plant. As he spoke, he scratched his head and produced a small handful of wheat grains. Xiao found herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions. Could it be that fortune had favored her so? Or perhaps the Orc continent was abundant in treasures, merely lacking a gourmand such as herself? To her astonishment, Adams had discovered wheat. It was as if various delectable pasta dishes were beckoning to her, and her excitement rendered her speech nearly tremulous. Oh, great beast god. This truly is your blessing. The substance known as wheat could serve as one of the staple foods. If only there were sufficient seeds and a guarantee of yield, the entire Orc continent would no longer suffer from hunger. Heavens, heavens, this is indeed the blessing of the beast god. Ram, momentarily stunned, awoke amidst a cacophony of exclamations. Meeting the gaze of the wheat shaman, he knelt in unison, proclaiming, in my capacity as the chieftain of the White Tiger tribe, I acknowledge that Miao Xiao is the divine envoy of the beast god. I, Ram, shall lead my people to defend the dignity of the divine envoy with our blood and protect her with our very lives. Upon uttering this, a white tiger totem materialized beneath the feet of the gathered beasts, merging with Xiao's chest. Little Xiao gazed in astonishment at the tribe's leader, questioning, what is this all about? Please, everyone, rise. With a solemn vow taken in the name of the leader, he declared, I shall lead my kin in loyalty to you. The pact is sealed. Our lives and deaths are entrusted to you. Chief Ram spoke gravely. Chief, there is no need for such formality. I will ensure that everyone is well fed and clothed. My family is here, replied Xiao. Well, since it is so, I shall not withhold any secrets. Bring me a bucket, and I will teach you how to prepare food. What is a bucket? Ram inquired curiously. It is a vessel for holding things. Here's what we shall do. Adams, go fell a tree, cut it into 4 sections, remove the excess branches, and retain the trunk. Then hollow out the middle, leaving 2 fingers thickness at the edges and 4 fingers at the bottom. What we create will be called a bucket. If crafted from wood, it is a wooden bucket. And if from stone, a stone bucket. Before long, Adams returned with a finely crafted wooden bucket filled with water. The beasts gathered around, intrigued, touching, and examining it. This is remarkably useful and simple to make. Xiao, may I share this with everyone? Of course, my dear Muma. Please wash the radishes thoroughly. Father, prepare the mumu beast that brother hunted. Clean it well, but do not discard the entrails. I have use for them. Then chop it into pieces, add water, and place it in the pot to boil, remembering to add salt. Once it is cooked, chop 2 radishes and peel 2 cabbages to boil them as well. As the meat simmered, Xiao had Muma skim off the impurities with a spoon, tasting for seasoning and adding salt as needed. The spoon, too, was freshly crafted from wood by the squid. However, observing the pained expressions of the beast as salt was added, Xiao sighed deeply, lamenting, alas, we must find salt soon, otherwise, the meat cannot be preserved. How can the beast folk thrive without meat? Little Xiao noticed that the stone pot lacked a lid, prompting Adams to craft a wooden cover to best preserve the food's freshness. As the dish neared completion, it was time to add the radishes and cabbage. All right, said the squid, lifting the lid to place the vegetables inside. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the pot, causing the orcs stationed at the cave entrance to swallow in unison, their mouths watering at the delicious scent. How fragrant! I can't wait to eat, they exclaimed. This dish is called radish and cabbage stew. Each of you should take a bowl home to try it. Once the hunting party and Beak return, we can each share a portion of the radish and cabbage and experiment with our cooking. This dish is perfect for winter. After eating, one feels warm and cozy. As soon as little Xiao finished speaking, she noticed that one orc had already vanished from the entrance. Everyone hurried home to fetch bowls, while those without hurried to gather wood for their own pots, buckets, and ladles to prepare their meals. Chapter 7. Seeds acquired after sharing the pot of radish and cabbage stew. The hunting team returned with a bountiful catch. After distributing the meat, Beak also returned with the orcs, who were ecstatic upon seeing the mountain-like pile of radishes and cabbage. Eagerly, they took their share home to prepare their own stews. With some vegetables still remaining, Lamb instructed the orcs to deliver the leftover radishes and cabbage to little Xiao. Adams, please take me to see the wheat field tomorrow. I want to see if the wheat has ripened. If it has, we can harvest it, dry it, and save seeds for next year. In a few years, we should be able to enjoy it. Little Xiaoxiao called to Adams, who was delivering the vegetables, quietly instructing him. Of course, little Xiaoxiao. Rest assured. I will protect that wheat field, Adams promised earnestly. Good, I trust you. Now hurry home to prepare your stew, she said with a smile. While her mind was busy planning to enlarge the spiritual spring in her space, diverting some water for easier irrigation, she intended to open up a new plot of land and harvest some wheat the next day, soaking it in spiritual spring water to see if it would enhance the yield. She aspired to enjoy steamed buns and noodles sooner rather than later. For dinner, little Xiaoxiao asked Maji to prepare milk from the sheep beast. The orcs were pleasantly surprised to discover that sheep beast milk was drinkable. When boiled with a pinch of salt, it became rich and fragrant, losing the distinct flavor of the sheep beast. Seeing that everyone accepted it, she allowed them each to have a bowl. She then instructed the squid to construct a small enclosure with branches to keep the 4 sheep beasts captured by Gray and the featherless cuckoo beasts caught by Mohe. Gray also brought back some cuckoo beast eggs, which thrilled little Xiaoxiao. During dinner, she asked Maji to make a steamed egg, which received unanimous praise. As for the rest, she planned to have her brothers build a nest for the cuckoo beasts the next day in hopes of hatching some. Having organized everything, little Xiaoxiao went to bed early. Maji and the others assumed she had worn herself out from speaking too much that day and did not disturb her. Xiaoxiao, what are you dreaming about? You're laughing out loud, Maji said, gently patting her head as he noticed her giggling. She must be thinking of something delightful, he mused. Go to sleep. Tomorrow I will take Mohe hunting and let Ma Yun and the others stay home. I heard Xiaoxiao express her desire to visit the wheat field. I'll have Ma Yun take the others with her while you rest. You've been working hard lately. The squid embraced Maji, tenderly kissing her cheek. And the family of 3 nestled together in slumber. After a night of sweet dreams, upon waking, little Xiaoxiao rushed into her space to check on the wheat. Indeed, what had been mere sprouts yesterday had grown significantly, and it appeared ready to ear soon. At this rate, she would be able to plant a second batch in just a few days. How wonderful! Little Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and exclaimed, Mama, Mama, I am awake. Ah, you are awake, Xiaoxiao, replied Mo Yun. Quickly, go prepare some milk from the beast for your sister. Good child, after you eat. Your brothers will take you to find Adams, all right? Yes, yes. Mama, we must promptly handle the carrots and cabbages that Baker brought back yesterday, or they will spoil in this heat. Go find Chief Ram and ask him to organize the beasts to dig a large pit in the shade. We can layer the carrots with soil, and when we need them, we can simply dig them out. This way, they can be preserved for a long time. As for the cabbages, after washing them, we should blanch them in hot water and then lay them out on clean stones to dry. The carrots can also be cut into strips, cleaned, blanched, and dried for preservation. Moreover, washing and cooking the vegetables are relatively simple tasks that pose no danger, so we need not trouble the beasts with them. We can assign the females of the tribe to handle these chores, allowing the beasts to continue harvesting carrots, cabbages, sweet potato leaves, and collecting alfalfa seeds. We must gather as much food as possible before winter. Upon hearing this, Ma Ji's eyes lit up. She entrusted little Xiaoxiao to her second brother, Mo Bai, saying, Xiaoxiao is right. Mama will go find Chief Ram now. You must obediently follow your brother. Visit the fields, and return without wandering off. It is perilous outside. Do not worry, Mama. We will take good care of our sister, the 3 brothers replied in unison. Chapter 8. Let us cultivate the land after their meal. The Mo brothers set off with their sister, and with Adams leading the way, they quickly arrived at the fields. Xiaoxiao cast a glance around, observing the surrounding mountains that embraced the area on 2 sides, their lush greenery rising far beyond the eye's reach. At the foot of the mountains flowed a clear river, its surface occasionally rippling with gentle waves. Between the hills lay a small patch of barren land, close to a grove, measuring only about 1 acre and 3/10, which had yet to reach maturity. Nevertheless, Xiaoxiao felt a surge of joy. The presence of wheat in this land signified its fertility and suitability for cultivation, alleviating her worries about its viability. Mo Yun. We must wait a few more days before harvesting this wheat, but the fact that it thrives here proves this land is indeed fit for planting. How about this, Adams? You and my brothers assist in removing the stones and dead trees from this plot to clear more land. We shall then till the soil, extract the stones, break apart the larger clumps of earth, and divert the river water to irrigate our fields. Furthermore, let us experiment with creating some fertilizer to enrich the soil. Once the wheat is ripe, we can attempt to plant another season before winter arrives. Should fortune favor us, we might reap a harvest before the cold sets in, ensuring we have wheat to sustain us through the winter. Very well. Xiaoxiao, your words inspire confidence. I am sure we shall succeed. With that, they transformed back into their beast forms and set to work industriously, though the details eluded them. The brothers and Adams were encouraged by the glimmer of excitement in Xiaoxiao's eyes, convinced of the success that lay ahead. What a spectacle it was. 3 towering tigers, nearly 4 meters in height, busily hauling stones, lifting timber, and tilling the soil. The transformation of the barren land into arable fields was nothing short of astounding, their efficiency rivaling that of a mechanical excavator, leaving Xiaoxiao in awe. Mo Yun, take me for a stroll by the river. I wish to see if it harbors any food. Are you hungry, Xiaoxiao? Would you like me to escort you home? No. I merely wish to see if there are any fish in the river. You see, fish are quite delectable. She swallowed hard at the thought. Fish? What is fish? Well, it is a creature of the water, possessing a head and a tail, slick in texture, covered with scales, and breathing through gills. It is truly delicious. Shall we search for some? Very well, I shall accompany you to search. But do inform me if you feel hungry. I will take you home. Under Xiao Xiao's pleading gaze, Miao Miao reluctantly acquiesced. Fear not, should hunger strike, we need not return home. If we catch a fish, we shall feast upon it. If not, there are surely goo-goo beasts or long-eared beasts in the nearby woods. You can catch a few. And I shall teach you how to prepare a delicious roast goo-goo beast. By the way, can you start a fire? Of course. Lighting a fire is an essential skill for every beastman. Only the young females lack this ability. Oh, I see. My apologies. I thought we were about to witness a miracle. Xiao Xiao, with such clear water, where could there possibly be fish? Brother, look down. The one swimming there is a fish. Xiao Xiao pointed to a nearly 1 meter long black fish lurking beneath the riverbank's vegetation. Oh, so this is what you call fish. But this one is not tasty. We often encounter it while bathing. In my youth, I unwittingly sampled it once. It was foul and bitter. Even worse than the Miao Miao beasts. Fish cannot be eaten raw. They must be gutted, the entrails removed, the dark membrane torn off, and the scales stripped away before being cooked. How about we have fish for lunch? Quickly, catch a fish and prepare it as I instructed. We shall roast it for lunch. She waved her small hands eagerly towards the large black fish, her anticipation revealing her inner foodie. All right. Do not rush. And be careful not to fall into the water. Miao Miao gently cradled her in his arms, transforming one hand into his beast form. His sharp claws extending as he cautiously waded into the water. After a moment, the large black fish swam towards them, and he swiftly struck, piercing its body and bringing the thrashing fish ashore. Bai, stop digging. Come wash up and hold Xiao Xiao. I will handle the fish. Lu, prepare a fire for roasting. Xiao Xiao desires grilled fish. Adams, go catch some goo-goo beasts and perhaps gather a few goo-goo eggs. Understood, I shall do so. Adams responded from a distance as he departed. Lu, craft a stone pot and boil some water. We shall stew the goo-goo beast shortly. All right. Lu set to work on the stone pot, while monitoring the fire he had just kindled. Before long, Yun returned with the cleaned fish. Xiao Xiao, is this cleaned properly? Yes, that will suffice. Thread the fish onto a stick and stand it by the fire, turning it frequently until both sides are golden brown and ready to eat. As she guided Yun in roasting the fish, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, making her mouth water. I'm back. I've caught 6 goo-goo beasts and a dozen goo-goo eggs. What do I do now? Adams appeared. A goo-goo beast fur atop his head, 6 more hanging from his waist, and several eggs cradled in his arms, his eyes shining brightly. Xiao Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with him, confirming he too was a fellow lover of good food. The water is boiled. Place the goo-goo beast into soak. Then pluck their feathers, gut them, and be sure to save the entrails. Clean them thoroughly, then wash the stone pot and fill it with fresh water. Place the cleaned goo-goo beasts inside to cook. Alas, if only we had salt, it would enhance the flavor immensely. Xiao Xiao sighed, swallowing back her saliva. What about the goo-goo eggs? Yun inquired, holding up the leaves wrapped around the eggs. Wash them clean, cover them with mud, and place them by the fire to roast. Oh, how I long to eat meat. Her wistful gaze drew chuckles from the nearby beastmen. Chapter 9. The great cat's love for fish. Soon, the water was boiling, and as the goo-goo beasts rolled about in the pot, an enticing aroma began to fill the air. The beastmen, with their keen sense of smell, quickly detected the delicious scent. One by one, they perked up, twitching their noses and closing their eyes in bliss before their tails began to wag uncontrollably, their wide-eyed expressions resembling that of curious kittens. Is goo-goo beast truly this fragrant? How have I never noticed before? Adams murmured. Hiki, goo-goo beast stew is incredibly aromatic. If only we had a handful of mushrooms, that would be divine. After all, who could resist a dish of chicken and mushrooms throughout the ages? With immense effort, Yun tore his gaze from the stone pot and glanced at the roasted fish exuding its own delightful fragrance. Xiao Xiao, come try the roasted fish. Yun carefully removed a portion of the fish's belly, wrapping it in clean leaves and offering it to Xiao Xiao. Delicious. So fragrant. Yun, you must try it too. It is truly delightful. If only we had chili, cumin, and salt, it would be a heavenly delight. After a few bites, Xiao Xiao pushed the fish meat towards Yun, knowing her small frame should not indulge too much, especially in these times of scarcity where illness was a grave concern. The goo-goo beast is ready. Would you like some soup? Thank you, Adams. Just let Bai feed me. You should savor the roasted fish. It is simply delightful. Savored a bite of the grilled fish, and his eyes sparkled with delight, soon becoming unable to resist its allure, in the blink of an eye. Half of the fish had vanished. Observing this, hurriedly exclaimed, Brother, do not indulge solely in the grilled fish, but also try the goo-goo beast. It is equally delectable. Indeed. Fret not, I can manage, he replied, returning to his meal with fervor. When approached, he snatched a mere fish tail, and upon tasting it, he became oblivious to everything else. Meanwhile, having tasted the goo-goo beast, found himself with grease dripping from his mouth, heedless of the scalding heat. As he eagerly scooped up one after another, fearing that a beast man might snatch them away. Witnessing this spectacle felt a pang of anxiety, especially as he cradled in his arms, helplessly watching them devour their feast with reckless abandon, his own mouth watering incessantly. Brother, let us catch some fish to grill later, shall we? S eyes brightened at this suggestion. As they made their way to the riverbank, he enthusiastically replied, yes, indeed. Brother, catch a few more to bring back for mother and father to taste. In the end, managed to seize 2 Gugu beasts, while secured 1 Gugu beast along with some Gugu beast soup. After dividing the Gugu beast eggs among themselves, they were left feeling somewhat satiated. Following their meal, the beastmen resumed their arduous task of clearing the land. Self-sufficient, with his sister bound to him with vines, caught 3 fish, eviscerated and cleaned them, and grilled them for his own feast, while had long since fallen asleep on his back, drooling profusely. When finally awoke, the sun had already begun to dip in the west. By then, along with and had cultivated the barren land from the foot of the mountain to the edge of the forest, even diverting river water to gradually irrigate the soil. With only the seeds remaining, they anticipated the day when the wheat would mature, ready for harvest, drying, and threshing, paving the way for the next planting season. Xiaoxiao has meticulously devised a plan. When the time comes, she will blend the wheat seeds from her space with those from the fields, then soak them in the essence of spring water, thereby enhancing their survival rate and ultimately increasing the yield at harvest. Xiong Adams, you are truly remarkable for having cultivated so much wasteland in just one day. Let us return home quickly, for you must be famished. Mo Lu, you take Xiaoxiao home first, while we catch a few fish to bring back. Hee, since you all adore fish so much, why don't we excavate 2 fish ponds by the river tomorrow? That way, we can indulge in fish whenever we desire. Upon hearing this, Adams and the Mo brothers' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they eagerly inquired about what a fish pond was and how to dig one. In their haste, they hurried off to the riverbank to commence the excavation. Their fervor was amusing to Xiaoxiao, who couldn't help but chuckle. It seems even the big cat shares a fondness for fish, a hypothesis she can personally attest to. Mo Lu hastily escorted Xiaoxiao back home, where they were greeted by the sight of cabbage leaves and radish strips drying throughout the tribe, the air suffused with the distinct aroma of radishes. This scent brought tears to Xiaoxiao's eyes, evoking memories of her childhood spent at her grandmother's countryside home. Each year, when the radishes reached maturity, every household in the village would be busy pickling radishes, drying radish slices, pickling cucumbers, and preserving sour cabbage. During the frigid winter months, a pot of sauerkraut with pork would bring forth beads of sweat from the warmth of the meal. It is fortunate that she spent those formative years at her grandmother's home. Otherwise, not only would she have struggled to lead the tribe in overcoming food scarcity, but she likely would have found it difficult to sustain herself. Alas, if only there were an abundance of salt with it. The prospect of pickling meats and vegetables would render hunger a distant concern. Upon returning to the cave, Maji was busy preparing milk from the sheep beast when she heard the commotion and rushed out to greet Mo Lu and Xiaoxiao. She tenderly took Xiaoxiao in her arms, kissing her cherubic face. Did you miss Mama, my little one? Are you hungry? Mama has prepared some sheep milk for you, just in time for you to enjoy. Little Xiaoxiao embraced her mother and bestowed upon her a sweet smile, cherishing the thought that her mother was truly wonderful. She sweet-talked her dear friend with endless praises. After sipping on the milk of the sheep, Xiaoxiao languidly allowed her third brother, Mo Lu, to carry her to observe the pinned sheep and the clucking birds. They were feasting on the alfalfa, sweet potato leaves, and cabbage leaves that Gray Adams had brought back the previous day. The precious wheat was too valuable to feed to the clucking birds, so they would manage with what they had for now, hoping to sustain them. If they couldn't thrive, they would simply wait until they could plant the alfalfa on the back mountain before nurturing them. Brother, I feel a bit tired. Please take me back to my nest to sleep, she said, closing her eyes and softly murmuring flowers, open the door. She entered her space. Chapter 10. Sowing, watering, and tending the fields. Upon entering her space, Xiaoxiao discovered a new message on the sign in front of the thatched cottage. The space system indicated, the space has been upgraded, current level, level 4. Reward, 1 warehouse, 10 acres of land. You can now activate one-click planting mode. All existing plant seeds in the space can be sown and harvested with a single click. Reward, 1 bag of alfalfa seeds. Would you like to try the one-click planting feature? Oh my, the space is quite generous this time. It has even provided a bag of alfalfa and enabled the one-click planting and harvesting functions. Truly considerate and user-friendly, Xiaoxiao thought, her heart lifting as she had been troubled by the thought of cultivating 10 acres all on her own, uncertain of when she would accomplish it. However, knowing she could quickly plant the alfalfa, thanks to the accelerated growth of her space, she envisioned a lush meadow in just a few days. This would allow her to develop her farming business and raise chickens and rabbits. With determination, she selected yes, and soon. The land appeared as if it had already been sown, needing only manual watering. Compared to sowing, watering was significantly simpler. After an unknown duration of toil, from sunrise to sunset, she finally completed the task. Xiaoxiao felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. Oh heavens, as the land expands, relying solely on myself will not suffice. I must find a way to enlist help. Tomorrow, I shall see if I can bring living creatures into this space. If so, once I grow a bit more, I will invite my brothers to assist me. After all, they are so capable. My eldest and second brothers are already level 2 beastmen at such a young age. And even the third and fourth brothers are close to breaking through from level 1 to level 2. They would surely find the work far easier than my little frame. Having been there for quite some time, Xiaoxiao had gained a thorough understanding of the abilities of the beastmen. It turned out that beastmen were also ranked. The majority were at levels 1 and 2, with about half able to surpass their limits and reach level 3. As for level 4, that required consuming a holy crystal. These holy crystals were condensed essences of life found within ferocious beasts, yet not every ferocious beast could produce them. The odds were slim, significantly limiting the chances for beastmen to reach level 4, making those at level 4 quite rare. The requirements for surpassing level 5 were even more stringent, necessitating at least 100 holy crystals along with a snow spirit fruit. This snow spirit fruit grew in the frigid mountains, nurtured by snow spirits, and obtaining it proved exceedingly difficult for beastmen due to the guardianship of the snow spirits. Many level 4 beastmen perished in their pursuit on the snowy peaks. Fortunately, it was later discovered that snow spirits possessed a degree of intelligence. Through negotiation, beastmen learned that snow spirits required a variety of rare plants for sustenance. Without them, the snow spirits could not produce snow spirit fruits. The snow spirits conveyed that if the beastmen could provide these rare plants, such as various precious herbs or spiritually infused grasses, they would be willing to exchange a certain quantity of snow spirit fruits each year. Hence, every year, level 4 beastmen from various tribes would gather together, traversing mountains and rivers to collect these rare plants, and then ascend the snowy mountains to trade for the coveted snow spirit fruits. The reason Xiaoxiao possesses such knowledge is that her father, the octopus, is one of the few 4th-level beastmen in the tribe. Consequently, upon her birth, the tribe's beastmen held immense expectations for her, as higher-level beastmen are believed to bear offspring with greater potential, thus increasing the likelihood of becoming high-ranking beastmen themselves. This is why she was regarded with such significance. However, it was unexpected that she was born with innate wisdom, which only heightened her importance. The chieftain, Ram, even designated her as a divine emissary, leading the tribe to pledge their loyalty to her. Reflecting on this, Xiaoxiao sighed softly, uncertain of when the spiritual spring would undergo its next upgrade. While the current spiritual spring adequately enhances the immunity of the beastmen, it remains incapable of eliminating hidden injuries, let alone restoring the deceased to life. Nevertheless, since her arrival in this place, she felt as though her fortune had slightly improved. She could not discern whether it was merely an illusion or a genuine change. Every time she expressed a desire, it seemed to manifest, albeit discovered by the tribe's beastmen. It seemed too fortuitous, considering that items not found over the years suddenly appeared upon her mention and were fortuitously discovered. As for the common fare, one day by the river, she remarked her wish for fish, and miraculously, a large black fish swam into view, unnoticed even by her elder brother due to the beastman's usual vigilance. The fish appeared as if conjured from thin air, which was indeed perplexing. At this moment, Xiaoxiao remained merely skeptical. However, as her string of good fortune increasingly intensified, the beastmen eventually realized that she, Miao Xiaoxiao, was the true progeny of the beast god himself, while they were merely supplementary. Subsequently, upon discovering the truth, the beastmen wept and lamented, crying out in despair, "Oh, the heavens have no mercy. She alone. How could she be the genuine offspring of the beast god?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoxiao found herself unable to comprehend the situation and simply shook her head, conceding, forget it, no use in pondering. After all, it is a good thing. After a brief respite, she rose and located the harvest button on the signboard, pressing it with anticipation. Before her eyes, the wheat she had sown just days prior transformed into numerous bags of grains, neatly arranged in the storage behind the thatched cottage. Goodness, how convenient this system is. I absolutely adore it, she exclaimed, before promptly clicking the planting button to sow the freshly harvested seeds once again. All right, now to water these crops, and it will be complete. After a flurry of activity, she finally completed her tasks. After spending so many days in this realm, Xiaoxiao felt a bit fatigued. She drank several large bowls of the elixir water, rejuvenating her spirit. Once refreshed, she gazed upon the verdant sprouts of alfalfa that sprawled endlessly before her, and with a heart brimming with happiness, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, shivering in the cavern of Baoshan, the space system observed the flickering text on its screen and trembled as it spoke. Rest assured, I shall take good care of the little goddess and ensure she faces no grievances. Upon hearing the system's assurances, the tension gradually dissipated, and the control of the space returned to the system. Oh dear, the deity is truly terrifying. I am so frightened, it quivered. Chapter 11. Are there fellow villagers about? Xiaoxiao slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. When she finally awoke, the milk from the bleeding beast had been warmed several times. Upon seeing her awake, Maji hurriedly brought the milk to feed her. Perhaps due to the exhausting labor in the space the previous day, Xiaoxiao consumed twice her usual amount of milk, but still felt unsatisfied. With longing eyes, she looked at her mother and said, I wish to eat meat. All right. The roasted fish that your brother brought back yesterday is still available. If you want it, I shall fetch it for you. With a glimmer in her little eyes, she exclaimed, Mom, we have grilled fish at home. Then let us prepare a stew with the grilled fish. What is that? Is it simply boiling the grilled fish in a pot? Magia recalled the day she had curiously pondered about the stewed radish and cabbage with meat from a short story. Indeed, Mom, you are so clever. We can add water to the stone pot, place the grilled fish inside to cook, and season it with salt, Sichuan pepper, and chili for a rich and delightful flavor. It would be even more delicious if we had vermicelli. Alas, we haven't harvested the sweet potatoes yet. Otherwise, we could also make vermicelli. All right, you little glutton. Mom will go prepare it. You just wait patiently in your cozy spot. By the way, we still have some salt, but what is that thing, the spicy and numbing one? Magia curiously inquired. Mom, it's Sichuan pepper and chili. Those are two types of plants that make your mouth feel as if it's on fire and induce a bit of sweating. After eating, your mouth may feel slightly swollen and a bit painful, yet the more you eat, the more fragrant it becomes, making you yearn for more. What you described sounds remarkably similar to the bitter concoction that the shaman gives to the young ones in the tribe. A glimmer of realization sparked in her small eyes. Indeed, how had she not considered that many herbs in traditional Chinese medicine could serve as spices? The herbalist, known for his expertise, must possess numerous ingredients suitable for seasoning. It was merely the difference in nomenclature that had hindered their culinary application. However, as a seasoned food enthusiast and the former partner of a scholar in herbal medicine, Zhao Xiaoxiao found it quite manageable to identify various condiments. She was familiar with commonly used medicinal herbs, having accompanied that man throughout his studies on herbal identification. To facilitate his memorization, she had even printed images highlighting the characteristics of the herbs, crafting memory cards as gifts, from which she had gleaned considerable knowledge herself. Mother, please start preparing the grilled fish, and then take me to the herbalist's place. I wish to see if he has the Sichuan peppercorns and chili peppers I mentioned. In a moment of excitement, Xiao unexpectedly sat up from her nest. She paused for a brief second, then attempted to rise and took a few steps. Discovering that her usually soft little arms and legs had become quite strong, joy soon enveloped her. Indeed, the physical prowess of the beastmen was formidable. And even the weakest female cub was far more robust than an ordinary human, coupled with the enhancement from the spiritual spring water over the past few days. Her body seemed even more vigorous, enabling her to walk so quickly. How wonderful. After all, it was rather inconvenient to be carried everywhere when venturing outside. Not to mention, Xiao was eager to explore her surroundings. She was impatient to change the status quo of her tribe. Unfortunately, due to her young age, she couldn't even leave the cave, which had caused her much distress over the past year. With glee, she trotted on her little legs, trying to walk a few more steps, but found herself unsteady. Considering the uneven terrain of the cave, she realized that walking was not something to rush. Reluctantly, she abandoned the idea of walking on her own and opted to be carried by her mother. However, she soon forgot her earlier thoughts. Fully engrossed in the anticipation of visiting the healer's medicine hut, even rubbing her tiny hands together in excitement, a rather odd gesture, which could be perceived as slightly mischievous. Maji watched the oddly smiling little cub and, for a moment, overlooked how Xiao had managed to stand in her nest. She gently picked up Xiao and said, Mother will carry you to the esteemed healer, and you must stay there. All right? I will bring you some fish shortly. And I will also deliver a portion to the healer and chief ram, so they can taste it too. Yes. Mother, don't worry about me. I have grown up. Upon hearing this, Maji couldn't help but laugh, yet she affectionately responded, All right, my little Xiao has grown up and can take care of herself. Maji carried Xiao to the medicine hut and entrusted her to the healer, Mizi, before returning to her own cave. Upon seeing Xiao, the healer was overjoyed. And when she learned that Xiao was knowledgeable about herbs, her excitement grew even more. She summoned her little grandson, Gibson, instructing him to bring various medicinal materials for Xiao to identify. After a thorough examination, Xiao successfully recognized several desired ingredients among dozens of herbs. This is dried ginger, this is garlic, this is Sichuan peppercorn, this is white atractalodes, this is star anise, ha. There's even cinnamon and hawthorn. Mizi, your place is truly a treasure trove. Now, all I need to find is salt, and I can unlock a variety of stews. Oh, Mizi, do you have a herb that feels like it's on fire when consumed? Let me think. I believe there is one. Where could it be? Let me search. Grandfather, is it that fiery fruit under the wooden bed? Yes, that's it. Look at my memory. With that, Mizi carried Xiao into another cave. Chapter 12. The appearance of fellow countrymen. Guess what I saw? There was a wooden bed wrapped in animal skins. Although simple in design, it was unmistakably crafted by the hands of earthlings. What does this signify? It indicates that I am not the first unfortunate soul to traverse here. Gibson, seeing Xiao's astonished gaze fixed on the bed, assumed she was merely awestruck by the intricacy of such an object, which others in the tribe had never encountered. This was made by my great-grandmother. This object is called a bed. One made of wood is a wooden bed, and one made of stone is a stone bed. My great-grandmother mentioned that in her homeland, there exists a type called a spring bed, which is remarkably sturdy. What is with this proud tone? Hasn't the spring bed been obsolete for ages? Unless in school dormitories or military barracks, aren't solid wood beds more common? Just what era did the previous traveler hail from? Besides this, what else did your great-grandmother leave behind? Xiao Xiao asked, her voice trembling with excitement. My mother also left behind a rolled animal skin, on which she wrote many unfamiliar characters using medicinal juice, claiming it was meant for the next divine messenger. She previously instructed me that if any beastman recognizes this thing called a bed, they could also view that animal skin. Xiao Xiao, wait a moment. I will fetch the animal skin. Saying this, the ram healer placed Xiao Xiao on the bed and turned to move aside a stone jar in the corner of the cave, revealing a small opening. From within, she retrieved a cloth bundle, handling it with utmost care. When Xiao Xiao caught sight of that historically significant cloth bundle, she gasped in awe. It was evident that this bundle had been cherished. Otherwise, it would have long since decayed. The green cloth was adorned with the iconic red five-pointed star recognized by the Chinese. Upon seeing this bundle, Xiao Xiao instantly understood which era this fellow countryman belonged to. Xiao Xiao received the small green handbag, gently caressing the tiny stars adorning its surface before reverently opening it. She retrieved the beast's skin scroll and carefully wrapped the bag in it, suggesting they keep it as a memento. The scroll unfolded to reveal the words, Dear comrade, by the time you read this letter, I will no longer be present. However, do not grieve. Trust me, though life here is arduous, it brings profound joy. Upon my arrival, I was engulfed in fear and trepidation, yet fortune smiled upon me as I encountered my master, Grant. He rescued me and brought me back to the tribe. Initially, I harbored disdain for this world, deeming it savage, backward, and bloody. Gradually, I discovered beneath these harsh realities the warmth, simplicity, and kindness of the orcs, leading me to embrace both Grant and the Orcish community. Alas, our fortunes waned. For reasons unbeknownst to us, the Orc continent transitioned from a place of distinct seasons to an unrelenting rainy winter, with summers and springs growing ever shorter. The Orc population dwindled, particularly the females and young, prompting a shift from monogamy to polyandry in a desperate bid for survival. This, however, proved futile. Thus, I organized their migration to the heart of this continent, where we established our home. Gradually, we adapted to the climatic changes and discerned the patterns of seasonal transitions, allowing us to stockpile food before winter's arrival and track animals during the rainy season, enabling us to recuperate for a time. However, the emergence of ferocious beasts disrupted our peace. They appeared suddenly and with immense strength, devoid of consciousness, relentlessly attacking the orc tribes with devastating force. Amidst this chaos, some orcs underwent a remarkable evolution, becoming the first of their kind endowed with extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, an orc discovered a crystal within the carcass of a slain beast, consuming it and evolving once more. This tremendous allure spurred the orcs to hunt the beast relentlessly. After a considerable duration, we finally discerned a pattern and named this crystal the Sacred Crystal. The first consumption of a sacred crystal would elevate an orc's level, while subsequent upgrades require the ingestion of 50 to 100 crystals. Additionally, a mystical fruit known as the Snow Spirit Fruit was discovered by the Eagle Tribe orcs, who paid a heavy price to acquire it. After negotiations, we secured a yearly exchange of some of these unwanted fruits for the orcs, derived from special plants. Thus, the Orcish strength burgeoned, yet their numbers rapidly dwindled. Consequently, I commanded them in the name of the great beast god to cease their endless conquests, instituting a planned approach to hunting the ferocious beasts and seeking special plants to ensure the continuity of our race. Later, I categorized these evolved orcs into levels, the highest being level 5, though I suspected further evolution was possible. Strangely, I always felt this was the case. However, before penning this letter, the mightiest beings on the orc continent were those who had evolved 5 times. Dear comrade, during our migration, I gave birth, injuring myself. And while negotiating with the Snow Spirit tribe in my weakened state, I succumbed to the cold. Although my condition improved somewhat after consuming the sacred crystal, I was reluctant to endanger my fellow tribesmen due to my afflictions. As my health deteriorated daily, I sensed my time was limited and thus penned this letter for future generations to discover. It is a profound regret for me, Qingxia, to have never returned to my homeland in this lifetime. Yet, I feel immensely honored to have rescued the orcs from peril and have no regrets. I hope you too find your purpose and significance in this land. Yours sincerely, Comrade Su Qingxia. Xiao Xiao, having perused the letter, found herself engulfed in a tempest of emotions, momentarily admiring the dedication of her predecessors, then reflecting on her profound longing for home, and subsequently grappling with a sense of bewilderment that was ineffably complex. Until Magia arrived with a fragrant dish of braised fish, the rich aroma abruptly interrupted her reverie, and her stomach audibly protested with a lengthy growl, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Mom, come quickly, I'm hungry. The pitiful expression on her face elicited both laughter and tears. How could she be so famished after just having consumed milk from the Mai beast? Which Maisie, this bucket is for you, the braised fish. Another bucket is for the chieftain. Please have Gibson deliver it to him. All right, Aunt Magia, I shall do so at once. Xiao Xiao, why are you so hungry already? Let me see if you are teething. With a small opening of her mouth, the wheat shaman exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, look, she has sprouted teeth. How wonderful it is that from now on, Xiao Xiao can indulge in more meat, which will surely aid her growth. Maji also wore a face full of delight. Indeed, indeed. Our Xiaoxiao is growing her teeth so swiftly. Her powers will awaken just as quickly. How splendid. Xiaoxiao, savoring the tips of her newly emerged teeth, joyfully thought to herself. At last, I can feast on meat without restraint. Chapter 13. Andy, my ability is space. Little Xiao devoured an entire bowl of braised grilled fish before finally relenting, patting her round, plump belly with a soft hum of satisfaction. In exasperation, her mother resorted to preparing some hawthorn water for her to drink, while also gathering a selection of medicinal herbs, dried ginger, garlic, chili, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, star anise, and hawthorn, all of which could serve as flavorful seasonings. Furthermore, she entrusted the herbalist, Mizi, to assist in sourcing additional quantities of these herbs, explaining that they are all plants that bridge the realms of medicine and cuisine. They can be incorporated into meat stews or used in marinating, enhancing flavors, preventing spoilage, and prolonging the preservation of food. Mizi readily agreed, stating he would enlist Gibson's help in the search, as he was more familiar with the characteristics of these plants and would be better equipped to locate them. Eager to explore the vastness of space, the little one hurried home to rest. Observing her slumber, Maji resumed her task of preparing dried cabbage. In recent days, the harvest of cabbages and radishes brought back by Beck and the others had increased significantly as they had discovered additional supplies elsewhere. Consequently, the females of the entire tribe were busily occupied. Though fatigue set in, they were filled with joy, for the sight of their bounty reminded them of the promise of a secure winter. Thus, they worked with unwavering enthusiasm, unwilling to spare a moment of idleness. Upon entering the space, Xiaoxiao was greeted by a bountiful harvest of alfalfa, each plant laden with abundant seeds. Gazing at the endless expanse of alfalfa, she broke into a blissful smile. With a simple press of a button, she gathered the alfalfa seeds, then proceeded to extract the wheat seeds, planting them with equal ease. Following this, she embarked on a new cycle of watering, quenching her thirst with the refreshing spring water and resting whenever fatigue set in, until her friend Maji roused her from her slumber. It turned out that Mo Green had returned, having caught a chirping beast for lunch. Maji awakened Xiaoxiao, reminding her that she had expressed the desire to prepare a meat stew using the medicinal herbs acquired from the wheat healer. Xiaoxiao, rise and shine. Your brother has hunted a chirping beast. Did you not say you wished to stew meat? Mother, my brother has indeed caught the chirping beast. Splendid. Please ask him to clean and prepare it. Little Xiaoxiao laughed heartily, finding the little tigers, leopards, and wolf cubs irresistibly adorable. Onlookers were often compelled to embrace and shower them with affection. It is worth noting that Xiaoxiao was indeed a true plush toy enthusiast, even when intoxicated. She never forgot her fondness. Brother, go and catch another little lamb, she playfully urged. We will roast it later. Mou responded affirmatively and busily attended to her task, for he would never deny his beloved sister anything. This unwavering support further solidified Xiaoxiao's resolve to reveal the existence of her spatial abilities to her family. Auntie, once the meat is cooked, let us give 2 pieces each to the little ones at the cave entrance for them to savor. We must not spoil their appetites, said Ma Ji with a smile, glancing at the cubs by the cave's mouth. Auntie, I have a secret to share. My powers have awakened, and it seems to be spatial. Look at the floral-shaped birthmark on my foot. It is the entrance to my space. I would like to see if I can bring our little bird beast into my space. Is that all right? Sweet child, is what you say truly sincere? Have you genuinely awakened spatial abilities? Ma Ji's eyes widened in astonishment as she scanned the surroundings, ensuring no beastmen were nearby, only a few small cubs, before cautiously inquiring of Xiaoxiao. Yes, Auntie. Let us go to the chicken coop and try it out. All right, let us indeed give it a try. As she spoke, her excitement was palpable, though she endeavored to mask it. However, the restless wagging of her tail betrayed her anticipation. Finally, as Maji grew impatient, Mou returned with the prepared lamb, expertly igniting the fire and placing the lamb upon it to roast slowly. His movements were fluid and composed, a stark contrast to just days prior when he had been unfamiliar with roasting meat. Indeed, the learning capacity of beastmen was remarkable. Old 4, keep an eye on the pot. Once the meat is ready, share some with the little cubs. I will take Xiaoxiao to see the bird beasts. With that, he eagerly scooped up Xiaoxiao and hurried towards the chicken coop. Witnessing Xiaoxiao place her hand on a bird beast, it vanished before their eyes. Ma Ji was so exhilarated that words eluded her, having successfully brought 3 bird beasts into her space. Xiaoxiao recalled her desire to nourish her family with the sacred spring water and implored her aunt to guide her to the water storage at home. As the crystal-clear liquid flowed continuously from her delicate, fair fingers, Ma Ji was utterly astonished. Auntie, I have a sacred spring in my space, and the water from it can enhance our health. From now on, we shall all drink the spring water from my space. This way, we shan't fall ill. After Xiaoxiao filled the pool with water, she allowed her mother to carry her back to the cave. Ma Ji, recognizing that this was not the moment for inquiries, suppressed the myriad of questions swirling in her mind, waiting for the return of the octopus to devise a plan. Chapter 14. Digging the cellar. Stockpiling provisions upon returning to the cave, the little ones had already departed with the meat. It remained uncertain whether they had gone home to demand more meat or ventured out to play. Mother, Xiao Xiao, the stew is ready to be served. And the roasted sheep is nearly finished. You may indulge in the stew for the time being. Xiao Xiao cast a glance at the pot of stewed meat. Once brimming with a hearty portion, it now held merely half its original bounty. Noticing the ample broth still swirling within, she urgently called out to her mother, urging her to refrain from serving the meat just yet. This may not suffice. Let us wash a few radishes and cut them into small pieces to add to the stew for a while longer. After we dine, we can also send some to my elder brother for a taste. My little Xiao Xiao is so considerate, always thinking of her elder brother. Ma Ji. While praising Xiao Xiao, swiftly washed, chopped, and added the radishes to the pot to simmer. Elder brother, could you help me crush the Sichuan pepper and chili? Once the lamb is ready, it will be delightful to dip it in. Of course, I shall do so immediately. Before long, both the lamb and the stew were complete. And the three of them indulged in a sumptuous meal. Mo Lu had a particular fondness for the roasted lamb, nearly devouring an entire one by himself. The sparkle in his eyes foretold the impending fate of the mountain lambs. Indeed, after delivering the stew to Mo Bai and the others in the wheat fields, Mo Lu eagerly dashed back to the mountains, hunting several lambs to bring home, proclaiming his intention to let everyone sample them that evening. The gleam in his eyes prompted Xiao Xiao to shake her head. They must hasten to plant the alfalfa seeds from their space. Only then could they breed lambs. Otherwise, if they continued this way of consumption, these little sheep might not survive to see the winter of next year, facing the dire threat of extinction. Xiao Xiao glanced around the space and noticed that the recently acquired goo beasts appeared to be in good health, with 2 of them already beginning to lay eggs. This realization eased her mind. Indeed, the space could accommodate living creatures. With this in mind, she planned to invite her mother and elder brother to explore it later. Mother. Brother, I have something to share with you, Xiao Xiao announced. Ma Ji, sensing the significance of Xiao Xiao's revelation, tensed with anticipation. Recently, I planted some alfalfa in the space and have harvested a considerable amount of seeds. I wish to cultivate alfalfa on the hillside behind our tribe and raise sheep and long-eared beasts. This way, we can secure a reserve of food and no longer fear shortages during the rainy season or winter. However, she pondered whether to disclose her spatial abilities to the tribe's orcs. She worried that if they learned of it, they might become overly dependent on her, leading to laziness and, ultimately, a decline that could threaten the tribe's existence. Xiao Xiao realized it was wiser to confide in only a select few, ensuring that her space could serve as a refuge for the entire tribe, precisely what the previous divine envoy had sought. Mother, did you know Xiao Xiao possesses a space? Why wasn't I informed? The mischievous little green one has surfaced. As a bystander interjected, Brother, your focus seems misplaced. Shouldn't you be astonished that your sister has a space? To which the green one replied, No, my sister is the favored one of the beast deity. Her gifts are only fitting. I am merely upset that I was not the first to know. Mother, brother, let us hold hands. I shall take you inside. Here we are. Mother, feel free to explore and familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. This area is our residence, akin to the caves we dwell in. Behind is a storage room for seeds. Here is the chicken coop. Over there is the spring, and beyond lies the field, currently planted with wheat. Oh dear. I forgot to feed the goo beasts. She slapped her forehead and hurried to check the chicken coop. Seeing the goo beasts alive and the automatic incubator already in operation, she felt relieved. She gathered some alfalfa seeds for the creatures, disregarding the wheat for the moment. Ma Ji and Molv exchanged astonished glances. They were aware that there had been orcs in the tribe with spatial abilities. But those spaces could only hold deceased game and plants, with limited capacity. However, their little 1S space seemed to be quite different. It could nurture living creatures and accommodate people, with vast expanses of wheat stretching endlessly, filling the orcs with joy. No wonder Xiao Xiao had insisted on keeping this a secret from the tribe. She feared they would become lazy and overly reliant on her. Initially, they hadn't taken her words seriously, but witnessing the reality now confirmed her truth. At that moment, the space system, feeling despondent, observed the 2 newly arrived orcs and silently adjusted its protocols. It would always permit the host to bring intelligent beings in and out, and would preemptively grant space privileges for the hostess' convenience. Afterwards, it retreated to a corner, sorrowfully nibbling on a handkerchief. Brother, would you stay and help me water the crops? There is still plenty of wheat that needs tending. Look, there's a one-click harvest button on this side. When the 2 plots of wheat are ready, remember to press it for harvesting. Then, we can retrieve seeds from the storage and use the one-click sowing button to plant them. Afterward, just water the newly sown seeds. Mother, let us exit. We have lingered too long, and it would be unwise to be discovered. Besides, my space has just upgraded, granting me 3 additional acres. I wish to bring in some cabbage and radishes to experiment with planting. I also intend to take alfalfa seeds to request the tribe's orcs to plant them on the hillside. The rainy season approaches, and the sooner we plant, the higher the chances of survival. If the alfalfa remains small, I fear it may rot from the rain. You are correct. We shall leave now. You can stay here. Brother, and when everyone gathers tonight, we can discuss this matter. This way, your brothers can take turns helping you each day. Does that sound feasible? Of course. Mother, you have no idea how exhausting it was to farm alone a few days ago. Our family is united, and we shall surely thrive. Once outside the space, Maji sought out the tribe leader and shaman to inform them of Xiao Xiao's spatial abilities. Upon learning the news, they were filled with excitement and immediately decided to heed Xiao Xiao's counsel. They organized 2 teams, one to plant alfalfa on the hillside and the other to gather wood and build fences and stone houses for raising sheep and long-eared beasts. Additionally, Xiao Xiao instructed them to await the return of the hunting team led by Reyes and the gathering team led by Beak, so they could dig several cellars for food storage. After all, cellars maintain a temperature lower than caves, and if they could harvest ice from the river during the winter freeze, it would serve as a natural refrigerator. Chapter 15. The fishing prodigy. Time flew by in a flurry of activity. Xiao Xiao had developed a set of sharp white teeth and relished eating meat and fish daily. With ample nourishment, she grew quickly, now standing a meter tall and walking steadily. The fencing and stone houses on the hillside were completed and in use. Moreover, the alfalfa on the hillside had been sown and was sprouting vigorously, a lush green carpet promising a bountiful yield. In a few days, the first plots would be ready for the introduction of sheep and long-eared beasts. Imobai, along with his brothers, was busy clearing the fields, sowing seeds, and watering the crops while digging fish ponds by the river to cultivate fish, thoroughly engrossed in their work. They had also harvested a batch of wild wheat, and Xiao Xiao mixed the wheat seeds from her space with the wild wheat, soaking them in spring water before handing them over to her father and brother for planting, which reportedly yielded promising results. Her father returned, noting that the growth of this batch of wheat was remarkable, possibly due to the spring water or the organic fertilizer that Xiao Xiao had instructed the orcs to scatter in the fields during land clearing. Within just over a month, the wheat seedlings had grown tall and robust. After visiting, Xiao Xiao felt a great sense of joy. If things continue this way, it is likely that in a little over 2 months, perhaps 3, the crops will be ready for harvest. With this in mind, she hopes to plant some additional vegetables before winter arrives. To dispel any doubts, Xiao Xiao had already instructed Baker a month prior to lead a team in collecting alfalfa seeds, knowing that alfalfa yields abundantly and thrives easily. Thus, when it came time to sow the seeds in the back mountains, no one took notice. Moreover, each day, the Mobai brothers took turns entering the space to assist Xiao Xiao with her farming endeavors. Recently, the space had leveled up twice, granting several new plots of land, a fish pond, and the long-awaited rice. One day, Xiao Xiao dreamt of savoring spicy fish with rice. Upon awakening and realizing it was merely a dream, she felt a wave of disappointment, nearly brought to tears. Fortunately, Mo Yun returned with a fish, preparing it as per her request into spicy fish, and also made her a bowl of goo beast noodle soup, which managed to cheer her up, though her longing for rice lingered. Unexpectedly, a few days later, a wandering orc from the tribe discovered an orchard, uncovering lemons, tangerines, and oranges. Naturally, these were names bestowed by Xiao Xiao, as the discovery of new plants unlocked new culinary possibilities, leading to another upgrade of the space and a reward of rice. Little Xiao Xiao was overjoyed and immediately began planting. Each day, she eagerly awaited the ripening of the rice. Eventually, she steamed a large pot of fragrant white rice and prepared spicy shredded goo beasts, spicy fish, roasted mutton, and a spicy long-eared beast. Under the cover of night, the family gathered in their space to enjoy a delightful feast together. Previously, aside from wheat, they had also cultivated sweet potatoes, radishes, cabbages, and even found ways to grow chili peppers, ginger, and Sichuan peppercorns. However, with the advent of rice cultivation, most of the fields were now dedicated to rice, which clearly indicates Xiao Xiao's true love for it. It is worth mentioning that the chicken coop in their space was already full. In desperation, they expanded it twofold. Even the sheep pen beside it was not to be outdone, with one nest yielding as many as 5 offspring. The storage room was overflowing with eggs, forcing the family to incorporate goo beast eggs into their daily meals, even sharing with other little ones in the tribe. Eventually, Xiao Xiao could no longer bear the situation and suggested relocating some goo beasts to the back mountain, claiming they would help catch pests. The other beastmen praised her idea, and the next day, they took about 20 up the mountain, continuing to send more each day, effectively alleviating the overcrowding in the chicken coop. One early morning, Xiao Xiao requested her brother Imoba to take her to the fish pond. It had been quite some time since she last visited, back when the pond had just been dug, and she was curious about how well her brothers had been raising the fish. It turned out that each brother had different tastes. The eldest and second brothers loved fish and were particularly attentive to the pond, while the third brother, fond of goo beasts, took care of the chickens in both the back mountain and the space. The fourth brother had a penchant for mutton, diligently studying the sheep, and was currently observing the alfalfa in the back mountain, evidently preparing to release the mutton there in a few days. As for Xiao Xiao, she was a true carnivore, relishing any meat that came her way, always welcoming delicious food. Brother, why are there only so few fish in your pond? Could it be that they've all been eaten? Xiao Xiao exclaimed in astonishment at the sparse fish swimming in the vast pond. Seeing how busy her brothers were, she had assumed they were raising a large number of fish, only to be met with such a surprising revelation. The second brother sheepishly scratched his head and explained that there were originally more fish, but those that were easy to catch had seemingly become clever, making it increasingly difficult to catch them alive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao realized her oversight. She had only discussed how to dig the pond and raise fish, neglecting to mention the actual fishing methods. For days, her brothers had been repeatedly going to the river to catch fish and then placing them into the pond. Little Xiaoxiao scolded herself internally before lifting her head, her eyes sparkling as she addressed her brothers. "Elder brothers, may I teach you how to catch fish?" she inquired. "First, we must capture some prey. Then, we discard the entrails into the fish pond, followed by pouring in a portion of the wheat bran we collected earlier. Next, we shall construct a dam by the pond, connecting it to the riverbank. Soon, you will see the fish." "Why?" the curious Miao interjected. "Because fish feed on these items, and by placing them in the connected river, the fish will sense the food and flock here. The dam is essential to prevent them from escaping once they are satiated. Besides this method, there is another. Elder brother, gather some resilient and sturdy vines, and stack them as I instruct. They will transform into a net, allowing us to fish in the river. Once the net is ready, we shall place it in the narrower section of the downstream river, securing both ends. Then, when the sun begins to set, we can retrieve the net." Mo Lu, the elder brother, hunted a large moo beast, ample enough for their lunch. After Mo Bai and Mo Yun crafted the net under Xiao Xiao's guidance, they practiced numerous times on how to retrieve it, before Mo Lu and Xiao Xiao ventured downstream to cast the fishing net. Before long, commotion erupted in the river as large black fish swam eagerly along the little waterway towards the pond. Upon reaching the dam, each fish leaped valiantly, soaring above the water's surface into the pond. In no time, the pond was teeming with hundreds of fish. Mo Lu, observing from the side, was utterly astonished, his expressions a delightful mix of disbelief and amusement. When the eldest and second brothers returned to witness this spectacle, they were even more astonished than the third brother. After all, based on their extensive fishing experience over the past few days, they knew fish to be quite clever. Yet, now they were rushing toward the pond in droves. This was simply extraordinary. Mo Yun murmured, captivated by the scene of the black fish willingly swimming into the net. Could this be the blessing of the beast god? How else could this happen? "Well done. I must admit, you have spoken the truth," came the response. "Why not hurry and cling to the thigh? Remember, this is the beast god's beloved daughter, indeed cherished." However, for now, this remained a secret. One day, when they discovered the truth, the brothers would secretly rejoice, thankful for their boundless affection for their sister, which had proven to be immensely beneficial. Years later, the brothers would still vividly remember the importance of holding tightly to their sister's thigh. In a small theater, the beast deity silently pondered. As Xiao Xiao spends more time in the beast realm, her fortune will undoubtedly improve. Should I send someone to protect her? Who would be suitable for this task? Author. Oh, spare me the thought. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, do you really fear for her safety? Chapter 16. I wish to ascend the mountain and take a look. Xiao Xiao observed the fish pond, noting that the fish were abundant enough. She instructed her brothers to divert the water flow in preparation for lunch. They stewed fish and roasted a moo beast, while Xiao Xiao also summoned a few goo beasts from her spatial pocket to prepare a beggar's chicken. After they had feasted, Xiao Xiao expressed her desire to explore the nearby hills, hoping to discover unfamiliar flora that the other orcs did not know. Thus, her brothers extinguished the fire, transformed into their beast forms, and carried their sister as they set off toward the mountains. As they ventured into the forest, it was long before Xiao Xiao spotted a patch of vibrant green scallions. She called out to her elder brother, urging them to uproot some to place in her spatial pocket. They marked the location, intending to return later for more, which could be shared with the orc tribe for identification or even for gathering during hunts. Scallions were quite resilient, and planting some in the clearing by their cave upon their return would provide a convenient food source. Continuing their ascent, the group frequently paused, and it seemed that Xiao Xiao would discover something new almost every short while. Remarkably, each find was precisely what she had recently yearned for. This peculiar string of luck stirred a sense of unease among her brothers, who felt that something was amiss, but they could not articulate why. "Brother, is my fortune too favorable?" Xiao Xiao mused aloud. "First, we found scallions, then greens, and just now, we stumbled upon wood ear mushrooms in a tree hollow. Not to mention honey." Mo Gu scratched his head and replied, "Xiao Xiao, we have traversed this mountain before, but we were focused solely on hunting and overlooked these plants." "Indeed. Isn't it splendid? You have often expressed the desire for vegetables, and remember how you mentioned wanting wood ear mushrooms stir-fried with meat? When we return, brother can cook the mushrooms for you." Mo Yun interjected, "Fresh wood ears cannot be consumed directly. They must be dried and soaked in water before cooking. Eating them raw could lead to poisoning. It is precisely why no orc consumes them." Xiao Xiao spoke earnestly. "Let us continue our ascent. I recall that there is a peach grove on this mountain. Although there are no peaches currently, I could dig up a few saplings to plant in my space. Who knows, we may eventually enjoy some peaches." Upon hearing her elder brother's words, Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. It is well known that she has an insatiable fondness for peaches, particularly the succulent and sweet varieties, such as the honey peach, with its delicate skin and abundant juice. Whether or not she can yield fruit in her space is inconsequential. After all, it is certain that next year will bring forth results. After walking for a while, they arrived at the peach orchard nestled halfway up the hill. In the midst of this grove stood a particularly large and flourishing peach tree. Its stout trunk so robust that it would require 7 adult orcs to encircle it hand in hand, given that orcs are tall and sturdy. With arms extending nearly 2 meters, the tree's dense foliage cast a shadow over the ground, rendering its apex invisible from below. Surrounding it were numerous peach trees. Yet none could rival its luxuriant branches and leaves. It was evident that this entire orchard had sprung forth from this magnificent tree. Brother remarked that no one in the tribe could ascertain the age of this venerable peach tree, which has withstood the ravages of time, steadfastly standing tall and bearing fruit each year, having been relocated to this site nearly a century ago, every summer, when it blossoms and bears fruit. The male orcs would bring their favored female orcs to this very spot to pledge their devotion, as unwavering and eternal as the tree itself. Just as Xiao Xiao was moved by these thoughts, she suddenly heard a voice filled with a coarse dialect exclaiming, "Oh dear, look at these little white tigers. Here he comes again. They never seem to comprehend. Just look at them, all lovey-dovey. Aren't they afraid of exposing their feelings?" Little Xiao Xiao was instantly petrified. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? How is it that there are people from the north here? As a ghostly expression appeared on Xiao Xiao's face, the mysterious voice spoke once more, retaining its familiar tone. Goodness, why does this young girl appear so frightening despite her tender age? What is this bewildered look in broad daylight? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Xiao shuddered and retorted, "Look at yourself, and yet you dare to criticize me?" At that moment, the voice let out a loud cry that nearly pierced through the roof. If there had been a roof, that is. Meanwhile, the peach tree before them trembled violently, causing the brothers and their sister to flee in panic. Seeing them attempt to escape, the peach tree immediately ceased its wailing and swiftly extended its branches, ensnaring the brothers tightly, pulling them back one by one. Even the one on the verge of breaking through to level 3, Miao was no exception. This clearly demonstrated the formidable strength of the peach tree. The brothers struggled desperately to free themselves, but the more they fought, the tighter the tree's grip became. Miao felt an overwhelming sense of regret. This peach tree had not attacked any beastmen for nearly a century, and everyone believed it to be an ordinary tree. Little did they realize it was the most dangerous entity in the forest. Just as Miao was preparing to forcefully break through to level 3 and confront the peach tree, Xiao Xiao interjected, "You frightened my brothers. Let them go. I won't leave." Upon hearing this, they suddenly noticed that at some point, their younger sister had settled into the cradle woven by the peach tree. The brothers were left dumbfounded as the peach tree released them, staring vacantly at Xiao Xiao, who was now seated on the makeshift bench formed by the tree's branches. They exchanged bemused glances, each silently pondering. Indeed, Xiao Xiao was truly the biological offspring of the beast god, while we are merely adopted. Woe is us. How unfair. After enduring countless face-slapping episodes, they eventually accepted this truth. After all, she is their biological sister. Her well-being is their well-being. Let misfortune befall others instead. Chapter 17. A bountiful harvest. At this point, the grand peach tree had recovered from its shock and was now excitedly shaking the cradle. "Where do you come from? Are you from Earth? Can you hear me speaking? You must be able to hear me, right? You just spoke to me. Denying it now is futile. Please, tell me all about it. I have been here for nearly 1,000 years and have yet to meet a beast man who can hear my words. You have no idea how much this 1,000 years has stifled me. Rest assured, I can read your thoughts. What do you wish to say? Just think about it in your mind, and I will hear you. Some words do not need to be spoken aloud for me to understand. Am I not impressive?" Xiao Xiao pondered. Oh my, where did this peculiar being come from? Yet, she held a certain admiration for this elder, who, after all these years as a tree, had remained sane despite no one being able to comprehend his words. What remarkable inner strength must he possess? It was evident that he had been holding in quite a lot, even resorting to conversing with himself. I, too, arrived on Earth at the age of 27. Albeit through soul transmigration, reincarnating as a young cub of the white tiger tribe. I am but a year and a half old now. And those 3 are my elder brothers. By the way, how did you come to be a tree? Ah, that is a long story. I was once a person at the pinnacle of society in the early 21st century. Unfortunately, while on a business trip, I encountered an airplane disaster. When I awoke, I had transformed into a peach tree. You see, while others experience adventures in different realms with a protagonist aura, I found myself as a mere tree. To add insult to injury, as the sole anomaly in this otherworldly realm, I had hoped to possess a protagonist halo as well. But what was the outcome? No one can hear my words. They cannot hear me, and I have endured it. I thought to myself, if a skeleton can cultivate flesh and ascend to divinity, surely I, a tree, could achieve something as well. But alas, why can't I cultivate? They speak of equality among all beings, and that everything possesses a spirit. What a deceitful universe. Now, aside from giving birth to countless offspring, I simply bloom and bear fruit. Let alone attaining immortality, I would be grateful to become a spirit. At the very least, I wish to communicate with the beast men. How can I bridge this communication gap? Alas, it is all quite tearful. By the way, I have been rambling for quite some time without asking, what is your name? How did you arrive here? Upon arriving, I resolved to inquire of the heavens, and thus adopted the Taoist name Wen Tian. What about you, little girl? Wen Tian, my name is Xiao Xiao, Miao Xiao Xiao. Speaking of which, your situation is indeed quite tragic. I was brought here due to a soul-binding error, and upon arrival, I received a portable space from the kind driver. Although it is not large, it contains a spirit spring that can be upgraded. I wonder if the water from the spirit spring would be of any use to you. Let me give it a try. With that, Xiaoxiao began to pour the spirit spring water onto the tree roots. The ancient peach tree, with its 1,000-year-old gnarled roots, was robust. Xiaoxiao could only use her small hands to continuously pour the water, and soon her arms grew tired. Despite her efforts, she had only managed to water a small portion. Completing the task would likely take an eternity. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and she proposed. Why don't you come with me to the space? That way, you can take root beside the spirit spring and directly absorb its water. This method of watering you is far too slow. That sounds splendid. I have been here for so long and have grown weary of this place. A change of scenery would be delightful, especially since you can keep me company. I have been lonely for far too long. Let me attempt to see if I can bring you into the space. With this thought, she mentally chanted, flower, opened the door, and entered the space. The Emoyun brothers, upon witnessing the spot where the old peach tree had stood, were astonished to find it transformed into a massive pit. With both the old peach tree and Xiaoxiao vanished from sight, the brothers exchanged glances, bewildered. Did Xiaoxiao just capture the old peach tree? Indeed. Xiaoxiao is remarkable. I could barely escape its attack range, yet she managed to subdue it. We must strive harder, otherwise. It seems we may rely on Xiaoxiao for protection in the future, the second brother, Mo Bai, remarked. The others nodded in agreement, considering the prospect of being surpassed by their younger sister. At that moment, within the space, when Tian was exceedingly exhilarated. Upon entering, he sensed the air was filled with spiritual energy, which could enter his body and be stored within his tree veins. Almost instantly, his form appeared taller and more vibrant. He joyfully exclaimed to Xiaoxiao, "You are truly my benefactor. This space contains spiritual energy, and I believe I can store it within my body's veins. With time, I might be able to cultivate. Is that true? That is wonderful. If you can cultivate, you might eventually journey across the Beastman Continent. Actually, the space is still upgrading, and many functions have yet to appear. I suspect it may eventually include a marketplace. If I can exchange cultivation techniques there, I will certainly keep an eye out for you, so you can soon cultivate into human form. Rest assured, if you need anything while residing here, do let me know." Xiaoxiao, having returned to her normal height, patted her chest confidently. When Tian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, proclaiming, "Everything here is simply perfect." For one who had been a tree for a millennium, he had long abandoned the desire to regain his human form, yet suddenly, hope had been rekindled. The individual who granted him this hope became a lifeline for which he would be eternally thankful. Unbeknownst to him, he was, in fact, the one who was truly pitiful. His arrival was orchestrated by the beast god, who feared that Xiaoxiao might encounter misfortunes during her traversal. Hence, several individuals were chosen for experimentation, and he happened to be one of them. This was why he encountered Xiaoxiao and was brought into the space, ultimately receiving the chance to become human once more. Every cause has its effect, and he became a tree due to Xiaoxiao, while he became human through her as well. In the endless cycle of existence, all debts will eventually be repaid. Ding dong. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Xiaoxiao's mind. Detection of a highly intelligent foreign species within the space has occurred. Thus, the space has upgraded to level 8. Rewards, voice broadcasting activated, and a marketplace has been established. All items within the marketplace can be exchanged with experience points. If there are special requests, bartering is also permissible. At this moment, Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with joy. The recent upgrade of the spatial system surprisingly included voice broadcasting. Wouldn't it make operating at higher levels increasingly effortless? This was truly wonderful. Little did she know, however, that the system was in a state of despair in the control room. With every command from the master, the system was running itself ragged. Oh, the injustice of it all. If this continues, who knows if the system might collapse? Surely it won't, after all. The beast deity still requires me to protect the master diligently. Oh, how frightening. It feels as though I am at a loss for how to carry on. Chapter 18. An elder in the home is a precious treasure. Little Xiao stepped out into the open space and called out to her brother and a few others to embark on their journey to the mountain's peak. Recently, in the confines of that space, she had clarified the distribution of flora on the mountain with her esteemed mentor, Wenyang. Thus, searching for plants now became exceedingly convenient. Although Wenyang was unable to move, the land in this mountainous region was remarkably fertile, making it ideally suited for the cultivation of peach trees, which spread across a vast area. Furthermore, Wenyang was well acquainted with all the plants found amidst the peach groves. To Zhao's delight, she discovered a substantial patch of soybeans halfway up the slope. It is noteworthy that soybeans can be processed into oil, tofu, soy milk, and soy skin, serving as an excellent source of plant-based protein during the protein-deficient winter and rainy seasons. Moreover, they are quite filling and impart a delightful flavor when stewed with meat or fish, likely making them acceptable to the orcs as well. This revelation bolstered Zhao's confidence in enduring the frigid winter. In addition, Wenyang informed Xiao about the opposite side of the mountain, where a barren patch of land existed, devoid of any vegetation, even beyond the reach of his roots. He urged her to witness this territory, the only one he had not conquered. Furthermore, Weniang mentioned that during the rainy season, the mountain teemed with edible mushrooms and an abundance of vegetables, alleviating her worries about sustenance in the rainy and summer months. He remarked that a considerable herd of sheep and cattle had once roamed this mountain, but for reasons unknown, orcs had been hunting them recently, resulting in a portion of the herd migrating to another mountain. Additionally, there were numerous small creatures, such as wild rabbits and pheasants, regrettably. The orcs were unfamiliar with how to properly prepare these foods, thus rarely hunting the rabbits and pheasants. However, there had been a few orcs recently attempting to catch these small animals, albeit in limited numbers. The wild rabbits, in particular, were reproducing rapidly, nearing a point of overpopulation. After listening, Xiao Xiao laughed heartily for quite some time and shared that recently her fourth brother, Miao Miao, had taught the orcs in their tribe how to prepare roasted whole lamb and beef stew with carrots. Consequently, the orcs who had tasted these dishes became utterly enchanted, leading to a frenzied hunt for moo moo beasts and mimi beasts over the past few days. Had she not feared that the orcs' reckless enthusiasm might disrupt the ecological balance, she would have advised Chief Ram against hunting the wild cattle and wild sheep. Otherwise, both nearby tribes might have faced extinction. In a few days, orcs would also come to capture wild rabbits and wild chickens. Xiao Xiao informed Weniang that she had discovered alfalfa and had planted it abundantly on the hillside where she resided, intending to raise small animals such as wild chickens, wild rabbits, and wild sheep to ensure a fresh food supply during the winter and rainy seasons. She also mentioned her spatial upgrade, which required her to discover plants, animals, or new edible values of these organisms, and shared the types of plants she had identified thus far. Upon hearing this, Weniang recalled that the potatoes on the mountaintop were ripe for harvest. If they did not dig them up soon, the wild boars from the neighboring mountain would devour them. The thought made him feel a twinge of regret, as he remembered that, in modern times, his favorite dish was stir-fried shredded potatoes. Thus, he urged Xiao Xiao to hasten and dig up the potatoes, reasoning that any he could recover from the wild boars would be a blessing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao was overjoyed, knowing that potatoes were a wonderful resource akin to sweet potatoes, easy to cultivate, high-yielding, and rich in starch, which translated to high caloric content and great satiety. Moreover, they could serve as a staple until the wheat was harvested. Just a few days prior, Xiao Xiao had planted 2 seasons of sweet potatoes in her space, and under her guidance, Maji had successfully made sweet potato noodles after numerous attempts. Subsequently, they prepared a pot of cabbage and meat with noodles, which was immensely popular among the orcs. Maji then shared the method of noodle making with the females in the tribe. And fortunately, Beak had found several sweet potato fields, ensuring an ample supply. The orcs decided to store some sweet potatoes while transforming a portion into noodles, and now, every household had racks outside their caves to dry the noodles. With the availability of potatoes, they no longer needed to rely solely on radishes and cabbages. They could enjoy shredded potatoes, potato slices, dry-fried potatoes, potato stew with beef, and even challenge themselves with potato chicken dishes. Just thinking about it made their mouths water. Thus, upon exiting her space, Xiao Xiao promptly urged her brothers to take her to the mountaintop, fearing that they would be too late and the wild boars would ruin the potatoes. At that moment, Xiao Xiao had completely forgotten that as long as there was one potato and her spatial abilities, she could indulge in potatoes every day without limit. The orcs moved swiftly, and before long, they reached the mountaintop. When Xiao Xiao arrived, she did not first see the potatoes, but rather the wild boar digging up the ground for them. In a fit of anger, she instructed her brother Mo to deal with the boar for dinner. Afterward, she requested her brother to let her down so she could continue digging in the area where the boar had been. Only then did she take the time to survey her surroundings and discover that the mountaintop down to the halfway point was almost entirely covered in potatoes. If each household took a share of this vast expanse, leaving the remainder for the following year, along with sweet potatoes, and radishes, they wouldn't have to worry about orcs perishing from hunger during the winter. Xiao Xiao collected some of the potatoes unearthed by her brothers and placed them in her storage for cultivation. Upon observing the remaining potatoes, she quickly called for a halt, realizing that taking more would be cumbersome. Moreover, they still needed to visit the soybean field. Unfortunately, they lacked brine or lime brine to make tofu. However, they could still prepare soy milk, stir-fry soybeans, and cook pig trotters. Thus, a group of them, accompanied by a wild boar and carrying potatoes, set off towards the soybean field as described by Weniang. Upon arrival, Xiao Xiao was delighted to find a thriving soybean field, its pods heavy and bending the branches. Yet a few days remained until maturity. Consequently, she instructed her brothers to check the field daily, as they must harvest as soon as the beans ripened, lest the birds consume them first. After inspecting the soybean field, Xiao Xiao expressed her desire to see the barren land mentioned by the elder Weniang. However, her brothers suggested returning early, as the temperature in the mountains was low, and Xiao Xiao might not withstand the chill. In the event of falling ill, she would find it difficult to explain to her mother. Thus, the group descended the mountain and went downstream to collect the fishing nets. To their delight, the nets were filled to the brim with fish. Overjoyed, Mobai reflected on how fortunate they were to have Xiao Xiao. Fishing had never been so effortless before. It was indeed Xiao Xiao's ingenuity that led to the creation of this wondrous device called a fishing net. As Xiao Xiao drowsily nestled upon Sanji's back, she retorted, "It is not my cleverness. Rather, I stand upon the shoulders of giants. It is often said that an elder in the household is akin to a treasure. And throughout the vast expanse of civilization's history, countless elders have imparted invaluable wisdom to us. As for me, having scarcely mastered the basics, I dared not claim to be wise." With that, she murmured softly into slumber, leaving her brothers in silent bewilderment. What, then, is a giant? What constitutes the annals of civilization? Why does my sister's speech seem so perplexing? A multitude of questions filled their minds, yet upon observing Xiao Xiao's peaceful rest, they set aside their curiosities and tenderly escorted her back to the tribe. Chapter 19. The Salt Mine on Peach Tree Mountain. Upon returning to the tribe, the brothers delegated the task of escorting Xiao Xiao back to Mulu, while they gathered the orc inhabitants to distribute the fish. They showcased the potatoes and leeks, explaining that the potatoes had been discovered atop Peach Tree Mountain, while the leeks were found halfway up the slope. They informed the orcs that they could ascend to the peak the following day to collect potatoes, and as for the preparation methods, Xiao Xiao would impart that knowledge the next day. They then sought out Chief Ram to discuss the matter of soybeans before returning to their own cave with the remaining fish and potatoes. Xiao Xiao must have been exhausted from the climb, for she slept soundly until the break of dawn. Upon awakening, she immediately expressed her hunger. Indulging in a nourishing drink of sheep's milk and savoring a boiled gugu beast egg, followed by a small bowl of chicken broth. Contentedly, she patted her round little belly and, accompanied by the 4 black creatures, ventured to the back mountain to observe the alfalfa. Brother, the alfalfa is thriving beautifully. How are the gugu beasts we released some time ago faring? Rest assured, Xiao Xiao, I visit them daily. They have adapted splendidly and have begun to lay eggs. That's wonderful. The alfalfa is flourishing as well, and considering the lush vegetation of the back mountain, it is a pity that the tribe lacks an awareness of cultivation, thus squandering such favorable conditions. Let us return, then. You should take the tribe members to capture the sheep beasts and long-eared beasts and release them in the back mountain. The sheep beasts can be placed within the confines we originally established, while the long-eared beasts should be kept near the stone house for a while. Once they become accustomed to nesting there, we can release them at regular intervals and bring them back, fostering a habitual routine. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's suggestions, Mo was filled with excitement. He had been observing the sheep beasts in the space for quite some time, learning their habits, and eagerly anticipated the opportunity to showcase his skills once they were domesticated. Xiao Xiao mentioned that once successful in their domestication, they would have an endless supply of roasted sheep beasts. The petite Xiao Xiao accompanied the dark-skinned Mo and several orcs to Peach Tree Mountain. Observing them chasing rabbits in wild abandon, she could not help but break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the orcs possessed formidable hunting skills. Otherwise, their relentless pursuit of the rabbits would have left them at a loss for the number of breeding rabbits they could catch. Hastily, she summoned an orc named Gordon, instructing him, "Gordon, seek out a rabbit burrow, and upon locating all the entrances, block all but one with wooden logs and set them ablaze. Guard the sole remaining entrance, and when the long-eared creatures emerge, seize them without fail. It would be advantageous to call upon a few more orcs to assist you, ensuring that the long-eared rabbits do not escape." Upon hearing her plan, Gordon's eyes sparkled with excitement. He let out a piercing whistle, summoning several orcs. Following Xiao Xiao's strategy, they successfully captured an entire nest of rabbits, large and small, without leaving a single one behind. Subsequently, they beckoned more orcs, and before their eyes, they captured yet another nest of rabbits. Once they grasped the method, the multitude of rabbits across the mountain faced dire consequences. In no time, the mountainside was engulfed in smoke and flames, teeming with orcs in pursuit of rabbits. Little Xiao Xiao shook her head at them in dismay and called over Gordon, who was joyfully playing, instructing them not to catch too many rabbits. After all, excessive abundance could lead to a detrimental imbalance. If the rabbits in the back mountain multiplied too rapidly, the vegetation would soon be at risk, given their reproductive capabilities. Then she summoned her brother Mo, saying, "Take me to the other side of Peach Tree Mountain. Senior Wintion told me there is a barren land there that I must see. Perhaps I might discover something extraordinary." "All right, Xiao Xiao, hang on tight. I'll take you there," he replied, changing into his beast form and tossing Xiao Xiao onto his back before setting off. Upon their arrival, Xiao Xiao was astonished to find that this was far from a barren land. It was a gypsum mine. Heavens, this is truly a stroke of luck, she exclaimed. Was it possible that she had indeed been blessed by the beast god? The gypsum, which should have been concealed underground or within the mountain, was now fully exposed to the sunlight, allowing the chemistry novice, Zhao Xiaoxiao, to recognize it immediately. Most importantly, there was a possibility of discovering rock salt deposits nearby. Indeed, it was the very mineral from which edible salt could be extracted. If they found even a small amount, it could alleviate the tribe's current salt shortage. Xiao Xiao's heart soared with excitement. She eagerly patted her brother's back, urging him to revert to human form so they could search for salt deposits around them. "Senior Wintion, can you hear me? Is there any chance that there are salt mines on this mountain?" "Salt mines? It seems there is one deeper beneath this barren land." "That's wonderful. I will return to the tribe and instruct Chief Ram to summon the beastmen for mining. Once we extract the salt, we can dissolve, filter, evaporate, and crystallize it to refine edible salt. This means we can stockpile meat. After confirming the location with Senior Wen Tian, she had her brother note it down. He extended his claws to test whether he could cut through the gypsum. And after receiving positive feedback, Xiaoxiao was eager to rush back to the tribe to gather the beastmen for mining. Thus, upon learning of the potential salt mine beneath this barren land, He swiftly brought Xiaoxiao back to the tribe. Chief Ram, quickly gather the beastmen. Come with me. Xiaoxiao has discovered a salt mine at Peachtree Mountain. Without pausing for breath, He burst into the tribe, shouting at the top of his lungs. The tribe members, startled by his proclamation, quickly congregated at the center. Xiaoxiao, tell Uncle Ram, is it true? Is there really a salt mine on Peachtree Mountain? Yes. Indeed. I visited today and found a gypsum mine. Surrounding it, there is a chance of finding salt deposits. I approached it with cautious optimism. Uncle Ram, let's take the beastmen and investigate. If there truly is salt, no matter the quantity, it will be immensely significant for us. With her confirmation, the surrounding beastmen erupted in excitement, eager to begin mining immediately. Xiaoxiao is correct. Let the 10 beastmen remain on guard in the tribe. The rest will come with me. Emohi, lead the way. With a grand gesture, Chief Ram rallied the beastmen, who surged towards Peachtree Mountain. Before long, the beastmen arrived at the designated site. Xiaoxiao instructed Chief Ram to organize them into groups of 5, forming a total of 8 groups. 4 groups of beastmen began to dig downwards at the location indicated by Senior Wen Tian, while one group worked at the foot of the mountain, excavating a deep pit to place firewood for later use in smelting the extracted gypsum. Once calcined, this gypsum could be used to make tofu. Another 2 groups were tasked with transporting the mined gypsum to ensure it did not impede the future extraction of salt. Additionally, Xiaoxiao sent another group to gather wood for making stone pots, so they could begin refining salt once they found the deposits. Thus, the White Tiger tribe embarked on a new era of mining, salt refining, livestock breeding, and food cultivation. This day would later be commemorated by the Beastmen as the dawn of a new epoch on the Beastman Continent. Chapter 20. The rabbits thrive. Time passed in a rhythmic cycle of mining, and finally, on the 10th day of excavation, they stumbled upon rock salt ore, igniting a frenzy of mining activities. At this juncture, Xiaoxiao is nearing 2 years of age, having grown significantly in stature and appetite. She experiences hunger with remarkable swiftness. Had she not been assured that her health would continue to improve due to the rejuvenating properties of the spring water, she might have questioned her well-being. Fortunately, the benefits of her hearty appetite and restful sleep soon manifested. She now frolics within the cave without difficulty. Although she still struggles with the physically demanding tasks of climbing up and down the mountain, the orcs in the tribe, noticing Xiaoxiao's robust health, expressed curiosity towards Ma Ji regarding her diet. After a family discussion, they decided to conceal the existence of the spring water. Instead, Ma Ji informed them that to ensure the cubs grow strong, they should feed them the milk of the bleeding beasts or the mooing beasts to bolster their vitality, along with several gugu beast eggs daily. Additionally, they should consume vegetables such as carrots, cabbage, potatoes, and fruits, rather than relying solely on meat. Moreover, Xiaoxiao discreetly and regularly added spring water to the water tanks of various households, gradually enhancing the health of the orc tribe. One day, upon hearing of the discovery of rock salt at the Peachtree Mountain mine, Xiaoxiao was filled with excitement. She hastily abandoned her tofu experiment and emerged from her space. The orc who bore the news led her to the mine. Upon arrival, she indeed found different minerals laid out on the open ground, distinct from the gypsum. Xiaoxiao rushed over and took a lick, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is exceedingly salty. Almost bitter." After spitting several times, she commanded, "Quick, fetch water. Use all the wooden barrels prepared earlier. And don't forget the charcoal and crushed stones that you were instructed to burn a few days ago. Bring the animal skins with holes pricked by fish bones as well." They crushed the minerals, mixed them with water for dissolution, and filtered the saline solution through the pricked animal skins 3 times before pouring it into a barrel lined with charcoal, ensuring to place a stone pot beneath. This process was repeated over 5 times, after which they boiled the mixture, allowing it to simmer gently until the water evaporated, leaving behind salt. By the time the first batch of salt was extracted, it was already noon. Xiaoxiao examined the color and tasted it. Although it did not match the refined salt of modern times due to the rudimentary filtration, the flavor was comparable. After overseeing several iterations of the process with her elder brother and ensuring they had mastered it, she encouraged them to teach more orcs how to extract salt. She then requested the orcs to escort her back to the tribe with the harvested salt. Recently, the population of rabbits in the back mountain had surged. Her elder brother, Emohi, had frequently complained about the prolific breeding of the long-eared beasts. Within a mere fortnight, 20 or so captured breeding rabbits had produced litters, with some yielding over 10 offspring, while others had 6 or 7. One stone house was no longer sufficient to house them, prompting him to enlist the help of Barnes, another animal enthusiast, to construct an additional stone house. This time, they meticulously categorized the long-eared beasts by their breeding status, those that had given birth, those that were pregnant, and those kept for breeding, while the remainder were allowed to roam freely. However, Even with these measures, the formidable reproductive capacity of the long-eared beasts could not be curtailed. They birthed a new litter every month, and the young rabbits matured into adults within 4 months, ready to reproduce again. When they initially captured the long-eared beasts, Xiao Xiao had advised against taking too many females, which they had regrettably overlooked, nearly capturing the entire mountain of rabbits out of concern for their survival through winter food shortages. Little did they know that within half a month, over 20 female long-eared beasts would give birth, resulting in an excess of 100 young rabbits. These rabbits not only contributed to the tribe's sustenance but also required daily nourishment. In addition to the alfalfa from the back mountain, Emohi and Barnes would venture into the woods to gather sweet potato leaves, alfalfa, and other fresh greens for their diet. Xiao Xiao looked at her brother, who had lost considerable weight in just half a month, feeling a deep pang of concern. She eagerly awaited the salt mine's yield to commence the process of curing meat, which would facilitate the preservation of meat for the winter months, alleviating the burden of raising numerous animals. Upon returning to the tribe, Xiao Xiao instructed the orc to convey a message directly to the back mountain, requesting Mohe and Barnes to capture 10 male gugu beasts and 10 male long-eared beasts, clean them, and bring them back, as she had plans for them. She then asked her mother to prepare a substantial amount of Sichuan pepper, along with the salt she had brought back, in a clean stone pot. Before long, Mohe returned with the well-prepared gugu beasts and long-eared beasts. Xiao Xiao examined the pristine little roosters and rabbits, nodding in satisfaction. Brother, split the gugu beast down the center of the breastbone, flatten it into a large piece, and drain the moisture. Then, generously rub salt both inside and out, ensuring every part is coated thoroughly to prevent spoilage. Place the salted gugu beast into the clean stone pot, and repeat this process with each gugu beast and long-eared beast. After each layer of salted meat, sprinkle a layer of Sichuan pepper, and continue this repetition. The meat should be cured for 4 to 5 days, followed by smoking in a clean cave with pine branches until completely dry. We can use as much of the salt I brought back as necessary. There is no need to be frugal. Mohe and the others are still refining edible salt, and with sufficient rock salt from the mine, it won't be long before we have an abundance of salt at our disposal. Despite Xiao Xiao's reassurances, Mohe couldn't help but feel distressed while processing the meat, lamenting the amount of salt that would be wasted. Xiao Xiao, is there truly no other method we can employ? Brother, if there were another way, would I not have mentioned it? Moreover, we are yet to ascertain if this method will yield results. Let us proceed with this batch as an experiment, and if it fails, we shall contemplate other alternatives. Though her lips uttered such words, her mind wandered to thoughts of not only cured meat but also sausages, pickled cabbage, and pickled radishes. Judging by the information gathered today, the salt yield from this mine remains remarkably high. Should this salt mine prove sufficiently vast, concerns regarding salt supply shall become a thing of the past. Little Xiao seemed to perceive a myriad of delectable dishes beckoning her, and the mere thought of sour and spicy radish, sauerkraut fish, and sauerkraut with pork elicited an uncontrollable salivation, as if she yearned to find a jar for pickling sauerkraut immediately. Speaking of pickling jars? Oh dear. I forgot to have the orcs construct stone jars. No matter, there is still time. Once the cured meat is ready, I shall instruct my elder brother to craft several jars. Perhaps, in addition to tofu, we could also experiment with soy sauce. I wonder if Senior Winnie is knowledgeable about the process of making soy sauce. If he is unaware, I shall have to explore the method gradually. With this thought, Xiao felt immensely grateful for encountering Senior Winnie. Over the past fortnight of interaction, she discovered that he was not only learned but also possessed a profound understanding of cultural geography, celestial and terrestrial matters, and an array of topics from travelogues to casual discussions. Whenever she approached him with uncertainties, he was generally able to provide answers, and even when he was less certain, he would suggest avenues for experimentation rather than aimless exploration. In essence, the presence of Senior Winnie was akin to a refreshing chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day, uplifting the spirit. Meanwhile, hidden away in the heavens, the beast god observed little Zhao's smooth journey, unexpectedly encountering the guide he had prepared for her, and smiled benevolently. Fear not, my dear child, though I cannot descend, I have arranged for companions to aid you. Hurry to my side. Concurrently, the spatial system experienced a silent upgrade, raising its level to 14, with rewards including 10 plots of land, a salt mine, 10 fish fry, a spatial marketplace, and a soy sauce recipe. Would you like to claim your rewards? Upon hearing the prompt within her mind, Xiao was overwhelmed with joy and promptly affirmed her acceptance. Eagerly, she ventured into the space. Chapter 21. Achieving freedom to consume gugu beast eggs. Upon entering the space, Xiao hurried to inspect the fish pond. To her delight, the previously empty pond now hosted 10 small fish of an indiscernible species swimming about. At the sound of her approach, they hurriedly gathered at the shore, as if vying for attention. Naturally, do not inquire how she discerned their species from their smooth heads. She simply recognized them at first glance. Xiao, slightly bemused, scattered some rice and wheat into the pond, murmuring to herself about having fish now and the marketplace being open. Perhaps she should buy some fish feed to ensure they grow plump and healthy. Yet, she pondered whether she could fetch a good price for them in the marketplace. If not, consuming them herself would suffice. Upon hearing her musings, the spatial system quietly adjusted its settings, and Xiao was soon notified that she was permitted to sell the produce from her space in the marketplace, with the proceeds usable for upgrading the space and purchasing items. Wonderful. I shall sell all the eggs first, along with sweet potatoes, radishes, wheat, and some rice. This will expedite the upgrades. She resolved to plant more rice. As the rice cultivated with spiritual spring water was exceptionally flavorful, Senior Winnie had mentioned sensing spiritual energy in it, suggesting that this rice might indeed be the fabled spiritual rice, likely to be more valuable. Xiao Xiao opened the marketplace, listing all the available items in the spatial warehouse, including rice, wheat, and eggs for sale. After conferring with Senior Winten, she set the price for rice and wheat at 1,000 gold coins per kilogram, and eggs at 200 gold coins each. Since Senior Winten's arrival in the space, he has taken charge of the cultivation and breeding, greatly alleviating Xiao Xiao's burdens. Senior Winten also discovered that the products from this space were imbued with spiritual energy. Consuming such food over an extended period can enhance longevity and strengthen the physique, making it suitable even for practitioners of cultivation, as it can also augment their spiritual energy. Furthermore, Senior Winten remarked that cultivating medicinal herbs and other rare treasures in this space is optimal, not only enhancing their efficacy, but also serving as ingredients for refining elixirs, thereby fortifying one's constitution and purging the marrow, thus paving the way for a path in immortal cultivation. Little Xiao was deeply moved, racking her brain to elevate the level of her space, eagerly anticipating the day she could exchange various medicinal herbs and spiritual plants within the space mall. She envisioned cultivating them in large quantities to sell for elixirs. After all, while it is true that orcs have a significantly longer lifespan than humans, the allure of immortality is something that few could resist. After perusing the mall, she purchased some fish food and obtained a recipe for soy sauce, planning to take it home to let her mother try. She hoped to master it before winter, unlocking a myriad of braised dishes. Just the thought filled her with excitement. In the small space, Xiao Xiao glanced at the darkly cured bacon prepared by her elder brother and nodded in satisfaction. Her thoughts drifted to the free-range chickens on the back mountain. Ever since livestock was introduced there, Xiao Xiao activated the automatic incubation system in her space, and almost daily, her brothers would send some egg-laying hens to the mountain. Over time, the flock grew considerably, and the daily egg production became quite substantial, recently meeting the tribe's demand of 2 eggs per orc per day. Yet, despite this abundance, Xiao Xiao felt it insufficient. After all, not all the eggs could be consumed, as some needed to be reserved for hatching. Alas, if not for the fear that introducing too many chicks at once would draw the attention of the tribe's orcs, the swift growth rate of the space S incubation would have already satisfied the tribe's needs. Fortunately, the wait was nearly over. In no more than 10 days, the first step of her grand plan would be realized, granting every member of the tribe the freedom to enjoy chicken eggs. Thinking of this made Xiao Xiao break into a carefree smile. Brother, I'm hungry. I wish to eat roasted rabbit, perhaps spicy rabbit? Not a problem. I shall head to the back mountain to catch a long-eared beast for you. Brother, take a wooden bucket and bring back some goat milk. Sure thing. I'll be back in a jiffy. With that, he cheerfully departed with the bucket in hand. Mom, I must tell you. Today, I exchanged a soy sauce recipe in the space market. Do give it a try and see if you can make it. Once accomplished, we can prepare even more delicious dishes. Maji took a glance at the recipe. Is it similar to the tofu you made a few days ago? Made from yellow soybeans? Indeed. Yellow soybeans are wonderful. They can be used to make tofu, soy milk, and even fermented into soy sauce. Plus, with wheat, we can create a variety of pasta. Therefore, next year, we must encourage our tribe to cultivate more wheat and yellow soybeans, enriching our food variety while boosting nutrition. Truly a win-win situation. Moreover, the farming on the back mountain should be rotated among the tribe's orcs until each one has fully mastered it. The young ones must learn from an early age how to raise animals and cultivate vegetables, wheat, yellow soybeans, and other crops. Although the beginning may be challenging, over time, as they learn and develop habits, spreading this knowledge will ensure that every orc on the continent can acquire these skills, much like the hunting techniques that every male orc must learn. This knowledge must be passed down through generations to transform the current state of the orc continent and improve their lives. This was the first time Xiao Xiao shared her future plans with Maji. And it was then that Maji realized her child did not merely wish to change the living habits within their tribe or ensure the orcs were well-fed and able to reproduce, but rather sought to guarantee that every tribe and every orc on the entire continent could thrive and survive. Overwhelmed with emotion, Maji tightly embraced Xiao Xiao, tears streaming down her cheeks. My dear child, you are truly remarkable. So young yet you contemplate so much. It is I who have failed you, unable to assist you and making you bear such burdens. Mom, please do not say that. I am not tired, aside from eating and sleeping. We all work together on everything. So, do not worry about me or feel sad, for I am quite happy doing this. I want to protect our family. Chapter 22. Busy fishing in the great rivers, the little one, having comforted her friend, succumbed to sleep. After all, no matter how clever she might be, she was still a child, and her body would not permit her to overexert herself. When she awoke, her elder brother, Emobai, returned with 10 overflowing barrels of salt, igniting a fervor throughout the entire tribe. It is crucial to understand that salt is a rare commodity after each rainy season. Tribes traverse the perilous Death Canyon to the seaside to trade with the merfolk for salt. The Death Canyon, as its name suggests, is fraught with danger, and a moment's inattention could lead to death. Consequently, the orcs hold salt in high esteem. Moreover, as only the merfolk possess salt, the cost of trading is steep. They demand numerous pristine pelts from large beasts in exchange for a mere fraction of salt, thus heightening the risks associated with orc hunting. Therefore, the salt possessed by each tribe is almost exclusively acquired through the orcs' blood and lives, making it something they cherish deeply. It is worth noting that they remain oblivious to the fact that salt serves as an excellent natural preservative. Indeed, using the scant amount of salt to cure meat is but a drop in the bucket. Now, with the divine envoy having discovered a salt mine and successfully refined salt, there will be no need to brave the treacherous death forest and canyon for trade with the merfolk. Not only can they use salt to barter with other tribes, but it may also facilitate the incorporation of smaller tribes, thereby strengthening their own. In an instant, the little one, cradled in the arms of her friend, became the focal point of the orcs. Several of them, with great reverence, bowed toward her, and this act seemed to trigger something, as nearly all present followed suit. In that moment, the little one felt the orcs' sincere emotions coalesce around her, manifesting almost as tangible threads of energy. At that moment, she remained unaware that this was the power of belief, a force sought after by the world's great individuals, known as psychic energy. Few can perceive this energy, and even fewer can wield it. Throughout history, those who have managed to harness this energy have invariably become figures capable of stirring the world. At this moment, the little one merely felt the warmth of these threads enveloping her, providing an extraordinary sense of comfort, akin to the bliss of being immersed in amniotic fluid before birth. After a moment of contemplation, she could not discern any other peculiarities and ultimately decided to let it go. Brother, now that we have salt, let the orcs and the tribe keep a vigilant watch over the rivers to locate fish. We must teach our people how to weave nets and catch fish swiftly, so we can begin a bountiful harvest before winter arrives. Additionally, we should excavate more fish ponds, ensuring that no pond is overstocked, lest the fish perish from lack of oxygen during the winter. Fear not, for just days ago, the wheat shaman sensed the impending arrival of winter. Thus, I led the tribe in digging several fish ponds and instructed them in net fishing. We have already caught a significant number of fish, and tomorrow morning, I shall take them to be butchered and cleaned before returning to the tribe. Wonderful. Brother, your foresight is truly remarkable. This will make things much more convenient. Let us begin preparing dried fish tomorrow. We shall store the salt in the tribe's storage cave. After dinner, let us gather in front of my cave, before nightfall. I will teach everyone how to make pickled vegetables. Mother, let us return. Mohe should be back by now, and I need him to help me prepare some jars for pickling. Upon returning home with her friend, the little one indeed found her brother Mohe had prepared honey-glazed roasted rabbit, spicy rabbit meat, potato stewed chicken, and cabbage with vermicelli, complemented by fragrant white rice. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, making the little one salivate. She simply could not resist the temptation any longer. You little glutton, are you hungry? Come and eat. I prepared all your favorites, Mohe affectionately teased, gently ruffling her nose. He took her from her friend, washed her hands, and carefully fed her with a small wooden bowl and spoon until her little belly was round and satisfied, before finally attending to his own meal. Upon witnessing that he had finished his meal, Xiaoxiao proposed to his elder brother about crafting a pickling jar. I envision a stone jar specifically designed for pickling vegetables, characterized by a generously rounded body, an oval shape, with both the base and the opening being of equal diameter. Additionally, I would like it to feature a prominent lip around the rim, accompanied by a matching lid. This seems rather intricate, he remarked. Perhaps it would be best if I sketched it out for you first. Then you can assess its accuracy, and once any necessary adjustments are made, I shall proceed to create it according to the design. After all, if the illustration is correct, the actual construction will be considerably easier. Upon hearing a rumor, Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue, recalling the last time she had asked her elder brother for assistance in constructing a crib. Unfortunately, despite their lengthy and fruitless discussions, they were unable to accomplish the task. Eventually, she sought the guidance of Tian, who, unable to bear the sight of their struggle, sketched a design in the dirt using branches, which finally enabled them to create the crib. Indeed, the fourth brother proved to be the most astute among the siblings, swiftly grasping the concepts and applying them effectively. The two siblings engaged in a collaborative effort, one articulating while the other illustrated. After much deliberation and refinement, they managed to fashion a pickled vegetable jar. Subsequently, Mohe enlisted Adams to assist in transporting numerous stones, and they proceeded to construct another jar according to the blueprint. Xiaoxiao tested its seal with hot water, identified some issues, and after making corrections, they crafted a second jar. Once successful, they thoroughly cleaned it with hot water and set it aside to dry. Gradually, several orcs arrived, and after learning the process of making pickled vegetable jars from Mohe and Adams, they ventured into the mountains in search of suitable stones to create stone jars. When all the females of the tribe had gathered, Xiaoxiao explained the methods for pickling sauerkraut and pickled radishes. She then organized the females into groups, each responsible for a different task, thereby enhancing efficiency through this simple assembly line approach. By ensuring that each female mastered only one step, they minimized the risk of forgetfulness, thus preventing waste. Chapter 23. The abundance of fish, too much for one pot. Once it was confirmed that each female had memorized her respective steps for pickling vegetables, Xiao Xiao instructed Mumon to lead the females in scalding the completed pickled vegetable jars with boiling water. After they dried, they could commence the pickling of the sauerkraut. Xiao Xiao feared that her initial attempts might not yield success. Thus she diligently prepared 10 jars each of pickled cabbage and pickled radish. If her efforts proved fruitful, she could always produce more later. Fortunately, her grandmother's method for pickling cabbage was remarkably straightforward. After thoroughly cleaning the cabbage and removing its root, she would place the whole heads into jars, layering them with salt. After allowing them to rest for half a day until the cabbage released its juices, she would then add cooled boiled water. To prevent the cabbage from floating, she would weigh it down with clean stones and store the jars in the cellar, where they would ferment for 20 days before they could be enjoyed. The process for the radishes was identical. Additionally, Xiao Xiao, fond of spicy pickled radishes, sought assistance from her brother A Xiong, who crafted a small jar for her using lemon as a substitute for vinegar. It was remarkable how the once pampered females, through this period of labor, had become considerably more industrious. Furthermore, Xiao Xiao's intermittent addition of spring water to the tribe's water source, along with their daily consumption of eggs and sheep's milk, significantly improved the frail constitution of the tribe's females. Under the guidance of Ma Ji, 20 jars of pickled cabbage were soon completed. Once finished, the orcs returned to their respective homes. It was only when dusk approached that Chief Ram led the orcs back to the tribe, bringing with them an ample supply of salt, more than double the amount they had previously acquired. The orcs erupted with excitement, igniting a bonfire in the clearing. Some roasted lamb, while others set up stone pots to stew cabbage with vermicelli and meat, or prepared potatoes with chicken, or radishes with lamb. Ever since Xiao Xiao introduced her radish and cabbage stew, the orcs treated it as a remarkable discovery, insisting on enjoying it almost daily. Without it, they felt quite unwell. Only Xiao Xiao understood that it was the salt that they craved. While the male orcs could obtain salt from the blood of their hunts, the females and young ones had no such means and relied solely on salt for their intake. When Xiao Xiao instructed them on preparing the stew, she made sure to incorporate ample salt. Thus, not only was the radish and cabbage stew delectable, but it also replenished their salt needs, which explained the orcs' desire to consume it at every meal. Their bodies instinctively demanded it. The following morning, Brooks led a team of orcs for guard duty, while Shoes of the werewolf clan took another group to hunt. The remaining orcs were divided into two factions. One group followed Mo by to fish, while the other accompanied Chief Ram to mine for salt. As for Beak and the gathering team, Xiao Xiao instructed them to continue their quest for large fish, and she sketched shrimp, crabs, and clams to show them, suggesting they look for these river delicacies. Admittedly, Xiao Xiao was feeling a bit indulgent for seafood. After all, she was a true foodie, never forgetting the delights of fish, shrimp, and crab. The autumn crabs were just coming into season. By the time Xiao Xiao woke, the sun was already high in the sky, and her brother Imobai had sent a batch of processed fish back, awaiting her guidance on how to prepare it. Xiao Xiao instructed the orc to prepare salt, which was then evenly applied to the fish's body before being placed in a cool, shaded area to marinate. Each day, the fish required turning to ensure proper curing. After a week's time, the fish would be sufficiently cured, at which point it could be strung up and hung in a cool, ventilated space to dry gradually. This process would take approximately 10 to 15 days to achieve the perfect dryness, allowing the salted fish to be preserved for an extended period. While the taste of salted fish holds its own unique charm, Xiao Xiao still preferred the freshness of the fish. Therefore, when Mo Bai and the others returned with fish for the third time, she hurriedly called for a halt, urging them to focus on cultivating fish in the pond instead. If necessary, they could wait until winter when the river froze to construct an ice cellar, preserving the fish by freezing them. With enough ponds established, there would be no need for further digging. They could turn to hunting. With an ample supply of salt, they could also begin curing meat and making sausages. At noon, Xiao Xiao savored the river shrimp and crab she had longed for. However, the sizable lobsters were fierce fighters. It was said that Beck had sustained an injury to his palm from a lobster's claw due to underestimating its strength. Had he not been blessed with tough skin and flesh, the claw might have severed half his hand. When he was brought back, he was still bleeding. But Xiao Xiao managed to staunch the flow using the powdered medicine she had discovered on Taosan Mountain, mixed with several other herbs. Later, they encountered crabs, which were impressively large. Having witnessed the ferocity of the river shrimp, the orcs approached the crabs with much more caution. A group of orcs worked together with nets to capture a significant number of crabs. Aside from Beck's injury from the lobster, another orc named Bennett, a serpent beast man, lost his tail while trying to catch clams. Fortunately, the other orcs emerged unscathed. When Xiao Xiao encountered Bennett, he was lying amidst the medicinal reeds of the wheat shaman. His transformed legs contorted and racked with pain, eliciting cold sweat and continuous groans. Upon noticing Xiao Xiao's entrance, he clenched his teeth in an effort to stifle his cries. His tightly clenched fists, dripping sweat, and trembling body betraying the immense agony he was enduring. Wheat shaman, do you have any Chuanxiong or Yuanhu? Please administer them both internally and externally. The broken bones must be meticulously cleaned and realigned. Given the orc's robust recovery abilities, he should heal swiftly. Indeed, indeed. Gibson has gone to brew the medicine. I just examined him. Fortunately, this lad's leg bones are merely fractured and not shattered. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. Wheat shaman, do you possess any anesthetic herbs? What is anesthesia? It is a concoction that induces drowsiness, rendering one impervious to pain. Ah, you mean belladonna. However, that flower has a significant effect on orcs. Even a whiff could render them unconscious, leaving them weak for an extended period. Isn't that ideal? Why not use it for treatment? Then it isn't such agony. Why not administer belladonna? Alas, foolish child, orcs cannot tolerate the sin of belladonna. How could one possibly harvest it? Ah, indeed. Xiao Xiao scratched her head, offering an awkward smile under the wheat shaman's kind gaze. Once Bennett was attended to, Xiao Xiao emerged to see her brothers bringing back a massive blue fish. The orcs of the tribe were witnessing such a grand fish for the first time. Some of the elder orcs, upon seeing it, reminisced, the last time I beheld a fish of this size was during the Great Migration, when the riverbeds dried up, leaving great fish to perish on the banks. Their skeletons were far larger than this. Indeed, alas, back then, we were unaware that fish could be so delectable, resulting in many orcs starving. What a pity. Xiao Xiao swallowed hard, contemplating the situation. Goodness, the world of beasts has fish. And such large fish that they cannot fit in a single pot. Fish head stewed with tofu, fish fillet and tomato sauce, and braised fish bones. Hurry, brothers, let us begin. In the cave, Xiao Xiao drooled as she stood beside the stone pot, gazing eagerly at the bubbling fish soup and the tender white tofu. Her expression one of sheer delight. The tofu was retrieved from her spatial storage, while the fish head was brought back by her elder brother. Nearby, another large stone pot simmered with crabs, and as for the river shrimp, Xiao Xiao had requested her most skilled culinary brother to prepare them in both spicy and stone-grilled styles. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, with the grilled shrimp emerging from the pot first. The shrimp was sliced to uniform thickness, cut into perfectly sized pieces, and seasoned with salt and pepper, creating an exquisite flavor. Xiao Xiao savored every bite, inviting her friends and brothers to join her in the feast. Xiao Xiao, why do you always crave such peculiar delicacies? These river shrimp look strange, with their fishy and foul smell, and aside from the shells, there's hardly any meat. Eating them is such a hassle. Only you would find them appealing, her friend Maji complained, yet he accepted the dark green shrimp meat offered to him, and took a bite. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to stop eating. How could these river shrimp be so delicious? Indeed, dear mother, you should indulge a bit more. These river shrimp are not only flavorful and slightly sweet, but their meat is also firm and delicate, packed with nutrients absent in other prey, which is beneficial for the body, Xiao Xiao cheerfully explained to her family. Moreover, consuming more fish and shrimp can enhance intelligence, especially for the pregnant females in the tribe. They should eat plenty for the sake of their babies. Brother, the spicy ones must be ready by now. Please bring me a bowl of spicy lobster meat. All right. You greedy little one. Here you go, but do take your time and be cautious not to burn yourself. Thank you, brother. I understand. The fish soup should be nearly ready. Let us dine together. After our meal, we can visit the spatial realm and take the leftover crabs and lobsters to the pond, hoping to raise them there. If successful, the spatial realm will have 2 more items for sale. Furthermore, we have prepared pickled vegetables, pickled fish, and tofu, and discovered new river delicacies, so surely there must be rewards from the spatial realm. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's words, the family grew excited and hastened their eating. Afterward, they left Ma Ji to guard the home while Xiao Xiao led the way into the spatial realm. As anticipated, the system notification board was filled with unread messages, and Xiao Xiao hurried to check them, while her fourth brother, Mo He, went to the chicken coop and sheep pen to tend to his adorable animals. The eldest, Mo Yun, approached the old peach tree to consult with the wise elder, as he had been seeking guidance from him lately, eager to achieve breakthroughs. Third brother, Mo Lu, placed 5 crabs and 6 lobsters into the pond, and within just a day, he noted that the fry had grown to the length of his forearm. Seeing this, his initial concern that the river delicacies would consume the fry dissipated completely. However, in his haste to turn away, he failed to notice the newly introduced shrimp and crabs, which, upon spotting the existing fry, immediately froze at the bottom of the pond, resembling a chastened Mo-He before their father. The fry, meanwhile, swam around the corners of the pond, driving the river delicacies into a corner, after which they paid them no further heed. Only after a long wait did the river delicacies dare to stir once more. As Xiao Xiao perused the message panel, she noticed the system announcement. The space has been upgraded. Current level, 20. Rewards. All remaining fields have been unlocked. Mountainous terrain is now accessible, and the space has expanded by 100 cubic units. Certain recipes in the space mall have been unlocked, available for exchange with either gold coins or experience points. Another message followed. All space outputs available for sale in the mall have been completely sold out, yielding a total of 999 gold coins. Would you like to peruse them all? Mulu approached the sign and immediately observed Xiao Xiao's gaping expression, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stared at the announcement. Eagerly, she rushed over to have a look herself, her eyes widening in disbelief as she pointed tremblingly at the sign. Xiao Xiao, look at this. How can this be? Brother, how could we miscalculate this? Brother, this is fantastic. With these gold coins, we can exchange for more recipes and create a greater variety of dishes. Do you remember the soy sauce recipe we exchanged a few days ago? Once that soy sauce is produced, we will unlock the entire braised dish series, accelerating our space upgrades. Lately, I have been feeling an inexplicable anxiety, a desire to upgrade the space more swiftly. Now that the outputs from our space are so valuable, we can sell them for gold coins, which can then be exchanged for recipes. This is truly a stroke of fortune. Upon hearing these words, the space system wept profusely, exclaiming, Master, you have unveiled the truth. It is indeed your true father. The formidable beast god of the beast realm has been employing a small whip to ensure I continuously open doors for you. Woe is me. Does the system possess no rights? Is the system devoid of dignity? Such mistreatment? No. Wait, it is I who am being bullied. Little eagerly opened the marketplace, noticing that certain icons within the recipe category had been illuminated, indicating their availability for sale. However, upon glancing at the prices, Little gasped in astonishment. The recipe for aged vinegar was priced at 190,000. The recipe for light soy sauce also at 190,000. The recipe for wheat beer at 999, and the recipe for rice wine at 299,990. Good heavens. Is this a blatant money grab? Cursed system. Why don't you go and rob instead? Such exorbitant prices for a single recipe. The system quietly retorted. You allow your father to cheat, yet condemn me for earning? Without gold coins, how can there be energy to sustain the operation of the space? Master, you might as well accept it. Enduring her heartache, the little one exchanged recipes for aged vinegar and wheat beer, gazing sorrowfully at her instantly depleted wallet. She hung the produce from her warehouse for sale, then, pale-faced and clutching her chest, she handed 2 thin sheets of paper to the emerald-hued one. After a few brief instructions, she sought out the dark one. The ache in her heart was profound, and she could only soothe it with some delectable treats. She implored the dark one to roast sweet glazed rabbit and lamb leg for her, and after savoring a bowl of chicken soup, she felt somewhat restored. Eventually, she drifted into a deep slumber, for her primary task was to grow quickly. Her petite frame was indeed quite inconvenient. Chapter 25. Winter has arrived. As the orcs and the tribe busily engaged in their activities, winter once again made its timely appearance. In recent days, the little one had been eating and sleeping, diligently striving to grow taller, a daily ritual. On the second day after the pickled vegetables and salted fish were prepared, she instructed her father, the inkfish, to clean the innards of the whimpering and mooing beasts, which he then braised into a large pot of delicacies. Subsequently, she had her elder brother, the Emerald One, prepare scallion braised intestines, spicy tripe, and offal soup, which garnered unanimous praise from the tribe's orcs. Thus, she pioneered the culinary exploration of edible innards in the beastly world. The early winter winds and snow were not yet biting, prompting the orcs to engage in frenzied hunting, filling the tribe's storeroom to the brim. As winter progressed and temperatures dropped, she planned for the orcs to carve ice to construct an ice cellar, enabling them to freeze their game for preservation. Just 2 days prior, on a sunlit morning, the little one finally indulged in her long-desired spicy and sour radish. Her mother, using shrimp from their spatial store, prepared a large pot of shrimp porridge according to the little one's instructions, accompanied by boiled goo-goo beast eggs. Her father, the inkfish, roasted a bleeding beast and stewed a pot of goo-goo beast with potatoes, complemented by the little one's spicy radish strips. The family enjoyed a delightful breakfast together. Before the little one's arrival, the adult orcs in the tribe typically consumed only 1 meal a day. However, following her birth, they discovered vegetables such as radishes, cabbages, sweet potatoes, and potatoes through her descriptions. She also introduced cooking methods for goo-goo beasts, long-eared beasts, bleeding beasts, and fish, allowing the orcs to enjoy 2 meals a day. In the little one's household, they were fortunate enough to partake in 3 meals daily, as she had spent many years as a human and retained many of those habits, which she regarded as symbols of civilization that she aimed to disseminate. Of course, meals are to be savored bite by bite, and journeys taken step by step. First and foremost, ensuring that the orcs in the tribe are well-fed and warmly clothed begins with the establishment of 3 meals a day. Little Xiao savored the radish strips and relished the shrimp congee, her eyes squinting with happiness. Beside her, Mohei couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, my little darling. How can you never get enough of these tangy and spicy radishes? You've been indulging for 3 or 4 consecutive days. They're delicious, brother. I could eat them forever. As she spoke, she took a bite of the radish and scooped another mouthful of congee, her cheeks puffing adorably. By the way, Mohei, how are the sheep? The long-eared beasts and the chirping creatures on the back mountain? Have you finished drying the grass mats we prepared a few days ago? And what about the dry hay and feed for their winter provisions? Rest assured, my little darling, everything is well taken care of. The grass mats have been laid out, and the roof and walls of the stone house are adorned with them. The feed is stored in the cave, sufficient for 2 winters. That's wonderful. You're amazing, brother. Mohei blushed at her praise, his tiger ears twitching and his tail wagging excitedly, a sight so silly that their father, Mou, couldn't bear to watch and promptly sent him off to hunt. Mou, The sun is shining splendidly today. Let us take advantage of this snowless day to make some sausages. A few days ago, Xiao Xiao altered the recipe for making sausages. Over the past couple of days, numerous animal intestines have been gathered, and now we await a sunny day to proceed with the sausage stuffing. Xiao Xiao extracted the well-brewed dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, and salt from the space, and instructed her elder brother to grind various spices into a fine powder. Following the recipe, they mixed the ground spices with the lean and fatty meat that mother had cut, allowing it to marinate. By the time the sun tilted westward, they would be ready to begin the sausage stuffing. To facilitate this, Xiao Xiao collaborated with the old peach tree to craft a simplified sausage stuffer, which her elder brother fashioned from bamboo, creating several smooth versions. These, along with the sausage recipe, were entrusted to the clan leader, who agreed to wait until Xiao Xiao successfully completed her task before inviting the clan members to learn the process. Under Xiao Xiao's meticulous arrangement, 3 large bowls of meat were thoroughly marinated, one with 5-spice flavor, another with a hint of spiciness, and the last infused with a wine that Xiao Xiao had just produced, along with a substance called sugar. This sugar was derived from a plant known as beet, discovered by Beak a few days prior. Xiao Xiao had transformed the beet into a delectable treat, which she referred to as sweet. The beet, rich in sugar, when boiled and filtered, yielded sugar. Xiao Xiao also mentioned that besides beets, malt from wheat could also be processed into sugar, known as maltose. On the day they made sugar, the sweet aroma wafted throughout the tribe, enticing the little ones to drool. Upon tasting the sugar, every orc's face lit up with an involuntary smile of bliss, a truly beautiful sight. As the variety of species flourished, Xiao Xiao continually innovated new dishes. The space evolved rapidly, offering an increasing array of items in the marketplace, and time within the space accelerated, leading to greater yields. Thus, even though the prices in the marketplace remained exorbitantly high, Xiao Xiao persevered and exchanged for light soy sauce, wine, and corn, while patiently waiting for her favorite vegetables, green beans, eggplants, and bell peppers. A delightful revelation was that the mountain within the space had finally opened, albeit only partially. Nonetheless, Xiao Xiao was elated, for she discovered a multitude of mushrooms on the mountain, including abundant clusters of enoki mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, king oyster mushrooms, and wood ear mushrooms. This discovery thrilled Xiao Xiao immensely, as such rich fungal growth indicated the mountain's biodiversity and nutrient-rich soil, promising the potential to cultivate rare herbs. Examples included ginseng, deer antler, and the celestial treasures mentioned by the esteemed Wen Tian. If successful, coupled with the accelerated time within the space, the art of potion making would become feasible. Of course, the immediate priority was to study the cultivation of these mushrooms, as achieving a steady supply of meals for the tribe was essential. Chapter 26. The busy season of winter food storage with her elder brother's assistance. Xiao Xiao successfully crafted sausages and once again convened the orcs of the tribe under the clan leader's guidance. Following the recipe, she divided each step and assigned different orcs to various tasks, creating an assembly line. After their experience with pickling vegetables, the tribe readily accepted the concept of marinating sausages. The orcs responsible for cleaning the intestines meticulously washed various animal intestines before handing them over to those tasked with stuffing the sausages. The orcs dedicated to marinating the meat prepared it with care, and the marinated meat was then stuffed into the cleaned intestines by those in charge of the sausage filling. Subsequently, other orcs would segment the stuffed sausages, puncturing them with bamboo skewers before hanging them out to dry. Little Xiao could hardly contain her eagerness for the sausages to dry, so she persuaded her mother to steam a pot of fragrant sausages in a stone pot for her. As for the remaining sausages, they were slyly transferred to her space for air drying. With the aid of this magical space, within just 2 days, Xiao would be able to indulge in her beloved sausages. Speaking of which, after the onset of winter, Xiao approached Chief Ram, requesting him to arrange for the tribe's gathering team to harvest the carrots, cabbages, potatoes, and sweet potatoes from their fields. Each orc was to receive a share, while a portion would be prepared as sauerkraut, another set stored in the cellar, and some transformed into dried vegetables. This way, during winter, they could enjoy fresh produce or savor the tangy sauerkraut as they pleased. In recent days, the extraction of salt from the mines had slowed, but fortunately, the orcs had previously exerted themselves to gather a substantial amount. To save time, Xiao suggested that they store the extracted salt in the tribe's reserves, postponing the refinement until winter had passed. Most importantly, refining salt required a significant amount of fuel, although it could suffice in the short term. It would be far from adequate in the long run. Hence, Xiao contemplated the prospect of coal, planning to send the orcs to search for coal mines once winter had waned. Moreover, she had heard from Chief Ram and the healer, Mizi, that every spring, after the snow melted, there would be a grand gathering of tribes in the vicinity, where numerous tribes would convene to trade, exchange information, and negotiate the timing and number of participants for their trips to the seaside for salt. Upon hearing these exhilarating tidings, Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she clapped her little arms and legs, expressing her desire to join them. However, Chief Ram dared not acquiesce, for once winter had passed, Xiao Xiao would merely be 3 years old. This gathering posed far greater dangers than in previous years, especially since they had discovered salt, something that would provoke envy among all orc tribes. Should other tribes unite, the protection of their own clan might necessitate the relinquishment of the salt mine. Shaman Mai was equally concerned and even conferred privately with Chief Ram, emphasizing the need to ensure Xiao Xiao's safety in the event of a siege. If absolutely necessary, they might disclose her status as a divine envoy to the leaders and shamans of other tribes, inviting them to witness the transformations within their clan over the past few months. Ram found merit in Mai's suggestion and discreetly contacted the 4th-level warriors within the tribe, planning to reach out to several powerful tribes after winter's end, inviting their leaders and shamans to visit the White Tiger tribe. In his mind, Ram contemplated the nearby Black Bear tribe, Leopard tribe, Ape tribe, and Wolf tribe, all of which should be invited. Furthermore, he considered the more distant, yet amicable Lion tribe, Minotaur tribe, and Dog-headed tribe, ensuring that some eagle orcs remained to facilitate timely communication. He chuckled at the thought of how things would transpire once those old comrades arrived. As Ram glanced at Xiao Xiao, he reflected on the changes in the tribe over the past month since she had begun to speak. A complex expression flickered in his eyes, one of admiration, gratitude, relief, and above all, trust. Yes, trust. After the extraction of salt, the orcs had hardly paused in their endeavors. Aside from the hunting and gathering teams who diligently sought out various prey to store, dry, and preserve, the male orcs worked tirelessly in shifts to mine the salt. It was only with the onset of winter, when the ground became increasingly hard, that they ceased mining at Xiao Xiao's suggestion and turned to gathering firewood, filtering, and refining the extracted salt for the females to use in preserving meat and vegetables. Thanks to Xiao Xiao, the storerooms that once held provisions for winter were now brimming with jars of pickled vegetables, an array of dried meats, salted fish, sausages, and cured hams. Cellars overflowed with sweet potatoes, radishes, cabbages, and other vegetables, as well as soybeans, sweet potato flour, dried sweet potatoes, dried radishes, and dried cabbage. Essentially, they were filled to the brim. As winter set in and the temperature dropped, the hunting teams began to capture prey in abundance, leading to a shortage of storage space in the tribe. Consequently, Ram had to lead the orcs in excavating 2 additional caves for storage, not to mention the goats, long-eared beasts, and cuckoo beasts raised in the back mountains, along with the fish in the ponds. These creatures, previously deemed too precious to consume, had become sought-after delicacies in Xiao Xiao's hands, particularly the fish, which captivated nearly all the orcs. In the cold of winter, a stew of fish, tofu, radishes, cabbage, and bean sprouts was delicious regardless of the ingredients added. Thus, Ram firmly believed that with Xiao Xiao's presence, no orc would perish from hunger this winter. In fact, due to the ample food supply, several females had entered their estrus cycles prematurely, and he anticipated that good news would soon follow. Reflecting on this, Ram watched Xiao Xiao giggle innocently, realizing that such fortune was indeed a blessing from the divine envoy. Xiao Xiao observed him smiling with joy, mistakenly believing that he had consented to take her along. However, no matter how persistently she inquired, he remained unwilling to permit her to accompany him to the market. Nor would he reveal the reason behind his rather mischievous grin. After all, the esteemed divine envoy was still but a child. It was perhaps best not to disclose such matters to her, waiting instead for a time when pregnant females in the tribe might speak of it. Little Xiao Xiao, unable to voice her inquiries, decided to refrain from asking further. Instead, she proposed to Chief Ram that the orcs inspect the river to determine if it had frozen over. If it were indeed completely frozen and the ice thick enough, preparations for constructing an ice cellar could commence. Chapter 27. The ice cellar is a marvelous invention. After 2 consecutive days of heavy snowfall, the skies finally cleared. While the orcs laboriously cleared the accumulated snow, Xiao Xiao wandered through the marketplace in her spatial realm. Recently, the market had unlocked a plethora of vegetable seeds, including green beans, eggplants, bell peppers, and cucumbers. Despite their exorbitant prices, Xiao Xiao gritted her teeth and purchased one of each, subsequently planting them. Her willingness to acquire such an abundance of vegetable seeds stemmed from the significant utility of the corn seeds she had exchanged for some time ago. With corn on hand, she had successfully made syrup and subsequently discovered how to create popcorn. She transformed the corn into caramel popcorn, which she sold in the spatial marketplace, only to be pleasantly surprised by its remarkable sales. After all, who could resist the allure of sweet popcorn? Stepping out of her spatial realm, Xiao Xiao involuntarily shivered. It was indeed cold. She snuggled closer into the warm fur of her brother Mohe. To keep warm, Xiao Xiao had instructed her brothers to construct wooden partitions in their cave and to hang animal skin curtains at each partition's entrance. Under the guidance of the venerable Wen Tian, they had even attempted to create a heated bed, but it would require time to dry before it could be used. Therefore, Xiao Xiao had to lay thick animal skins on her bed and curl up in the embrace of her beastly brothers to sleep. The aroma of shrimp porridge wafted through the air, and soon, Ma Ji entered with breakfast, Xiao Xiao's favorite shrimp porridge, accompanied by spicy and sour radishes, sausages, and creamy steamed buns. Good morning, Mama. Xiao Xiao greeted Ma Ji with her tiny hand. Oh dear, my little lazy beast. The sun has been up for quite some time. It is far from early. Your father and brothers have already gone out to clear the snow. Hurry up. Mama has made your favorite creamy buns and shrimp porridge. After you eat, Your brothers will take you out to see the snow, all right? Really? That's wonderful. Mama, you are the best. Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Brothers, wake up. Xiao Xiao wants to wash her face and hands and eat. You little rascal, now you're in a hurry. After just a moment ago wanting to stay in bed. Stop bouncing around, wrap yourself in the animal skin, and be careful not to catch a chill. I'll fetch some water for you, Mo said, transforming into his human form as he wrapped Xiao Xiao snugly like a dumpling. He then fetched warm water from a stone pot to wash her face and later fed her. Once Xiao Xiao had her fill, Mo quickly finished his breakfast, took a bamboo basket lined with animal skin, and placed Xiao Xiao inside it before carrying her out of the cave. Though wrapped up like a dumpling, with only her eyes able to move, Xiao Xiao's excitement was undeterred. Brother, look at all this thick snow. I have never seen anything like it. Emerging from the cave, a vast expanse of white greeted her. Occasionally, various orcs could be seen bustling about, clearing snow and forging paths. Playful little cubs frolicked in the snow, sending flurries of snowflakes into the air, followed by the calls of mothers searching for their young. Little Xiao took a deep breath of the crisp air and sighed contentedly. The essence of nature is truly delightful. Brother, let us visit Chief Ram. It appears the great river should be frozen now. The beastmen can bring back ice to store in the ice cellar we've excavated, ensuring our food remains preserved during the rainy season. Very well. I shall take you there at once. With that, he transformed into his beast form and hurried off, carrying a basket. Chief Ram, are you there? Little Xiao has come to see you. I am here. Little Xiao quickly entered the cave. It's cold outside. Let Ani AIC prepare some warm goat milk for you. I will join you shortly after I finish my tasks. Upon hearing of the delightful drink, Little Xiao's eyes sparkled with joy. She sweetly acknowledged this and was ushered into the cave by Mo. Mo accepted the warm goat milk from Auntie AIC with gratitude, carefully feeding it to Little Xiao. Just as she finished her bowl of milk, Chief Ram returned. What brings you here on such a cold day instead of staying in the warmth of the cave? Uncle Ram, regarding the ice cellar I mentioned last time, we should commence its construction now. With this heavy snowfall, the rivers must be frozen. We should have our clansmen don animal skins, tie thick vines around their waists, and venture to the areas where the ice is thickest. They can then select a clean spot in the middle of the river, using claws or stone tools to break through the ice, cutting it into manageable blocks to transport back to our prepared ice cellar. This way, we can freeze our catches in advance for the rainy season, ensuring our food is preserved for a long time, alleviating any concerns of scarcity. Furthermore, I hadn't anticipated the winter temperatures to be so low. The fish in the pond may perish due to lack of oxygen from the ice covering the surface. We should have the beastmen retrieve the fish, clean them, and bury them in the snow to freeze. All right, I shall gather the clansmen to clear the paths. First to the pond to catch the fish, and then to break the ice. It's cold. You should return home with your brother. Falling ill would be disastrous. Do not worry, Uncle Ram. I will brew some ginger and scallion water to prevent any illness. Oh, and when you return with the fish, you must also drink some ginger and scallion water. I'll have the healer, Mizi, prepare it so it will be ready for you. Upon hearing that he too would have to consume the peculiar ginger and scallion concoction, Ram immediately frowned. Oh, that is unnecessary. Do not worry. The beastmen are robust and will not fall ill. No. It is imperative to drink it, just in case. This is the command of the divine emissary. Well, very well, I shall drink it. Little Xiao Xiao nodded in satisfaction, instructing Mo to visit the shaman at the wheat fields, detailing the preparation of scallion and ginger water. She insisted that he personally oversee that every orc in the tribe, regardless of age, must partake in it. Upon returning home, Mo, with deft hands, boiled a pot of scallion and ginger water, first serving a bowl to Xiao Xiao, then taking one for himself, and delivering another to their mother. The remainder was stored in a wooden barrel, awaiting their father and brother's return to share in the remedy. Chapter 28. The young one falls ill in the dead of night. Xiao Xiao was roused by frantic cries, a cacophony that marked the first instance of such chaos she had encountered in the tribe since her arrival in this beastly world. Little Xiao Xiao looked around in a daze, nestled in the embrace of his second brother, Mo Bai. To Mo Bai's right was his fourth brother, Mo He, and to his left sat his eldest brother, Mo Yun. Tonight, their third brother, Mo Lu, was sleeping outside. At that moment, they were all awake, their gazes filled with urgency and unease. Mo Bai sensed the slight movement in his arms and let out a low growl. All the brothers turned their attention to Xiao Xiao, and then Mo Lu transformed into human form, stepping forward to adjust the fur cloak around him. Xiao Xiao, have you awakened? Did we disturb your rest? Yes, brother Mo Lu. What is happening in the tribe? Why are so many beasts wailing? Is there an intruder? No. Xiao Xiao, do not worry. There are no intruders. It is just that several young ones in the tribe have developed fevers, causing great concern among their parents. But brother, if it is merely a fever, why such chaos? The healer My Z is quite skilled. If it is just a fever, a dose of fever-reducing medicine should suffice. There must be other issues at play. What other symptoms do the young ones have? How many are ill? Do they all share the same symptoms? Well, I am uncertain. They cannot articulate it clearly, only saying that the young ones have experienced several bouts of diarrhea, then lost their energy, and subsequently developed fevers. Miao prescribed fever-reducing medicine. Yet it has not alleviated their condition, and the young ones continue to suffer from diarrhea. One has lost the strength to stand, and his mother has fainted from grief. Which is why his father is so sorrowful. Diarrhea? Fever? This cannot lead to dehydration, can it? They must have caught a chill playing in the snow today. Brother Mo Yun, will you take me to see Miao? I wish to ascertain the situation of the young ones and see if there is anything I can do to help. Mo Yun paused for a moment, observing Zhao Xiao and listening to the sounds outside. In the stillness of the night, the cries of females were piercingly clear, mingling with the howling winter wind, amplifying the desolation. Mo Lu, wrap Zhao Xiao in another layer of fur, fetch a wooden tub, and place Zhao Xiao inside, covering him with a fur cloak. You hold the tub. I will hasten our journey. Mo Lu's eyes brightened. Yes, brother, that is a splendid idea. I shall fetch the tub and fur immediately. We must ensure Zhao Xiao does not catch a chill. Once everything was prepared, Mo Yun and Mo Lu, with Zhao Xiao bundled up like a dumpling, swiftly braved the wind and snow towards Miao's medicinal hut. Upon arrival, they discovered that a majority of the tribe's beasts were gathered outside the hut, peering anxiously inside, each one wearing an expression of worry and gravity. When the beasts saw Mo Yun and Mo Lu arrive with the tub, they paused momentarily, sniffing the air before quickly parting to create a path, instinctively shielding against the wind and snow. One beast exclaimed, "Quickly, let Zhao Xiao inside. If he falls ill as well in this cold, it would be disastrous." Mo Lu nodded in acknowledgement and entered the medicinal hut. Zhao Xiao was lifted from the tub by his brother, and by the flickering firelight, he beheld the scene within. Miao was bustling about, while in a corner, Chief Lamb wore a solemn expression. Surrounding the fire were several ailing young ones, attended by their fathers, while their weeping mothers stood nearby, wretched with sorrow. Hearing the commotion, the beasts in the cave turned their gazes towards Zhao Xiao and Mo Lu. Chief Lamb furrowed his brows upon seeing Zhao Xiao, just as Miao exclaimed with delight. "Zhao Xiao, what brings you here? Just in time. Come quickly and see these young ones. The bitter medicine I prepared is ineffective, and they continue to suffer from diarrhea." Aside from diarrhea and fever, do the young ones exhibit any other symptoms? Zhao Xiao inquired, approaching to examine the young ones and question their parents. "No, nothing else." The beasts responded in a chorus. "What did they eat for dinner? Stewed meat, roasted meat, fish." Did they begin to experience diarrhea shortly after eating? Yes. They likely caught a chill playing in the snow during the day, and having consumed too much meat in the evening made it difficult to digest, leading to diarrhea, which in turn caused the fever. Miao, brew another pot of fever-reducing bitter medicine. Brother Mo Lu, please heat some water and add a bit of salt and sugar until it has a slight hint of sweetness and saltiness. It need not be excessive. Then administer a bowl of the sugar-salt solution to each young one suffering from diarrhea, followed by the fever-reducing bitter medicine. Brother Mo Yun, please return home and bring some flour and gugu beast eggs. I will teach you how to prepare a soup. Additionally, fill a fur pouch with warm water and place it on the young ones' abdomens to alleviate their discomfort. Having grasped the situation of the young ones, Zhao Xiao promptly devised a plan. Fortunately, their condition was merely dehydration due to diarrhea, and with timely replenishment of fluids, salts, and sugars, along with the fever-reducing soup, they should recover. As for the diarrhea, he would first add some spring water to the soup to see if it would help. Once the young ones stabilized, he would check the space to see if there were any anti-diarrheal medicines available for purchase. If not, a prescription would suffice. If all else failed, yam, dried tangerine peel, or pomegranate could be effective as well, for these are all medicinal foods that strengthen the spleen and invigorate the appetite, and they can also assist in alleviating diarrhea. After a long night of toil, with the sugar-salt solution, fever-reducing soup, and noodle soup being administered in succession, the fever finally subsided, likely due to the efficacy of the spring water, and the diarrhea began to wane as well. Once the little ones were comfortably settled, they ceased their commotion and peacefully drifted into slumber. At this moment, Zhao Xiao finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She cautioned the parents of the little ones that, for the next few days, the cubs should remain sheltered within the cave, avoid exposure to the cold, consume light meals devoid of meat, and partake of porridge and noodles, while also ensuring ample hydration with warm water. Should they require assistance in preparation, they were welcome to consult her. After meticulously conveying all these instructions, fatigue overtook Zhao Xiao, her small head drooping as she approached the brink of sleep. Fortunately, before succumbing to the realm of dreams, she remembered to procure medicine from the space marketplace. For this recent emergency had profoundly impressed upon her the significance of medicinal supplies and prescriptions. Alas, the space itself bore the brunt of this endeavor, as it begrudgingly unlocked yam and apple, and even preemptively categorized medicinal products, which included a diverse array of flora and fauna, nearly overwhelming the system. It spent considerable time in a corner, furiously sketching circles and muttering curses, only to eventually resume its normal operations and continue updating. Chapter 29. The pickled fish emerges the previous night. Before retiring, Zhao Xiao had planted apple, orange, and pomegranate trees around her thatched abode, irrigating them with spring water. She also cultivated a patch of yam, for it is indeed a remarkable food, beneficial for the spleen and stomach, which Zhao Xiao relished. Moreover, The yam cultivated in the space boasted superior texture. She ventured to sell some in the marketplace, only to discover that the evaluation from the space was exceptionally high, leading to a swift sellout. Inspired by the success of the yam, Xiao Xiao pondered whether the favorable price implied that all produce from the space would possess enhanced quality. If this were the case, it would suggest that every output from the space, even the most ordinary greens, held intrinsic value. Oh, the prospect of newfound wealth was exhilarating. While murmuring to herself, she proceeded to list various vegetables from her space for sale in the marketplace, where they were appraised comparably to ordinary spiritual plants. This revelation left her in a state of blissful amusement for quite some time. Her foolish grin was a sight to behold, prompting the ancient peach tree in the space to question her, exasperated, "My dear girl, are you not aware? I have long informed you that the flora and fauna produced here carry spiritual energy. You only just now grasp this? Those humble radishes and cabbages you deem worthless are treasures in the eyes of others. What a refreshing splash of cold water that was. Elder, let us cultivate all available land henceforth, regardless of what we plant. This will expedite our upgrades and facilitate the acquisition of more goods. Additionally, we must develop the livestock industry as well. Understood, understood. Do not fret. Instead, hurry off to sleep, lest you hinder your growth in the future." The following morning, Xiao Xiao retrieved several yams from the space, instructing her mother to prepare yam porridge with spring water and requesting her brother to deliver it to the apothecary for the ailing cubs suffering from diarrhea. Both yam and plain porridge served to alleviate such ailments, making the yam porridge the perfect remedy for the little one's troubles. Shortly thereafter, her brother returned with news that the cubs who had suffered from diarrhea the previous night were recovering splendidly, with some of the larger ones already lively and energetic, allowing Xiao Xiao to fully relax. It is noteworthy that, although Xiao Xiao had outwardly appeared calm and confident the night prior, she had been quite anxious internally. The absence of medication raised concerns that the diarrhea might not solely be due to cold exposure, but rather a bacterial infection, which would pose significant complications. Fortunately, the robust constitution of the beasts had facilitated their swift recovery. Brother, is it not time to check if the pickled vegetables are ready? Let us see how they turned out." The gluttonous little one had awakened, unable to escape her enthusiasm. Imogen had no choice but to take her to the tribe's storage room where the pickling vat was kept, finding that several beasts had already gathered there. Chief Lamb and the herbalist Mai were also present, all encircled around a vat of pickled vegetables, preparing to open it and retrieve its contents. As the little one approached, the familiar scent of pickled cabbage emanating from the jar stirred a wave of nostalgia, causing tears to well up in their eyes. Just then, the wheat shaman retrieved a piece of the pickled cabbage, poised to bring it to their lips. The little one, momentarily setting aside their sorrow, urgently interjected, requesting water to rinse it first before allowing the shaman to sample it. Nevertheless, even after this precaution, the wheat shaman grimaced in dismay, as if wearing a mask of anguish, overwhelmed by the saltiness. Little one covered her mouth and chuckled softly, acknowledging that the dish was indeed a bit too salty. Each person took one piece home, washed it thoroughly, diced it, and it would be delightful whether stewed with the tender meat of the humu beast or fish. Let us proceed to the chieftain's house, where my brother will demonstrate the preparation for you all. A group of orcs first returned home with the pickled vegetables, then made their way to the chieftain's residence. Once all the orcs had gathered, Imo Lu, following the instructions from the little one, placed a piece of well-marbled humu beast meat into a large pot to simmer until it released its blood and impurities. The meat was then rinsed in cold water, and the skin was meticulously scraped clean with a stone knife. Following this, the meat was placed back into cold water, and once it reached a boil, ginger, scallions, and Sichuan peppercorns were added, simmering over a medium-low heat until it could be easily pierced with chopsticks. The meat was then removed and allowed to cool, with the broth reserved for later use. Next, the cooled meat was sliced into thick pieces, while the pickled vegetables were rinsed and shredded. During the cooking of the meat, the vermicelli noodles were soaked in hot water to soften. In a separate pan, oil was heated, and once hot, star anise was added to infuse the oil with its fragrance. The pickled vegetables were then stir-fried until aromatic, at which point the meat broth was added and brought to a boil before the meat was incorporated. After a brief simmer, the softened vermicelli was added, and once cooked, salt was sprinkled to taste, completing the dish. The enticing aroma wafted through the bright winter day, causing the mouths of the gathered beasts to water in anticipation. Xiao Xiao swallowed hard and continued to teach her brother how to prepare sauerkraut fish. She divided the thawed fish, slicing the flesh into thin pieces, then seasoning it with pepper, salt, egg whites, and starch, mixing it well to marinate for a while. The fish bones and head were cut into chunks for later use. The sauerkraut was washed and sliced into coarse strips, while ginger and garlic were minced, dried chili peppers were cut into segments, and green onion leaves were finely chopped in preparation. In a hot pan, a generous amount of oil was added, followed by the fish bones and head, which were pan-fried until golden brown on both sides. Water was added and brought to a boil, transforming the broth into a milky white hue. The fish chunks and head were removed for later use, leaving the fish broth in the pan. With the remaining oil, ginger and garlic were stir-fried until fragrant. Then the sauerkraut was added and sautéed until aromatic. The fish broth was poured in, seasoned with salt, sugar, pepper, and vinegar, and brought to a boil. The marinated fish slices were then added and cooked until done. The fish slices were transferred into a bowl containing the fish bones and head, and hot oil was used to fry the dried chili segments, which were evenly drizzled over the fish slices, with chopped green onions sprinkled on top. As the sauerkraut fish was served, the sounds of eager swallowing filled the air. Xiaoxiao observed the round-eyed, tail-wagging beasts around her, unable to suppress a smile. Oh, how she wished to pet them. They were simply too adorable, resembling large cats and dogs. Just then, Chief Ram was the first to regain his composure. Noticing his clan members drooling, he cleared his throat and said, all right, have you all learned? Hurry back and try making it yourselves. If you encounter any difficulties, you can ask Imolu. The uncontrollable wagging of their tails betrayed their true intentions. You little ones should hurry home and not covet my sauerkraut meat and sauerkraut fish. If you desire it, make it yourselves. Chapter 30. How can winter be without hot pot? As the creator of sauerkraut fish and sauerkraut meat, Xiaoxiao was naturally treated with great hospitality, indulging herself at the chief's home until her belly was full before braving the wind and snow back to her cave. Truly, nothing brings as much satisfaction as a hearty meal followed by restful sleep. Upon awakening, Miao Xiaoxiao felt a rumbling hunger in her belly, with various delectable dishes dancing in her mind. She couldn't help but drool. While pondering what delicious meal she could request from her brother, she noticed her father and brothers returning, covered in snow. A gust of cold wind followed them inside, prompting Xiaoxiao to shiver and murmur, on such a cold day, we should have hot pot. Eldest brother Mo Yun, noticing Xiaoxiao's drooling expression, smiled warmly. Oh, my little darling, are you thinking of something delicious? Shall I prepare it for you? Brother, I want hot pot. Let's slaughter 2 sheep beasts and make a broth with their ribs, slicing the meat for dipping. While preparing the broth, ingredients such as scallions, ginger, pepper, salt, Sichuan pepper, and white atractalodes were added for seasoning. Hawthorn, dried tangerine peel, goji berries, astragalus, and radish were thrown in, all boiled together until the broth turned milky white. The heat was then reduced, allowing the meat to simmer until tender, after which the ribs were removed. The sheep meat was sliced thinly and briefly cooked in the broth before serving. In addition to the sheep meat, they could also include gugu beasts, mu beasts, potatoes, radishes, sweet potatoes, cabbage, leafy greens, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, and even sweet potato vermicelli and noodles as staples. For dipping sauces, they could use sesame paste, garlic sauce, and chili sauce. My mouth is watering uncontrollably. Brother, help me. All right, you little glutton. I'll go fetch some sheep beasts from the space. You won't have to wait long, Mo Yun replied, wiping Xiaoxiao's drool with a piece of beast hide before heading with Mo Lu to prepare the meal in the space, which would save time. Maji, concerned about Xiaoxiao's hunger, first fed her a bowl of sheep milk to curb her appetite. However, after drinking the milk, Xiaoxiao was still unsatisfied and devoured a gugu beast egg. Ever since the last tribe members honored her, it seemed Xiaoxiao's appetite had increased tremendously, and she was growing taller as well. With eager anticipation, Xiaoxiao waited Mo Yun and Mo Lu as they finally prepared the simplified version of lamb spine hot pot. The family gathered around the large stone pot, enjoying the ribs, while the pot bubbled with potatoes, radishes, cabbage, and various mushrooms. The white broth was interspersed with vibrant goji berries and colorful vegetables, creating a picturesque scene that was simply delightful. Little Xiao tightly clutched his small wooden bowl, which contained a modest portion of sesame paste, eagerly awaiting his brother's offerings. The meal was filled with warmth and joy. Little Xiaoxiao had eaten to her heart's content, her belly round and full. Concerned that she might suffer from indigestion, Maji gently massaged her plump little stomach while guiding her on a leisurely stroll through the cave. Only when Xiaoxiao started to perspire lightly did he fetch water to wash her, after which he wrapped her snugly in animal skins and laid her down on the warm bed. The brothers, sensing her presence, instinctively gathered closer. The third brother, Mo Lu, enveloped Xiaoxiao in his embrace, pressing his soft, warm belly against her to ensure her comfort. The others formed a protective circle around them, shielding her from the biting cold winds outside, allowing her to sleep undisturbed. As dawn broke the following day, Ord villagers soon approached Mo Yu, inquiring if he had prepared any delectable dishes the night before, as the enticing aroma wafting through the air resembled that of lamb. Mo Yu generously shared the recipe for lamb spine hot pot with everyone. Ever since they enjoyed this meal, he felt a warm vitality coursing through him, making the chill outside seem less daunting. Xiaoxiao explained that mutton is inherently nourishing, and when simmered with goji berries and astragalus, it replenishes energy, making it particularly suitable for the winter months. Adding hawthorn and dried tangerine peel not only eliminates any gamey flavor, but also stimulates the appetite and aids digestion, making it ideal for both females and younglings. The orc villagers eagerly inquired about the cooking method, rushing home to try it out, motivated by the divine words that such food is beneficial for their health. As the sun rose higher, the snow began to melt, turning the pathways into muddy trails. Observing the orcs bustling in and out of the cave, leaving numerous footprints behind, Xiaoxiao felt a pang of regret. How had she forgotten to craft shoes? How had she neglected to lay down stone slabs for her path? Having been here for some time, she realized that clothing and daily necessities were equally important. Day after day, her thoughts were consumed by food, truly a glutton in every sense. But in her defense, one must first fill their stomach before addressing other matters, right? Brother, what shall we have for breakfast today? Eating, eating, always thinking of eating. Did I send you to this world merely for you to eat and sleep? And then eat again? Day in and day out. You are as unreliable as your father. A certain powerful being observed the incessant focus on food through the Qian Koan mirror, and Xiao, vexed, puffed up her cheeks in indignation. Grabbing a handful of popcorn to munch on furiously, Xiao has awakened. Brother will fetch you breakfast. Today, Father Beast has prepared mashed yam, lamb milk, sauerkraut stew, roasted fish, and baked sweet potatoes. Wow, how sumptuous. Brother, let us eat together. Afterward, I can teach you how to make shoes from animal skins and grass, shall we? That way, when it's muddy outside, we can wear them and take them off upon entering the cave, keeping it clean. Furthermore, we could lay stone slabs in the village. It doesn't need to cover the entire area, just space to step apart will suffice. As for the size, they should be as large as a cooking pot's mouth. This way, it will be more convenient for everyone to go out in the future. Oh Xiao, how clever you are. You eat first. I shall discuss the stone slab proposal with Father Beast and the tribe leader. As for the shoes you mentioned, the males might find them cumbersome during transformations, but the females would certainly benefit from them. You can teach the females in the tribe how to make shoes. Chapter 31. Winter is long indeed. The little creature, listlessly ambling on its short legs within the cave, circled around and around, gazing longingly at the heavy snowfall outside. Letting out a deep sigh. The weather had grown increasingly frigid. Ever since that brief appearance of the sun, the recent days had been filled with relentless snow, confining the energetic little one and its companion, Maji, within the cave. This confinement was particularly distressing for the spirited little creature. Maji, while skillfully sewing a leather skirt as instructed by the little one, quietly chuckled at the sight of the anxious creature pacing in circles. Maji had grown accustomed to the winter's chill and solitude. Moreover, with the presence of the little one this year, Maji felt a sense of busyness and joy during the winter months. Unbeknownst to them, the coldest part of winter was fast approaching, and it was indeed a challenge for the lively little creature to be stuck indoors in such frigid weather. In previous winters, Maji and the orcs of the tribe spent their days tending to the little one, alternating between eating and sleeping. To be precise, most of their time was spent in slumber, as food was scarce, leading everyone to minimize activity and maximize rest. Most males would eat only one meal a day, often finding themselves unsatisfied, as they would generously share their food with the females and the little ones to ensure they had their 2 meals. However, this winter was different. With the little one's presence, the entire tribe had been bustling since autumn, stockpiling an abundance of food. As a result, this winter, not only could every orc eat their fill, but the males also enjoyed 2 meals a day, while the females and little ones relished 3 hearty meals. The vigorous male orcs ventured daily to the river to fish, having become quite adept at utilizing tools to catch various fish and river delicacies. They had also mastered the breeding of the mountain goats, long-eared beasts, and other creatures. All these transformations were a direct result of the little one's influence. And Maji felt an immense pride, for such an exceptional little one was indeed hers. Mother, how long until winter passes? The little one lamented. I am so bored and long to play outside. Historically, these days marked the coldest period of winter, which suggested that winter was roughly halfway through. If the little one wished to venture out, it would likely have to wait until after the rainy season. What? We cannot go out even after winter? Indeed. After winter comes the rainy season. The females and little ones are prone to illness during this time, which is why we cannot wander the woods until then. Even when we do, it is imperative to have many males accompanying us. This was because the autumn following the rainy season marked the mating season for the females, a time when orcs from other tribes or wandering orcs might appear, seeking to abduct females to propagate their lineage. If the little one wished to explore, it would have to wait until then, accompanied by its brothers. You must remember, when that time comes, never to trust any orc or accept anything offered by them lightly. The little one, with an understanding that was only half formed, had once believed that adulthood would grant her the freedom to traverse the world. Yet, upon hearing her mother's words, she realized that the beast realm was far from welcoming to females. Instantly, her dreams of exploring the orc continent felt as distant as the stars. In her heart, she felt a wave of despair. It seemed that the only path forward was to strive for strength. Otherwise, she would remain as fragile as the females of the orc continent, unable to venture far at all. Ah, the deceitful driver! Where were the promised treasures of heaven and earth? Where were the miraculous elixirs? In her mind, the little one subjected the driver to 1,000 tortures for his unfulfilled promises. Meanwhile, the driver, who shuttled between 2 planets, was suddenly seized by an unstoppable sneezing fit, unaware that the frequency of her thoughts had caused him to lose a portion of his fortune, leading to a spell of unfortunate events that would plague him for quite some time. His colleagues laughed at his misfortunes, capturing his moments of bad luck in photographs that became widely shared memes, inadvertently granting him a fleeting fame in the upper realms. Fortunately, He managed to collect a fair amount of spirit stones as compensation for the use of his likeness, turning misfortune into a small blessing. Little one, your elder brother has returned. Look what he has brought you. Wow, it's a long-eared beast. How adorable. Are we going to eat the roasted long-eared beast? Well, actually, your brother heard from other orcs in the tribe that little ones like to play with long-eared beasts. With the heavy snow these past few days, it might be too cold to leave the cave, so I thought to bring back two for you to play with. Brother Mohei, are you teasing me? As a foodie, I can't help but think how cute they are. One roasted and one braised. This was precisely why the little one was reluctant to raise animals. Once she invested time and energy, feelings would blossom, and the thought of losing such delightful creatures was too painful to bear. Better not to keep them at all. For raising an animal came with responsibilities. Mo Yun glanced at the dazed little one and instructed Mohei, since she wishes to eat, go ahead and roast one. Be generous with the cumin. She loves it. Brother Mo Yun, you are so kind. The little one sniffed and burst into laughter, after affectionately patting her head. The proud elder brother, Bai, wagged his tail in delight at his sister's praise. He added, if you ever feel bored, you can check the space marketplace for something to buy. I visited Elder Peachtree yesterday, and he mentioned that new goods have arrived. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, brother. Don't forget to call me for dinner. Rest assured, I won't forget you. I'll have Mohei prepare your favorite pickled fish, sweet and sour meatballs, and lemon shredded chicken. How does that sound? We can have noodles as the main dish. The fish soup is especially flavorful with noodles. Yes, brother Mo Yun. You are so wonderful that I can hardly bear to see you go. Father mentioned that after winter, you and brothers Mo Bai and Mo Lu will be moving out to have your own cave. I want to be able to see you then. As she spoke, her initially bright voice dwindled, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Mo Yun chuckled as he looked at his little sister in his arms, gently stroking her fluffy ears. Who told you that you want to see us again? We are just moving out, but we'll still be in the tribe. When the weather warms, I will take you to see our cave, which is just on the other side of the mountain wall from ours. And remember, no matter what, I will always be your brother. You can see me whenever you wish. Really? That's fantastic. I thought once orcs become adults, we wouldn't see each other anymore due to territorial issues. Not at all, little one. You needn't worry. I'm not so petty and want to be as stingy as some others. Mo Yun and Mo Lu chimed in unison, having approached when the little one started to cry. Nearby, Maji and Mo Yu exchanged knowing smiles at the scene. Chapter 32. A little one is coming. As the little one eagerly awaited the end of winter, the temperatures began to rise, and the snow melted away. The supplies in the storage cave, cellar, and ice cellar, including cabbage, radishes, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, had been completely consumed. Among these, the first to be finished were the salted fish, sausages, and pickled vegetables, the former due to their scarcity and the latter due to their irresistible taste. Even after the orcs made another batch of pickled goods, they were devoured rapidly once more. Now, the little one could walk without issue, though the snow and cold still limited her freedom. Nevertheless, she persisted in pleading with her father, Mo, until he finally agreed to let her visit a neighbor. Once again, she found herself nestled in the familiar wooden tub, wrapped snugly in furs. Yet, upon emerging from the cave, she truly felt the chill of winter in the beast realm, far colder than the northern regions of her previous life. Little Xiao Xiao couldn't help but shiver in the wooden tub. She clutched her dear Mo tightly and urged the tub deeper into her fur coat, simultaneously coaxing the dark green creature beneath her to hasten its pace. Soon, they arrived at the chieftain's cave. Mo hurriedly greeted Chieftain Ram before placing Xiao Xiao beside the fire. Uncle Ram, could you please warm some goat's milk for Xiao Xiao? She got cold on the way here, and I fear she might catch a chill, Mo said anxiously as he tended to the fire. Coleman, quickly bring some warm goat's milk for the little one, and fetch a fur coat for Mo Lu. How could you bring Xiao Xiao out on such a frigid day? Was there something of utmost importance? No, Uncle Ram. I simply felt cooped up at home for too long and wanted to play outside. I pleaded with my father for quite some time before he finally consented to let me visit you, Xiao Xiao chimed in, peeking out of the tub with a charming smile, eager to divert attention lest the chieftain be displeased. And AIC has had her little ones. And that old fox Campbell is taking care of her, Chieftain Ram replied, his tone slightly gruff, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. After all, the arrival of new life in the tribe was always a cause for celebration, regardless of whose offspring they were. And AIC is pregnant? How wonderful. Is it little fox cubs? Oh my, they must be adorable, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her tail wagging excitedly at the thought of fluffy little foxes to play with. Yes. Once she gives birth, you must come to my home to play, Chieftain Ram said, a hint of delight in his voice. I just returned from visiting the healer, Maisie. I owe you my gratitude. Several females in the tribe are expecting, and some are about to give birth. Maisie mentioned that this winter's bountiful food supply has ensured the females are well nourished, leading to their fertility. He also spoke of balance, implying that a varied and nutritious diet during pregnancy promotes the health of the young. Brown, Susan, and Nicole are likely to deliver in the coming days. I must inform their males to prepare furs and hay in advance. Maisie even insisted I bring some bitter herbs to brew for them, claiming it would provide strength during labor. He added, gesturing towards the fur pouch discarded nearby. At this moment, under the nurturing gaze of the enigmatic Mo Yun. Xiao Xiao had already savored the warm milk from the sheep beast, prepared by Coleman. Following the direction of Chief Lamb's hand, Xiao Xiao's eyes fell upon a rather sizable leather pouch standing in a corner of the cave. With a flicker of excitement, Xiao Xiao darted towards the pouch. May I take a look? Of course. Oh my goodness, is this ginseng? Such a large root for inducing labor? Could its potency be too overwhelming? What are you talking about, Xiao Xiao? This is bittersweet grass. The wheat shaman instructed me to inform them to prepare a decoction of slice to bolster strength and facilitate childbirth. Moreover, while this herb is indeed rare, it is not entirely absent from the more distant mountains. This particular specimen is small. The larger ones have already been exchanged with the Shuling tribe for Shuling fruits. Little Xiao hugged the ginseng, as thick as her own calf, on the verge of tears. Oh, wealthy one, I wish to befriend you. She lamented, a ginseng so stout. And yet it still seems small. How I long for the days when I had never encountered one as broad as 2 fingers. Indeed, in the beast realm, everything is grand. Alas, the orcs possess a treasure trove yet remain oblivious to its value. Perhaps it would be wise to take it to the space and consult Elder Wunny for a trial. If it thrives, riches may follow. Meanwhile, Mo Yun and Mo Lu observed Xiao's round, cherubic face alternating between cries and laughter. Realizing she had stumbled upon a rare find and was preparing to pilfer it home, they exchanged a knowing glance, silently praying for the wheat shaman. Respected chief, one does not require such an abundance of bitter grass for replenishing energy. A single root will suffice. How about this? I will share 1 root with you, and I shall keep the rest to experiment in the space to see if it can be cultivated. If successful, we could trade for snow spirit fruits with the snow spirit tribe after the rainy season. Xiao, are you certain that a mere sliver of root will do? Perhaps you should leave this for me to reserve for the pregnant females. When the wheat shaman handed me the bitter grass, I noticed he had several more of these in his herb basket. Wouldn't it be prudent for you to inquire with him? Ram expressed his dilemma, gazing at Xiao, who clutched the bitter grass tightly, reluctant to let go, evoking a mix of exasperation and amusement from the beast. In the divine realm, the beast god and his wife were observing their daughter through the Qianquan mirror and happened to witness this scene unfold. This truly is a case of a dead comrade, not hindering the ascetic. This little beast kin possesses remarkable skills. No wonder she leads the white tiger tribe. The beast god mused. Indeed. But alas, the beast realm has fallen so low. It is your lack of diligence that has burdened our daughter so. Tonight, you shall not enter the chamber. Out you go, sleep in the study. Humph. My dear wife, good wife. It is my fault. Please, allow me to enter. The beast god pleaded, his voice dripping with charm as he sought forgiveness. As fate would have it, in his excitement, the beast god neglected to set a soundproof barrier, leading to the following conversations echoing throughout the divine realm the next day. Hey, have you heard? The beast god, under his wife's strict command, has once again been pitifully cast out, denied entry, exclaimed one passerby. Is it true? Another inquired. Absolutely. The first affirmed. And what is the reason this time? A third chimed in. Haha. It is rumored that it is due to the divine maiden's training in the beast realm through the Qianquan mirror. From this point onward, Zhao's name resonated throughout the divine realm, and soon after her arrival, various legends about her proliferated. Truly, fame invites scrutiny. Every time Xiao caught the curious gazes of others, she longed to return home and report to her mother, hoping for a thorough reprimand of her father. Chapter 33, New Beginnings. Xiao Xiao received confirmation from Chief Ram, who assured her multiple times that there were several of the same at the Mizi shaman's place. Reluctantly, she set down the giant ginseng in her hand and hurriedly bid farewell to Chief Ram, making her way to the Mizi shaman. Mizi shaman, are you there? Xiao Xiao has come to find you. Yes, come in quickly, you little rascal. Why are you out in this cold weather instead of staying in the cave? If you catch a cold, I'll make sure you drink the bitter. Mizi shaman, that won't happen. I won't get sick. My brothers have protected me well along the way. I even had warm sheep milk at Chief Ram's place, so I'm not cold at all. Although the weather seemed to have warmed slightly in recent days, it would still be cold for a while. It was best not to be out. Understood? All right. I'll listen to you. Shaman, I want tea come out again until winter is over. Mizi shaman, I saw that you gave to Chief Ram. Could you spare me a piece? Xiao Xiao wants to see if it can grow in the space. If it can be cultivated, we can exchange it for snow spirit fruits with the Shuling tribe, which would help reduce the losses for our warriors. You mean ginseng? I have a few left. I can spare you a couple. It doesn't matter if it doesn't grow. I've tried planting it before, but for some reason, it was never successful. Later, I met the shaman from the Miao Miao tribe during a gathering, and she mentioned that this can only grow in high mountains and has specific soil requirements. I understand. Thank you, Mizi shaman. I will try my best. Saying this, she accepted the 2 ginseng pieces handed to her by the Mizi shaman and sent them into her space. Ask Elder Wentian. Please check if these 2 ginseng can still be cultivated. Yes, they should be viable. They have been preserved well, and their roots are intact. I will soak them in the spirit spring water to see if I can revive their vitality and check if they can sprout. Thank you, Elder Wentian. At that moment, a male beastman from the tribe rushed into the Mizi shaman's medicine hut, his robust figure and chubby face adorned with two round ears, giving him a charmingly innocent appearance. He burst in, exclaiming, "Shaman, shaman, help. What is wrong, Carol? Is Nicole about to give birth? Don't panic. Tell me the situation." "Yes, Nicole has a stomachache. We just finished eating, and she wanted to take a walk, but then suddenly her stomach started hurting. At first, it was just a little water, but then the pain intensified, and the little one has tea come out after a long time. I didn't know what to do. So I came to find you. Oh dear, it sounds like she might have a difficult delivery. Carol, you go back and prepare hot water and plenty of animal skins. I will take some and be there shortly." Okay, shaman, I'm on it." With that, he hurriedly transformed into a gray bear and dashed out. Xiao, you should return to your brothers and keep warm. I need to visit Nicole's cave and see how she is doing and find a way to help her deliver. Mighty shaman, let me go with you. I might be able to help. You little rascal, don't make things chaotic. Go home and don't scare yourself. I want tea. Mighty shaman, don't worry, I'm not afraid. Besides, I'm blessed. You've forgotten, I'm the envoy protected by the beast god. If I go too, it might be even better. Mo Yun suddenly recalled the first time they went fishing and the time they took Xiao up the mountain. It seemed that whatever Xiao desired came to fruition. Her luck was extraordinary. After contemplating and observing Xiao, the mighty shaman finally nodded. All right, you can come along. But you two should stay in the medicine hut. I'll take Xiao with me. With that, she swiftly gathered several medicinal herbs to stop bleeding and aid delivery. Carefully packed them into an animal skin bag and placed Xiao into a wooden bucket. Then put everything into a large basket before transforming into her beast form and quickly heading towards Nicole's home. It hurts. Carol, is the shaman here yet? I'm in so much pain. Nico, what should we do? The shaman will be here soon. Just hang in there. Carol, I'm here. Can I come in? Is the hot water ready? Come in, quickly. The water is ready, and the animal skins are prepared. What else does the shaman need? The mighty shaman took Xiao out and examined Nicole's condition. Realizing that this was just the beginning of her first delivery and that Nicole wasn't yet at the critical moment, she had merely begun experiencing symptoms. The mighty shaman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is just the start. Since it's her first time, it may take a bit longer. Plus, this winter has seen an abundance of food. She has been eating well. I just checked, and the little ones are a bit big. So the delivery might be a little painful. But don't worry, Nicole is young and healthy. The delivery should go smoothly. So Nicole, don't be afraid. Don't panic. The more tense you are, the more it will hurt and complicate the delivery. Relax, breathe. Yes, just like that. When the contractions come without interruption, it will be time to give birth. Indeed, not long after, Nicole began to have frequent contractions. Under the guidance of the mighty shaman, she successfully gave birth to 3 plump, chubby little gray bears. At that moment, Xiao learned that the seemingly innocent Carol was actually from the gray bear tribe. After the birth of the cubs, Carol transformed into her beast form, diligently grooming each little one and marking them with her scent. She then placed them into a cozy nest she had prepared, lined with soft, long-haired pelts that exuded warmth. Once the cubs were settled, Carol meticulously cleaned Nicole before inviting the healer, Wheat, back inside. The healer prepared a bitter concoction for Nicole to restore her vitality and advised both Carol and Nicole on how to care for the cubs before departing with the little one. Xiao. Throughout the process, Xiao had not contributed, yet Wheat could not help but marvel at how smoothly Nicole's delivery had gone. Given the considerable size of the gray bear cubs, there were inherent risks during birth for the females, yet this time proved remarkably seamless. Wheat glanced at Xiao in his arms, pondering whether her presence was indeed the reason for such good fortune. Exhausted from the day's events, Xiao fell asleep before reaching home, mumbling contentedly about the joy of having little bear cubs to play with. Chapter 34, the end of winter in the following days. The tribe joyfully welcomed 6 little tigers, 4 fox cubs, 7 wolf pups, and yet another precious female white tiger. Since witnessing Nicole's smooth delivery, Wheat had made it a point to have his grandson, Gibson, fed Xiao whenever a female was about to give birth in the tribe. Regardless of whether Xiao was the source of luck, it was always a good decision to bring her along. Indeed, she did not disappoint with her presence. Each delivery turned out safe. The most harrowing instance involved the fox cubs born to Aunt Ace. Due to carrying 4 cubs, her belly had grown quite large, leading to an early delivery. The eager little foxes were born feet first, which posed a risk of suffocation. Though Wheat was a healer, being male, he could not remain in the cave during the birth. Fortunately, Xiao was vigilant and promptly alerted Campbell, who assisted Ace during her contractions, successfully ensuring the safe arrival of all 4 cubs. Had the situation been prolonged, Ace might have exhausted herself and faced complications, potentially endangering her life. While Wheat and Xiao busily welcomed new life, winter was drawing to a close. The long-awaited sun hung high in the sky, melting the ice and snow, and the rivers began to thaw. Overnight, the landscape seemed to return to the hues of spring, with nature awakening anew. Thankfully, the tribe had paved paths with stone in advance, preventing the area from becoming a muddy quagmire like the forested slopes. The muddy trails had posed significant challenges for hunting. But the orcs, having conserved their strength throughout winter, were now brimming with vigor and returned each day with bountiful catches, relishing the opportunity to savor fresh game. Xiao Xiao requested her father and brothers to hunt a moo beast, and they enjoyed a delightful beef hot pot, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. She was also contemplating the possibility of capturing some moo beasts and grunt beasts to raise, ensuring a steady supply of meat and enriching the diversity of their surroundings. After a day of hunting, the team returned with concerning news that alarmed both Chief Ram and Healer Wheat, prompting them to convene the tribe's orcs to discuss a strategy. Shoes had noticed that the rivers had swelled significantly, with many becoming wider and the currents more turbulent. Wheat suggested that this might be due to the melting snow, as several heavy snowfalls had occurred during winter. Although such phenomena had been observed in previous years, they typically arose only after the onset of the rainy season. However, this year seemed to herald an earlier onset than the last. The orcs, hearing Chief Ram's words, grew anxious and began to murmur among themselves. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment, wondering if it was truly possible for misfortune to strike so soon after her arrival in the beast realm. Hadn't she just settled in a few years prior? Yet, this rainy season bore an uncanny resemblance to the onset of a flood season, and shockingly, it appeared to have arrived ahead of schedule. Was the capricious heavens conspiring against her, perhaps irked by her recent contentment in life and intent on stirring up trouble? Despite her thoughts, Xiao Xiao diligently informed the beastmen on how to monitor water levels, instructing them to measure at least twice daily, should they observe any signs of the rivers overflowing. They were to report immediately. Additionally, she advised relocating the fish ponds, lest they be swept away by the deluge. Beyond that, she organized patrols along the nearby rivers, ensuring that any breaches in the banks would be promptly reported to Chief Ram, who would then decide whether to elevate the embankments or redirect the water flow. Fortunately, the tribe was situated on a hillside, sparing them from greater troubles. These measures were the best Xiao Xiao could devise. Given her years as a human without ever having experienced a flood, the scant knowledge she possessed about disaster response had been gleaned from occasional news reports, the efficacy of which remained uncertain. Yet, Xiao Xiao underestimated the capriciousness of the beast realm's weather. After several days of sweltering heat, the earth finally donned its verdant cloak. And just as she believed spring had arrived, a torrential downpour heralded the commencement of the rainy season. On that day, while Xiao Xiao was at Susan's home, playfully attending to two little cubs, the sky suddenly darkened ominously. A fierce wind swept through, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that sent Xiao Xiao and the little wolf cubs scurrying into the safety of the cave, clutching their heads in fright. Susan and Maji, who had been watching the playful scene, quickly gathered the frightened cubs into their arms, soothing them until they regained their composure. "Mama, is it going to rain?" Xiao Xiao inquired, glancing up at the sky, where clear blue had transformed into a tapestry of dark clouds, ominously suggesting an impending storm. Indeed. The signs were clear, rain was imminent. What shall we do? If it truly rains, how shall we return? The raindrops can be quite painful upon impact, she lamented. Mama, let us hurry back before the rain begins, she urged. No sooner had the words left her lips than a torrential downpour erupted outside the cave. The raindrops colossal and accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. Little Emma murmured, "Has my mouth been blessed? Where is the promised halo of the protagonist? How is it that when it rains, it just pours? Could it be that a fellow cultivator is undergoing tribulation? Otherwise, how could it start so abruptly?" She pondered whether she was still under the protection of the beast god. However, considering the thunderous roars, if someone were indeed enduring tribulation, one could only imagine the severity of their plight. Wait, it seems that orcs cannot cultivate, can they? So, is this just an ordinary rain? Eventually, little Emo could not help but inquire, "Mother, do we experience such heavy rainfall every rainy season?" "No, not at all." "Oh, thank goodness, you startled me." This was merely the beginning of the rainy season. At this stage, the rain was not particularly heavy. As time progressed, the downpour would intensify, striking with increasing pain. Even a first-level male orc dared not venture out for hunting during the rainy season, as it was simply too torturous, and one could easily lose their scent and become disoriented in the forest. Little Xiao Xiao swallowed hard, shedding a tear of sympathy for her grand plan to venture out. Chapter 35. The pitiful young ones go hungry. After enduring the torrential rains, the sky briefly returned to clarity. Chief Ram summoned the orcs to hasten their hunting efforts, to stockpile provisions, first filling the ice cellar, and then preserving the meat through salting or smoking, transforming it into jerky, sausages, bacon, and ham. Now 3 years old, Xiao Xiao had recently grown taller, akin to the flourishing flora of spring. Through her relentless dedication and daily exercise, she could now dash around the tribe, traversing its expanse, which notably encompassed an entire mountain. The unexpected rainy season disrupted Xiao Xiao's travel plans and delayed her sowing schedule. Fortunately, the rainy season was relatively brief, lasting just over a month. Observing the sky, Xiao Xiao silently calculated the seeds she had on hand and conferred with the old peach tree. They resolved to first cultivate the land, preparing for the planting of rice, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. After the rain subsided, they would proceed to sow wheat, corn, soybeans, cabbage, and radishes. Little Xiao conveyed his plans to the shaman Maizi and the chieftain Ram, teaching them how to cultivate seedlings of rice, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. He entrusted them with the prepared rice seeds, sprouted sweet potatoes, and potatoes, instructing them to gather the orcs to collect the seeds for planting. He also warned that the sprouted potatoes and sweet potatoes were toxic and could only be used as seeds. Moreover, he mandated that each male orc must clear a patch of wasteland the size of a cave daily, which would be utilized for crop cultivation after the rainy season. As the rainy season reached its midpoint, orcs from various other tribes began to arrive at the settlement, some having been invited, while others sought assistance. The relentless snowstorm from the previous winter had devastated many small tribes, leaving them with insufficient food and hides to survive the harsh winter. The orcs were forced to hunt during the winter, but the inclement weather resulted in the loss of many male orcs, and this year's rainy season had arrived unusually early. Consequently, several orcs had fallen ill, prompting their shamans to bring their kin to seek refuge with the powerful White Tiger tribe, hoping to join them for protection. Regardless of their intentions, upon entering the territory of the White Tiger tribe, they were struck with awe at the sight of the high stone walls that encircled the settlement, sealing off the mountain from prying eyes. From the outer perimeter to the base of the walls, they encountered 3 guard squads, each led by a different level 4 expert and comprising 10 level 2 and level 3 orcs. When they met the first guard squad, the level 4 orc Carter, after ascertaining their purpose, dispatched an eagle orc to report back to the tribe, personally escorting them to the settlement. The meticulous defenses left the clever shaman of the ape tribe in a state of reflection. The chieftains of the ape tribe, along with those of the black bear, werewolf, and leopard tribes, exchanged glances, their expressions a complex mix of caution, curiosity, inquiry, and excitement. After all, the chieftain of the White Tiger tribe, Ram, was not an inconsequential orc, which was why he had invited them before the onset of winter. Upon entering the tribe, the orcs were overwhelmed by curiosity, their eyes darting about in wonder. The White Tiger tribe had undergone a notable transformation since their last visit. Gone was the muddy chaos of the rainy season, replaced by stone slabs leading to various caves. The entrances to the caves were no longer blocked by enormous stones but rather adorned with sturdy ironwood doors that opened and closed with ease. In the rear of the mountain stood 2 massive stone houses, from which the sounds of bleating beasts and cooing creatures could be faintly heard. Most enticing, however, was the aroma wafting from the numerous caves. Even the heavy rain could not mask the delectable scents. Some of the younger orcs could scarcely contain their salivation, swallowing hard. But why were all the caves bustling with activity at this early hour? During the rainy season, food was difficult to store, and any game brought back must be consumed swiftly to avoid spoilage, for eating spoiled food during the rainy season could lead to illness. Had the hunting parties ventured out before dawn? Yet, there was no scent of processed game in the air, as the orcs from various tribes struggled against their hunger. Ready to inquire of their guide Carter, Chieftain Ram, and Shaman Mizi approached through the downpour. Old friends, it has been too long. Welcome to the White Tiger tribe. You must be weary from your journey. I know you have many questions, but first, come with me to the cave and warm your bellies with some food. We shall talk further. Ram, what are you cooking? Is that fish? It smells divine, exclaimed Ellis, the chieftain of the Black Bear tribe, his dark face lighting up with delight. Your bear nose is as keen as ever. Indeed, I am preparing a fish head tofu soup. Just a few days ago, the river overflowed, washing ashore many large fish. After curing the fish meat, we dried it into fish jerky. The flavor is exquisite. Knowing your tribe loves fish, I will send you home with plenty of jerky to enjoy. Come, try this fish head tofu soup. It's perfect for a rainy day. Campbell, Coleman, fetch some hides for our guests to dry off, grill some sausages and ham, stir-fry some potato and bacon, catch a few cooing creatures to stew, and roast a few bleeding beasts. If you need help, find some orcs to assist. Mizi, send Gibson to fetch Xiao from the inkfish. The group dispersed, some preparing food, others calling for assistance, and some welcoming their guests. Ram and Mizi engaged the orcs in conversation, explaining the recent developments within the tribe. As the orcs savored the fish head tofu soup, they became enthralled, devouring the meal with fervor, fearing that if they ate slowly, they might miss out. Observing their gluttonous behavior, Ram and Mizi felt a mix of sadness and amusement. It was evident that they would not cease until they were stuffed. Thus, they joined in preparing the food. Fortunately, much of it was ready to serve, and with Campbell enlisting additional helpers, the cooking proceeded swiftly, though it still fell short of the demand. When Xiao finally arrived, fully equipped and escorted by Gibson and Mobai, she was met with the sight of a group of seemingly starving orcs, feasting ravenously on a variety of dishes, tears of happiness glistening in their eyes. The scene left Xiao momentarily speechless, solidifying her resolve to introduce agriculture, animal husbandry, and the spread of civilization to these orcs. After all, what complex malice could these young creatures possess? They merely sought to satiate their hunger. How pitiable it was for a group of undernourished youths. Chapter 36. Guest of the tribe. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Chieftain Ram introduced Xiao to the orcs. Shaman Mizi, along with the shamans of the various tribes, offered prayers, seeking the will of the beast god, confirming Zhao's identity as a divine emissary. The orcs were overcome with emotion, weeping tears of joy. The beast god had not forsaken them, recognizing their plight and dispatching a divine emissary to rescue them. After they composed themselves, A group of eager youths gathered around the fire, listening intently as Xiao explained how to identify vegetables and grains, cultivate them, raise animals, utilize fire for cooking, and improve their living habits, among other topics. The orcs listened in confusion, their expressions blank as they struggled to grasp the concepts. Mizi, Ram, and Xiao exchanged sighs, deliberating on the decision to accept several smaller tribes into their fold to strengthen their numbers. They also resolved to send some newly matured male orcs to the black bear, werewolf, leopard, ape, and lion tribes to teach them how to enhance their livelihoods. You must be exhausted from your long journey. Rest well, and when you awaken, we will continue our lessons. These skills cannot be mastered in a day. Patience is key. Little Xiao gazed softly at the orcs from various tribes and spoke, Indeed, indeed. Stay a few more days. I have several ready-made caves for you to dwell in. Upon waking, you can learn to identify edible plants. I have discovered many consumable herbs and numerous methods for food preservation, along with a plethora of delicious stews, roasted fish, meats, and sausages. In our tribe, there exist means for the eagle orcs to relay messages to the lion tribe, the ape tribe, the leopard tribe, the wolf tribe, the black bear tribe, and the eagle orc tribe. Since you have come, take the opportunity to learn more before returning. This way, when you go back, you will be better equipped to share knowledge with the other orcs in your tribes. As for the minotaurs, goblins, and catfolk, please return first to prepare for the migration to the white tiger tribe. Subsequently, I will dispatch orcs to assist you with the move. I will ensure that you are assigned suitable dwelling and hunting grounds. Rest assured, we will thrive together, and in the future, you will undoubtedly enjoy ample meals. Chieftain Ram comforted the orcs from the minotaur, goblin, and catfolk tribes for quite some time before finally settling them. Once he had allocated caves for them, both Chieftain Ram and the healer, Wheat, were exhausted. Upon returning to his own cave, Ram observed the satisfied expression on little Xiao, who was dozing off. Fortunately, being a small white tiger, Xiao was in a tribe where she could enjoy plentiful meals. Otherwise, it was uncertain when the white tiger tribe would achieve such abundance. Soon, he summoned the adult male orcs in the tribe, instructing them to hunt and fish diligently, to prepare jerky, fish, sausages, and cured meats. In a few days, they would send provisions back with the black bear tribe, the wolf tribe, and the ape tribe. Although Ellis from the black bear tribe and Fisher from the wolf tribe had not voiced any concerns, given their sizes, it was evident that last winter had not been kind to them. It would be prudent to send them back with extra food. He also selected a few level 3 orcs, who would be led by 3 level 4 orcs, to assist in the migration of the minotaurs, goblins, and catfolk. The tribe's existing food supplies would be divided into 3 portions for them to take back as rations. Along the way, they could hunt for additional game. And if need be, they could catch some gugu beasts, long-eared beasts, sheep beasts, and fish, which should suffice to support the relocation of the 3 tribes. Ram, your considerations are thorough. Upon the return of the hunting and gathering teams, we shall make arrangements, ensuring that we depart for the 3 tribes by tomorrow morning, striving to complete the migration before the rainy season concludes. This way, we can commence farming, breeding, and food storage in the fall, ensuring a more favorable winter for otherwise. This coming winter may prove difficult. Wheat, the healer, echoed the sentiment. I shall proceed with the arrangements. First, let the orcs divide the food in one of the storage caves into 3 portions, packing them in large beast hides and wrapping them in layers of leaves to prevent water damage, lest we suffer loss. Very well. I shall gather the orcs remaining in the tribe and send them out for hunting and fishing. Coincidentally, several younglings have just learned to transform and are clamoring to venture out. Since all the orcs are going this time, it would be safer to bring them along. At that moment, little Xiao woke, exclaiming, Wheat, I want to go too. I want to fish. My little ancestor, you cannot go. What would we do if something happened? Chieftain Ram swiftly rejected Xiao's proposal without a second thought. That won't happen, esteemed chieftain. Have you forgotten? My talent is spatial manipulation. If danger arises, I can retreat into my space. Besides, my brothers will protect me. There is no peril in going with everyone. I won't even enter the water. At most, I will help carry some prey. There is no risk involved. Very well, I shall allow Gibson to accompany you for your protection. You must promise to behave and not engage in any dangerous activities. Understood? We'd advised sternly after much contemplation. Yes, yes, yes. Wise healer, how wonderful. Little Xiao assured, pledging to behave and letting her brothers carry her while Gibson accompanied her to ensure her safety. Alas, the innocence of youth. Do not take offense, esteemed beast god. This little one speaks without restraint. Little Xiaoxiao playfully stuck out her tongue and smiled charmingly at the wheat shaman and the ram chief. Subsequently, the group of orcs exited the cave together, with Xiaoxiao leading the way towards the riverbank, accompanied by her orc companions. Not long after Xiaoxiao emerged from the cave, the gloomy sky, which had been obscured by relentless rain, unexpectedly ceased and gradually cleared. By the time they reached the riverbank, the sky was entirely bright and clear. Filled with joy, Xiaoxiao climbed out of the wooden barrel and nestled in the arms of her brother, Mayan, observing the orcs of the tribe as they fished. In no time, they had caught a plethora of fish, shrimp, and crabs. Mayun, feeling anxious to join in, desired to plunge into the water to assist in the fishing, but was held back by Xiaoxiao's presence. Noticing his envious gaze, Xiaoxiao encouraged her brother to set her down and lend a hand, assuring him that with Gibson around, all would be well. Gibson, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. With a few words of caution, Moyan then joined the others in their fishing endeavors. As everyone was preoccupied, Xiaoxiao quietly collected the shrimp and crabs from the ground and stored them away. The last batch she had saved was long gone, consumed due to her insatiable appetite, leaving no stock for the future. With winter approaching, these delicacies would become increasingly difficult to catch, and she felt a pang of guilt for not allowing her brothers to die for them. Little did she know, she had endured this longing for quite some time. And now, at last, the opportunity to indulge had arrived. This time, she must remember to save some for the future. Oh, here is a pregnant mother crab. Perfect, perfect. If she keeps it, in a few months, she can feast again. Haha, what bliss. Who would have imagined that one day she would savor the freedom of seafood once more? Chapter 37, My Goodness. The Beast God. Recently, Xiaoxiao has developed quite an appetite, her height nearing an impressive 1.70 m, although she is still several months shy of adulthood. The Orcish folk are renowned for their long limbs. Even the diminutive cat folk have male orcs towering around 2 meters, while those from the Tauran tribe approach 3 meters. The orcs from the brown bear and gray bear tribes exceed 3 meters, thus, despite Xiaoxiao's nearly tall stature, she is still regarded as a mere cub by the tribe. Gibson, observing her as she meticulously sifted through a plethora of river delicacies, found himself intrigued by her soft murmurs, only to realize she was naming various dishes. This gluttonous little cub, how endearing she is. He mused that he would wait until autumn when she comes of age to pursue her. The thought painted a rosy hue upon the handsome contours of Gibson's face. Meanwhile, as the orcs busily engaged in their fervent fishing endeavors, danger loomed ever closer. Days of relentless downpour had caused the river to swell, and the soil had softened considerably. Despite Xiaoxiao's early precautions, sending orcs to patrol and fortifying the riverbanks, the hastily reinforced levees remained perilously vulnerable under the ceaseless battering of the storm. After a day of toil, Xiaoxiao and the orcs returned laden with their bounty. Fortune had favored them abundantly as they changed locations to cast their nets, which were nearly bursting with catches. The fish, shrimp, and crabs seemed to leap into their nets willingly, rushing forth in eager waves. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaoxiao erupted into a beaming smile, revealing a grin that was both infectious and delightful. Promptly, he instructed the orcs to kindle a fire, boiling water to prepare a sumptuous medley of river delicacies, indulging to their heart's content. The bountiful harvest necessitated multiple trips back to the tribe, leaving the other orcs, who were studying within the tribe, utterly astonished. Eagerly, they followed the returning orcs to the riverbank, diligently learning the art of net weaving, fishing, and the meticulous handling of fish, shrimp, and crabs, immersed in their industrious tasks. Upon hearing Xiaoxiao explain that the fish they caught would rightfully belong to them, which they could subsequently turn into dried goods to take back to their own tribes, the orcs worked with even greater fervor, for in these times, who does not strive to provide for their families? Xiaoxiao greeted Chief Ram and then hopped back to her cave, feeling both joyful and exhausted after a day of play. She planned to prepare a seafood porridge, hoping for a delightful meal that would lead to a restful slumber. Mom, I'm back. I brought so many delicious treats. Today, my brother caught a bounty of shrimp and crabs. Shall we have seafood porridge and spicy crab? Absolutely. You little glutton, hurry and wash up. I'll start cooking right away. Your brother and the others will return shortly, and we can feast together, replied her mother. Okay, you're the best, Mom. I'll wash up now, Xiaoxiao said. Entering the space. Recently, the space had undergone remarkable transformations. The thatched cottage had evolved into a grand wooden mansion. Since the elder peach tree took over the space, Xiaoxiao felt much more at ease, witnessing her gold coins in the wallet multiply daily and her experience points steadily rise, truly becoming a carefree manager. As her level increased, Xiaoxiao discovered that everything in the space could be upgraded, including the house, ranch, fields, and even the spiritual springs along with the flora and fauna within. Consequently, she first upgraded her thatched cottage into a magnificent mansion, complete with en-suite bathrooms in each bedroom. Initially, her family found the toilet a peculiar invention, but after several uses, they grew to love it. Her brothers struggled for a long time to replicate it, so Xiaoxiao sketched a squat toilet, which her brothers constructed from stones. And they built an outhouse on the hillside, complete with a manure pit for traditional farming fertilizer. Today, while fishing, Xiaoxiao collected many unfamiliar fish for the space, along with various plants and animals. Gibson observed her relentless activity, catching fish, weeding, and catching insects, and, reassured by her proximity, decided to accompany her. Once she grew tired from her exploits, he carried her into the forest to gather a plethora of flowers and herbs. Thus, the space underwent another upgrade. And Xiaoxiao used her upgrade rewards to enhance the spiritual spring. Lying in a bathtub filled with bubbles, Xiaoxiao sighed contentedly. This is truly delightful. Bathing in spiritual spring water nourishes the body. No wonder Elder Winnie was able to communicate with other beastmen in just 6 months. The upgraded spiritual spring water had even better nourishing effects. She resolved to let her mother enjoy a soak as well. Upon emerging from the space, Xiaoxiao found that her mother had prepared dinner. Inkfish returned with her sons, bearing their catch, despite the pouring rain. Father, is it raining again? Yes. It seems to be getting heavier. Just now, the wheat shaman mentioned having a bad premonition and advised me to ask you if we should pray to the beast god. Her father replied. Oh, all right, I'll ask, Xiao Xiao thought anxiously. Oh dear, how on earth do I pray to receive a divine message? After all, I'm no professional oracle. Well, at this point, I suppose I'll give it a try. Little Xiao closed her eyes, mimicking the posture of the wheat shaman, and bowed towards the snow-capped mountains, silently invoking the beast god for guidance on whether the heavy rain tonight would bring calamity. Just as she had repeated her plea 9 times and her legs were becoming numb from kneeling, she felt a surge of energy rushing towards her. It began to gently swirl around her, as if embracing her, before settling at her forehead and penetrating her third eye. Then, a soft voice resonated in her ear. Startled, Xiao opened her eyes wide and leapt up, exclaiming in disbelief, "Oh my, the beast god truly exists." Xiao, do not be disrespectful to the beast god, the inkfish admonished. Kneeling down and murmuring, "Great beast god, please forgive. The little one is still young and has encountered divine revelation for the first time, and is somewhat frightened. I beseech you, do not punish her." "Father," Xiao exclaimed, "the beast god has spoken to me. Father, calamity is coming tonight." Upon hearing the reprimand from the cuttlefish, the little one awakened with a start and urgently tugged at her kneeling father, saying, "Father, please take me to see Chief Ram. The rain falls heavily, and the beast god is warned of impending calamity. I fear the great river may overflow its banks, or the mountains may crumble. Although our tribe is not particularly close to the river, it is not far either, and moreover, half of our caves are situated on the mountainside. Brother Mo Yun. Brother Mo Lu, please check the back mountain for any signs of large trees shifting, collapsing, or rocks and soil cascading down. If you find any, plant the peach tree seeds I entrusted to you, and nurture them with the holy spring water. Let us endeavor to plant as many trees on the mountain as possible. Our pond is filled with holy spring water for use. If it is insufficient, come to me. Brother Mo Hey, please take good care of mother at home. Brother Mo Bai, accompany me and father to see Chief Ram." After briefly explaining the situation, Xiao Xiao headed to Chief Ram's dwelling. Along the way, the inky beast emitted thunderous roars, summoning the orc tribesmen to charge toward the chieftain's cavern. Chapter 38. Mudslide. Inky, what's happening? Why have you gathered the tribesmen? Are there enemies? An ambush? As soon as Inky and Xiao Xiao arrived at Chief Ram's home, they were surrounded by the assembled orcs, who clamored for answers. The expressions of Inky, Mobai, and Xiao Xiao were grave, even tinged with panic. Xiao Xiao has received a divine revelation. Let's discuss inside, Inky declared. Addressing Ram and the crowd, Priest Mai Zi had a foreboding premonition and urged me to seek an oracle from the beast god. Just now, the deity warned that tonight's heavy rain brings peril, perhaps the great river breaching its banks or landslides and mudslides. Therefore, I've summoned everyone to gather all females and younglings, relocating them to open, safe grounds under the protection of male warriors. Meanwhile, eagle orcs and level 4 warriors must scout the nearby river, diverting its flow through trenches into empty valleys or plains. Our tribe has high walls and elevated terrain. By redirecting the river, we can avert flooding. Concentrating the females and young in open spaces should shield them from landslides or cave-ins. Keep them calm but vigilant, prepared to evacuate at any moment. Xiao Xiao, how about this? Let Xiaoxi lead warriors to escort the females and young to the tribe's storage cave, guarded by Inky, Priest Mai Zi, and Gibson together. I'll take the eagle orcs and foraging team to dig diversion channels, steering the river toward the plains. Xiaoxi and the hunters will reinforce the nearby riverbanks. Joining us afterward, warriors of the black bear, wolf, leopard, and lion tribes, please assist my kin in fortifying the riverbanks. Guests from other tribes, remain here to safeguard our settlement and food supplies. The rainy season persists for days yet, and if disaster strikes, hunting will be impossible. Our existing provisions are vital for survival. After swiftly organizing Xiao Xiao's plan, Chief Ram set everyone into motion. Inky, Priest Mai Zi, I entrust the tribe's safety to you. Protect Xiao Xiao above all. Should calamity strike, our hope rests with her. Before departing, Ram solemnly emphasized preserving Xiao Xiao. Her spatial abilities could salvage a remnant of the tribe, ensuring their lineage endured nature's wrath. The downpour intensified, thunder rumbling as puddles swelled across the settlement. Fortunately, Chief Freeman of the Minotaur tribe acted swiftly, digging drainage ditches to prevent flooding. Beyond the cave entrance, darkness swallowed the world, broken only by the drumming rain. Thankfully, the storage cavern sat atop the mountain, sparing it from inundation. Xiao Xiao waited throughout the night until all her brothers arrived. Upon inquiring about the situation on the mountain, she learned that despite their efforts to cultivate the peach trees in various directions, they were still a step too late. A portion of the rear mountain had indeed succumbed to a landslide, and the stone houses of the Gugu beasts nearby had partially collapsed. By the time they reached the scene, nearly all the Gugu beasts had perished. They had managed to cultivate a substantial number of peach trees, stabilizing the rear mountain, and brought back all the edible Gugu beasts. Recalling the harrowing sight of the landslide, the brothers felt a deep sense of unease. Half the mountain had suddenly caved in. A truly terrifying experience. Had it not been for the peach tree seeds and the spiritual spring water provided by Xiao Xiao, They feared they might not have returned at all. Little Xiao gazed at the clucking creatures that her brothers had brought back, bemused by their antics. Even in such perilous times, they had not forgotten to secure the precious clucking beasts, truly seasoned gourmands. Given the circumstances, it would be a pity to let these clucking creatures go to waste. After all, the duration of this downpour remained uncertain, since no one could find solace in sleep. Why not prepare a hearty stew of clucking beasts and send some to Chief Ram and his kin? Although the orcs were robust, and mostly of the second level or above, constructing a dam in the torrential rain would undoubtedly be a formidable task. A nourishing meal would certainly help replenish their stamina. Indeed, I shall summon the females to get moving and inquire what ingredients they possess. Perhaps we can incorporate them into the stew of clucking beasts. Mo. Take the younger ones to the nearby cave to retrieve the stone pot and firewood. Then, return to our dwelling and gather the potatoes, cabbage, and vermicelli from the storeroom. Oh, and do not forget to procure more ginger and chili peppers. We shall add them to the stew to fend off the chill, Maji said, her hands and feet deftly springing into action. After ascertaining what each family had to offer, she conferred with Mou to send the mated orcs to fetch the necessary items. Once everything was gathered, the cave buzzed with activity. The females divided their tasks efficiently. Some washed the vegetables, others chopped them, and a few stirred the pot. Before long, the cave was suffused with a rich, tantalizing aroma, wafting through the cold, dark night amidst the wind and rain. When the meal was ready, Wheat the healer selected several orcs from the tribe to dine first, followed by a bitter brew she had concocted to ward off the cold. With steaming food and the herbal concoction in hand, they set off towards the riverbank. Fortunately, at the onset of the rainy season, Xiao had suggested erecting a stone house by the fish pond adjacent to the riverbank to monitor the water levels, preventing the pond from being submerged or destroyed. Otherwise, in such torrential downpours, visibility was so poor that one could hardly see the trees, let alone enjoy a meal. Even opening a barrel would result in it being filled with rainwater, rendering sustenance impossible. Little Xiao, fearing that the beastmen might exhaust their strength and that the stewed cooing beasts wouldn't suffice, also roasted numerous sweet potatoes and fish, and boiled a multitude of cooing beast eggs, sending them all to the riverbank. After completing these tasks, she continued to gaze blankly at the torrential rain outside the cave. Alas, she had done all she could, reinforcing the riverbank, finding suitable spots for flood discharge, and fortifying the mountain's rear to prevent landslides and mudslides. Yet, if the rain persisted relentlessly, the risk of such disasters remained high. One could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. Under this deluge, who knew how many small and medium-sized tribes would suffer? The heavy snows of last winter had already brought immense hardship to the Beastman tribes, and now this storm might wipe some of them off the face of the Beastman Continent entirely. Survival of the fittest, such was the brutal law of this land. Can I truly change the Beastman's plight? For the first time, little Xiao doubted her own abilities. In the face of natural calamities, human strength seemed so insignificant, as negligible as a speck of dust. What's on your mind, little Xiao? Why not rest for a while? You're still a child. Staying up so late isn't good for your health. With Chief Ram, Medicine Woman Mai, and the tribe's beastmen here, you can rest easy. Magi cradled her in his arms, patting her back gently as he had when she was younger, lulling her to sleep. Yes, I can do this. I must. I'm not alone. I have the beastmen of the tribe with me. As Chairman Mao once said, unity is strength. As long as they believed in her, as long as they stood united, as long as she persevered in spreading civilization, then surely they could prevail. No matter the obstacles, whether natural disasters or man-made calamities, as long as she held firm, as long as they held firm, they would overcome. The beastmen would thrive. Survival of the fittest? Then they would adapt, discover, and create, always moving toward a better future. With these resolute thoughts, little Xiao slowly closed her eyes, her earlier anxiety melting away as she drifted into slumber. Chapter 39, Heaven Favors Me. The rain poured relentlessly for an entire day and night, only ceasing as the sun rose the following morning. The beastmen collectively exhaled in relief. The storm had finally passed. Chief Ram returned to the tribe with his exhausted warriors. The previous night, after leading them to breach the riverbank for flood diversion, he had relieved those reinforcing the embankment, including Xios and the hunting party, only returning once the rain had stopped. Most were caked in mud, their hands and feet wrinkled from prolonged soaking. Some bore injuries, yet their spirits remained unbroken. Had it not been for the hot meals little Xiao had sent, even the hardiest among them might have suffered greater harm in the perilous darkness. From afar, the tribe's beastmen spotted Chief Ram's group and rushed to open the gates, welcoming them with thunderous cheers. Chief Ram, Beck, Adams, they're back. Soon, the entire tribe surged forward in jubilation. Mated females hurried to find their partners, while Medicine Woman Mai, spotting the wounded, immediately summoned Gibson and Little Xiao to tend to their injuries. Medicine Woman Mai, most of these are abrasions, not deep, but soaked in rainwater and river silt. The wounds are pale and contaminated. I fear infection. It's best to rinse them thoroughly with saline before applying medicine, and they should drink plenty of bitter tonic to prevent illness. Little Xiao is right. Thorough cleansing and bitter tonic are necessary. Then I'll go brew the tonic at once. With that, she dashed off. In a world without antibiotics, even saline rinses left her uneasy. Thus, She added extra spirit spring water to the tonic, only then could she rest assured. Ram, go eat and rest. I've sent shows with Carter and Cole from the hunting party to oversee the riverbank. You needn't worry. Brooks, in charge of tribal security, approached with food. I've inspected the caves. Most are intact. Only a few near the mountain's rear have collapsed, and some storage rooms are flooded. Minor issues. They can handle it themselves. I suggest letting those with undamaged caves return home, while the others stay in storage until new caves are dug. What do you think? Your arrangement is sound, Brooks. Which families are affected? The Millers, the Gordons, the Barneses, and the Zoes. Very well. Take some beastmen and help them dig new caves in suitable locations. I'll rest now, summon me if needed. With that, Chief Ram took Acey's hand and retreated to their cave. Thanks to little Zhao's divine foresight, the tribe had avoided floods, landslides, and mudslides, minimizing losses. Yet while the White Tiger tribe was spared, the fate of others remained uncertain. Thus, the visiting beastmen from the ape, black bear, wolf, leopard, and lion tribes grew restless, expressing their desire to return and check on their own. They also requested food supplies, fearing shortages due to the storm. Chief Ram and Medicine Woman might deliberated before summoning Little Xiao for a decision. Normally, sharing provisions wouldn't be an issue, but with the river breached and flash floods ravaging the land, they couldn't be certain if the forests and mountains could still sustain the tribe. Unsure, they sought Little Xiao's counsel. After hearing about the situation, Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment and then spoke. Chief Ram, Shaman Mai, in the face of disaster, while ensuring our own safety, we should extend our assistance to others as much as possible. Your concerns are valid, yet you seem to forget that in the past, scarcity of food was due to the limited variety available. Now, however, we have a plethora of choices, and let us not overlook that I possess a space. Let us share the provisions from one of our tribe's storage caves with them. We must advise them to be cautious of potential outbreaks of infectious diseases once the disaster has passed. They should boil their water before consumption, refrain from eating anything that is dead or decayed, and maintain proper hygiene by washing their hands and bathing frequently. The caves must remain clean, dry, and well ventilated, and waste should be disposed of at a distance and buried with soil. It is imperative that these instructions are followed. This is a divine decree. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao silently prayed, please forgive me, great beast god, for borrowing your name, but it is for the good of your people, after all. Surely, you would not wish to witness their extinction. As the saying goes, after great disasters, great epidemics are sure to follow. Preventive measures are essential. Still feeling uneasy, Xiao Xiao gathered everyone in the tribe and, once again assuming the role of the divine messenger, reiterated the instructions, including how to boil water and maintain hygiene. Heaven knows how fearful she was. In this almost savage era, an infection would likely be a death sentence. After bidding farewell to the visiting orc tribes, Xiao Xiao sighed and gazed at the clear sky, as if the previous night's tempest had been but a dream, leaving only the broken branches and fallen leaves on the muddy paths to testify to nature's ruthlessness. After lunch, Xiao Xiao urged her father and brothers to take her out for a stroll, expressing her desire to see the area affected by last night's flood. Reluctantly, her father, Mu Yu, accompanied by her brothers Mu Yun, Mu Bai, and Mu LV, took her to the riverbank. Fortunately, after a night of tumultuous rushing, the floodwaters had receded significantly, though the once clear river was now murky. Xiao Xiao observed for a while, furrowing her brow. Such water would require filtration before drinking, or at least must be left to settle for over a day. It appeared that the tribe would need to construct a reservoir to ensure a reliable water supply, or alternatively, they could direct spring water or tap into groundwater to create a lake. Nonetheless, Xiao Xiao's primary purpose for being there was not solely to assess water quality. It was to seek the fish from the pond. Those fish had been diligently raised by her brothers. She recalled from her readings that after floods, fish tend to become disoriented and are often swept downstream, making them both plentiful and easy to catch during this time. If she could locate them, it would compensate for the loss in her brother's pond. After sharing her thoughts with her father and brothers, Xiao Xiao requested Mu Yu to accompany her and her third brother Mu LV downstream from the breached riverbank, while her eldest brother Mu Yun took her second brother Mu Bai towards the river's original downstream course. The two groups of orcs agreed to reconvene at the same spot before dinner, regardless of their fishing success. As they reached the riverbank, they encountered other tribesmen, and Mu Yu conveyed Xiao Xiao's idea. Several orcs immediately expressed their willingness to explore the downstream waters for fish, thus expanding their fishing party. They agreed to meet again before dinner and then parted ways. Xiao Xiao and his brothers arrived at the once flat expanse, where they beheld a depression at the intersection of the plain and the mountains that had formed a serene lake. This basin, continuously replenished by the flowing river, gradually filled with water that then cascaded towards lower grounds on the opposite side. The emergence of this depression had notably slowed the current, aside from the fish washed away by the torrential rains of the previous night. When they arrived today, the waters flowing from the basin would no longer sweep away the larger fish. This indicated that the tranquil waters before them might be teeming with sizable fish. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Xiao could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Fortune favors me. I was just pondering where the river had carried the fish. I thought I would return empty-handed today. Ha ha ha. What a delightful surprise, a depression. Father, brother, pay me no mind. I shall remain here quietly. while you hasten to catch the fish. Author's note, Chapter 40, after much contemplation, I feel compelled to express a few thoughts. The reason for the prolonged absence of updates is due to family matters. The year 2021 has been exceedingly challenging. It seems to symbolize loss, as I have endured the departure of many individuals and experiences that were immensely precious to me. In comparison, the loss of a romantic partner now feels less burdensome. I commenced this novel following a heartbreak, paused its updates due to the passing of my beloved father, and resumed once again after losing my dear grandmother. Life, indeed, is fraught with tribulations. I have always been aware of this and have experienced it firsthand. Yet, I must confess, fate has never shown me mercy. Humanity, born without fear. Life, lived without fear. Humanity, alive, yet unafraid. Perhaps I can still harbor some hope for 2022. Moving forward, I shall strive to maintain a chapter a day. Writing for myself, weaving a tale, it is quite fulfilling. Understanding the crab pot, Chapter 41, Xiao Xiao, will there truly be fish here? I recall this area as a vast depression, filled only with grass and stones. I even found prey there once. Can there really be fish after just one night? Third brother Miao expressed incredulously. If you don't believe it, why not cast a net and see for yourself? I promise to behave and not run around. I shall watch you catch the fish. All right. You leave me no choice. If there are none, shall we explore the nearby mountain instead? Okay. I will heed Father's words. Xiao Xiao nodded obediently, while secretly contemplating how to persuade Father to ascend the mountain, hoping to gather as many resources as possible to enrich the ecosystem of the space. After all, venturing out is a rare opportunity, and establishing a complete ecological environment requires a multitude of species. Henceforth, I must diligently learn survival skills. Only by safeguarding myself can I venture forth to collect species. Little Xiao waited for a short while, and soon her father and brothers emerged with a net brimming with fish. A few excited orcs dragged the fishing net to the shore, and Zhao's smile was so wide that her teeth sparkled in the sunlight. Xiao, there are truly so many fish in here, and they were so easy to catch. Look, we hardly exerted any effort to haul in this bounty. Ha ha ha, I knew it. The textbooks could not possibly be wrong. I will store these in the space and ask Elder Wentian to categorize them. Then we can take them back to the tribe together. Come on, Dad and brothers, keep it up. Rest assured, Xiao, we won't leave until we've caught every last one. Just moments ago, I spotted numerous crabs and shrimp down there. I will make sure to catch those for you as well, and prepare a feast for you tonight. That is wonderful. I always knew that my eldest brother cared for me the most. Big brother Mobai is truly a rascal. I prepare all the meals, and I know how to make all of Zhao's favorite dishes. Why should Big Brother claim to love Xiao the most? I am the one who truly cherishes her. Big Brother is such a scoundrel. As time passed, the fish they caught grew larger and larger, with the largest measuring nearly 2 meters in length. Xiao was so thrilled that she couldn't help but bounce around, exclaiming, "Oh my, this fish must be magical. I wonder how many years it took to grow so large. Survival is not easy. I shall feed it some spring water and keep it in my space." Once in her space, Xiao placed the large fish into a pond and fed it spring water. She watched as it swayed its head and tail, playfully displaying its affection, its round eyes gleaming with joy, as if asking for more. She glanced at the other fish that had gathered, all seemingly eager for Xiao to offer them spring water as well. A sudden thought struck her. Could spring water have other benefits after it was upgraded? What if she dipped her hand into the water and gradually released spring water? Would it attract the fish? If she could indeed lure many fish, she could simply gather them into her space without her father and brothers having to fish them out one by one. With this thought in mind, she eagerly exited her space and approached the shore. She dipped her hand into the water and began to release spring water drop by drop. At first, there was no change on the surface, and her father and brothers continued to fish in the lake formed by the depressions. Gradually, however, Xiao sensed a shift in the water's movement, as if something was approaching her from all directions. Once they neared her vicinity, she barely had time to think before whispering collect, and indeed, she felt as though her pond and the space had gained many more inhabitants. Little Xiao Xiao retracted her hand and entered the space, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at the newly emerged cluster of fish, shrimp, and crabs in the pond. This space, combined with the mystical spring water, was nothing short of a miraculous cheat. "Senior Wentian," she implored, "might you be able to enlarge the pond, or perhaps create a small river within this realm? This way, I could gather more aquatic creatures by the riverside." Ding. Would the host like to activate river mode? Before Senior Wentian could respond, Xiao Xiao heard the prompt from the space system. It seemed to her that the system had never been this intelligent before. Could it be that the upgrade had optimized its capabilities? The space replied, "Host, you've uncovered the truth. The previous version was far too rudimentary. After the space began generating income, the system was upgraded. Now, it boasts a highly advanced level of intelligence." Little. So how many coins did you steal from me for the upgrade? It's evident that the production in the space is increasing, yet my coins are dwindling, while my experience points have surged. You big rat. Space. Ah, dear host. Please do not be upset. I upgraded to serve you better. Do you not wish to unlock the rivers? Just confirm, and with merely 10 million experience points, you can acquire 2 rivers, 1 lake, and a variety of aquatic creatures. Just imagine, the opportunity for crab freedom is right at hand. Don't let it slip by. A substantial sum of 10 million is indeed quite daunting. However, the allure of aquatic creatures is profoundly enticing. With a tearful confirmation, Xiaoxiao observed the space expand once more, revealing 3 additional rivers. She could sense that within the waters of the rivers and streams, countless creatures were quietly flourishing, undergoing cycles of reproduction, evolution, death, and rebirth, until the rivers were imbued with the essence of life to a significant extent. Xiaoxiao observed the shifting waters of the river for a while before exiting the space. She continued by the riverbank, releasing spirit spring water to entice the creatures within. However, in her excitement, she neglected her father's warnings and focused solely on capturing aquatic beings. When the octopus and others returned with a bounty of shrimp and crabs, they were startled to find their little darling not waiting safely on the shore, but rather leaning precariously over the water, her claws reaching into its depths. In a swift motion, the octopus transformed into its beast form and dashed to Xiaoxiao's side, scooping her up and tossing her onto his back before quickly retreating to safety. Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock at her father's sudden actions, instinctively gripping his fur tightly, terrified of being thrown off and suffering a fall. You mischievous child. The river is fraught with danger. How many times have I cautioned you against approaching the riverbank? It is not only home to fish and crabs, but also to serpentine beasts, cold-blooded creatures that might take you as a maid if you happen to encounter them. The octopus scolded in exasperation. Father, I understand my mistake. Please do not be angry. I promise I will never go to the riverbank alone again, okay? Xiaoxiao pleaded. See, I realize my error, so please do not be upset. It is getting late, and I must be hungry. How about I take her back first, and then summon Gordon and Barnes to assist in the catch? That way, the tribe can enjoy fresh fish tonight, her elder brother, Mayan, interjected, unable to bear the sight of Xiaoxiao's pitiful expression. Yes, father, please do not be angry. Let my brother take Xiaoxiao and the fish back to prepare while we continue fishing, they urged. Initially, Xiaoxiao had wanted to explore the mountains, but upon seeing her father's stern countenance, she chose to remain silent. After a moment of thought, she smiled sweetly and said, Father, when you return, I will prepare a delicious crab stew for you. Please do not be angry. I promise I will behave. Seeing his little one's cautious demeanor, the octopus's expression softened slightly. He gently patted her head, reminding her to heed his words. The world beyond the tribe is filled with various dangers. A moment's inattention could cost you your life. Thus, you must be cautious and refrain from being playful. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Rest assured, Father, she replied. Now, return home with your brother. I will come back shortly, and we shall have the crab stew you suggested for dinner, all right? Yes. I will wait for you, Father. The octopus lifted Xiaoxiao and placed her on Mayun's back, securing the fish catch in a wicker basket tied to his shoulders. Let us go, Mayun announced, letting out a call before swiftly leading Xiaoxiao toward the tribe. Chapter 42. A glimpse of crab stew. Xiaoxiao is back. What delicious discoveries have you made? Upon entering the tribe, Xiaoxiao encountered Sister Anna and Aunt Susan, who appeared to be heading out to dry animal hides. Sister Anna, a wolf clan beastman, had recently come of age and had bonded with the strongest young beastman in the tribe, Suze. Currently, they had no offspring. Aunt Susan, a beautiful fox clan beastman, had 2 young cubs named Dixon and Billy, their fathers being a wolf clan beastman named Carter and a fox clan beastman named Cole. Both Sister Anna and Aunt Susan had numerous suitors. Many beastmen sought to partner with them, particularly Aunt Susan, due to her having had 2 cubs within a year, indicating that marrying her would likely lead to rapid offspring. Sister Anna, Aunt Susan, are you off to dry animal hides? We just discovered a newly formed lake at the foot of that mountain on the plains. It was once a large pit, but due to the flooding, it has become a lake filled with fish, crabs, and shrimp. My brother and I brought back some and intend to find more help for the catch, Xiaoxiao explained, gesturing toward the basket of fish her brother carried. Wow, so much. Xiaoxiao, quickly take these fish back to be processed. We will dry the hides, and then inform Suze and Dixon to join us in fishing, they replied enthusiastically. Of course, my father and brother are already there, so it will be easy to find them. If we finish the fish in the lake, we can explore downstream along the river for more similar waterholes or depressions, which are likely to have fish as well, Xiaoxiao added. All right, understood. Do not worry, the hunting parties have the male beastmen. There are still long-eared beasts and cuckoo beasts on the mountains. They breed quickly, so we will not run out of food. Besides, the rainy season has passed. And you mentioned we could begin planting potatoes and sweet potatoes, right? The seedlings you nurtured a few days ago have sprouted, and everyone is eager to learn how to cultivate them. Oh dear, Aunt Susan is right. It is time to till the land. How could I forget? The spring rains are precious. Now that the rain has moistened the soil, it is ideal for turning the earth, drying it, sowing seeds, and fertilizing. Spring planting is of utmost importance and should not be delayed. I must speak with Chief Ram about this, Xiaoxiao decided. Brother, could you deliver these items to Chief Ram's cave? I will discuss how to teach everyone to till the land, sow seeds, and fertilize. And I will prepare the crab stew there, she said, dashing toward Chief Ram's cave. Xiaoxiao, do not rush. Be careful not to trip. Aunt Susan called out, watching the little one dash away with concern. Xiao Xiao is still young. Do not fret. Ma Yun is quite steady. She will be fine, Sister Anna reassured her with a smile. Why is Xiao Xiao here? Is something the matter? Look at all that sweat. Wipe your brow. I'll call Ram, Coleman said, spotting Xiao Xiao running toward him with Ma Yun following behind. It's nothing urgent. I just remembered I need to teach everyone how to plant potatoes and sweet potatoes. That's why I hurried over. It's not a crisis, Xiao Xiao replied, scratching her head in embarrassment, realizing she might have overreacted. Xiao Xiao, come in. The little ones are eager to see you. If you do not come in soon, I will not be able to stop them. Coleman welcomed her, and after bidding farewell to Ma Yun, he took the basket from him and led Xiao Xiao inside. As they entered, 4 adorable little foxes rushed toward her, each vying for her attention. Xiao Xiao knelt down, gently rubbing their fluffy little heads. Perhaps because she had assisted in their birth, the 4 little ones were particularly fond of her. Regrettably, the little foxes were almost 4 months old, and she could no longer hold them. If they recognized her scent and embrace, they might not choose other mates when they matured or could be rejected by other females, hindering their ability to reproduce. Thus, despite her overwhelming desire to cuddle the furry little foxes, she restrained herself for their future. After all, they would grow into handsome young men, and she did not want to take on such responsibilities. All right, enough with the fuss. Go play elsewhere, Chief Ram said, shooing the little foxes away and inviting Xiao Xiao to sit. Xiao Xiao, what brings you to me? Uncle Coleman, could you please help me wash and chop the shrimp and crabs? And also, could you prepare a cuckoo beast for me? After I finish discussing matters with Chief Ram, I will cook a crab stew for you all. Certainly. I will proceed as you instruct, without any need for your intervention. Later, I shall prepare a fish for you. Coleman acknowledged with a nod and set about preparing the ingredients. Chief, I have come to discuss the matter of cultivation. With this rain, it appears that the rainy season is coming to an end. I intend to teach everyone how to plow the fields, sun-dry the soil, apply organic fertilizers, and subsequently plant potatoes, sweet potatoes, and a crop known as corn that I have nurtured in my space. These 3 crops are high-yielding, well-suited for storage, and resilient against hunger, and they are relatively simple to cultivate. In addition, we should also plant wheat and rice. Very well. I shall summon the orcs in the tribe who are not engaged in hunting to learn tomorrow. However, where shall we plant? The potatoes allocated to each household should have sprouted by now. This evening, we shall cut the sprouted potatoes into pieces, ensuring that each piece retains 2 sprouts, and leave them for 2 days. Once the soil has dried in 2 days, we can plant them. Sweet potatoes do not require cutting. We can plant them directly. Corn will be sown in a similar manner, with holes made by hand, placing 4 to 5 seeds in each hole, spaced half a palm's breadth apart. After planting, we must water uniformly and apply fertilizer, which can include the dung of the bleeding beasts, long-eared beasts, and clucking beasts, as well as organic fertilizer. My brothers and father possess the knowledge to assist, and they can guide everyone during the planting process. Suitable locations for planting can be chosen on level plains or hillsides, as long as they are near a water source and the soil is fertile. In truth, there are numerous considerations for achieving high yields. Yet given the constraints of our beastly world, I dare not ask for much. I can only hope that the potatoes and sweet potatoes possess resilient vitality and robust genetics. Additionally, I shall water them with diluted spring water to enhance their resistance to pests and diseases. As for the rest, we can only do our utmost and leave the outcome to fate. Even if this year does not yield success, we shall accumulate experience and strive for several years. As success will surely come. After all, where there is a will, there is a way. Oh, omnipotent beast god, if you truly exist, I hope you can ensure my protagonist Halo may all my endeavors succeed, all my meals be delicious, and my health be robust. Thank you, beast god, my dear child. You finally remember your father. It has been so long since we last conversed, and I miss you dearly. In a state of utter bewilderment, I feel as though I have heard the lamentations of the beast god. Chief Ram pondered for a moment, recognizing that there are numerous locations abundant in fertile land in proximity to water sources. He decided to organize a team to assess the situation and perhaps locate the Moo Moo beast herd. For now, let the little one rest here while I lead a group to explore suitable planting areas, he concluded. Very well. I shall prepare a crab and meat casserole for Aunt Ace and the little foxes, he added before departing. Aunt Ace observed the little foxes frolicking, while the little one made her way to the kitchen, where she found Uncle Coleman had already prepared the ingredients. Uncle Coleman, let us embark on creating a crab casserole, she proposed. First, we shall slice the crabs in half, coating the cut surfaces with sweet potato flour, and then frying them briefly to set the shape. Next, we shall do the same for the shrimp. After draining the excess oil, we will retain some to saute ginger and scallions until fragrant. We will then add Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, bay leaves, and dried chili peppers, stirring until aromatic. Following this, we will incorporate yellow soybean paste and tomato sauce, followed by the chopped goo beasts, stir-frying until they change color, then adding soy sauce and water to heat through. Once boiling, we will add potatoes, cover, and let them steam for a while before adding the crabs and shrimp, seasoning with salt, and allowing it to simmer. Finally, we will increase the heat to reduce the sauce, and it will be ready. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the keen senses of the orcs and causing the little foxes to drool in anticipation. What delightful dish has little one prepared to evoke such appetites among these younglings? Aunt Ace couldn't contain her laughter upon entering the kitchen, observing the 4 little ones circling the stone pot. It is indeed the crab casserole. Just a little longer, and we shall feast. The preparation is quite simple, and I have imparted the method to Uncle Coleman. Once it is ready, we shall sample it ourselves, and later, when my father and the others return, we will prepare more for the orcs of the tribe to enjoy. Xiao Xiao enjoyed a delightful meal at Chief Ram's home before returning home, having promised to wait for her father to return so she could prepare a sumptuous crab casserole for him. Having satisfied her own hunger, she felt it only right to return and cook for her father, mother, and brothers. As for teaching the orcs in the tribe how to make the crab casserole, that task would be entrusted to Uncle Coleman, whose culinary skills surpassed those of Xiao Xiao. Chapter 43. Oh Mama, there are dinosaurs. As Xiao Xiao leisurely returned home, she found her mother, Ma Ji, and her brother, Mo He, drying animal skins and the damp food from their house. Xiao Xiao, why are you back so late? Are you hungry? Would you like some goat milk? Her mother inquired. No, mother, I'm not hungry. I had a delicious crab stew at Chief Lamb's place. I also brought back a bounty of fish that father and brother caught. They are stored in the space. And I will prepare crab stew for you and brother Mo He shortly. You little glutton, don't meddle too much. Wait for your father and the others to return, and let Mo He handle the cooking while you simply instruct him, her mother replied, concern lacing her tone. I can't bear for you to handle the crabs. What if you get hurt? That would break my heart. Hee, mother, you are so biased towards me. Brother will surely feel hurt. Xiao Xiao teased. Not at all. You are the little female. Naturally, I will favor you. Father and brother will take good care of you and me, so you need not worry about brother. Mo He said, puffing up his chest in a comical display of protectiveness, which made Xiao Xiao's nose tingle with emotion. Silently vowing to the heavens, she thought, thank you for granting me a home once more. This time, I will protect everyone within it. Brother, you are so kind. Let us cook together. Besides the crab stew, we can make braised fish, fish head tofu soup, and boiled shrimp. We can steam rice for dinner. The leftover fish can be salted to make dried fish. And we can also prepare fish meatballs for tomorrow's stew. Very well, let's do that. This is a perfect opportunity to share some of the fish stored in the space with the tribe, so no one will suspect anything, Mo He suggested. Yes, brother. You are so clever. When father and the others return, I can use the pretense of distributing fish to blend in the ones from the space and share with everyone. Xiao Xiao clapped her hands in excitement, feeling as if she were embarking on a new adventure. Time flew by with the promise of good things ahead. And as the sun began to set, the tribe buzzed with life. Chief Lamb and the hunting party returned with a plethora of game, including several large beasts that Xiao Xiao had never seen before. Mo He speculated that the recent heavy rains had disturbed the beasts in the deep mountains, causing them to emerge. When Cole and Carter went hunting, they stumbled upon 2 beasts fighting over prey. Cole instructed Carter to stay and guard the area while he returned to the tribe for assistance. Not far from there, he encountered Chief Lamb, accompanied by Gray and Griffin, and they patiently awaited the opportune moment to capture both beasts in their quarry, a ferocious creature. At long last, Xiao Xiao was fortunate enough to encounter the fabled ferocious beast. It turned out that this beast of the world was none other than an extraordinarily colossal crocodile. Its formidable body encased in a tough hide, a powerful and robust tail, and an enormous maw brimming with razor-sharp teeth, possessing a terrifying bite force that certainly warranted the title of a ferocious beast. This marked Xiao Xiao's first genuine experience of the perilous nature of the beast realm. Especially considering that even the crocodiles of Earth could easily overpower her, it was unfathomable to confront the behemothic ferocity of the supersized crocodile here. After a moment of pause, the realization struck her. Goodness, if the ferocious beast was already so daunting, what of those 2 colossal entities nearby, which were feasting on it and resembled small mountains in size? Oh mother, I wish to return to Earth, she lamented. This place is truly terrifying. Indeed, these creatures rightly deserve the title of giants. They must inhabit the apex of the biological chain within the beast realm. In that instant, Xiao Xiao comprehended that the orcs' superhuman speed, strength, and energy were entirely justified. Otherwise, they would merely become prey, destined for extinction. Xiao Xiao swallowed hard, forcing herself to calm down. Grasping Mo He's dark hand, she trembled as she said, Brother, I want to see what the giant beast looks like. Xiao Xiao, you are already so frightened. Perhaps it would be better not to see the giant beast. Let me take you back, all right? Otherwise, father will surely punish me if he finds out. No, brother. I want to see what the giant beast looks like. What if I encounter one someday? I need the courage to run away. Mo He hesitated for a moment, wanting to refuse, but when he saw Xiao Xiao's determined gaze, he ultimately relented. He nodded and said, Xiao Xiao, do not be afraid. The giant beast is indeed formidable, but it is already dead. Moreover, they are merely wild animals, devoid of intelligence and thought. As long as we do not provoke or challenge them, they will not attack us. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt a sense of relief. She nodded and followed Mo He to the central clearing of the tribe, where they finally beheld the true appearance of the giant beast. However, the more she looked, the more astonished she became. This giant beast, it resembles a dinosaur, with small, hurried steps. Xiao Xiao approached and earnestly scrutinized the two colossal beasts before him, although he had never encountered a dinosaur. The size and appearance of these creatures were reminiscent of the most renowned Tyrannosaurus rex. My heavens, can you fathom it? Dinosaurs still exist? Surely. Even television wouldn't dare depict such a scenario. Oh, great beast deity, are you jesting with me? Am I not still your beloved child? What of the prophesied child of fortune? What of the halo of protagonism? Has it all crumbled to dust? After all, these are dinosaurs, true rulers of the land, coexisting with such entities, living in harmony? What a preposterous notion. If you are capable, then take my place. Please, return me home. Oh, mother, save me. I long to be back home. Xiao Xiao, do not look. Do not be afraid. Father is here, and the beasts cannot harm you. With gentle hands. His eyes were covered, and he was cradled in a warm embrace, the soothing voice of the octopus resonating in his ears. A warmth enveloped the little one, and a pang of emotion struck her, nearly bringing her to tears. She muttered softly, let us plant ginseng. Let's cultivate spiritual herbs. This year, we must exchange for the snow spirit fruit. Do not worry, father, our tribe will grow ever stronger, and so shall you. In the divine realm, the beast god gazed into the mirror at the pale visage of the little one, gritting his teeth as he suppressed the urge to tear asunder the fabric of space. The beast god sighed. Oh, my dear child, I too am unaware of their origins. Ever since their arrival, the beast world has ceased to be what it once was. The population of beastmen has dwindled drastically. It was your mother who devised a means to allow me to bestow blessings upon the beastmen, enabling them to harness energy and awaken latent abilities, thereby barely sustaining their existence in the beast world. However, when the world tree encountered issues, my connection to the beast world gradually weakened. The beastmen could no longer perceive my divine will, and I was deprived of their prayers and the strength of their faith. The beast world was once a place of distinct seasons, abundant food, and breathtaking landscapes, where the beastmen thrived in great numbers and developed their own civilization. Yet, with the emergence of colossal beasts, everything transformed. Civilization fractured, countless beastmen perished, the weather turned harsh, food became scarce, and diseases ravaged the land, even threatening the very fabric of our world. It was during this tumultuous period that my divine power began to wane. Deprived of faith, my body aged rapidly. Despite the desperate measures taken by your mother and me to rectify the situation, even attempting to mend the world tree with the essence of the world, it merely slowed the inevitable collapse. We believed we had concealed the truth from you. Yet you discerned my peculiar condition and made a profound decision to sacrifice your divine essence for me. Being born in the divine realm, you possessed an innate divine essence, boundless in power. With your essence, the stability of the beast world could be restored, and your life force could safeguard the world tree. Alas, the world tree was gravely wounded and fell into a deep slumber. By the time your mother and I discovered your actions, you had already completed the sacrificial dance. We could only send a fragment of your divine soul to another realm, hoping you would survive, even if we could never see you again. Your safety was all we desired. Yet, to our astonishment, you were returned to us. This revelation filled us with both surprise and joy, for you had been sent back to the beast world. Your father and mother felt immense gratitude simply to behold you again, believing this was both your opportunity and that of the beast world. I have attempted on numerous occasions to bring you to the divine realm. Yet you are merely an ordinary beastman now. Entering the divine realm would cause you to age instantaneously. Thus, after deliberation with your mother, we decided it best to leave you in the beast world for the time being. Perhaps we shall discover a way to bring you here. If not, I intend to send you to another world once more. However, your actions upon arriving in the beast world astonished your father and mother, instilling within us a sense of hope. You have brought civilization to the tribe and absorbed a modicum of faith, albeit a mere fraction. This signifies your potential to wield the strength of faith, paving the way for you to achieve your own divine essence and ascend as a new beast god. Though this path is fraught with challenges, we believe in your capability, for you are resilient and remarkably gifted. Chapter 44. A visitor arrives, father, with you by my side. I am unafraid. By the way, did Brant and the others catch any fish? They did. They brought back the majority of their catch. I was concerned for your mother, so I returned early. This catch is sufficient to feed the beastmen in our tribe for 34 days, so you need not worry. That is reassuring. That is indeed reassuring. Brother Mo suggested that I wait and assist in distributing the fish among the families, allowing us to subtly mix in some of the fish and shrimp from our space. Very well. When the time comes, I shall provide you cover. Rest assured. My dear child, you possess such kindness, always fearing that others may go hungry. The little one blushed with praise as I consented to share the tribe's stored provisions with neighboring tribes. For I hold the obligation to ensure that all the orcs within our community are well fed, though they may not voice their thoughts. Discontent would surely fester in their hearts if I faltered. Dear little one, do not overthink. The prosperity of our tribe today is a testament to your efforts. Before your arrival, we subsisted on but 2 meals a day, and during the harsh winters, merely 1. Each year, we mourned the loss of orcs to hunger and illness. Yet those times are now behind us. The memories of hunger remain vivid. along with the knowledge that it was you who transformed our existence from a single meal to 3, even in winter. Last winter, we celebrated the birth of many younglings. All thanks to your contributions. You may not realize it, but in the eyes of the tribe's orcs, you are akin to a deity. Not only would they support your decision to allocate a portion of our provisions to others, but I am confident they would even endorse the notion of offering our entire stock, for they trust that you would never allow them to suffer from hunger or cold, guiding them towards a brighter future. Xiaoxiao was taken aback, for she did not perceive herself as having accomplished anything particularly remarkable for the tribe. Initially, her sole desire was to ensure that she, along with her father, mother, and brothers, had enough to eat and to survive in the beastly world. It was this motivation that led her to teach them how to distinguish between plants and animals. Gradually, she found herself becoming a divine messenger, moved by the orc sentiments, which in turn inspired her to aspire for a transformation in their circumstances and the very essence of their world. Deep down, Xiaoxiao felt that her initial intentions were selfish rather than altruistic, leading her to believe that she had not made any significant contributions to the tribe. Yet, the orcs held her in high regard, cherishing her efforts and placing their unwavering trust in her, which profoundly touched her heart. "Oh, Father, I understand now. I will no longer misunderstand everyone," she exclaimed, her expression brightening. "Look, my brothers have returned. Father, let us quickly divide the fish." With a playful wink, her intentions were clearly mischievous. Miao smiled indulgently at her antics and followed suit. After a lively distribution of the fish catch, Miao prepared to head home with his little ones. Xiaoxiao reminded him that Ma Ji was waiting for him to start dinner. Miao had already prepared a delectable crab stew, along with boiled shrimp and rice, making their return home all the more appealing. "Miao, wait a moment," called Ram. "What is it, Ram?" "After dinner, let us divide the meat of the giant beast and the ferocious beast, so each household can have a portion for breakfast tomorrow." "Very well, no problem." After enjoying their evening meal, Miao ventured out once more with his sons to distribute the meat, while Ma Ji and Xiaoxiao busied themselves at home, tidying up the animal hides, firewood, and salted, dried fish. Xiaoxiao combined Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon, and salt in a stone pot, sought ing them until the salt acquired a subtle golden hue. After extinguishing the flame, she allowed the mixture to cool before grinding it into a fine powder. This fragrant blend was then meticulously applied to the prepared fish, which was left to marinate overnight. The following day, the fish was hung in a well-ventilated area to dry until the surface was completely desiccated and slightly glistening with oil. Such air-dried fish can typically be preserved for about 6 months without issue. Once Xiaoxiao and her mother finished their labor, they were astonished to discover that they had processed a staggering 3 large basins of fish. It was no wonder Xiaoxiao felt utterly exhausted, as the large size of the beast meant that each wooden basin had a diameter of nearly 2 meters, towering above Xiaoxiao herself. "Oh, I am so tired." "Finally done. Mother, let us wash up and rest," she exclaimed. "All right, my dear, I have just boiled some hot water. Let us go wash up and then sleep." Her mother replied. Just as Ma Ji rose to fetch water for Xiaoxiao's bath, a sudden cry from Xiaoxiao halted her. "Mother, don't move. You're bleeding." As Ma Ji approached the entrance of the cave, she caught a faint whiff of blood, an unmistakable scent that belonged to her. Ma Ji, are you hurt? Why are you bleeding?" Before Xiaoxiao could fully comprehend the situation, she witnessed her father, the cuttlefish, swiftly scoop up her mother and dash outside. It appeared they were headed to seek the aid of the healer, Mizi. However, Xiaoxiao clearly observed that her mother's blood had begun to flow only after she had risen, which led her to suspect that her mother might simply be experiencing her monthly cycle. Counting the days, Xiaoxiao realized it was indeed time for her mother's menstruation. Promptly, she called out to the cuttlefish, Father, mother is fine. Please lay her down on the bed. Eldest brother, fetch some hot water from the pot, and grab a few pieces of animal hide." Upon hearing Xiaoxiao's instructions, Ma Ji seemed to grasp the situation. Her little face flushed with embarrassment as she shyly glanced at the cuttlefish. "You silly big cat, I am not injured. I am in heat. Quickly, carry me back to our nest. The little ones have grown. It is time for them to be independent. Starting tonight, let them reside in the burrows they have dug themselves." Xiaoxiao was filled to the brim with dog food, and upon turning around, she was met with the astonished gazes of her 4 brothers. 2 of the poor souls clutched enormous beast meat. The eldest held a container of hot water, while the second grasped a beast hide. All 4 stood frozen in place, as if turned to stone. It was indeed a bewildering sight. Not only had they been fed dog food, but they had also been chased away, though they were aware that such a day would inevitably arrive. The abruptness of it left their hearts shattered in a way only they could comprehend. The usually composed Miao found himself blushing fiercely, an awkward expression crossing his handsome, resolute face, before hastily retreating to the bedroom with Ma Ji in his arms. Moments later, like a gust of wind, he re-emerged to snatch away the hot water from the eldest brother and the beast hide from the second, leaving behind a terse command, "Get lost," before disappearing back into the bedroom. Subsequently, Xiaoxiao witnessed her typically steady eldest brother, Miao Yun, walking out in unison with his younger siblings, taking along a crimson-faced second brother, Miao Bai, while third brother, Miao Lu, clutched the beast meat, dragging along the tearful fourth brother, Imohe. Before the birth of the little one, the eldest, second, and third brothers were triplets. After they reached adulthood, their mother conceived the fourth brother, initially anticipating the arrival of a female offspring. However, upon birth, it was discovered that another male had arrived. Despite her disappointment, their mother was nonetheless elated to welcome another little one, as having 2 litters in just 3 years had already made all the females in the tribe envious. Typically, male offspring are expected to leave and establish their own dwellings upon reaching adulthood. Yet, due to Maji's injury during the birth of the Dark One, he was raised by his triplet brothers. To facilitate care, a cave was excavated next to the one shared by Maji and the Dark One, allowing the 4 brothers to reside together. Later, Maji unexpectedly conceived the little one. When the little one was born, the Dark One had only recently reached adulthood. Thus, the little one initially slept alongside Maji and the Dark One, but after reaching 1.5 years of age, he transitioned to sleeping in the adjacent cave with his brothers. When Xiao Xiao was merely a year old, Mo Yun and the others began excavating their own burrows in preparation for moving out. However, due to the biting chill of winter, they opted to remain together for the sake of warmth. Now, as Xiao Xiao approaches adulthood, she is ready to dwell in her own burrow. The weather has turned pleasant, and it is indeed time for them to relocate, allowing for the selection of their own partners. Early the next morning, Xiao Xiao rose with the sun to prepare breakfast. From her storage space, she retrieved eggplants to stew with meat, crafted a fish head soup, made pancakes, boiled Gugu beast eggs, and even roasted giant beast meat. To her delight, the flavor of dinosaur meat was exquisite. Reminiscent of beef with its tender, juicy texture, she found it impossible to stop after just one bite. By the time Maji and Mou emerged, Xiao Xiao had already satisfied her hunger. Mou brought the breakfast to Maji, encouraging her to dine in bed. Initially, Xiao Xiao perceived this as a tender display of affection between her parents, a moment of love that seemed to serve as fodder for envy. However, it soon dawned on her that this place lacked essential items such as sanitary pads. In fact, the ancient necessity of menstrual rags was nowhere to be found, all due to the absence of cloth and cotton. In a moment of quiet contemplation, Xiao Xiao shivered slightly as she entered the space, diving headlong into the inventory. After a prolonged search, she finally unearthed the cotton seeds, promptly purchasing 2 bags. With a decisive spirit, she planted them, content to await the harvest. Subsequently, she exchanged her gold coins for 2 books on spinning and weaving, immersing herself in diligent study within the confines of her space. She was determined to unravel the intricacies of crafting a beastly version of menstrual belts. As she devoted herself to the arduous process of transforming cotton into fabric, guests arrived in the tribe once again. Chapter 45. Guests have arrived too. Ever since the day Mou discovered Maji in heat, he had not ventured outside. Nourishment was brought back daily by the cubs, who rotated in accompanying the hunting party. The cooking was left to Xiao Xiao, while Mou dedicated himself to caring for Maji, ensuring she was clean and well attended. The entire beast tribe buzzed with excitement, reminiscent of a youthful exuberance. A foolish demeanor that made Xiao Xiao exclaim it was quite an eyesore. Every day, Xiao Xiao busied herself with planting cotton, harvesting it, removing the seeds, and carting the fibers before rolling them into slivers as described in her books. As for spinning yarn and weaving cloth, these tasks proved far too challenging for her. Instead, she opted for a simpler solution, spreading the cleaned cotton evenly, pressing it flat, and stitching it onto animal hides to create rudimentary menstrual pads. She also fashioned a basic pair of hide undergarments, presenting both items to Maji along with instructions on their use, replacement, and how to craft them independently. After trying them, Maji found them remarkably effective. At the very least, she no longer had to remain bedridden. She could move about cautiously without the previous issue of blood trickling down her legs. Xiao Xiao, these pads are wonderful, Maji said gratefully. Once I recover, I'll teach the other women in the tribe how to make them. Of course. And don't forget the undergarments. They should learn those too, Xiao Xiao replied cheerfully. Absolutely. But what about the cotton? How will we get more? That's simple, Xiao Xiao assured her. We can sketch the cotton plant and have the gathering party search for it. If they can't find any, it's no trouble. I've already collected plenty of seeds in my space. The male tribesmen can clear some land to cultivate cotton, and we'll have a harvest by winter. Oh, didn't you mention a few days ago that your father was supposed to teach the tribe how to plow fields and grow potatoes and sweet potatoes? He has gone yet? Has that delayed your plans? Not at all. Don't worry, Xiao Xiao reassured her. I've sent the little ones to instruct everyone instead. That's good. Maji's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her voice. In 2 more days, the bleeding will stop, and then I can mate with Mayo. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Goodness, is the beast world so uninhibited? I am still just a young cub. Is it truly appropriate to speak of such matters before me? However, upon further reflection, she realized this was a realm of beasts, not Earth. For these beings, survival, procreation, and ensuring the continuity of their kind were paramount. With that understanding, what was there to be ashamed of? Contemplating this, she quietly withdrew. Being a mere third wheel was not an enviable position, and it was best not to intrude upon them. Xiao Xiao, are you there? It's Gibson. Chief Ram has sent me to find you. We have guests in the tribe. The voice of Gibson resonated at the cave entrance. Xiao Xiao promptly responded while hastening her steps toward the exit. I'm here, Gibson. Who has arrived at the tribe? It's Chief Man E from the dog-headed tribe, accompanied by the entire assembly of dog-headed beastmen. The chief has requested your presence to discuss their accommodations. So soon? All right, please wait a moment. I'll inform my parents and join you shortly. With that, she turned and entered the cave. Father, Chief Ram needs me for something. I will be stepping out. Very well, I understand. Go ahead. Xiao Xiao silently rolled her eyes upon hearing the words of the cuttlefish, feeling that her tender heart had been somewhat wounded. Indeed. It was her mother who held the title of true love. The little ones were merely distractions, the least significant of them all. Akin to light bulbs that were turned on when needed and switched off when not, while they remained in the background. Nevertheless, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her cheerful disposition. I wonder if in 2 months there will be delightful news. Perhaps I shall welcome a little brother or sister. Just the thought fills her with joy. In her previous life, she had been an only child, cherished and spoiled from a young age. However, fate took a cruel turn when her parents passed away, leaving her with few relatives, most of whom harbored ulterior motives to seize the meager inheritance her parents had left her. Thus, with determination, she sold the old house where she had spent many years, using her parents' insurance money and the proceeds from the sale to leave her hometown. She ventured to another city, took out a loan to purchase a new home, rented it out to cover the mortgage, and simultaneously juggled her studies and part-time work to pay for her education. After graduating, she secured a formal job, and life gradually began to improve. After years of hard work and saving, she managed to pay off the remaining debt. However, she was then heartbroken when her long-term boyfriend ended their relationship. In a bid to drown her sorrows in alcohol, she unexpectedly found herself transported to the realm of beastmen, where she was granted the affection of loving parents and brothers, with the prospect of welcoming younger siblings in the future. With this thought, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the future holds great promise. What is Xiao Xiao pondering? Why is she so joyful? Oh, it's nothing. Let us hurry along, so as not to keep Chief Ram and Chief Man E waiting too long. The small one, Xiao Xiao, took the lead and began to run, passing through the square of the tribe. There, she beheld dozens of unfamiliar orcs, all on high alert, their expressions tense. Despite their disheveled appearance, they stood upright. Among them sat 4 weary females, accompanied by several slender young males. They nestled in the embrace of the small female, shrinking back slightly when Xiao Xiao glanced their way, fear evident in their eyes. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Xiao felt a pang in her heart, compelling her to halt her steps. Were these the orcs of the dog-headed tribe? Hadn't it been said that their tribe consisted of 5 females and over 100 adult males? How could there be so few left? I heard their leader mention that last winter, a young female had given birth, while her 2 partners ventured into the deep mountains to hunt. On their return journey, they encountered a fierce beast and barely managed to escape. However, they were gravely injured and, lacking a shaman, succumbed to their wounds. The young female, already frail, did not survive the cold after giving birth. And the young ones? Xiao Xiao inquired hurriedly as she noticed Gibson had come to a stop. They did not survive either. How could this be? Without their mother, they could have been cared for by other females. If there was no milk, they could always be fed the milk of the bleeding beasts. At this point, Xiao Xiao too paused, realizing that it was she who had informed the tribe about the drinkability of bleeding beasts' milk. Prior to that, they had never consumed bleeding beasts, let alone their milk. After a brief silence, Xiao Xiao contemplated that the remaining orcs likely succumbed to similar reasons, perishing in the winter snow disaster or perhaps due to the torrential rain from a few days prior. Alas, Gibson, please boil some water for them to cleanse themselves, and procure some food and furs. Let us first satiate their hunger. The young females and their offspring prepared some mutton milk and goo-goo beast eggs. I went to speak with Chief Ram, suggesting that they settle in the tribe for the time being and refrain from digging caves, fearing there would not be enough time. Tomorrow, I would teach them how to set up tents, and we should construct several as well, for it is likely that more tribes would arrive in a few days. After speaking, I continued my way to Chief Ram's home. Chief Ram, I have arrived. May I enter? Come in quickly, Xiao Xiao. This is the leader of the Doghead tribe, Mani. Do you remember him? Indeed, I remember. Greetings, Chief Mani. Greetings, esteemed messenger. I wish to lead all the orcs of my tribe to pledge allegiance to the White Tiger tribe, seeking your protection. As he spoke, Chief Mani humbly knelt and bowed to Xiao Xiao. Please rise, please rise. What is this? Enough, enough. I consent. From this day forth, the Doghead tribe shall be under my protection. Rest assured, what the White Tiger tribe possesses, you shall also have. You will no longer go hungry. Xiao Xiao hurriedly helped Chief Mani to his feet. Mani, although we are old friends and I know you well, I hope that tomorrow all the orcs of your tribe can, in the presence of all the orcs of the White Tiger tribe, thou willingly join the White Tiger tribe and pledge loyalty to the esteemed messenger. Of course, you may retain your own identity, and thus you shall be both the White Tiger tribe and the Doghead tribe. Chief Ram, Xiao Xiao exclaimed, for she only wished to assist them, not require their allegiance or merge their tribe, nor abolish their identity. Therefore, she did not agree with Chief Ram's approach. Xiao Xiao, if they refuse to pledge loyalty to you, what reason do they have to receive your protection? Upon hearing Chief Ram's words, Xiao Xiao fell silent, ultimately saying nothing further. Esteemed messenger, Ram speaks the truth. I am willing. I believe my people, having witnessed the transformations of the White Tiger tribe, will also be inclined. Once we settle our tribe, I will speak to them, encouraging them to observe all that the White Tiger tribe has to offer, and I hope Ram will agree. Of course, Mani. I trust you, and wish to believe in your people. Your spirit of unwavering loyalty makes me willing to accept your queries. Once you have sworn your allegiance, you may join the life of the tribe. As compensation, since the time of the female's estrus is approaching, the females of your tribe may have the first choice of mates. Oh, Ram, my old friend, how can I express my gratitude for your generosity? Little Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment. My goodness, what outrageous words are these? There are minors present. Could you not be so brazen? Chapter 46. Guests arrive. Having arranged accommodations for the Knoll tribe, Little Xiao discussed the matter of setting up tents with Chief Ram. Preparations for tomorrow's tent assembly were underway. Chief Ram noted that the number of orcs in the Knoll tribe was limited, allowing them to temporarily reside in the available caves within the tribe. However, it would be inappropriate to have everyone cramped together. Single adult males could share, but young females should have separate caves. Moreover, I suspect that the Knoll tribe will not be the only clan seeking assistance. More may come in the future. Digging caves is not feasible at this moment, especially after the recent torrential rains that have left the mountain soil precariously loose. I advise against it and suggest instead planting trees on the mountainside near the river to prevent landslides and soil erosion during the rainy season. Since excavating caves is not an option, we should gather stones from the rocky hill to construct stone houses. However, the simplest solution at present is to erect tents using animal skins and wood. Tents? Yes, tents. Constructed from wood and animal skins. They may be rudimentary but provide adequate warmth. Most importantly, the animal skins are readily available and require minimal wood. As she spoke, she sketched a simple triangular tent on the ground with twigs. After some time, Chief Ram still could not comprehend the tent's construction and called for Campbell to bring 4 pieces of wood of uniform length and thickness, along with animal skins of similar size. Following Little Zhao's instructions, they crossed 2 sturdy wooden poles and secured the intersection with robust vines, creating 2 supports. A horizontal beam was then placed atop the 2 supports, and the basic framework of a tent began to take shape. After adjusting the orientation to ensure all 4 poles found their points of support, they linked the lower ends with wooden sticks for stability. Thus, a simple tent frame emerged, featuring rectangular sides and triangular ends. They then cut the animal skins into rectangles matching the tent sides and stitched them together using fishbone for reinforcement, forming a larger rectangle to drape over the tent as its walls. The back wall was crafted into a triangle to be sewn to the rectangular side walls, while the front flap could be fashioned from 2 pieces of animal skin, sewn to the side walls with a gap left in the center to block the wind and allow for easy opening when not in use. Chief Ram, your hands are truly skilled. This tent is remarkably well made, Little Xiao remarked, admiring the finished product. She entered to test it and found the space ample enough to accommodate 2 adult male orcs comfortably, with some animal skins laid down inside. It would serve as a cozy sleeping area. Little Xiao, you are truly clever. With this tent, we need not fear how many orcs may come. Chief Ram exclaimed with great excitement. While it sufficed as a temporary solution, it would not be suitable for winter. Therefore, building stone or wooden houses remained essential. Eagerly, Chief Mani interjected, this tent is indeed simple to learn. We brought animal skins with us, and we passed through a grove of dead trees near the rocky hill. I shall send the orcs from our tribe to gather wood. We can move into the tent tonight. He rushed out, seemingly in a hurry. Aha. Old Mani is still as impetuous as ever. He may be quick, but without the tent, his young ones will have no idea how to construct it. Ace, Campbell, and I will deliver the tent to Mani. You gather some animal skins from home. We will take them along. The weather is still somewhat chilly, so we should bring extra skins for warmth. All right, I will do that. We still have some fish and meat at home. I shall bring those as well. Chief Ram, I have many Goo beasts and Mimi beasts in my space. You should take some along as well, Little Xiao whispered to Chief Ram, producing 20 of each from her spatial warehouse. Now the little ones in Chief Mani's tribe should feel more at ease. Once they are settled, we can let them explore the tribe, and I am certain they will be intrigued. Chief Ram, how about we host a bonfire party tonight? What is a bonfire party? Well, we gather around several bonfires in the square, roast meat and fish, and sing and dance together. What a splendid idea. It will allow the Knoll tribe to join in. Yes. We can also prepare several pots of pickled fish and crab stew. The fish are quite plump lately. Let them savor the stone pot stew. Roast lamb. Excellent. I shall make arrangements immediately. You little one can hardly contain your excitement when it comes to food. Chief Ram laughed heartily, fondly observing Little Zhao's growing enthusiasm. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Xiao Xiao scratched her head. There was no denying that the lamb in the space tasted exquisite, and the mere thought of a whole roasted lamb made her mouth water uncontrollably. Consequently, she prepared an enormous sheep pen within her space, housing an abundance of delightful sheep. Alas, she had yet to find a suitable calf. Otherwise, with the aid of this miraculous space, the freedom of enjoying beef would soon be within reach. After bidding farewell to Chief Ram, Xiao Xiao returned home and spoke to her friend Inkfish about the evening's bonfire party. Inkfish expressed that since he could not attend, neither would he go. With a sense of helpless resignation, the little one retrieved an array of ingredients from the pantry, filling the kitchen with a delightful assortment. 6 large crabs, 6 big fish, a barrel of pickled vegetables, a barrel of tofu, a barrel of potatoes, a barrel of vermicelli, and let us not forget 20 sheep and 20 chickens. The hunting and gathering teams would also return with a bounty of fresh game, ensuring that there would be plenty for roasting, whether it be meat or fish. With these provisions, I shall prepare pickled fish, fish head and tofu soup, chicken with potatoes, pickled vegetables with vermicelli, and perhaps a rich braised lamb dish. Just imagining it brings a smile. I will take these to the square when my brother returns. What are you up to, little one? Father. I am preparing for the bonfire party tonight. Very well. What would you like for lunch, little one? Maji wants fish. Then we shall make pickled fish. The staple will be steamed rice, and how about a stir-fried spicy potato dish along with some roasted beast meat? Sounds good. I will handle it. You take a break. No need. I will assist you, father. All right then, you start steaming the rice while I prepare the fish. Since you enjoy spicy food, I will also make some fragrant spicy shrimp for you, shall I? Father is so kind. With a giggle, Maji watched as the father and daughter shared a harmonious moment, unable to suppress a smile. With nimble hands and feet, she meticulously rinsed the rice until it was spotless, poured it into a stone pot, added an appropriate amount of water, and covered it with a lid. She then drew fire from the nearby hearth where water was being heated, igniting it to steam the rice to perfection. Xiao Xiao meticulously cleans and prepares the pickled cabbage. Awaiting the moment when the stone pot reaches the desired temperature, she carefully adds the rendered fat she has cultivated from rich pork, allowing it to melt. Once the oil is fragrant, she incorporates minced scallions, ginger, garlic, and yellow lantern peppers, creating a delightful aroma. Following this, the pickled cabbage is added and sautéed to perfection, seasoned with salt and soy sauce. Water is then introduced, and as it reaches a boil, the processed squid is returned. Xiao Xiao places the fish head and bones into the pot first, allowing them to simmer until they are nearly cooked through. Afterward, she gently introduces the fish fillets, cooking them until they are done, and garnishes the dish with minced garlic. She then cleans the pot again, heating oil to fry dried chilies and Sichuan peppercorns until fragrant, which she pours over the garlic, completing the sour and spicy fish dish. Afterward, Xiao Xiao quietly observes as her father transforms his hand into a beast-like shape, cleansing his claws before skillfully slicing a large potato into thin rounds, then further shredding them into fine strips. She watches intently as he expertly stir-fries the spicy potato shreds and cleans the pan once more to begin preparing the fragrant and spicy shrimp. What envy she feels. Little did Xiao Xiao know how many times she had expressed her sentiments, uncertain about the existence of iron or in the beast realm. She had inquired with Chief Ram and the Shaman of Wheat, as well as with her father and Xiaoxi, yet none had ever encountered this so-called stone harder than rock. Nor had they heard of it. After all, their claws served as the sharpest of weapons, and they were preoccupied with hunting to satiate their hunger and survive. There was little time to explore the hardness of stones. Without iron ore, there could be no iron. Without iron, knives could not be forged. Consequently, Xiao Xiao faced significant limitations in her culinary endeavors, unable to process many ingredients without a proper knife. She was left with no choice but to have her elder brother fashion her a knife from ironwood, which sufficed for slicing scallions, ginger, garlic, cabbage, and fruits, but proved inadequate for meat or for potatoes and sweet potatoes. Alas, she could only hope for a discovery at this year's grand gathering. Chapter 47, The Bonfire Night. After lunch, Mou meticulously prepared the ingredients Xiao Xiao had gathered, inquiring about her intended dishes while ensuring the necessary seasonings were at hand. By the time he completed these tasks, the young ones had returned. Father, we are back. Chief Ram mentioned planning a bonfire night, so he saved part of today's hunt to roast at the square, one of them announced. I understand. This will suffice for both me and Ma Ji, Xiao Xiao replied. It was I who suggested the bonfire night, as I wanted the dog-headed tribe to have more interaction and understanding of our own. A bonfire night is simply a gathering for roasting meat, sharing stories, and enjoying each other's company. Indeed. We can also sing and dance, another chimed in. That sounded rather delightful. In that case, there is no need to cook dinner, so why did father prepare so much food? Xiao Xiao pondered. I can't just eat roasted meat. I also wish for sour fish soup, stir-fried potatoes with chicken, fish head tofu soup, meat crab casserole, and pickled vegetables with vermicelli. She declared. The 4 brothers gaped in astonishment. She can consume so much? Hey, the elder brother, scoffed. It's not that she intends to eat it all herself. She naturally wishes to share with the orcs of our tribe and the dog-headed tribe. How joyous it would be to feast together. Very well, you make a valid point. I shall prepare a few more stone pots for cooking, he conceded. Yes, hey, do hurry. Xiao Xiao urged. Bye. I heard from Chief Ram that potatoes and sweet potatoes have all been planted. How is the situation in these past few days? Indeed. The planting of potatoes and sweet potatoes has been completed. I took the orcs to inspect the fields today. Some potato sprouts have already emerged. And the sweet potatoes should sprout soon. We have also explored the small river formed from the breached riverbank, which flows towards the setting sun after creating a lake in the low-lying areas of the plains, ultimately merging with a section of the lower river. I have planted all the tree seeds you gave me along the banks of the small river. I only wonder how many will sprout. Fear not. Those seeds are from the spatial exchange and should possess a robust vitality. Moreover, I have soaked them in the spiritual spring water, so they ought to germinate successfully. If not, do not despair. We have plenty of seeds to plant again. One day, the land will be filled, Xiao Xiao reassured. Indeed, she affirmed. It is merely a matter of trying once more. They shall surely sprout. How much land has been cultivated thus far? Have we planted everything? Is there enough fertilizer? The areas along the riverbanks have been cleared, with half already sown with sweet potatoes and potatoes. The remaining land is what Mo Yun and I intend to plant with wheat. What do you think, Xiao Xiao? That sounds perfect. Tomorrow, I will retrieve the wheat seeds from the spatial storage for you, Mo Yun, and Mo Lu to distribute among the orcs of our tribe. Also, has the alfalfa on the back mountain sprouted? Are there any areas that require replanting? Yes. There are 2 or 3 spots on the back mountain that need replanting with alfalfa. Additionally, Barnes mentioned that the rabbits are reproducing too rapidly. The stone houses can no longer accommodate them. We need to cull some for dried meat, and many of the sheep have also given birth recently, with pregnant ones as well, making the stone houses insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao concluded that after nurturing the bleeding creatures for so long, they should be able to be raised in a pen much like in the realm of space. Each day, it would suffice to send someone to drive them out to graze and drink, only to bring them back before sunset. Pregnant and soon to give birth individuals could be separated and accommodated in the stone house. This arrangement would ensure a lasting solution. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space on the mountain to construct stone houses. Additionally, the cuckoo beasts could also be allowed to roam freely. This would be splendid. As Emohe recently lamented about the overwhelming number of creatures to care for on the back mountain, which consumed most of his time just preparing their feed, leaving him little opportunity to relish the thrill of hunting. I shall share this delightful news with him shortly. However, it is still imperative to discuss with Leader Ram the necessity of assigning every orc in the tribe to rotate feeding the long-eared beasts, as well as overseeing the free range of the bleeding and cuckoo creatures. Laziness cannot be tolerated. Learning to nurture them is an essential skill for the continuity of our race. Xiao Xiao earnestly reiterated this point to her elder brother, Mo Yun. Initially, Xiao Xiao had mentioned this notion, and everyone found it quite amusing and was eager to tend to the animals on the back mountain. Yet, as days turned into monotonous cycles of cutting grass and feeding the long-eared, bleeding, and cuckoo beasts, the activity lost its thrill compared to the exhilarating experience of hunting. Consequently, after a few visits, they were reluctant to return, leaving the responsibilities on the back mountain to be managed by Emohe, Barnes, and Edward. Very well. Upon meeting with the chieftain, I shall convey this and ensure the tribesmen rotate their duties on the back mountain daily. Rest assured, Xiao Xiao. Chapter 48. Bonfire Night 2. Yes, brother, it's about time. Let us commence with the cooking. No need. Xiao Xiao can simply observe while I take charge of the cooking, declared elder brother Mo Yun. Not at all, Xiao Xiao. You may direct from the side while I prepare the meal, insisted second brother Mo Bai. There's no need for that. I have prepared some goat milk for you. Go enjoy it on the side, offered third brother Mo Lu. Meanwhile, fourth brother Mo Lu, having just returned with a stone pot, silently lamented. How unfair. The moment I stepped away, my brothers were vying for Xiao Xiao's favor. How shameless. The little one gazed at his brothers, who were laughing in unison, their mirth growing ever sweeter. All right, brothers, let us work together. I shall assist you from the side, if you please. The sheep's milk is ready for mother. He then added, Mother, I have also brought you a bowl. This is yours, do enjoy it. I have included your favorite almonds. The dark green brother is truly wonderful. The almond sheep's milk is delightful. In that moment, the dark green brother found himself on the receiving end of fierce glares from the other 3 siblings. He merely smiled smugly, his expression seemingly conveying, you think you can compete with me? You are still so inexperienced. After Xiao Xiao finished the goat milk, the older siblings had already set up the stone pot in the clearing at the cave entrance, cleaned it, and lit the fire. Xiao Xiao hurried into the kitchen, placed her small wooden bowl down, retrieved some lard, and called her brothers in to take 6 cleaned and chopped fish heads, a bowl of diced tofu, 2 scallions, and a large piece of ginger. Eldest brother, let us prepare fish head and tofu soup first, as it requires a longer simmering time for the flavor to develop. Once the pot was heated, she added the lard to grease the pot. When it melted, she added the scallions and ginger, followed by the fish heads, frying them over medium-low heat before flipping to fry the other side. Then, she poured in boiling water, raised the heat to high, and once the water turned milky white, added the tofu. After bringing it back to a boil, the soup was ready to be simmered over medium-low heat. Second brother, let us make potato braised chicken. We start by melting the lard in the pot, adding Sichuan pepper and dried chili to stir-fry until fragrant. Then, we add the pre-blanched chunks of chicken, stirring with a wooden spatula until fragrant, and then mix in scallions, ginger, garlic, sugar, and soy sauce. After stirring until aromatic, We add boiling water and season with salt once it boils. We then reduce the heat to medium-low and simmer until tender, adding the potato chunks and cooking until they are done. While directing Mo Yun to stir-fry the chicken, Xiao Xiao worried about the sour fish dish. Third brother, is the pot hot yet? If so, let us stir-fry the pickled vegetables for our sour fish. Xiao Xiao, do not rush. Third brother knows how to make sour fish. Take a moment to rest and assist fourth brother with the crab pot instead. Indeed, third brother is considerate. The three brothers glared at the third one, wishing to pounce on him in jest. Xiao Xiao, go drink some water and take a break. Fourth brother can handle the crab pot. He just learned it a few days ago, and I assure you it will be delicious. All right then, I'll go boil some more water. We still need to stir-fry the pickled vegetables and simmer the noodles. No need. Eldest brother will do it. You just watch the fish soup. Eldest brother will handle boiling water, stir-frying the pickled vegetables, and simmering the noodles. Haven't you eaten this dish enough over the winter? Of course not. I want the orcs from the Doghead tribe to taste it too. They must know that joining the White Tiger tribe means they can eat well not just now, but throughout the winter and for generations to come. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. You're right. I'll go prepare the dishes. It won't take long. With that, Mo Yun went towards the cave to continue cooking. Xiao Xiao, what delicious food are you preparing? It smells wonderful from afar. Mei Shaman, what brings you here? Are you here to invite us to the bonfire party? Yes. I just returned from gathering herbs and heard from Chief Ram that you are having a bonfire party. I believe it is a wonderful opportunity to showcase our tribe's capabilities and allow the unpaired orcs to get to know one another. Such an event should be held regularly. Ideally, every young female in this breeding season should conceive. Our tribe is at a time for growth. With more than double the orcs, we can sustain them. Ha ha ha, Mei Shaman, you have such bold aspirations. I fear you might be overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, I'm not afraid. As long as the tribe can flourish, I would gladly tire myself out, especially with your and Gibson's help. Let's go. The bonfire in the square is already set up, and the meat is being roasted, just waiting for you all. All right, the timing is perfect, the dishes are ready, and we can take them over together. I also have a few barrels of fruit wine brewed from wild red berries. Let us bring them along for a proper celebration today. Good, good. I specifically came to seek you out for your fruit wine. By the way, where is MOU? Muma is in heat. Mom and Dad are staying behind. MOU emerged from the cave, carrying the pickled vegetables and noodles. Oh, I see. That MOU is quite possessive. After all these years, he still dominates Ma Ji, and only Ma Ji has the patience to tolerate him. If it were any other female, she might not stand for his jealousy and possessiveness. Xiao Xiao felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Having spent nearly 4 years in the beast realm, she still struggled to adapt to the polyandrous system reminiscent of a matriarchal society. However, as the saying goes, existence itself justifies reason. Thus, after experiencing the harsh realities of the beast realm, Xiao Xiao came to understand the privileges enjoyed by the smaller females. For ultimately, it is all for the sake of survival. Mu Yun remarked, you 4 brothers should also seek companions. Today is the day for you to truly shine. Upon hearing the words of the wheat shaman, the brothers furrowed their brows, exchanging silent glances and remaining taciturn. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Xiao Xiao quickly interjected, brothers. Wheat shaman, let us hasten to the bonfire party with our food. If we delay, we may miss out on the most delectable roasted goat. Indeed, Xiao Xiao speaks wisely. Let us be off, they replied in unison. Chapter 49. Happy New Year, wishing everyone a joyful New Year in advance. May 2022 be filled with peace and happiness. I will be busy with family matters over the next few days, so updates will be paused. Chapter 50. The bonfire party 3 from a distance. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, a tantalizing scent emanating from the grilling of the unique mutton beast. This delectable fragrance caused the already ravenous orcs to involuntarily swallow hard, prompting them to quicken their pace. Little Xiao was arriving, and soon the roasted meat would be ready. Greetings, Mizi the shaman, they called. Mo Yun, what have you brought with all these wooden bowls? Oh, how delightful this pot of fish smells. Upon reaching the square, keen-eyed orcs spotted Mizi the shaman and Little Xiao's family, approaching them with cheerful smiles and greetings. Eagerly taking the wooden bowls from the hands of Mo Yun and his brothers, Little Xiao invited her friends from the dog-headed tribe to sample the dishes she had prepared at home. Mo Yun, grinning, placed the bowl he was holding on a stone, then patted his aching arm, continuing, however, we do not have an abundance of wooden bowls. We will need to trouble everyone to lend us some from their homes for our friends from the dog-headed tribe. That is no trouble at all. I shall return home to fetch them. I will even give them my wooden bowls and spoons. After we finish eating, we can craft more, as there is plenty of wood at home. It's not a bother at all. Indeed, indeed. I will go back as well. Me too, the orcs exclaimed. And in a flurry, they dispersed, each rushing back to their respective burrows to retrieve an assortment of wooden bowls and spoons, which they presented to Mo Yun. They also delivered bowls brimming with food to the orcs of the dog-headed tribe, encouraging them to refill their servings after they had finished, assuring them that there were multiple dishes available, including meat and fish, and inviting them to indulge in the roasted delicacies to their heart's content. Upon arrival, Xiao Xiao immediately observed that the orcs of the doghead tribe had already organized themselves. It seemed that Chief Manny had led them in erecting tents, and perhaps due to a change into their leather skirts and a recent meal, the orcs appeared somewhat more vibrant in complexion. However, the air of detachment and vigilance still enveloped them, indicating no signs of integration into the White Tiger tribe. A cluster of orcs huddled together, vigilantly guarding a whole roasted lamb, which emitted a peculiar aroma from the fire, its eyes gleaming with a green luminescence. Little Xiao was pondering how to integrate into the tribe when unexpectedly, Brother Mo Yun uttered a profound statement that caught her off guard. The response of the orcs within the tribe was a delightful surprise for her. The orcs possessed keen hearing and an acute sense of smell. Thus they could clearly perceive the words exchanged among the White Tiger tribe. Observing the orcs of the White Tiger tribe bustling about, bringing their possessions to share with those of her own tribe, offering steaming, fragrant food, and encouraging them to eat to their heart's content. Tears welled in the eyes of the orcs. They had not experienced the satisfaction of a full meal in a very long time, so long that they had nearly forgotten the sensation of being satiated. Although the chieftain had returned with a considerable amount of food from the White Tiger tribe just days ago, it still hadn't been enough to fill their bellies completely. When the chieftain returned to the tribe, he had encountered a torrential downpour, causing the village to be submerged in floods. A portion of their supplies was washed away, along with many of the orcs. Just as despair gripped the tribe in the face of the sudden storm and flooding, Chieftain Mani returned with provisions. Under his leadership, they bound vines together and secured them to a massive rock, rescuing some of their kin who were trapped in a cave awaiting death. They sought refuge in a cave from the downpour, only daring to return to their original village once the rain subsided, only to discover that most of their stored food had been lost to the flood, and what remained was rendered inedible. The village lay in ruins, with collapsed caves, shattered trees, and the carcasses of various animals, while murky floodwaters still lingered. Faced with no choice, Chieftain Mani guided them back to their temporary shelter, distributing the provisions he had brought. After a meager meal, they resumed their journey. The animal hides used for wrapping the food also served as protection against the cold and rain for the females and their young. Because this was not Chieftain Mani's first journey along this route, he was familiar with caves along the way, sparing them the time of searching for shelter. The night forest and valleys belonged to ferocious beasts, and orcs dared not spend the night in the woods. Nevertheless, they faced continuous troubles and dangers. A cave collapse due to the rain forced them to spend a sleepless night in fear. Additionally, the river's change in course brought them further hardship. Fearing encounters with stray beasts and the threat of renewed downpours, they hurried onward, subsisting on just one meal a day. With limited hunting time, capturing large prey proved challenging. And it was thanks to Chieftain Mani's guidance in fishing and preparing grilled fish that they managed to endure. He recounted how he learned these skills from the White Tiger tribe, sharing dried meats and fish, along with a variety of unnamed foods. He assured them that the White Tiger tribe no longer faced hunger and recalled that last winter, not a single orc had starved, and several younglings had been born. Chieftain Mani reassured them that upon reaching the White Tiger tribe, they would survive. It was these words that propelled them forward to the White Tiger tribe. Though they were uncertain of what awaited them, they understood the potential fate of joining another tribe, yet survival was paramount. Finally, gritting their teeth, they arrived at the White Tiger tribe. The towering walls and the clean, orderly village stood in stark contrast to their disheveled appearance in the vast open square. The orcs of the White Tiger tribe they encountered wore radiant smiles, exuding warmth and happiness, an image that sharply contrasted with their own cautious demeanor. Soon, Chieftain Mani returned, accompanied by several members of the White Tiger tribe. He announced that the divine envoy Zhao Xiaoxiao had taught him how to set up tents, and they would soon have their own shelters. Although they did not fully comprehend what a tent was, Chieftain Mani's joyful expression suggested it was a positive development. At that moment, Chieftain Ram of the White Tiger tribe approached with a peculiar animal hide structure, revealing that it was indeed a tent, a substitute for caves. Due to its simple assembly, they quickly erected enough tents, changed into clean animal skin skirts, and treated their numerous wounds. Shortly thereafter, orcs from the White Tiger tribe arrived with some food. Though meager, it was enough to stave off hunger. They feared they would soon be hungry again. But the orcs delivering the food announced a bonfire feast to be held in the square, where they could enjoy roasted meat, urging them to attend. Thus unfolded the scene where a group of goblin orcs gathered around a whole roasted lamb, its eyes gleaming with a greenish light, thinking this would be their dinner. To their amazement, the White Tiger tribe proved exceedingly friendly. They were neither shunned nor met with malice, but rather greeted with warmth, acceptance, and kindness, truly treating them as friends. And most importantly, ensuring they could eat their fill. With tears glistening in its eyes, the dog-headed orc silently sighed as it received the food from the small figure. Why sigh? If it weren't for you, they would not have easily gained the tribe's recognition. It is your acceptance of them, your willingness to share sustenance, and your readiness to embrace them that has led the orc members of the tribe to accept them in turn. Immobile stood beside the small figure, clearly hearing every sigh. The little one possesses a heart that is simply too kind. The integration of tribes in this Orcish land is not a simple feat. Only the little one has this ability. Others might struggle. My heart aches for them. It is evident how much they have suffered during this time, being so easily moved. You, my dear, are too soft-hearted. Now that they have mingled together, there is no need for further worry. Once they take their oath tomorrow, They will truly be part of our tribe, and from then on, their lives will only improve. They will no longer go hungry. Here, eat up. Your favorite roasted lamb ribs, seasoned with chili and cumin. Hey, big brother is so wonderful. These ribs are delicious. You should try some too. As they watched the little one happily gnawing on the lamb ribs, a look of satisfaction on its small face, Bai and Yun exchanged a knowing smile. Both thinking the same thing. Indeed, when food is mentioned, all worries are forgotten. Such a little glutton. This is for the best. The little one need not concern itself with the trivialities of life, but rather should grow up joyfully and carefree. The rest, we shall handle. Chapter 51. Bonfire Night 4. Xiao savored an entire lamb chop, relished 2 large shrimp, and enjoyed a bowl of fish soup, followed by some pickled fish. After patting her round little belly, she let out a satisfied sigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, it was simply delectable, so fulfilling. If only my stomach were more accommodating. I could have indulged in another bowl of pickled fish." Xiao. Oh dear. Please, brother, do not be so stern. I merely jest. I truly cannot eat another bite, she reassured, pulling out a hawthorn cake from her space and nibbling on it. Her brothers exchanged exasperated glances, bemused by their sister's antics. You declare you want to eat anymore, yet here you are with that hawthorn cake. Aren't you afraid of overindulging? Just wait and see how you'll manage. Nonsense. Hawthorn aids digestion. I did indeed eat quite a bit tonight, so just 1 hawthorn cake will suffice, she replied. Very well, but remember, only 1. Yes, brother. Rest assured, I shall behave. By the way, you needn't worry about me. I shall go find the wheat shaman to play. You all should seek out your friends as well. It would be splendid if you could encounter a charming female. With a playful grimace, Xiao darted away before her brothers could scold her further. Phew, finally free from my brothers. Can I have my own fun? When will they find their desired females? The brothers exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in resignation, yet understanding that Xiao's concern stemmed from a place of care. With autumn approaching, the 22 adult females in the tribe would soon enter their mating season, excluding a few elder females who already had their own beast husbands. And those who were pregnant or nursing, the options for potential mates dwindled to around 10. The brothers had previously agreed to avoid choosing the same female, unwilling to settle or witness rivalry among themselves over affection, making their quest all the more arduous. Fortunately, their formidable strength, especially that of their eldest, Yun, who had recently ascended to a level 3 beastman, and even the youngest, He, who had awakened his talent skill and awaited a sacred crystal to advance to level 2. Ensured that many females would still be eager to partner with the dashing brothers. As soon as Xiao departed, a pristine little female approached the group of brothers, accompanied by her 2 partners. Blushing, she spoke, Bai, hello. My name is Helen Keller. You may call me Helen. These are my partners, Clark and Cece. If you were willing, would you consider forming a bond with me? The brothers exchanged glances, disregarding Bai's pleading look, and hastily slipped away, leaving him behind. Bai watched as his companions vanished into the crowd, silently lamenting their abandonment. He then turned his attention to the bashful little female before him and her partners, who regarded him with a wary, challenging gaze. Hello, Helen. You wish to bond with me? Have your partners consented? Helen paused, taken aback by his inquiry. She glanced at Clark and Cece, her initial shyness and excitement dissipating. Lowering her gaze for a moment, she then lifted her head with a sincere smile. Grasping Clark and Cece's hands, I apologize for not considering your feelings. Is it all right if I bond with Bai? Helen likes him. He cannot surpass me. I am stronger. Helen, please do not favor him. Favor me instead. Clark was the first to speak. Heh, silly cat, I like you too. Both Clark and Cece are orcs I cherish, yet I also have affection for Bai, which is why I wish to bond with him. Is that acceptable? Cece glanced at Helen, a flicker of struggle in her eyes, but ultimately relented, her voice cold as she spoke. I will agree if Bai proves superior to me in a contest. Helen turned to Clark, noticing his expression of grievance. She softly coaxed, this year, I promise to bear you a litter of little tigers, all right? Just agree to let me bond with Bai, please? Really? You promise to give me a litter of little tigers this year? You must not first bear any for Bai or Cece. All right. I promise to bear them for you first, okay? Be good. Then I shall be Helen's favorite tiger. Humph, you shall not contend with me. Clark, in a fit of pride, drew Helen close, casting a disdainful glance at Cece and Bai. Bai smiled, unperturbed by Clark's provocations. He thought to himself how delightful this little female's character was. She considered her partner's feelings while also articulating her own desires. Judging by Clark's demeanor, it was evident that she lavished affection on them and did not treat her partners as mere subservient beings, as some females in the tribe did, ignoring their sentiments while casually engaging with other orcs. Moreover, when he inquired whether her partners agreed to her bonding with him, she did not hastily dismiss the need for their consent. Instead, she reflected briefly and promptly recognized her oversight, soothing her partners. Even when Clark expressed jealousy, she remained patient, gently reassuring him and promising to bear him offspring. This further underscored that her tenderness was not merely for show. She genuinely regarded her partners as equals rather than mere playthings. Mo by Clark and Cece have set conditions. Are you still willing to bond with me? Mo by gazed at the clear-eyed little female before him, then at the proud Clark and the aloof Cece. He smiled softly and nodded in response to their anxious stares. Cece, let us retreat to the back mountain. To have a contest? Yes. Cece released Helen's hand, signaling her not to worry, and then transformed into her beast form, leading Mo by toward the back mountain. Hey, Cece, Clark, will you take me along? I'm concerned for them. No, there is nothing to worry about. Their strengths are comparable. If Mo by wishes to enter, he must exert some effort. Otherwise, do you expect me to intervene personally? Then I will refrain. Rest assured. Cece knows her limits. Little darling, I shall take you to savor roasted meat. Let us hurry, or there will be none of your beloved sheep legs left. Chapter 52. Reconstruction after the disaster. After a leisurely day of wandering and exchanging nods of greeting with every encountered orc, the youthful Xiao Xiao finally found the wheat shaman, who was voraciously devouring pickled fish by the fire. Alas, the elderly orcs, due to their advanced age, tend to favor softer foods. Xiao Xiao's pickled fish was truly delectable, tangy and spicy. Once tasted, one simply cannot stop. The fish head soup was equally delightful, a drink one could never tire of. Wheat shaman. Why are you still eating? It's evening. Do not indulge too much, or you may find it difficult to sleep later. Not at all. I haven't eaten too much roasted meat. Just a bit of fish will suffice. Xiao Xiao, have you had enough? Would you care for some more fish head? By the way, why are you alone? Where are your brothers? Hee, I managed to shake them off. What is there to worry about in the tribe? Besides, I have grown up. I no longer need their constant oversight. They can't keep following me forever, if they do not find mates soon. When will I have adorable little nephews to play with? Ha ha ha, you little rascal, you're not even of age yet, and you speak of having grown up. As for Mo Yun and the others, they indeed ought to seek mates, but these young lads have high standards. I wonder if they have found any suitable females. How could they not? I think Sister Anna, Sister Nicole, Sister Helen, and Sister Fiona are all wonderful. They are clever and gentle, yet capable and unpretentious. How splendid. Xiao Xiao had met these charming young females during a recent downpour. That night, she and her friend Maji, along with the tribe's females, prepared extra meals for the tribe's orcs. Initially, the females were reluctant, but Xiao Xiao said nothing, merely joining Maji and Ace and Aunt Susan in the task. Eventually, Helen, Anna, and Nicole joined in, followed by other females. Thus, Xiao Xiao held a particularly favorable impression of these few. Ha ha ha, while you speak highly of these young females, your brothers are typically preoccupied with caring for you, hunting, fishing, raising fish, and farming. Only Mo spends more time in the tribe. Yet he too often occupies himself in the back mountains or your space. If you were to inquire how they hunt or raise livestock, they would speak with authority. However, ask them about the females in the tribe they have interacted with or which ones have good temperaments, and I fear they would be at a loss. Xiao Xiao finally grasped the gravity of the situation, yet soon found solace in the thought that this bonfire gathering presented a perfect opportunity for her brothers to observe and choose potential mates. When fate arrives, there's truly nothing to fret about. How fortunate that we're holding this bonfire tonight. Otherwise, her brothers might have missed this chance entirely. Indeed, it's all thanks to Xiao Xiao's brilliant idea. Just moments ago, I was discussing with Lamu about making this an annual autumn tradition, allowing the tribesmen to admire the young females and giving the females ample choice, all in hopes of bearing more offspring to strengthen our tribe. Medicine man, I noticed the dog-headed tribe has 4 females and 5 pups, but they appear terribly emaciated. I propose providing them with 3 clucking beast eggs each morning and evening, along with a large bucket of bleeding beast milk daily, aiming to nourish them until they become as plump and healthy as our own tribe's females and pups. What do you think? Of course, that sounds excellent. Let us prioritize restoring their health first. Tomorrow, I'll arrange for them to gather stones from the nearby rocky hills to construct slate houses. They can settle in temporarily, with tents partitioning the space, ensuring shelter even if rain comes. Once the rainy season passes, they can begin carving caves into the adjacent Green Mountain. Lamu and I also discussed building additional slate houses to accommodate future guests. Regarding the lime powder disinfection you mentioned, how exactly should we proceed? Today, I had Mani collect all the discarded hides from the dog-headed tribe. Should we still boil them in hot water for sterilization? Yes, precisely. All their discarded garments, including the hides they brought, must be scalded in boiling water and then sun-dried for several days. For the next few days, they must bathe and wash their hair daily with hot water, using clucking beast eggs and soap pods for their hair. They must wash their hands before every meal and after relieving themselves. Most importantly, they must only drink boiled water. Females and pups must consume thoroughly cooked or roasted food, and male beastmen are no longer permitted to drink untreated water. For now, that's all I can think of. Lime powder disinfection must be carried out at least twice daily, covering both the interior and exterior of the tribe, extending to the foot of the neighboring mountain. Here's the method. Fill a wooden bucket with lime powder, pour it into a large stone-paved pool, then add 9 buckets of water. Stir thoroughly until the lime dissolves. Let it settle, and use the clear liquid to spray every corner of the tribe, caves, tents, slate houses, leaving no area untouched. As for sprinklers, I'll have my brother deliver one tomorrow so you can replicate it. Understood. But Xiao, why such extreme caution? What are you afraid of? The storm has long passed, and none of our tribesmen have fallen ill. Medicine man we must not grow complacent. The dog-headed tribesmen, in particular, must adhere strictly to these measures. Our tribe has already cultivated habits of drinking only boiled water, eating cooked food, frequent hand-washing, and maintaining clean dwellings. But they are different. They've endured floods, starvation, and malnutrition. Their immunity is weakened, and we cannot be certain whether they've encountered or consumed spoiled flora or fauna along the way. Even if they have tea, we cannot rule out the possibility of infection or disease. Yet we cannot turn them away out of mere suspicion. Watching them perish is unthinkable. Thus, we must remain vigilant, preparing for the worst while hoping for the best. I pray my precautions prove unnecessary, but I dare not take risks. From today onward, the tribe will enforce these sanitation laws strictly. Those who disobey shall be exiled, never to return. For the first time, Medicine Man witnessed Xiaoxiao's stern and commanding demeanor. Unconsciously, he lowered his head, pressed his right fist to his left shoulder, and knelt solemnly. Divine emissary, rest assured, at tomorrow's loyalty ceremony for the dog-headed tribe, I shall announce your decree and ensure all comply with the sanitation measures. Rise. Tomorrow, I shall proclaim this law myself. Chapter 53, Post-Disaster Reconstruction, Part 2. Little Xiao assisted the shaman of wheat and inquired about the matters concerning the upcoming gathering. Moreover, there is another issue at hand. Should we not commence preparations for this year's trading at the gathering? The calamities of last winter and this rainy season have left us in dire straits. This year, provisions and furs are likely to be in short supply. And salt will also be scarce. The major tribes exchanged little salt last year, and it is probable that other tribes will wish to send orcs to the seaside to barter with the merfolk for salt. It is indeed time to start organizing for the gathering. However, regarding the exchange of salt with the merfolk, both Ram and I believe we should wait to see how many tribes are willing to ally with our White Tiger tribe. Once we have integrated them, and if we can ensure the safety of our salt mines, we can negotiate salt exchanges with the other tribes. This way, they will not need to traverse the Death Gorge to reach the seaside. If we cannot guarantee the security of the salt mines, then we will need to join the other tribes in trading with the merfolk, thus keeping our substantial salt reserves concealed. You raise a valid point. But what if we do not engage with the merfolk? Do they not also require furs and holy crystals? Furthermore, if we intend to keep our salt mines a secret, we cannot use heavily salted items such as salted fish or meat for trading at the market, as that would reveal our reserves. You are correct, little Xiao. We shall instead utilize dried meats, dried fish, furs, and bitter herbs for exchanges. In addition, we could introduce potatoes, sweet potatoes, cabbages, and radishes. We can teach them to recognize these edible plants and instruct them on their cultivation and preparation for optimal flavor. Moreover, we should share knowledge on the breeding of gugu beasts, long-eared beasts, and mimi beasts, as well as the proper handling of these foods for delightful dishes. Most importantly, we must educate them on how to discern various plants, identifying which are edible and which are not, and how to prepare the edible ones to enhance the diversity of their diet, thus alleviating hunger. The skill of raising domesticated animals is equally crucial, and it is essential that every beastman is taught. The shaman of wheat displayed a troubled expression, his gaze complex as he regarded little Xiao. Do you truly believe there will be orcs willing to learn these things? After all, the orcs of other tribes are uncertain about the edibility of these foods and are unaware if they can cultivate them using the methods you suggest. They are also skeptical about whether it is worthwhile to trade their already scarce resources, food, salt, furs, holy crystals, and other vital supplies for the knowledge of planting, breeding, and cooking that you propose. Therefore, I fear there may not be any orcs inclined to exchange for such knowledge. After listening to the words of the wheat shaman, Xiao fell into silence. Indeed, what you deem significant may hold little value in the eyes of others. Just as in the initial days of the White Tiger tribe, rich in diverse species, they remained fixated on hunting. Despite possessing fire, they continued to consume raw meat and drink unboiled water. Was this merely due to their innate bloodthirsty nature? Or perhaps a fear of fire? No, it was neither. It stemmed from their necessity to extract salt and trace elements from blood, and their lack of proficiency in harnessing fire. Grilled meat is undoubtedly delectable, yet charred meat is repugnant. Would any beastman willingly undertake the effort of grilling meat only to be rewarded with an unpalatable dish after a long wait? Certainly not. Had it not been for the presence of a human in the White Tiger tribe a century ago, they might still be oblivious to the means of kindling fire and utilizing it for cooking. Yet this knowledge remained a privilege reserved for the nurturing females, while the other beastmen continued to consume raw meat and drink raw water, including the young ones. It was only after Xiao's arrival that this situation began to improve, as she taught the tribe to craft stone pots, wooden barrels, bowls, spoons, and a suite of utensils, alongside the proper use of fire, how to grill meat, the duration for which it should be cooked, how to boil water, the definition of boiling water, the importance of consuming it, how to stew meat, salt vegetables, and so forth. Each of these practices was implemented under the condition of complete trust from all the beastmen in the tribe towards Xiao. However, The beastmen gathered at the assembly hailed from various tribes. They were unlikely to experiment or place their trust easily. Thus, the exchanges proposed by Xiao Xiao were rendered ineffective. After a prolonged silence, when the little one believed that the wheat shaman thought the cub was crying, the little one finally spoke. Then let us make them believe. The wheat shaman, taken aback, gazed at the little one with determination in their eyes and murmured, "How shall we convince them? We cannot allow them all to come to our tribe." Upon hearing the wheat shaman's words, the little one pondered for a moment, then with eyes aglow, retorted, "Why not? The gatherings in previous years have always been held in the plains near the leopard tribe. We can change that. Let us spread the word that they should all come to our tribe. We need only inform them that we have discovered a new source of food. With this food, our tribe will never go hungry again. Last winter, in the recent rainy season, we did not lose a single orc and even welcomed 7 new cubs. If they are willing, this year's gathering could be hosted in our tribe. Moreover, we are eager to share this food. Every visiting tribe shall receive samples of it. We can even teach them how to cultivate this food, ensuring that no one suffers from hunger. Are you certain you wish to disseminate such news? The major tribes may flock to us, and what if we cannot provide enough food?" asked the wheat shaman. "Do not fret. For the food I speak of is not singular. At present, we can provide them with the fully grown sweet potato leaves, which we can propagate for them to take back and cultivate. Sweet potatoes yield abundantly, have low cultivation requirements, and are easy to thrive. I believe they will surely harvest sweet potatoes by autumn. Furthermore, I suspect the forest and hills still harbor wild sweet potatoes, cabbages, and radishes. Just like the former White Tiger tribe, they have overlooked these due to unfamiliarity, resulting in hunger. We can teach them to recognize these plants, encouraging them to seek out these resources while hunting and marking their locations for autumn harvest. By saving seeds, they can cultivate them in the following year, creating a cycle that ensures they will never be hungry again. Do you not agree?" The little one nodded. Indeed, the Orc continent is vast, and there must be many edible wild plants waiting to be discovered. If we cultivate them and preserve seeds, we shall surely reap the rewards. Hunting is perilous. Battling fierce beasts is fraught with danger. Are we to fear farming? Moreover, we can also domesticate animals for reserve food. Chief Ram, when did you arrive? Startled by the sudden voice of Chief Ram, the little one pouted in displeasure. Haha, little cub, you were so engrossed in your thoughts that you did not notice me. Yet you blame me for startling you. You know the orcs possess exceptional hearing. Your excitement made quite a ruckus, and I heard you from afar. Both I and Old Man E have been here for quite some time, likely since you mentioned moving the market to the White Tiger tribe. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's face turned a deep crimson, and she stammered, unable to articulate a response. All right, you old rascal, at your age, still teasing the little ones. Look how anxious the child is. Indeed, Xiao Xiao, do not feel embarrassed. We shall ignore him, please continue. Chapter 54, A Confession? Hiki. Oh. I shall not bother with you any longer. I must return now. We will discuss the merger of the dog-headed tribe tomorrow. I have just spoken with the wheat shaman regarding the post-disaster reconstruction and epidemic prevention matters. You may inquire about the specifics with him. Ah, and about the assembly. Since you have all heard, I shall not worry about it. You may make the necessary arrangements. As for the potatoes and sweet potatoes, I have stored some in my space, and I shall begin seedling cultivation upon my return. Time should suffice when the orc tribes from other regions arrive. There will be ample sweet potato and potato seedlings to distribute among them. If there are still shortages, we can rely on the carrots, cabbages, and corn seeds. In addition to the potatoes and sweet potatoes each family has set aside for consumption, we shall surely gather enough to distribute to all the tribes participating in the assembly. Xiao Xiao refrained from mentioning that the space could accelerate plant growth, as orcs were astute and perceptive. If the information were to leak, it might invite a storm of bloodshed. Lacking formidable strength, Xiao Xiao did not intend to reveal everything, preferring to keep a card up her sleeve for self-preservation. You need not worry about scarcity. I shall speak with the orcs in the tribe again shortly. During tomorrow's hunt, we must pay close attention to whether there are any sweet potato or potato seedlings nearby. If we find them, we should mark the spots. Additionally, regarding the sweet potato and potato fields discovered last year, you specifically instructed not to harvest every last one, leaving some small potatoes and sweet potatoes in the ground for natural propagation. I visited those sites this year, and to my delight, seedlings have indeed emerged, with their distribution appearing more abundant than last year. If supplies are insufficient during the gathering, we can distribute what we have and replant later. Furthermore, the previous autumn's foraging team did not even fully survey our tribe's territory before uncovering several potato and sweet potato fields. I believe, as you suggested, that these plants are widely distributed and resilient, so it stands to reason that the orcs from other tribes will likely make similar discoveries upon returning to their lands. Hence, you need not fret over a lack of seeds. Indeed, you are correct, replied the leader of the Man-E tribe. I shall take my leave now, as the hour grows late, and I must tend to the seedlings. Very well, return safely, said leader Man-E. Xiao Xiao, wait. I will have Gibson escort you home. It is not safe for you to travel alone in the dark. With that, Medic My Z called Gibson over to ensure Xiao Xiao's safe return. Let us depart. Gibson transformed into his beast form, lowering himself for Xiao Xiao to mount his back. Once she was securely seated, he galloped toward the cave of the octopus family. Before long, they arrived at the cave entrance, where Gibson halted. Xiao Xiao slid down from the furry fox's back, and just as she regained her footing, Gibson unexpectedly shifted back into his human form, eyes closed and wearing an expression of reckless determination. With a sense of urgency, he attempted to confess, Xiao Xiao, I like you. However, his words were abruptly drowned out by Xiao Xiao's high-pitched scream, and she completely failed to grasp what he was trying to say. In a flurry, she spun around, stammering, you, put on some clothes before talking. Only then did Gibson realize the folly of his actions. Overwhelmed by anxiety about Xiao Xiao's potential rejection, he had become so flustered that he forgot the crucial detail of wearing his beast skin skirt after transforming, standing before his beloved in his bare form. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's exclamation, Gibson's face flushed crimson as he hastily covered himself, exclaiming, In a moment of utter embarrassment, he wished to escape, his instincts overtaking his thoughts. With a scream that echoed even louder than Xiao Xiao's, he promptly fell silent and transformed back into a fox, desperate to flee. His sole desire was to vacate this painfully awkward situation. Any notion of confessing was now but a distant thought. Gibson wished that a crevice in the ground would open up for him to slip away unnoticed. Alas, the cruel law of misfortune prevailed. When one is down on their luck, even drinking water can lead to trouble. It became evident that this applied to beasts as well. Thus, while Xiao Xiao's earlier scream had startled only the octopus and Ma Ji within the cave, Gibson's thunderous cry reverberated throughout the entire tribe, alarming every orc within earshot. Consequently, the hapless cub, after much deliberation and a night of hesitance, mustered the courage to confess his feelings, only to find that not only did he fail to succeed, but he hadn't even begun. To make matters worse, he inadvertently exposed himself before his beloved, an utter disaster. Xiao Xiao would surely think him a brazen beast. Now, not only was a bond unlikely, but she might even come to despise him. How utterly despairing. Moreover, his public display of vulnerability led to the misunderstanding of Xiao Xiao's scream, prompting her father and two uncles to rush out, believing he was in danger. And they proceeded to give him a thorough beating in front of the entire tribe. The little fox was engulfed in despair, believing that she might never see the sun rise again. Oh, how forlorn her cries were. It became a tale told for ages. The tribal youngsters would often be warned by the orcs, if you misbehave, I shall summon Mohei to discipline you. Such a fright would render even the most spirited of cubs silent, showcasing the ferocity of the fourth uncle. Fortunately, when the octopus emerged, he discovered that the little one was unharmed, and he recognized that the mischievous cub attempting to flee was Gibson from the wheat shaman's family. Thus, he tempered his strength. Otherwise, a single swipe from a level 4 orc could have obliterated the cub, who had only just begun to awaken its innate abilities. He also intervened to halt his second son's lethal strike, for a full-force blow from a level 2 orc would have sent him straight to meet the beast god. Despite this, the little rascal could not escape a thrashing, having dared to bully his own kin. Reluctant to intervene directly, he allowed his cubs to take action. Glancing at the eldest, third, and fourth, he recognized that upon meeting their father's gaze, they understood not to be too severe, yet a lesson was necessary. Hence, he signaled for the second to cease and let the fourth take over. Brother, please stop. He knows his wrongs. I swear I saw nothing. The little one cried out, desperation lacing her voice. Father, mother, please make fourth brother stop. Humph. Little one, are you all right? What has transpired? The wheat shaman, initially sympathetic towards his grandson, felt his ire rise upon hearing the little one's lament. Has that scoundrel truly bullied you? Do not cry, dear, tell grandfather, and I shall ensure he learns his lesson. With no one to restrain him, Mohei's actions intensified, and soon Gibson was left battered and barely conscious, still refusing to retaliate or transform into his human form for an explanation. The little one, anxious and sweating, exclaimed, No, fourth brother, please stop. I am willing to bond with him. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed forward to grasp Mohei's arm. At this declaration, an astonished silence enveloped the crowd. Mohei stood frozen, his fists suspended in midair, as if time itself had halted. The orcs held their breath, fearing the eruption of conflict within Mohei's family. From the moment of her birth, the little one had been exceptional, regarded as a treasure by all. The Mohei family cherished her deeply, treating her as if she were made of the most delicate glass. Her arrival coincided with the tribe's most trying times. Not only was the climate harsh, but the upheaval caused by monstrous beasts had decimated their ranks. Thus, the successful birth of a female cub symbolized hope and renewal, soothing the wounds of the Orcish hearts. Furthermore, her divine identity as a messenger had bestowed upon them bountiful sustenance, alleviating their hunger and earning their profound respect. The orcs were convinced that she would guide them through adversity and usher in a new era. The little one was indeed their most treasured gem, and now someone dared to covet her, and worse, succeeded. The young ones from the Mohei family exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a silent agreement. This is intolerable. Shall we not give him another thrashing? Perhaps not. The little one wishes to bond with him. What if we inadvertently hurt her? They collectively turned to the little one, anxious that her feelings might be hurt. As Xiao Xiao observed the sudden stillness enveloping everyone, even the air seemed to come to a standstill. A sense of unease washed over her. It appeared that the intention behind halting fourth brother had been achieved. Yet the situation was spiraling into an even more peculiar direction. What to do? What to do? Who will save the child? Ah, help. Please, someone come quickly, rescue me. Xiao Xiao maintained a facade of calmness, while internally, she was in a state of sheer panic. Indeed, the silence was the most daunting of all. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her arm, which had been raised high in the air, and addressed that individual. Brother, I assure you, I will take responsibility, so please, do not strike him. Xiao Xiao, do you even realize what you are saying? Maji trembled as he voiced the collective concern of everyone present. All the beastmen gazed at Xiao Xiao with bated breath, including the bruised and battered Gibson, who strained to widen his swollen, walnut-sized eyes, fixated on her, fearful of missing even the slightest expression on her face. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at his foolishness, exclaiming, "You silly fool, why are you so naive? You can't even defend yourself or run away when fourth brother hits you. You just stand there and let him strike." As she spoke, she helped him up from the ground, sitting him properly. Observing his grimacing face, which contorted in pain with every movement, she couldn't suppress another smile. I am nearing adulthood. I never intended to take a mate so soon, but today, when Gibson escorted me home, an unexpected incident occurred. I accidentally saw him, well, completely undressed, and thus, I feel responsible. I wish to take him as my mate. Xiao Xiao explained, her face flushed as she stammered through the details. In the beast realm, the coming of age for beastmen differs greatly from that of humans on Earth. While humans reach adulthood at 18, male beastmen attain maturity once they can assume human form, which typically occurs around 1 year and a few months. Conversely, female beastmen take over 3 years to mature. During this period, young females are particularly vulnerable to mortality, which adds to their rarity and value. Once mature, beastmen gain the ability to reproduce and can choose their mates, eventually leading to procreation during mating seasons. Xiao Xiao, having reached the age of over 3 years, was indeed approaching adulthood, making her eligible to take a mate. Upon learning the reason, the others felt it unnecessary to comment further. After all, Gibson had grown up among them, and it would be unthinkable to let him become a wandering beast, destined for loneliness and despair. It is essential to understand that in the beast realm, male beastmen place immense importance on their chastity. If a male is seen undressed by a female and harbors no desire for a lifelong solitude filled with resentment, the only path is to mate with her. Should the female refuse to mate or abandon him afterward, his fate would be dire. The mating contract in the beast realm is exceedingly ruthless. If a male betrays his female mate, he may suffer a gruesome fate. Conversely, if a female forsakes her male counterpart, he is likely to perish within 2 years from a broken heart. Notably, a female will not perish from the death of her male, regardless of her affections for him. A wandering beast refers to males abandoned by females, who harbor deep-seated resentment and malice towards them. These forsaken males often resort to abducting young females, leading to tragic outcomes. A faction of wandering beasts consists of the cold-blooded beastmen, who roam due to a lack of interest from young females. Their need for reproduction drives them to seek out and capture females. Cold-blooded beastmen are typically merciless, bloodthirsty, and fierce, exhibiting indifference towards females, only seeking them for procreation. This unwelcoming nature renders them undesirable in society, perpetuating their wandering existence while simultaneously honing their strength, as survival in the perilous beast continent requires formidable power. As the farce concluded, the beastmen returned to the square to extinguish the fire, clean the area, and deliver the leftover roasted meat to the dog-headed tribe for their breakfast the next day. The dog-headed tribe had been concerned about going hungry in the morning, having missed the opportunity to hunt. However, the white tiger tribe's gesture of generosity restored their spirits, leaving them profoundly moved. Carrying hefty portions of roasted meat, a large bowl of goo-goo beast eggs, and clean wooden bowls and spoons, the members of the dog-headed tribe returned to their temporary encampment. Inside a massive stone house, they regarded the food they had just brought back, along with the wooden utensils and stone pots, piling these alongside the clean hot water, animal skins, and bitter herbs provided by the white tiger tribe earlier. They were reminded of the kindness shown to them, helping to construct their stone house, erect their tents, boiling water for bathing, and cleaning animal skins. A heavy silence enveloped them as they reflected, their eyes gradually reddening with emotion. Chapter 56. The dog-headed tribe. When Chief Manny entered, he was met with this somber scene. He understood their concerns, having shared similar worries before joining the white tiger tribe. However, the experiences from his last visit had emboldened him to lead his tribe towards the white tiger tribe, not solely for sustenance but for the promise of equal treatment. He believed that as long as they pledged genuine loyalty to the divine envoy, the white tiger tribe would embrace them as true kin. Before their arrival, he had made a promise to allow them to witness the reality of the white tiger tribe and its people, encouraging them to ponder whether they wished to join. This promise remained intact. If they wished to stay, they could, and if not, he would not insist. He would ensure they departed with ample provisions. However, before leaving the white tiger tribe, they must swear an oath to the beast god, vowing not to disclose what they had seen or heard, lest they face dire consequences. Chief Man Yi's hoarse voice interrupted the tribe's contemplation. They lifted their heads to meet his gaze, which bore a fierce intensity. He scanned the assembled tribe members before continuing. I believe you have seen and felt the truth today. You should understand that the White Tiger tribe does not deliberately mistreat or oppress those who seek to join. Thus, they need not fear becoming slaves, expendable pawns, or insignificant creatures destined for sacrifice. Surely, you wonder why they possess knowledge and resources unknown to us. Why their tribe flourishes while ours declines. You will learn these answers once you join the White Tiger tribe, but I cannot divulge them now. I ask you, after experiencing all that transpired today, are you willing to join the White Tiger tribe? You will no longer fear hunger or harsh winters. You will have healers for ailments, medicines for injuries, and the assurance of nourishment and warmth. You will have your own females and offspring, liberated from the anxiety of insufficient food and the helplessness of seeing your loved ones suffer. With a powerful tribe as your backbone, you may even hunt enough sacred crystals to become a level 3 warrior or ascend to a level 4 warrior after consuming the snow spirit fruit. At that point, you will no longer be a helpless cub but a formidable beast warrior, capable of contending with great beasts. Man Yi's words stirred the blood of his kin, igniting their fervor. He spoke with such conviction because, after pledging his loyalty to Zhao Xiaoxiao, he had subconsciously sensed the truth of these possibilities. His instincts had always been reliable, a significant reason for his leadership, further solidifying his resolve to lead the tribe to join the White Tiger tribe. No beast yearns to remain powerless against formidable foes, and thus, nothing could be more enticing. Chief, we wish to join the White Tiger tribe. We desire to become stronger warriors. Tribe leader indeed. As soon as tribe leader Man Yi's words fell, an orc eagerly expressed his willingness to join the White Tiger tribe. Subsequently, without any unexpected developments, all the orcs agreed to join the White Tiger tribe. Immediately, tribe leader Man Yi revealed a satisfied smile. My children, trust me. You will not regret the decision you made today. Tribe leader Ram agreed that we could retain our tribe, thus we remain the Doghead tribe. Only swearing allegiance to the beast god, pledging eternal loyalty to the divine envoy. In life, we are the beast god's orcs. In death, we become the beast god's souls. Should anyone dare to betray us, the repercussions will befall all 3 tribes. The orcs of the Doghead tribe were left astounded by the 2 successive announcements from tribe leader Man Yi, filled with surprise, joy, fear, and honor. The divine envoy? Are you saying that the White Tiger tribe has a divine envoy? Yes, you have all met the divine envoy, the little female who prepared your meals today. Her name is Zhao Xiao, a young cub from the 4th level orc family of the White Tiger tribe. Born last year, she possesses innate wisdom. The current state of the White Tiger tribe is due to her efforts. She guided us through the winter snow disaster and the torrential rains and floods of the rainy season. It is also she who ensured that the orcs of the White Tiger tribe enjoyed 2 hearty meals daily, each with meat. Moreover, I have heard from Ram that their tribe's little females and cubs enjoy 3 meals a day, with additional servings of Goo Goo beast eggs and Mimi beast milk. Instantly, the orcs of the Doghead tribe erupted in excitement, their faces reflecting disbelief, while their eyes shimmered with a glimmer of fervor and hope. It is worth noting that the White Tiger tribe is a large tribe, with nearly 300 to 400 adult orcs. And the thought of each consuming 2 substantial meals daily is staggering. Just how much game must they hunt to meet the demands of the entire tribe? This is simply incredible. Yet, they found no reason to doubt, for today's experiences had already provided ample proof. And what motive would the tribe leader have to deceive us? We are his kin, after all. Furthermore, with the existence of the divine envoy, it makes everything undeniably true. Each one of them was eager to rush forth and pledge their allegiance to the divine envoy at that very moment. Tribe leader Man Yi gazed at his enthusiastic kin with a satisfied smile. All right, let us settle down. Return to your tents and rest early. Tomorrow, rise early. Wash up and gather in the square. After we pledge our allegiance to the divine envoy, we will officially join the White Tiger tribe. Good. The chorus of orc voices resonated through the heavens. The White Tiger tribe orcs, who were on night watch, were startled by the commotion. Upon listening closely, they realized it was the Doghead tribe making the noise. Frowning in thought, one of them suddenly seemed to have heard something, and his frown relaxed into a smile, pride illuminating his face. Bill, what are you smiling about? What was that noise just now? It's nothing, Bob. It's just the commotion from the Doghead tribe's camp. It seems that tribe leader Manny has informed them about Zhao Xiao. I overheard them saying they are eager to swear allegiance to the beast god and Zhao Xiao. If it weren't for the concern of disturbing her, they might have rushed over to the Inkfish family already. Haha, they have good taste, recognizing Zhao Xiao's worth so quickly. Indeed, once I change shifts tomorrow, I'll go help them build stone houses. Are you coming? Sure, let us go together. From now on, we are all family. Zhao Xiao is young, and family should help one another. Chapter 57, Ginseng Essence. Speaking of which, after Zhao Xiao publicly expressed her desire to bond with Gibson, the old face of the healer Mai Zi beamed with joy, as if blossoming like a chrysanthemum, unwilling to release Zhao Xiao's hand. Almost wishing to whisk her away to his herbal abode as his own cub, casting a glance at his stupefied grandson, he kicked him in frustration. You fool. Why are you still lying there? I'll tidy you up when we return, and then I'll help you move over. You can stay with Xiao Xiao. The inkfish scoffed. Humph, my Z, take your own cub home. Xiao Xiao is still young. She can move later when she matures. It's all right, it's all right. Xiao Xiao will be of age in just a couple of days. Rest assured, she will not bond with anyone without her consent. But he is already her chosen one. So let him stay to take care of her. Although he is a bit foolish, he is quite diligent. I'll take my leave now. Oh, I'm exhausted after a long day. Oh dear. As he spoke, he hurried away with surprising speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This left the inkfish fuming. His fists clenched in anger, shooting icy glares at Gibson. Terrified, Gibson curled up into a ball, trembling in the cold wind, truly a pitiful sight. The little one stared in astonishment at the swiftly disappearing figure of the shaman, then glanced at the small fox, which was shrinking into a tiny ball. With a resigned sigh, he murmured, "Ah, brothers, you may return first. As for our dear parents, let us temporarily leave him here. I must tend to the seedlings in the spatial realm, and will take him along to aid his recovery." Upon saying this, he entered the space with Gibson, placing him gently into a bathtub filled with the elixir of spiritual spring water. You shall rest here. It will be beneficial for your wounds. If you grow hungry, there is food in the kitchen. I must attend to my tasks now, as I have seedlings to nurture. Gibson, already dazed from the earlier encounter, was further unsettled by the little one's mention of forming a bond. The chill of the wind only added to his confusion. And as he was enveloped by the warm embrace of the spiritual spring water, he gracefully succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon glancing back at him, she was startled to find that the little fox had sunk to the bottom. Goodness, could it be that he had fainted? Little Xiao hurried to the bathtub, straining as she lifted the waterlogged little fox, dragging him to safety. She carefully turned him onto his back, securing his swollen head at the edge of the tub, ensuring he wouldn't slip beneath the water again before she departed. After harvesting the corn and wheat from the field, she proceeded to sow potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages, planting, watering, fertilizing, weeding, and harvesting in a continuous cycle. She toiled for an indeterminate span until the warehouse could no longer accommodate the produce, at which point she paused to wipe her brow. Indulging in a refreshing bath infused with spring water, she washed away her fatigue and emerged revitalized. She then checked on the little fox, Gibson, who remained asleep. The external injuries had nearly healed, rendering them nearly invisible. Xiao speculated that his prolonged slumber might be due to the spring water enhancing his physique, allowing him to absorb a great deal of energy that he could not yet digest, thus plunging him into a deep sleep for gradual assimilation. Satisfied that there were no issues, she decided to leave him undisturbed. The environment remained at a constant temperature, ensuring he would not catch a chill even if he dozed off in the bath. Subsequently, she glanced at the time. Dawn had yet to break, and she felt no fatigue. It occurred to her that she hadn't visited Ling Mountain in quite some time and wondered about the ginseng planted by her mentor, Tian, prior to his retreat. With a thought, she entered her space and appeared atop Ling Mountain. To her delight, she found the spiritual energy there even more abundant than during her last visit. Standing on the mountain, she felt a profound sense of ease and joy, as if every pore and strand of hair were rejoicing in the invigorating atmosphere. Such a delightful sensation. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath of spiritual energy, slowly exhaling with a sense of comfort. How delightful it would be to establish a hot spring atop the mountain. Construct a bamboo cottage, soak in the spring waters daily, sip tea within the bamboo abode, play the zither, and peruse books. How splendid it would be. Indeed, perhaps I should consider residing here each night. Even without the ability to cultivate, it would surely prolong my life. How wonderful. I recall inquiring with Senior Tian about the ginseng planted here. Why can I not find it? Could it be that it did not survive? As Xiao Xiao murmured to herself, she diligently searched for traces of the ginseng, completely oblivious to the several chubby, white little figures hiding among the trees, quietly observing her through the foliage. They had noticed her the moment she ascended the mountain, watching her as she made her way to their home, listened to her murmurs, and observed her meticulous search for her original form, all while stifling their laughter behind their hands. Sister, what are you searching for? Xiao Xiao was wholeheartedly searching for ginseng when suddenly, a childlike voice rang out behind her, startling her so much that she nearly crushed a precious herb in her grasp. Who are you? How did you get in here? She exclaimed, turning around in terror to behold a chubby little toddler. The child was adorably plump, with snow-white skin and clad in a tiny green apron. A small green leaf perched atop its head, tilting curiously as it gazed at her. Despite its innocent appearance, Xiao Xiao's face turned pale with fright. Indeed, this space belonged to her alone. No one else could access it, and she had no recollection of bringing a child inside. This was rather mysterious. How had this little chub appeared? Could it be that the flora and fauna of this mountain had come to life? Contemplating this, Xiao Xiao found herself calming down. If the creatures of this realm had indeed awakened, there was little to fear, for within this space, she was the sovereign. Once again, the diminutive being scrutinized the doll before her with great attention, increasingly convinced that its appearance closely resembled that of the legendary ginseng spirit, albeit adorned not with a red belly band but rather with a green one, seemingly crafted from leaves. Has my sister forgotten me? It was she who brought me here, entrusted me to the venerable old peach tree, offered me the sacred spring water, and placed me upon this mountain, allowing me to be reborn. Has she truly forgotten? I am the little ginseng. Indeed, you are the ginseng spirit. How did you transform? Was it not said that plants and animals are forbidden to attain such forms? Yes. Yes. Sister, you remember now. It has been so long since you last visited. I have missed you dearly. I feared you had forgotten me. And that thought filled me with sorrow. Back then, I wished I could take on human form to seek you out. The old peach tree said that as long as I diligently absorbed spiritual energy, I could transform. From that moment, I devoted myself to consuming spiritual energy with great determination. Finally, there came a day when I felt utterly overwhelmed, unable to consume any more, yet I refused to surrender and continued to absorb energy. The pain became excruciating, as if my body would split apart, and I feared I might perish once more. Then I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I had transformed. Chapter 58, The Ginseng Spirit 2, Death and Rebirth. No wonder so few plants and animals achieve transformation. Nevertheless, this is your fortune, a testament to your own efforts. Have you informed the Venerable Winnie? Yes, indeed. The old peach tree was quite furious, scolding for a long while before retreating to absorb spiritual energy himself. The Venerable Winnie remains unchanged. Sister, were you searching for me just now? The little ginseng, seeing her smile, felt emboldened and approached, taking her hand with affection. Yes, indeed. I came to find you. It has been so long since I last saw you, and I was unsure of your well-being, so I came to check on you. I was worried I might not find you at all, fearing you had not survived. Kiki. Sister, please do not worry about me. I am quite well and have many descendants. Some of them have also transformed. Children, come forth and pay your respects to our esteemed ancestor's benefactor. Little Xiao gazed in astonishment at the throng of over a dozen ginseng dolls clumsily scampering from the trees, beneath the branches, and through the grass. Goodness! So many ginseng spirits! She exclaimed. No wonder Senior One was so exasperated. These ginseng truly are exceptional treasures of nature, born from the essence of heaven and earth, effortlessly taking form. In contrast, the old peach tree appears rather forlorn. Yet, it must be noted that many little ginsengs did not survive the transformation. Those that failed to materialize lost their sentience and reverted to ordinary ginseng. Sister, look over there. That patch beneath the pine tree and behind me. These as well, they are all failures in the transformation process. It is merely that we ginseng thrive and reproduce swiftly in an environment rich in spiritual energy, which accounts for the multitude of successfully transformed little ginsengs you see today. Xiao Xiao gazed excitedly at the scattered ginseng seedlings nearby, unsure of what to say. Her eyes sparkled with eagerness as she turned to the ginseng spirit and asked, since they are all ordinary ginseng, might I attempt to dig a few and plant them in the newly cultivated spirit field? I wish to see if I can cultivate them in bulk to sell in the marketplace. Certainly, there is no need for you to lift a finger, dear sister. I shall assign this trivial task to the little ginsengs. Moreover, most of the flowers and plants on this mountain are spirit plants of decent quality. If you desire, I can have the little ginsengs assist you in planting them in the spirit field as well. We ginseng spirits possess considerable knowledge in cultivating medicinal herbs. That sounds wonderful. I shall entrust this task to you. Little ginseng, may I give you a name? It seems rather odd to keep calling you little ginseng. Can I truly have a name? Really? That would be splendid. You are so kind, dear sister. Hee, please stop spinning. I'm getting dizzy. How about I call you Yinsheng from now on? Yinsheng? Yes. I have a name now. I am so happy, dear sister. May I stay by your side in the future? Not just yet. The space here is quite safe, but we cannot be certain if the outside world will accept spirits. It is best not to take any risks. For now, since Senior Winnie is in seclusion, could you help me manage the space? The spirit field will be entrusted to you, along with the spirit plants on the mountain and the resources from the ponds and rivers. I promise to visit you every evening. That is what you said. I shall remain in the space to assist you, and I will continue to strive for improvement. Grandfather mentioned that once I attain immortality, I will be able to walk in the world, and then I will certainly be able to stay by your side. Hee. Yinsheng, you are truly obedient. Xiao, where are you? Gibson has awakened. Shall I take you to see the little fox? Yes. Is the little fox a part of your family? Grandfather said your family consists of white tigers. Well, he is not family just yet, but he shall be in the future. Oh, I see. So you are forming a bond with him? What exactly did Senior Winnie say to you? Hee, dear sister. I may appear small, but I am not truly a child. Time on Ling Mountain flows at a pace many times faster than in the outside world. If I calculate correctly, I am already several hundred years old, much older than you. Well, you do have a point. Xiao. Gibson, I am here. Little Xiao held onto Yinsheng's chubby hand and swiftly appeared beside the grand villa, greeting Gibson, who stood at the entrance, with a cheerful smile. You're awake? Are you still in pain? Gibson rushed forward, enveloping little Xiao in his embrace. Where have you been? I was terrified when I woke up and couldn't find you. Where's this place? Little Xiao replied, this is my space. It's a bit different from others. Well, it's rather expansive. Little Xiao chuckled, attempting to reassure Gibson. Are you sure it's just a bit expansive? Gibson gazed at the seemingly endless fertile land, a pond as vast as a lake, and a series of towering mountains. In the distance, he even spotted 2 flowing rivers. Well, since you're awake, Let us head out. Daylight is approaching. And Chief Ram has informed me that the dog-headed tribe's allegiance ceremony will be held today, and I need to arrive early. Little Xiao felt a shiver run down her spine under Gibson's incredulous stare and had no choice but to awkwardly shift the topic. After bidding farewell to Yinsheng, Little Xiao took Gibson out of the space, and indeed, they found that dawn had broken. As the squid and Maji remained asleep, Little Xiao led Gibson to the kitchen, busily preparing breakfast. Xiao first retrieved goat milk from the spatial realm, adding a pinch of salt to a small stone pot to boil. In a clean wooden bowl, roughly the size of an orc's palm, she cracked 20 or so Gugu beast eggs, whisking them with salt before incorporating a suitable amount of warm water. She then placed a wooden board, riddled with holes, into the pot of boiling water, setting the bowl atop it and covering it with a lid. What was Xiao preparing? She was steaming Gugu beast eggs. Gibson, could you assist me by preparing these 2 shrimp? Extract the meat. And once the egg mixture has solidified, we shall place the lobster meat atop and steam it to perfection. This method yields a delightful dish, once it's ready. You shall see for yourself. Xiao's culinary creations are always delectable. However, this seems too laborious for you. Perhaps you could teach me how to cook instead? Once I grasp the skill, I shall prepare meals for you, sparing you from such toil. Very well, I shall instruct you. Upon hearing his words, Xiao glanced back at him, and upon confirming the sincerity in his charming, peach blossom eyes, she responded with a beaming smile. Subsequently, Gibson indeed took over, and as if they had rehearsed this countless times, their synergy was palpable. Before long, they had conjured a splendid breakfast. The cuttlefish had awakened the moment Xiao and the others emerged from the spatial realm, for the heightened senses of a 4th-tier beastman are astonishingly acute. Initially intending to prepare breakfast, he chose instead to close his eyes, relishing the interaction between Gibson and Xiao. The child had matured, finding someone to care for her. He and Maji could once again relish their world of 2, which was truly delightful. Chapter 59. Welcome to the White Tiger Tribe after breakfast. Xiao called to the cuttlefish and Maji to rise. By the time they tidied up, her elder brother had also arrived. The family gazed in astonishment at the bountiful spread before them. Xiao, you rose so early? Was it tiring to prepare such a feast? Ah, brother. It was not I who did all this. I merely boiled the goat milk and steamed the Gugu beast eggs. The rest was all Gibson's handiwork. Mother, father. Come taste Gibson's culinary skills. The main dishes are roasted meat and fish. I also steamed sweet potatoes and yams, while Gibson stir-fried potato slices with meat and prepared a refreshing radish salad. The roasted meat is quite good, cooked to perfection. The fish is a tad salty, and the potato slices could use some chili for flavor. Elder brother, Gibson is doing quite well for his first attempt. Do not nitpick. Rest assured. I shall take over the cooking from now on. With practice, I shall surely improve. Well then, you may start by learning from me. Xiao adores my cooking. All right. Elder brother Moi. Father, mother, elder brother, Xiao, there is something I wish to discuss with everyone. As Mo Bai observed that the family had nearly finished eating, he spoke up. Go on. Last night, Halloween expressed her desire to bond with me, and I agreed. So soon? Big brother Mo Yun. How wonderful. Cuttlefish, Maji. You are impressive. Elder brother, you have excellent taste. Sister Hailuan is lovely, gentle, and considerate, making her a perfect match for you. Thank you, Xiao. I plan to move in with them once the rainy season passes. Do remember to visit me when you have the chance. Do not forget your elder brother, understand? Do not fret, for I am quite fond of Sister Hailuan. I will make sure to visit her often. And when you have little ones, do let me know. I shall prepare delicious treats for Sister Hailuan. Very well, however, I suspect it won't be so soon. Hailuan has promised Clark to first bear him a litter of cubs, so do not rush, Xiao. If you are truly anxious, perhaps you should encourage big brother Mo Yun. Mo Bai, blushing, deftly shifted the focus onto his elder brother, Mo Yun, under the watchful gaze of the family. Mo Bai is correct. Mo Yun, Mo Lu, Mo Hei, you all must strive diligently. Maji chimed in with a smile. We understand, they replied. Are we all full? If so, let us tidy up and head to the square. The day is advancing, and we still have hunting to do. With Mo's prompt, the youngsters swiftly cleared the table and set off in an orderly fashion. Chief Ram, Healer My Z, Chief Mani, greetings. Xiao has arrived. Have you eaten? Yes, we have. Have you all eaten? We have all dined. This morning, Ram had Gugu beast eggs and beast milk delivered, ensuring we were well fed before coming. That is good to hear. After exchanging pleasantries, Chief Ram noticed that all the beastmen had gathered and signaled to Xiao that they could commence. All the beastmen of the tribe were present. And the beastmen of the Doghead tribe have also arrived. Shall we begin? Yes. The ceremony was straightforward. All the beastmen of the Doghead tribe, led by Chief Man Yi, would pledge their loyalty to Xiao before the beast god, declaring their intention to join the White Tiger tribe, vowing never to betray. Xiao stood atop the high platform, gazing down at Chief Mani of the Knoll tribe, who, along with his orc followers, knelt in reverence. As the leader of the Knoll tribe, I pledge to the beast god that I shall lead all orcs of my tribe into the White Tiger tribe. And I vow never to betray this tribe. Should I violate this oath, may my soul be annihilated. Following this, all the orcs swore their allegiance to Xiao Xiao. I, Mani of the Knoll tribe, vow before the beast god that I shall defend the dignity of the divine envoy with my blood, protect the envoy from harm with my life, and remain forever loyal to the divine envoy. Once the orcs had made their oaths, Xiao Xiao felt a delicate Knoll tattoo form upon her shoulder, accompanied by an influx of faith streaming from the orcs of the Knoll tribe. A warm sensation enveloped her, akin to basking in the gentle rays of the sun, bringing her immense comfort. Rise, for we are now one family. Let us remember to support one another, overcoming difficulties together. There are also essential daily matters to attend to, such as learning about farming, animal husbandry, producing organic fertilizer, and fishing. The orcs will teach you these things gradually, so there is no need to rush. The utmost priority now is to ensure a hygienic environment. Remember to wash your hands frequently, drink boiled water, and disinfect with lime water daily. Xiao Xiao smiled. Indeed, Mani, we welcome you to the White Tiger tribe. Haha. Quickly arrange for the orcs to join the hunting party and the gathering team. We must prepare, for with a stroke of luck, we might catch a grunting beast today. Yesterday, Xios mentioned he spotted grunting beast droppings. Very well, Bobby, Kelly, Chris, Sunny, Cody, Colin, you will accompany Xios for the hunt. Danny, David, Derek, Dick. You will join Captain Beck's gathering team. The orcs whose names were called promptly followed Xios and Beck. Chief Ram, we also need to clear land and fish. Moyan chimed in. Yes, I am aware, but those tasks are not urgent. I wish to prioritize the construction of stone slab houses and tents. The wheat shaman informed me that heavy rain is expected the day after tomorrow, so let us first prepare shelter. Ah, I see. Then let the orcs and the tribe lend a hand in the construction. This time, we will all build stone slab houses, which are simple and efficient to erect, aiming to complete them today. Thus, tomorrow we can organize the tribe to clear the land and subsequently spread organic fertilizer on the cultivated ground. If it rains in the following days, we shall save the trouble of watering. When the skies clear, we can directly sow the seeds. Indeed, Xiao Xiao. This method is splendid. We shall proceed as you suggest. I will arrange for the orcs to accompany you to Stone Mountain. Chief, we wish to assist the Knoll orcs in constructing the stone slab houses. Bill, who had been waiting eagerly, quickly volunteered. Did you not just finish your night watch with Bob? Should you not return to rest? Chief, we are not fatigued. It brings us joy to lend a hand. Very well, this is the spirit of family. Off you go. Rest assured, Chief. Once we complete the stone slab houses, I shall take them to the back mountain to teach them how to catch long-eared beasts and goo-goo beasts, and we shall return to roast them for a meal. With that, he walked off with several gnolls, their arms draped around each other's shoulders. Ram and Mani exchanged knowing smiles, as it seemed no deliberate effort was required. The orcs of both tribes quickly merged together. Chief Ram, seeing everyone so joyful today, why not have a communal feast in the square tonight? It would be an excellent opportunity to teach the gnolls how to prepare stews and roasts, fostering camaraderie. Certainly, this evening, we shall host a bonfire feast. Chapter 60, Spicy Stir-Fried Pork Intestines, Chicken Guts, and Pork Kidney Soup. Little Xiao Xiao conferred with Chief Ram regarding their evening plans before seeking out Mo Yun, persistently requesting her elder brother to accompany her on an excursion up the mountain. In truth, she was preoccupied with the discovery of the Hohu beast that Xiao Si had mentioned. Mo Yun cast a sidelong glance at her, inquiring, Are you little rascal, hoping to capture a Hohu beast? Haha, you guessed it, elder brother. Let's bring Gibson along too, and I promise to behave. If we do encounter a Hohu beast, I will retreat into the space at the first sign and await your call to come out, all right? Please, elder brother, take me with you. Sighing in exasperation, he acquiesced. Fine, I will take you. But remember, if there is any danger, you must retreat into the space immediately without concern for us. Understood? Yay, that's wonderful. I knew you were the best, elder brother. Gibson, let us hurry and go out to play. Coming. I've brought you food and water. And even a hide to wear if it gets cold. Hee, Gibson, you're so thoughtful. Thank you. Mo transformed into his beast form and lay down, allowing Gibson to lift Xiao Xiao onto his back. Once she was settled, he too morphed into his beast form, following Mo Bai as they departed the tribe. Under Mo Bai's guidance, they arrived at their usual hunting grounds, a large waterhole potentially formed by underground springs, surrounded by lush vegetation and verdant trees. Xiao Xiao observed the area closely, noting numerous hoof prints from cattle and antelopes, as well as occasional signs of wild boar near the water's edge. Indeed, this was a prime hunting location. Now, from this moment forth, we must exercise caution and conceal our presence to avoid startling our prey. Little Xiao Xiao spotted Xios greeting them from the other side of the pool before stealthily retreating into hiding. She gently tugged at her brother Mo Yun, saying, I saw Xios. Are they lying in ambush? They should be. I heard a herd of moo beasts approaching. They likely intend to capture them. Then, brother, could you and Gibson, while they are preoccupied with catching the moo beasts, help me catch 1 or 2 live little moo beasts or a mother moo for breeding purposes in my space? All right, we shall give it a try. But you must wade in the space. Otherwise, let Gibson accompany you while I handle it alone. Fine. I'll stay in the space. You can go with Gibson. I feel uneasy about you being alone. What is there to worry about? You underestimate a third-level beastman. I still prefer you two to stick together. The more live ones we can catch, the better. Very well. After a short wait, a herd of moo beasts indeed arrived at the edge of the pool. Initially, a male beast cautiously approached to drink a few sips of water. After a moment, sensing no danger, it called out and then resumed drinking, glancing around vigilantly once satisfied. Hearing its call, the rest of the herd gradually came to drink. As they fully entered the attack range, movement erupted from Xiao's side. With a mighty roar, Xiao swiftly transformed into wolf form and charged toward the nearest prey, vanishing into the surrounding grass. The beastmen in the woods sprang forth, decisively leaping at the moo beasts and biting down on their quarry. The herd erupted into chaos. The uninjured moo beasts scattered like hot oil in a boiling pot, while the wounded ones bellowed in agony, struggling and leaping in a desperate attempt to shake off their assailants. Alas, each frantic movement only hastened their demise. Xiao entered the spatial realm amidst the chaos caused by the scattering of the moo beasts, for a startled bull could be quite fearsome. In the midst of the turmoil, Mo Yun and Gibson each seized a lone moo beast, one a young calf, and the other a female. Once tranquility returned, Xiao emerged from her space, joyfully bouncing over to Mo Yun, who was holding the little calf. Without a moment's hesitation, she tucked it away into her spatial realm. Subsequently, she also collected the female cow from Gibson's grasp and requested Yin Sheng to apply some spirit spring water to its injuries. With her heart lightened, she set off to observe the hunting party's harvest for the day. How could you bring Xiao here? What if danger arises? Xiao's reproached Mo Yun with a concerned gaze. She insisted on acquiring a live moo beast, claiming she wished to nurture it, and wouldn't relent until I brought her along. It's all your fault for mentioning the moo beasts, with a slight nod indicating understanding. The small figure swiftly entered the space. Upon witnessing this, Mo Yun exchanged a knowing glance with Gibson, and together the two orcs stealthily advanced forward. Not long into their journey, they indeed spotted two adult grunt beasts accompanied by 5 playful cubs, busily foraging through a patch of tender sweet potato vines. The two orcs shared a glance, their intentions clear. Mo Yun was the first to charge at the larger male beast, delivering a powerful strike with his claw that pierced through the beast's skin, embedding itself into the flesh. In a swift motion, he opened his jaws and severed the male's throat. Simultaneously, Gibson launched his attack on the female grunt beast, initially intending to deliver a lethal blow. However, recalling the nurturing of the cubs, he restrained his strength, nearly rendering the female unconscious. He then bound the cubs with vines, gathering them together, patiently awaiting the moment when the small figure would return to the space. Chapter 61. The Grand Feast of Pork begins. As the young one heard Mo Yun calling out to her, she eagerly emerged from her space, asking, "What is the matter? Is it a wild boar? Did you catch it? What is a wild boar?" Overwhelmed with excitement, she continued, I'm so thrilled. A wild boar is the same as the grunt beast, right? Did you find the grunt beast? Were you able to catch it? Indeed, we captured the grunt beasts, and remarkably, we secured a whole potful, 2 large ones and 5 smaller ones. Except for the male that I dispatched, the remaining ones, Gibson has left alive for you. Let me take you there. This is splendid news. At last, we can domesticate wild boars. Once we succeed in taming them, we shall never lack for meat again. Mo Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Is this truly the case, little one? Of course. The meat of the grunt beast is tender and rich in fat, easy to raise and not picky with food. If nurtured well, it can gain 100 pounds in just half a year, far exceeding that of the long-eared beast and the cooing beast. You speak the truth, but what if these creatures become aggressive during mating season and run amok? Could they pose a danger to the females and young ones in the tribe? You raise a valid point. Therefore, for safety's sake, we shall confine them to the back mountain for rearing. The male boars can be quite troublesome during mating season, but that is easily remedied. What do you mean by remedied? It simply means we shall castrate them. Gibson and Mo Yun exchanged a glance, instinctively tightening their legs in unison. What should we do? This sounds terrifying. I want to flee. They whimpered in unison. Little Xiao was blissfully unconcerned about their opinions as she joyfully stored the wild boars in her space. Fortunately, she had insisted on coming today. Otherwise, they would have been at a loss regarding how to transport so many prey back. However, the wild boars of the beast realm were indeed enormous, each weighing at least a ton. Upon returning, she envisioned simmering a hearty pork stew, preparing spicy stir-fried intestines, chicken stuffed and pig stomach, and a savory liver soup. She would also make sausages from the small intestines and hind legs, and concoct a brine with pig's head, ears, trotters, and tails, complemented by a few chickens. Furthermore, she planned to prepare pork belly, half braised with skin, and half roasted, the thought of which made her salivate uncontrollably. With so much beef today, why not make dumplings? She would grind flour, knead the dough, and by evening, fill dumplings with beef and scallions, and pork with sauerkraut. Oh dear, just the thought was so delightful. She couldn't resist any longer. Brother, Gibson, let us hurry back. We should inform Xios that we're returning to the tribe. I've thought of so many delicious dishes to prepare for dinner when they return, and we can all enjoy a meal together in the square. All right. You little glutton, be careful not to trip, her brother cautioned. By the way, do we have any wheat at home? I want to make dumplings tonight, and I need flour from the wheat. We have some, but it might not be enough. Most of last year's harvest was sown, leaving only a little for you to make noodles. No worries, I have plenty in my space. I planted a great deal of wheat last night, intending to share it with other tribes during the gathering. For tonight, I will just use what I have, and I'll ask Yin Sheng to plant more. Xiao, who is Yin Sheng? I know. Yin Sheng is a ginseng spirit. What is that? It's a bitter herb called ginseng, she replied. Brother, you forgot. I asked the wheat shaman for that bitter herb last winter, saying I wanted to try planting the ginseng herb. Oh, I remember now. That was the bitter herb you consumed during your pregnancy. It seems we can also trade it for snow spirit fruits with the snow spirit tribe. Yes, that's the herb. I planted it on the spiritual mountain in my space, soaking it in spiritual spring water beforehand. By a stroke of luck, it transformed. Akin to how beastmen shift from beast form to human form, it changed from a plant to a humanoid shape, thus I named it Yin Sheng. Xiao, you are truly impressive. While others struggle to cultivate that bitter herb, you not only succeeded, but also facilitated its transformation. I didn't expect that either. Actually, it was all its own effort. I had little to do with it, truly. Upon uttering those words, she felt with a mere breath. A small creature has orchestrated the fate of a pig, resembling a great general commanding with strategic prowess. Very well, I shall adhere to your words. However, why is this grunting beast referred to as a pig? And what, pray tell, is that dumpling filled with pickled cabbage? In her heart, Xiao murmured, "Ah, Chief Ram. You truly are quite clever, so adept at posing questions, how delightful." Yet, she maintained a solemn facade as she replied. I simply find the calls of the Hun beasts too bothersome, hence I prefer to call them pigs. Dumplings are a type of noodle dish, composed of a dough encasing a filling. The dough is derived from wheat, which is hulled and ground into flour. This flour is then combined with water to form a dough of suitable consistency, divided into equal portions, and rolled into skins. The filling is prepared by mincing various meats, mixed with preferred vegetables and seasonings. The filling is then enveloped in the dough skins, sealed tightly, and boiled in water until cooked, ready to be savored. Paired with a dipping sauce made from chili oil and vinegar, the flavor is exquisite. Ah, I understand, but I am perplexed. Do you comprehend squid, wheat, and money? She inquired. Not at all. The three orcs responded in unison. Well, it would be futile to explain. I shall handle it myself. Xiao, please take care of these game pieces. I will accompany Gibson to grind the flour. All right, no problem. Once I tidy up, I will join you. Everything you mentioned, apart from pig stomach chicken and dumplings, I can manage. So, you may proceed with the dumplings without concern. Very well, you start on that. For the pig stomach chicken, if you are unsure, simply clean the pig stomach and boil it together with the pig's head and trotters. By the time it is ready, I should also have the flour ground. We shall meet at the square shortly. Okay. Rest assured, I will prepare the minced meat and sauerkraut for you, so you can season and wrap them when you arrive. With that, she departed the square with Gibson, returning to her cave, where she spotted her mother sitting at the entrance, sorting beans. She joyfully rushed over to share the day's events. Gibson, observing Xiao's blissful smile under the sun, felt a smile tug at his own lips, silently vowing to ensure that Xiao remains eternally happy and carefree. Chapter 62. The Grand Pig Feast commences. After indulging in some affectionate moments with her mother, Xiao led Gibson into the space. Upon gazing at the countless provisions within the storeroom, Gibson was left astonished. Xiao, this? This is my little secret. Currently, only my family knows. You mustn't disclose it to any other orcs, Xiao warned with a cheerful smile. Rest assured, I am your beast. How could I ever betray you? You can trust that I will keep this secret from all other orcs. Then let us hasten to grind the flour. I can manage on my own. You should take a break. All right, then I will summon Yin Sheng to assist you while I check on those wild boars and moo beasts we just brought in. Good. Upon arriving at the ranch, Xiao observed that the recently arrived calves had grown considerably. The mother cow had also given birth to a healthy calf, while two others, revived by Yin Sheng with the elixir of life, were thriving and peacefully grazing on the pasture. She approached the barn and took a handful of beans, curious to see the reaction of the wild cattle, expecting them to be wary and issue warnings. She was pleasantly surprised when they merely lifted their heads to glance at her, their expressions calm and inquisitive. Upon catching the enticing aroma of roasted soybeans, they eagerly swished their tails and playfully nudged her with their heads. The calf nearest to her joyfully nudged her hand with its nose, then cautiously extended its tongue to taste the yellow beans she held, reminiscent of a child yearning for sweets in this world. Xiao extended another hand to gently caress the head of the bison, offering it the yellow beans held in her palm. Subsequently, she scattered some beans into the feeding trough. Observing several wild bulls happily consuming the beans and grass, an audacious hypothesis began to form in her mind. It appeared she had stumbled upon yet another hidden function of the space. Creatures residing within it for a certain duration seemed to develop a degree of spirituality, rendering them docile. This phenomenon was likely due to the ethereal energy permeating the space, which might have diminished their inherent wildness through absorption. Curiosity piqued. She contemplated observing the wild boars next. If they, too, became as gentle as the bison, She could easily bring them out of the space to the back mountain for domestication. Once they grew and adapted through several generations, their primal instincts could be subdued, allowing for mass breeding and production. This revelation left Xiao Xiao eager to rush to the pig pen, where she meticulously examined the state of the wild boars. To her delight, she discovered that they had shed their previous aggression and were now calmly grazing on grass, sweet potatoes, and cabbage. Notably, the larger young boars were no longer engaged in fights. However, Xiao Xiao couldn't shake the impression that some of the sows appeared to be pregnant, their bellies nearly grazing the ground. With a faint, bitter smile, she once again marveled at the remarkable reproductive capabilities of pigs. Subsequently, she improved the pigsty by separating the boars from the sows and enlisted the help of a diminutive ginseng spirit, instructing it to keep a vigilant eye on the sows. Should any of them give birth, it was to inform her so she could pay a visit. Afterward, she quietly accessed the spatial marketplace, searching for literature on animal husbandry and cultivation. With trembling hands, she confirmed her payment, and before her stood several newly acquired volumes. Curse this dead space. How exorbitantly you charge. For a mere handful of books, you demand over 100 million gold coins. The space, quivering in a corner, replied in a trembling voice, Please. Host, do not curse me. I wish to continue existing, not to perish. Woe is me. It is not my fault that the prices are steep. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to procure these books? If you do not praise me, that is one thing. But to curse me with death is quite another. Ah, you truly infuriate me. For a manual on the postpartum care and breeding of sows, you demand 130 million. Why not simply rob someone? Such a book would sell for a mere 20 on Earth. Consider me vanquished. And this one, this guide on castrating boars and postoperative care? You asked for 200 million. Why not just steal it? Bah, I misspoke. You are indeed attempting outright robbery. Host, knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth. Purchases are voluntary, and this system does not accept returns. Very well, you are merciless indeed. One day, I shall make you consume that which I have provided, and then demand it be returned to me. The little one, pouting in frustration, clutched her expensive book on postnatal care and breeding of sows, the procedure for castrating boars, postoperative care, and the guidelines for common animal diseases and medications. Returned to the warehouse. Gibson and Yin Sheng had already ground a considerable amount of flour. Upon seeing the fine, white flour, the little one could barely muster a semblance of joy. You're back? Why the long face? Didn't you go to see the mooing and inking beasts? What happened? Gibson, noticing the little one's evident unhappiness and irritation, promptly paused his work and approached her with concern. It's nothing. The wild boar and the mooing beast are both well. The wild boar is even expecting piglets and seems likely to give birth soon. I'm upset because the spatial system is quite a scam. It cost me a fortune of gold coins for 3 books, and it pains me dearly. Books? Gold coins? Yes. Books are the distilled knowledge and experiences of those who came before us, while gold coins are a precious metal used as currency to exchange for goods. Sigh. I know you wouldn't understand. Just know that I am angry and helpless. Is there anything I can do to cheer you up? Would you like me to prepare something delicious for you? Hee, Gibson, you are truly considerate. Yin Sheng, having grasped the situation, could not help but praise Gibson for his patient yet clumsy attempts to cheer the little one. It was only then that Xiao Xiao and Gibson realized they were not alone, their faces instantly flushing with embarrassment. Xiao Xiao, striving to maintain her composure, remarked, If you're envious, why not find someone you like? Sister, you did that on purpose, didn't you? This space has no other spirits aside from me. Oh, right. I almost forgot. With this playful banter, Xiao Xiao felt quite cheerful. Observing the flour in the wooden barrel below, she deemed it sufficient and bid farewell to Yin Sheng, encouraging him to rest and to mill the flour when he had the time. Subsequently, she took Gibson and exited the space. Noticing that the day was still young, she informed her mother and, hand in hand with Gibson, set off to find brother Mo Yun, eager to see if there was anything he required assistance with. Gibson suggested that Xiao Xiao proceed to the square while he went to the hunting grounds to meet their brother. Why won't you take me? I'm not afraid, she protested. That place is unsanitary, filled with blood. Besides, there are many entrails to clean today. It will surely be quite foul. Just stay behind. I'll just take a look and return, and then we can prepare the seasonings together. All right? Very well, you may go. I shall visit the wheat healer. I need to gather some items for stewing meat. Oh, and remember to take some flour with you. When washing the intestines and stomach, first rinse them with water. Then scrub them thoroughly with salt, and finally, wash them again with flour for a pristine result. Understood, she replied, and with that, they parted ways. Xiao Xiao arrived at the apothecary of the wheat shaman, where she completely looted the fragrant leaves, cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, star anise, chili, white atractalodes, nutmeg, and other precious ingredients he had stored. After assessing her haul, she deemed it insufficient and retrieved more supplies from her spatial inventory. Subsequently, she ventured to the orc's fields, where she unearthed a considerable quantity of scallions and ginger. With an assortment of items collected, she was well prepared, as if all that remained was the favorable wind. She meandered to the square, where she observed that several orcs had already set up a stone pot and ignited a fire to heat water. It would seem that the meat delivery was imminent. Xiao Xiao planned to first knead the dough, followed by blanching the necessary ingredients and marinating those that required it. Chapter 63. The Feast of the Whole Pig commences. Little Xiao commanded an orc to prepare a bowl of dough, and soon Gibson returned with a massive pig's head. Upon seeing it, Little Xiao was taken aback. It was so large that it could fill an entire pot on its own, leaving little room for anything else. When Gibson approached, Little Xiao noticed that the pig's head still bore a considerable amount of bristles. Thus, he instructed Gibson to briefly roast the head over the fire before meticulously scraping the bristles away with a stone knife. Once the pig's head was properly cleaned, it was washed thoroughly, the skull was removed, and it was then halved. The pieces were placed in a pot of cold water along with ginger and scallions to simmer, allowing the scum to rise to the surface. Afterward, they were removed and rinsed in cold water for later use. In the stone pot, Xiao Xiao placed a bamboo mat to prevent sticking, poured in clear water, and added salt, soy sauce, sugar, sections of green onion, and slices of ginger. Subsequently, he introduced Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon, cardamom, dried ginger, cloves, bean curd sticks, licorice, and fennel into the pot, bringing it to a boil. Seizing the moment while the orcs were distracted, he discreetly added a splash of white wine, then reduced the heat to a simmer. Once the various spices had fully infused their flavors, he introduced the pre-boiled and cleaned pig's head meat, allowing it to boil before lowering the heat for a gentle braise. When the pig's head meat became tender and succulent, he removed it to cool, making it ready for consumption. As the pig's head was being braised, Gibson returned with an assortment of delicacies including large intestines, small intestines, pig's stomach, liver, heart, lungs, kidneys, trotters, and a pig's tail. Xiao Xiao extracted the small intestine, reserving it for sausage stuffing later. The pig's kidneys and liver were also set aside, destined for stir-fried liver tips and sautéed kidneys. The remaining ingredients were thoroughly washed and prepared to eliminate any unpleasant odors. To commence, a bamboo mat was placed at the bottom of the pot to prevent sticking, followed by the addition of clear water, salt, soy sauce, sugar, sections of scallions, and slices of ginger. Next, a medley of spices including Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, cinnamon, grass fruit, dried ginger, cloves, and licorice were introduced to the boiling mixture, along with a splash of white wine. The heat was then reduced to a gentle simmer, allowing the spices to infuse their flavors. Once the spices had fully released their essence, the pre-cooked and cleaned ingredients, namely the large intestine, pig's stomach, liver, heart, lungs, trotters, and tail, were added. The mixture was brought to a vigorous boil before reducing the heat to tenderize the meat until perfectly cooked. Once the pork was ready, another pot could be filled with a delightful assortment of ingredients, simmered until tender, resulting in a delectable pot of braised chicken. For those who relish the heat, an ample quantity of chili and Sichuan pepper can be added during the braising process, yielding a piquant and aromatic dish known as spicy pepper chicken. Next on the agenda was a radish stew with pork spine. The spine was cleansed and soaked to remove any residual blood, then placed in cold water and brought to a boil over high heat to skim off the impurities. Afterward, scallions and ginger were added, and the heat was lowered to simmer until the spine reached about 80 tenderness. At this point, chunks of radish and salt were incorporated for seasoning, and the dish was allowed to cook until the meat was tender and flavorful. The resulting broth was rich and savory, the spine tender, and the radish infused with the essence of the meat, a truly exquisite combination. Our next endeavor was to prepare red braised pork. The pork belly was diced into cubes, blanched to remove impurities, and rinsed clean. A pot of water was heated, and sugar was added to create a caramelized color. When the sugar reached a rich amber hue with bubbles forming, pre-soaked scallions, ginger, dried chilies, Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, and bay leaves were introduced. Following this, the blanched pork belly was added and stir-fried until evenly colored and rendered fat. An appropriate amount of soy sauce, salt, and hot water was then added for braising. Once the meat was tender, the heat was increased to reduce the sauce. As the aroma of the braised meat wafted through the air, a gathering of orcs began to assemble around the square. Drawn by the tantalizing scent of the stew, their eyes fixed hungrily on the large stone pot, eagerly swallowing their saliva. As Xiao Xiao gazed at the ravenous orcs with eyes gleaming with envy, memories of her own childhood at her grandmother's home during the annual New Year celebrations flooded back. In those moments, she too would find herself entranced by the enticing aroma of roasted meat, lingering at the kitchen door, trailing behind the adults, yearning for a taste of the succulent feast. With a gentle smile, Xiao Xiao reassured everyone not to rush, for the bone broth would soon be ready. In a moment, we shall return to fetch bowls. Each person will have a bowl to satisfy their hunger. She then inquired, "Is Gibson's dough prepared? You two orcs, please chop the meat into fine mince. And another pair of orcs, go and fetch some pickled vegetables, wash them thoroughly, and slice them into delicate shreds to place in the wooden basin." As Xiao Xiao's words fell, two orcs hurriedly dashed towards the storage cave that held the pickled vegetables, their speed suggesting a ghost was hot on their heels. Just leave one orc by each pot to tend to the fire. A few orcs can take charge of cutting the meat and stuffing sausages. I noticed that AGE and the others have returned with plenty of beef intestines that can also be used for stuffing. As Xiao Xiao gazed at the incessantly delivered beef and offal, a sense of worry began to surface. The quantity was rather overwhelming. What if there was too much to marinate? The small intestines could be transformed into sausages, while the large intestines might be best sought after a brief braising. But what about the rest? Should they be stored in the refrigerator for gradual consumption? Alas, how could one forget the delectable beef offal pot? It is indeed a preparation far more exquisite than mere braised offal. The diligent individual tasked an orc with procuring beef, including beef shank, tripe, liver, lungs, tongue, heart, and stomach. These ingredients were immersed in cold water and brought to a boil with ginger and scallions to eliminate impurities. Once the scum was removed, the beef and offal were cooked thoroughly, then retrieved and cleaned for later use. Next, the radish was peeled and cut into large chunks, which were set aside in the pot. The beef and offal were sliced and prepared as well. In a separate pan, oil was heated, and slices of ginger and garlic were sautéed over low heat until fragrant. The beef offal was then added, along with salt, soy sauce, and a small amount of yellow soybean paste or debanjiang, ensuring an even distribution through stir-frying. This mixture was transferred to the pot containing the radish, and enough water to submerge the ingredients was added. The pot was covered and brought to a vigorous boil before being reduced to a simmer. Once the ingredients became tender, they were ready to be served. Finally, chopped green garlic shoots were added, and the dish was brought back to a boil before serving. After preparing the beef offal stew, Xiaoxiao was utterly exhausted, her back aching from the laborious task. Cooking in this beast world was truly an arduous endeavor, where everything seemed magnified in scale, leaving her feeling overwhelmed and powerless. She could only clutch her waist and sit down weakly. Gibson, noticing her fatigue, quickly washed his hands and rushed to her side, offering his support. "Are you exhausted? Let me take over from here," he said gently. "You just need to guide me. I'll handle the rest." With a slight and resigned nod. One feels utterly exhausted to the point of tears. It was unwise to boast and insist on taking charge of the cooking. This is akin to the birthday celebrant hanging themselves, seeking unnecessary trouble. Couldn't one simply enhance the dish with a few words instead? Insisting on doing it oneself is quite taxing, indeed. Fortunately, I shall leave the remaining tasks to you. Allow me a moment to recuperate while you wash the pork belly thoroughly, drain it, and slice it thinly. The beef can also be cut into strips the width of my fingers. Please fetch a thin stone slab, as we shall grill the meat upon it later. Very well. I shall arrange for someone to find the stone slab and cut the meat. You can take a break. Shall we blanch the ribs? No, no, no. For sweet and sour ribs, we shall not blanch them, but employ a different method. First, chop the ribs into small pieces the length of my fingers. Then repeatedly wash them in light salt water to eliminate impurities and blood foam. Once cleaned, drain the excess water, add an appropriate amount of salt, cooking wine, and Sichuan pepper powder to infuse the base flavor. Next, incorporate a suitable quantity of sweet potato flour, ensuring each piece of rib is coated. In a stone pot, pour in a generous amount of oil. Once heated, add the ribs. After they are fried and set, reduce the heat to medium-low, frying until golden brown before removing them to drain the excess oil. Once all the ribs are fried, discard the oil. Take a small bowl. We shall prepare the sweet and sour sauce. Combine a pinch of salt, a tablespoon of light soy sauce, a tablespoon of vinegar, 2 tablespoons of white sugar, and an appropriate amount of warm water, stirring until well blended. Taste and adjust as necessary if it's delightful. Adding a touch of dark soy sauce for color will suffice. In the pot, retain a suitable amount of oil, adding shredded green onions and ginger to release their fragrance. Pour in the prepared sauce, bring to a boil, then add the fried ribs, allowing the sauce to thicken. Yes, that's it. It is ready to be served. A dish of sweet and sour ribs, emanating an enticing aroma, is now complete. With no fear of burning fingers, one eagerly picks up a rib and takes a bite, exclaiming praises for Gibson's culinary prowess. It is remarkable that he has achieved such success in preparing sweet and sour ribs on his first attempt. In modern times, it would surely frustrate many a novice cook. Chapter 64. The Beast World Buffet. With the sweet and sour ribs completed, the braised pig offal is nearly finished, and the initially prepared radish and rib soup has almost been consumed. Left with no choice, I have Gibson prepare several pots of braised beef ribs and assorted beef stew. Most of the beef has been sliced thinly, ready for a delightful hot pot experience once the ribs and stew are finished. As for the remaining meat, if it cannot be consumed, it can be stored in the ice cellar for later. What have you made? It smells divine. I could smell it from afar. Ha ha. Myn, brother, you're back. Have all the prey been processed? Indeed. Today's haul of mooing beasts is quite substantial. There's enough for everyone in the tribe to enjoy a hearty meal. My goodness, do you mean we can finish all this game tonight? Of course. You underestimate the voracity of the orcs. If they are allowed to feast, they could consume it all. Very well, I was concerned about leftovers needing to be frozen. But with this much meat, how long will it take to prepare everything? You silly cat, not everything needs to be cooked. Aren't you planning to host a whole pig feast? Once that is done, you can prepare the dumplings you desire, and let them grill the remaining meat themselves. It's dumplings, not noodles. You're right, with several hundred orcs with insatiable appetites, I would be exhausted trying to feed them all. Let them have a self-service barbecue. Ha ha ha, self-service barbecue? What is that? It involves preparing various ingredients and placing them in wooden tubs, allowing the orcs to select what they wish to eat. For instance, for the barbecue, we will cut the meat into suitable pieces, skewer them, and place them on wooden platters. If they wish to grill, they can take the skewered meat, grill it themselves, or slice it thinly to cook in the rib soup or beef stew. It's the same concept as allowing them to grill themselves. Oh, I see. Is there anything else you need help with? I still need to prepare a pig slaughter dish. Once that is ready, the braised pig head will be nearly finished, and we can begin our feast. And the dumplings? Oh right, I forgot to prepare the filling. I will first prepare the meat filling, and then teach everyone how to make dumplings. Once you all learn, I will proceed with the pig slaughter dish. When the hunting team returns, we'll start making dumplings, and as soon as they're cooked, we shall feast. How does that sound? Good. Xiao Xiao beamed with excitement as she observed the eager gazes of the orcs, discovering the joy typically reserved for the new year in this unfamiliar realm. Soon, she began instructing Gibson, Missouri Yun, and Jierer on how to prepare the dumpling filling. Due to an abundance of meat, they divided it into 4 bowls to work simultaneously. Xiao Xiao first combined the drained sauerkraut with the meat, then added 20 eggs, followed by 2 bowls of light soy sauce, 2 bowls of dark soy sauce, a spoonful of ground Sichuan pepper, a blend of star anise powder, and a bowl of salt. She then incorporated the ginger and scallion water in 3 increments, stirring until the mixture was well blended and elastic. Envying the 3 robust orcs as they swiftly mixed the meat filling to perfection, Xiao Xiao glanced at her own concoction, which had barely begun to take shape. Without hesitation, she relinquished her spot to another orc. The subsequent tasks involved cutting the dough, rolling the skins, and wrapping the dumplings. Observing the female orc's craft dumplings the size of her palm, she sighed softly, realizing this was her first encounter with such large dumplings, which could easily be mistaken for vegetable pockets. However, upon turning to see the male orcs attempting to make dumplings, she promptly instructed them to cease their efforts. Perhaps it would be best for the skilled females to handle this delicate task, ensuring that the fillings wouldn't spill out. She certainly did not wish to end up with a pot of meat-filled noodle soup. As she watched the female members of the tribe gradually perfect their technique, she felt a sense of relief and decided to step away. Gibson, let us prepare the pig-killing dish. Very well, he replied. They began by rinsing the sauerkraut to remove excess salt before slicing it finely. They set aside some freshly sliced pork belly, along with pig liver, lungs, and intestines, and soaked some sweet potato vermicelli in hot water. In a pot, they heated oil and sauteed the pork belly until it released its fat, then added ginger and scallions for fragrance. Next, they incorporated the sauerkraut, followed by some meat broth, bringing it to a boil before adding the chopped liver, lungs, and intestines. Finally, they introduced the vermicelli, seasoning with salt, light soy sauce, and pepper, and once the noodles were cooked, the dish was ready to serve. While the pig-killing dish simmered, the boiled pig head was prepared on the other side. Xiao Xiao instructed the orcs to retrieve the pig head, allowing it to cool before slicing it for immediate consumption or to be enjoyed with chili sauce. Just as the dumpling assembly neared completion, Xios and his companions returned, bringing with them several deer-like creatures, adorned with antlers yet significantly larger than the moose of earth. Gradually, all the orcs from the tribe gathered. After exchanging greetings with Chief Ram and confirming that everyone was present, they began cooking the dumplings, stir-frying kidney, liver, and fatty intestines. These dishes, prepared quickly over high heat, required the gathering of all to be freshly made, as they would lose their appeal if left to cool. As the kidney, liver, and intestines were served alongside the dumplings, the orcs congregated, each with a plate of dumplings, relishing the delightful flavors. In mere moments, some orcs eagerly turned their attention to the array of fragrant dishes lined up on the stones, their anticipation palpable after waiting so long that their mouths watered in longing. Xiao Xiao was reluctant to eat dumplings, fearing that they would spoil her appetite for other dishes. With a bowl of sweet and sour ribs in her left hand and a bowl of stir-fried liver in her right, she made her way to her small table, only to find it already laden with a bowl of stir-fried intestines, sauteed kidney, and a small basin of pig slaughter dish. Xiao Xiao, can you possibly finish all this? Won't you be overstuffed? Gibson asked with a look of concern. If I can't finish it, there's always you, she replied, her mouth full of sweet and sour ribs. I still want to eat grilled pork belly and hot pot beef, and maybe a bowl of beef offal too. Keep an eye on these for me. I'll be right back. With that, she dashed off, leaving Gibson in a daze, staring at the mountain of delectable food before him. The revelry continued until dusk, with the orcs thoroughly satiated. The dog-headed orcs, amidst their feasting, were moved to tears not from sorrow, but from sheer happiness. Most orcs shared a similar sentiment. The sweet and sour ribs are truly delightful, and the braised pig's trotters are exquisite, not to mention the braised pig's head and ears. How fortunate we are to feast upon such culinary delights. Regrettably, the portions were scant, and not everyone could partake. Yet, Xiao Xiao promised to hunt for more next time, determined to bring back a hawk. Chapter 65. The young ones must strive to feast. Time flew by in a whirlwind of activity, and soon Xiao Xiao reached adulthood. On her coming-of-age day, she specifically returned to Maji's place, where the family joyfully shared a meal to celebrate her milestone. Now an adult, Xiao Xiao stood at around 1.8 meters tall, comparable to adult humans on Earth and even taller than the average young man, though she still appeared delicate compared to the male orcs of her tribe. Nevertheless, her height distinguished her among the young females, and her mature soul, age 30, granted her considerable influence within the tribe, attracting numerous admirers. One day, while strolling through the tribe with Gibson, Xiao Xiao gently rubbed her belly with one hand while supporting her waist with the other, a hawthorn cake held delicately in her mouth. "Oh dear, take it slow. I'm so full. Gibson, lend me a hand. Let us walk back gradually." "All right," Gibson replied. "What on earth is happening? Could it be that Xiao Xiao is expecting?" Gibson exclaimed in surprise. "Xiao Xiao has just come of age. You beast." The village healer, Mizi, noticed Xiao Xiao and Gibson and approached to greet them, but upon seeing Xiao Xiao's state, she became furious and raised her hand to strike. "Xiao Xiao, Gibson, grandfather. I swear I'm not." Xiao Xiao merely overindulged. "We haven't even bonded yet." Xiao Xiao felt overwhelmed, as both the elder and the youth seemed intent on teasing her. Mortified by the curious gazes around her, she wished she could vanish, longing for an escape from this embarrassing situation. "Ahem, what do you mean by overindulged?" "Haha, I mean, you can't be that reckless." Mizi chuckled awkwardly. "Well, Xiao Xiao, why not boil some hawthorn water to aid digestion? I'll take my leave now." With that, she hurried away, leaving behind two mortified individuals and a crowd of amused onlookers. "What's the fuss? Xiao Xiao has always been a glutton. Besides, she must eat well to grow taller," someone remarked. "Indeed, Xiao Xiao is correct. We had no misunderstandings. You should head back now. It's chilly at night. Don't catch a cold," and Susan said, her heart softening at the sight of Xiao Xiao's despondent expression. She gently encouraged her to return to her cave. As Gibson led Xiao Xiao away, laughter erupted in the square, for the sight of the two was undeniably comical. Xiao Xiao listened to the thunderous laughter and commotion behind her, gritting her teeth in frustration, silently resolving that she must not indulge so excessively in front of others next time. The little one, feeling sulky, retreated to the cave, staring blankly at the soul bed within. What should be done? Recently, the nights had been consumed with nurturing seedlings in the spatial realm, while Gibson had been indulging in the spring water. With the abundance of rooms in the wooden structure of the space, they had naturally not shared the same quarters. But what about tonight? Should one venture back into the space? Perhaps it would suffice to let Gibson reside in the cave while one sought rest in the spatial realm. "Gibson, you can sleep here. I shall rest in the space. But little one, do you not wish for me to join you? Have I erred in some way? Do you harbor disdain for me? Have you grown tired of my presence?" No, I do not dislike you, nor will I forsake you. It is simply that we have yet to bond as mates. It is best if we sleep apart for now. Little one, please do not cast me aside. I promise to be obedient. Please, do not abandon me." Xiao Xiao gazed at the little creature before her, sobbing uncontrollably, its veins pulsating visibly on its forehead. "What is this nonsense? When did I ever say I no longer wanted you? You, sobbing, you won't take me along, you intend to abandon me. But I am already your beast." This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a forsaken wife, pleading desperately with her unfaithful husband. A fleeting scene from a novel she had once read flashed before Xiao Xiao's eyes. "My lord, you mustn't leave. The child and I cannot live without you." Xiao Xiao shuddered violently and shook her head fiercely to dispel these absurd thoughts. No. That's absolutely not the case. I'm certainly not some scoundrel." A hypothetical dramatic interlude. The author remarks, "Indeed, you're the villainess in this scenario. Little, go away. Why are you everywhere?" Author, "Alas, I shall not depart. I am omnipresent. Come, strike me if you dare, you heartless vixen." Little, "Ha, lonely dog, you are simply envious of my companionship. Just obediently consume your dog food, but be cautious not to overindulge." Author, "Ha, I have taken note of that. Just wait. I shall keep the male lead under pressure and not release him, driving you to desperation." Little Xiao, "A dog is simply a dog. You are truly a dog. Little fox, please do not cry, all right? I have not abandoned you. Though I have reached adulthood, we can only sleep together once we have formed a bond, understand?" Sobbing, little fox responded, "Then why don't you want to bond with me?" Because I have not yet experienced my first estrus," little Xiao shyly replied. "But forming a bond only requires an oath to the beast god. Is that so?" "Yes, indeed. To bond, we merely exchange our covenant marks. It suffices for you to mark me." "Oh, I see. How should I proceed?" Little Xiao contemplated inwardly, thinking of my name and swearing an oath to the beast god, subsequently sealing it with a mark upon my forehead. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, the oath to the beast god is to establish a covenant. Once sealed, the bond is formed. From that moment, I shall be the beast marked by you. Upon the petite figure of Xiao Xiao, my beastly mark shall also manifest. And unlike other contract symbols, this emblem shall never fade. It shall remain as long as I draw breath. Thus, regardless of your whereabouts, I can locate you through the contract mark, and conversely, you may find me by the same token." Gibson glanced at Xiao Xiao's bewildered expression, and his heart swelled with certainty that she was indeed unaware of how to forge a pairing contract. This thought ignited a fervor within him. If Xiao Xiao is oblivious to this, does it imply she is also unaware that the beastly mark, once formed after the bond, is mobile? As her affection for her partner deepens, the beastly emblem shall draw closer to her heart, and the beast whose form first appears upon her chest will signify the one who holds the utmost significance to her, the one she loves most dearly. Aha! Then I shall be the first beast to dwell upon Xiao Xiao's heart. Upon hearing Gibson's words, Xiao Xiao realized that she had been mistaken all along. She had believed that the concept of bonding in the beast realm was akin to mere mating, similar to the mating rituals observed during the breeding season of animals on Earth. To her surprise, their bond resembled a human marriage, a sacred covenant between two parties, leading to a natural union thereafter. So it was like this. Gibson, would you be willing to bond with me? Xiao Xiao raised her head, gazing earnestly into Gibson's eyes, slowly uttering the most sincere question. Xiao Xiao, I would be honored. Gibson, overwhelmed with joy, nodded fervently, grasping Xiao Xiao's hand, trembling with emotion. Chapter 66. Good night. Little female, revised, in her small, trembling palms, beads of sweat gathered, a testament to her anxiety. Although she had long been aware of Gibson's affections and knew he would acquiesce, the rapid unfolding of events rendered it all somewhat surreal, intensifying her nervousness. Upon hearing Gibson's affirmative response, she closed her eyes, silently reciting in her heart, I, Miao Xiao of the White Tiger Clan, vow to the Beast God, to unite with Gibson of the White Tiger Clan as partners for life, steadfast and unwavering. Opening her eyes, she beheld the tearful little fox before her and couldn't help but smile joyfully. She gently pulled the fox's head down to plant a soft kiss on his beautifully rounded forehead. The pact is sealed. You belong to me now, and there can be no turning back. Foolish little cat, I would never renege on such a promise. Rather, it is you who must remain steadfast, Gibson replied, enveloping Xiao Xiao's slender form in his embrace, as if he had captured the entire world. In truth, at that moment, Xiao Xiao may not have fully recognized that her willingness to bond with Gibson stemmed not only from a sense of duty, but also from a budding affection for him. It would be much later that Xiao Xiao would come to realize her feelings for the little fox. By then, the emblem of the fox was almost inscribed upon her heart. A mere step away, yet forever beyond reach. Meanwhile, in a realm unseen by Xiao Xiao, Gibson wore a cunning smile. After all, the Fox clan was renowned as the sages of the beast world, clever and astute, making it hard to fathom how a seemingly dim-witted fox like Gibson could exist. Ah, little one, remember that when things appear unusual, it is often a harbinger of trouble. In the divine realm, the beast god observed through the Chinquan mirror, watching the mischievous little fox cradling his beloved with a sly grin, wishing fervently to swoop in and deliver a thorough reprimand. After much restraint, he turned away, unable to bear the sight any longer. As he averted his gaze, the beast god ground his teeth in frustration, and after a while, he turned back to view the blissful Xiao Xiao, a surge of ire igniting within him. That insufferable little fox has held her for far too long. Is he truly so impatient? Should I abandon my principles and confront him directly? With narrowed eyes, the beast god contemplated the thought of retribution. Perhaps the depth of his resentment was too profound, for the blissful Gibson suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. An inexplicable sensation of being targeted by a ferocious beast. Realizing the absurdity of the feeling, Gibson quickly reminded himself that they were in Xiao Xiao's cave, adjacent to the lair of her father-in-law, whose cunning nature made it clear that if he discovered Gibson's antics while he was away, manipulating Xiao Xiao's feelings to forge an early bond, Gibson would be met with dire consequences. With reluctance, Gibson finally released Xiao Xiao, showcasing his charming smile as he affectionately patted her head. He then pressed a gentle kiss upon her forehead and took her hand, guiding her back toward the cave. Xiao Xiao, it is quite late. You should rest now. Xiao Xiao was dazzled by Gibson's radiant smile, and in a daze, she followed him into his lair. It was only when her body made contact with the fur-lined bed that realization struck her. Oh dear. How had she fallen prey to the allure of a handsome man? This was utterly scandalous. No, this simply would not do. Such charm was utterly unfair. Though she was well into her 30s, the warmth of the adorable pup's kiss was simply irresistible. Gibson, observing Xiao Xiao's flustered reaction to his looks, couldn't help but smile even wider. His enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowed with delight, his high nose bridge, pronounced dimples, and upturned lips all radiated the captivating charm of his fox lineage. Xiao Xiao gazed at the joyful Gibson before her, feeling as though the entire dim cavern had been illuminated. A blush crept across her cheeks. How could he be so fond of her? Why you? Please don't come any closer. We may be partners now, but I am not yet ready. You mustn't tea. With a chuckle, Xiao Xiao pondered her thoughts. The rainy season had not yet passed, and the nights were somewhat chilly. I wish to transform into my beast form and embrace you while we sleep. Fear not. Xiao Xiao, if you are unwilling, I shall not impose myself upon you. I can sleep at the cave entrance instead. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I can't face the beast anymore. Woo woo. Xiao Xiao, with her flushed face, buried herself into the fur bed, curling up like a turtle, resolutely deciding not to show her head again. Upon seeing her shy demeanor, Gibson understood that he could no longer tease her. Otherwise, he might provoke her to retreat into her space, leaving him in a state of distress. Please don't be shy, Xiao Xiao. It was my fault for causing you to misunderstand. I will go boil some water for you to wash up. Just wait patiently for my return, all right? Without waiting for her response, Gibson chose not to press further. He gently patted the back of her head before heading to the kitchen. Once Gibson had left, Xiao Xiao slowly emerged from the furs, her face still burning with embarrassment. She muttered to herself, Zhao Xiaoxiao, Is this all you amount to? Although you've only been in this beastly world for a little over 3 years, you've lived nearly 30 years on Earth, and you've even been in relationships. Why are you acting so foolishly? You're already an older lady. Why indulge in such daydreams? Are you really going to turn into a strange auntie? It's one thing to be an old cow munching on tinder grass, but to constantly pine away like this. What on earth is happening? Is this how you're going to embarrass yourself in another world? Ah, how utterly mortifying. As she murmured softly to herself while rolling back and forth on the bed. Clutching the animal hide, she resembled a young girl ensnared in the throes of adolescence, feeling foolish in the presence of someone she admired, regretting her past actions. There was scarcely a trace of her usual charm, her sundry demeanor, calmness, and wisdom. Gibson returned to the cave, carrying hot water and the hide, only to find her still nestled within it, refusing to emerge. He chuckled quietly to himself, dampened the hide, wrung it out, and sat down beside the bed. Little one, come here, let me help you wash your face and hands, and then we can soak your feet. Aren't you the one who cherishes cleanliness the most? With wide-eyed wonder, she gazed at Gibson, who affectionately prepared to cleanse his face and hands with a piece of animal hide. Lost in admiration, she remained oblivious until he finished tending to her feet and stepped outside with a water basin. Oh my goodness, what should I do? How gentle and endearing he is. I adore him. Could it be that orcs possess such tenderness? I must have misunderstood before. I am grateful to the beast god, to the spirit that misled me, and to the kind driver. Xiao Xiao could hardly contain her eagerness to rush to Gibson's side, greeting him with a cheerful, "Hello, handsome beast of the wilderness. Let us become acquainted anew." Upon returning to the cave, Gibson found Xiao Xiao sprawled in her nest, giggling incessantly, seemingly lost in her own delightful thoughts. After extinguishing the fire, he transformed into his beast form and laid down beside her, enveloping the slender little female in his embrace. Gently, he nuzzled her cheek with his tongue, as if to whisper, "Sleep now, my dear. Good night, little female. Good night, Gibson." In the warm embrace of the plush fox, Xiao Xiao found a comfortable position and soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 67. A New Arrival. Little Pig's Eye. A night devoid of dreams passed until the first light of dawn, when the tantalizing aroma of delicious food roused her from her sleep. It must be said that Xiao Xiao had indeed exhausted herself cooking for so long the previous day, falling into a deep sleep almost instantly. Even when Gibson arose to kindle the fire and prepare breakfast, she remained undisturbed. It was only when the enticing scent of the meal wafted towards her that she was awakened by an intense hunger. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the sun had already graced the cave with its brightness. After lounging in bed for a moment, she stretched her arms wide and climbed out from her fur-covered bed, donning her grass sandals before heading to the kitchen. Gibson was busy stir-frying the Goo beast and called out to her upon noticing she was awake. "Xiao Xiao, you're up. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Beside the stone pot, hot water simmered below while fresh goat's milk warmed above. "First, wash up, then enjoy some goat's milk." "Good morning, Gibson." "Good morning, Xiao Xiao. I made sweet potato porridge, roasted moo beast meat, and even wrapped dumplings for you with the moo meat. Once the Goo beast stew with vermicelli is ready, I'll cook your dumplings. Since you didn't get to eat much yesterday, make sure to have a few extra today." The small hands, engaged in the morning ritual of washing up, paused as she pondered for a considerable time, trying to recall when she had last complained about not having eaten dumplings. Perhaps it was just yesterday, when she was savoring the delectable beef hot pot, and had murmured softly that the beef was delicious, and that it would surely taste even better if combined with scallions and wrapped into dumplings. Such an offhand remark was unexpectedly remembered by Gibson, who, to her astonishment, made it a reality the very next morning. To say she was not moved would be untruthful. However, alongside her gratitude, a tinge of melancholy welled within her. This familiar tenderness inexplicably caused her eyes to well with warmth. She continued to wash her face, letting her tears mingle with the warm water. Her memory seemed to echo the silent love her parents once bestowed upon her in their own way. Yet by the time she truly understood, the world had irrevocably changed, leaving her alone to grapple with her suffering in this present reality. Xiao Xiao, having tidied her spirits, obediently drank a bowl of goat's milk before assisting Gibson in preparing breakfast. "Xiao Xiao, have you awakened? What delightful dishes have you concocted today? The brothers have arrived." "I just got up and drank the goat's milk." Gibson prepared breakfast, and with the brothers here, let's serve the food outside and check if mother has risen. Once she is up, we can make dumplings and enjoy our meal. Are there dumplings to eat so early in the morning? Emily took the boiled Goo beast egg from Xiao Xiao's hands, surprised to hear that breakfast included dumplings. After all, he had attempted to wrap a few dumplings yesterday, but found the task exceedingly challenging and ultimately abandoned the endeavor, not to mention the numerous steps involved. From kneading the dough to chopping the meat, it was quite remarkable that there were dumplings ready to eat. Gibson, that cunning rascal, must have risen at an unholy hour to manage it all. Upon hearing the query from the fourth brother, Xiao Xiao suddenly recalled that the task of making dumplings is far from a simple endeavor, particularly for novices who have only recently begun their culinary journey. It can be nothing short of a calamity, especially for an orc who is encountering dough for the first time. How did Gibson manage it? Surely, he did not rise in the middle of the night to prepare dumplings, yet she was utterly unaware of when he departed. A flicker of compassion and emotion surged within the heart of the young girl. Observing Gibson diligently crafting dumplings, she blinked vigorously, as though attempting to stifle the tears welling in her eyes. She approached and gently embraced the orc chef from behind, her voice tinged with a slight quaver. Gibson, you are truly wonderful. Thank you for your kindness towards me. What troubles you, little one? Are you unhappy? He inquired. No, I am very happy, she replied. Well then, the dumplings are ready. Could you fetch me a wooden tray? Of course. The family gathered joyously to share breakfast before parting ways. Today, the eldest and second siblings were to embark on a hunting expedition, the third would head to the fish pond to catch fish, and the fourth planned to construct a cattle shed and pigsty on the back mountain, allowing the young girl to release her little mooing and oinking creatures for nurturing. As for the squid, it was set to lead the orc kin of the dog-headed tribe in their endeavors to cultivate the land. Mother, please rest well. I will take Gibson into the space. Very well, go on. If anything arises, I will call for you. Now that you two are bonded, Gibson must care for you henceforth, understood? Rest assured, mother. I shall take good care of her, he assured. How did you know? I thought father and my brothers were oblivious. Silly child, they were merely considerate of your feelings. Mother worries for you. Hee, do not fret, mother. Gibson is truly wonderful. Well, as long as you are happy. Now hurry along. With that, they ventured into the space. Sensing Yensheng's location, she discovered him in the pigsty and promptly tugged Gibson along towards it. What is it, little one? Yensheng is in the pigsty. Those pregnant wild boars may be giving birth. We must hurry to see if we can assist. All right. Gibson's gaze fell upon the clasped hands of the young girl, feeling a warmth at the thought that she held his hand so tightly. Little miss, what brings you here? I was just about to inform you that these wild boars have given birth to a litter of piglets. What a coincidence. I entered just as I saw you in the pigsty, suspecting the wild boars were about to deliver. How many did they have? How are the piglets and the mothers faring? All is well. One gave birth to 8, another to 6, and yet another to 10. They are all alive, and the mothers are doing splendidly. The birthing process was quite smooth. I even fed them some diluted spring water and provided the mothers with sweet potatoes, and corn. Excellent, excellent. I am counting on this batch of piglets. As long as they grow up healthy and safe, I can introduce them to the back mountain as breeding stock when they are older. In a few generations, we shall be able to share them among every household. Do not worry, sister. The spring water in the space works wonders for both flora and fauna. As long as they receive some diluted spring water, they need not fear illness. Understood. I have noted everything you said. The books mention that piglets can be raised independently once they reach a month old, but for safety's sake, it is better to wait until they are 2 months before bringing them out of the space. After all, 2 months in the space only equates to 2 or 3 days outside. We have waited this long. What is another couple of days? Xiaoxiao gazed at the adorable, plump piglets with a smile that illuminated her entire face. The piglets were neatly arranged beneath their mother, indulging in their meal with unrestrained delight. Their tiny tails wiggled joyfully, a sight that was undeniably charming, causing Xiaoxiao's eyes to sparkle with longing as she wished to scoop one up and cuddle it close. Little Xiaoxiao gazed at the piglets with delight, oblivious to the beast nearby, whose heart stirred with a budding infatuation as it observed her. Gibson, unable to resist the charm of her adorable visage, ultimately succumbed to temptation and playfully pinched her cherubic face, which still bore a hint of baby fat. Indeed, it felt delightful to the touch. As Xiaoxiao was suddenly pinched on the face, she momentarily froze before reacting with a flushed face, glaring at Gibson with irritation. Her sulky demeanor, coupled with her slightly reddened cheeks, stirred a longing in the onlookers, who yearned to embrace her and playfully tease her. Gibson, caught in the intensity of Xiaoxiao's reproachful gaze, felt his cheeks warm with embarrassment. Alas, Xiaoxiao was still a minor, compelling him to suppress his burgeoning desires. He nervously rubbed the fingers that had just pinched her cheek, as if seeking solace from the turmoil within. I crave fish, Gibson. Please venture to the river and catch some for me. Afterwards, I shall teach you how to prepare delectable fish balls, she said. Very well. I shall fashion a fishing net, he replied. Then I will check on the Moo beast, and later, I will read in that house. We can cook together when you return. Agreed. Chapter 68. Fish balls, shrimp balls, and beef balls. Gibson first traveled to Ling Mountain, where he discovered sturdy vines suitable for crafting a fishing net. After testing their resilience, he found them to be even more robust than those outside, requiring considerable effort to sever. With the harvested vines in tow, he swiftly wove a fishing net by the riverbank, only to realize he had forgotten the bait. He turned back to the chicken coop, capturing a few clucking beasts. After gutting them and collecting their entrails, he fashioned a small basket from the remaining vines and placed the chicken innards within, securing the basket to the fishing net to attract fish from the river. Once he completed this task, he quietly awaited the arrival of fish. Before long, a school of fish approached, cautiously testing the waters. Sensing no danger, they ventured into the net, prompting Gibson to swiftly gather the net, capturing a bountiful haul of large fish. Upon dragging the fish ashore, he was pleasantly surprised by their abundance. The fish within Xiaoxiao's space appeared superior to those outside, displaying greater vitality upon being pulled from the water. After contemplating, he decided to keep a few for their meal and stored the rest in Xiaoxiao's spatial warehouse, where the food would remain fresh. Next came the task of cleaning the fish, removing scales and entrails. While Gibson busied himself with the catch, Xiao was not idle. She first visited the barn to check on the wild buffalo, feeding them some supplementary grain. Observing the growth of the calves since yesterday brought her great joy. After affectionately stroking their heads and bonding with them, she reluctantly departed. Returning to the villa, she examined the recent yields and profits from her space. To her dismay, the sales of fish, shrimp, and crabs had not been promising. With the recent addition of 2 rivers, the supply of river delicacies had increased, prompting Xiao to list these on the spatial market. However, upon checking the sales figures, she found them surprisingly lackluster. Given that the products from her space should be of high quality, she pondered whether the recent formation of the rivers had resulted in insufficient spiritual energy, thus affecting the desirability of the river delicacies. Just as she was lost in thought, Gibson returned with the processed fish, filling a basin with 3 to 5 splendid specimens. Curious, Xiao inspected the quality and noted that it was markedly superior to that of the fish outside. She gazed at the fish Gibson had prepared, bewildered by the reason behind their excellence. Could it truly be due to a lack of spiritual energy? What occupies your thoughts so earnestly? I have thoroughly cleaned these fish, ensuring the scales are properly removed. Rest assured, I did not puncture the gallbladder, so they will not be bitter. Gibson inquired as he observed Xiao inspecting the fish with diligence. In a moment of clarity, Xiao suddenly comprehended the situation. Perhaps those purchasing river delicacies were akin to the beastmen of the wild, lacking knowledge on how to properly prepare them. Consequently, their negative experiences upon tasting the fish led them to refrain from future purchases. Her little eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, it is quite possible, even in the present world, there are many who remain oblivious to the proper way of consuming fish, which often deters them. Consequently, the most sought-after and best-selling fish in the market are those devoid of bones. Yet, where can one find fish without bones? Most fish possess them, unless they are meticulously deboned, transformed into fillets, fish balls, shrimp balls, or crab meatballs. Goodness, this has given rise to a novel industry. As this thought crossed her mind, she was so elated that she felt as if she might burst with joy. She leapt into the air, spinning around in delight, seemingly unable to contain her exuberance. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Gibson, and in her eagerness to share her happiness, she dashed towards him. Disregarding the fishy smell clinging to her hands, she threw her arms around Gibson, who was lost in thought, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Gibson, utterly bewildered, stared at the small female in his embrace, his limbs rendered awkward as he pondered how to respond. His mind raced with the thought, did she just kiss me? She initiated the kiss? She truly kissed me. As the thrill subsided, she suddenly realized what she had just done. Oh my goodness, Miao Xiao. You madcap. How could you lose your composure like that? What if Gibson gets angry? What if he perceives me as a frivolous little creature? Just as Xiao felt tears welling up in her eyes from the embarrassment, she sensed Gibson's hands resting on her waist, the warmth of his palms seeping through the thin layer of her beast-hide skirt. In the next moment, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Xiao, I really like you. You like me too, don't you? Upon hearing this, Xiao's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, yes. For a fleeting moment, the two of them remained silent, simply cherishing the warmth of the embrace. Gibson, I'm hungry. Hee, you little glutton. Didn't you say you wanted fish? What flavor do you desire? Sour cabbage? Spicy? No. Today we shall prepare fish ball soup. Let me teach you how to make fish balls. All right, you guide me. First, clean the fish thoroughly to remove the blood. Then, place the fish on the cutting board with the head to the left and the tail to the right. Using a knife, cut from the tail towards the head, separating the flesh from the bones. Repeat this on the other side, and you will have a fish skeleton in 2 fillets. Next, remove the bones from the belly and the spines from the back, thus obtaining 2 completely boneless pieces of fish. The method of deboning is the same as for sour cabbage fish, but afterwards, just cut it into chunks and mince it into fish paste. Is it the same for all fish? Minced into paste? Indeed. All right. Xiao gazed at the large fish before her, and in an instant, it seemed to transform into fish paste, causing her to swallow hard. To be honest, Gibson's swift handling of the fish was so impressive that she hardly noticed how he turned a whole fish into paste. Then, he placed the fish paste into a stone bowl and crushed it a few times until it became a fine mixture. How remarkable. This is nothing. Fish is quite easy to process. Handling game is far more challenging. Many animals have thick, tough hides, which is why our claws are so sharp. Now we add starch, eggs, salt, and the soaked scallion ginger water, and then stir in one direction until the fish paste becomes sticky. After that, we boil water. Reduce it to a simmer once it's boiling, and then we can start forming the fish balls. Come, let me show you how to make a few first. With her right hand holding a spoon and her left hand diving into the fish paste, Xiao pinched a handful of the mixture between her thumb and index finger, shaped it into a ball with the spoon in her right hand, and dropped it into the pot of hot water. One perfectly round fish ball was now cooking. Repeating this process, she soon produced a generous number of fish balls. Gibson observed for a while, feeling he had grasped the technique, and picked up a spoon to give it a try. At first, he struggled with the technique. Either he ended up with fish paste all over his hands, Or when he finally managed to form a ball, it fell apart as he attempted to scoop it out. Little Xiao looked at Gibson struggling with the fish paste, laughing so hard that she could barely stand upright. Ha ha ha, that's how it is with the round dumplings. They seem simple at first glance, yet when you actually try, they become challenging. You see, like this, and then try it again. Ah, yes, that's right. Hop ha ha, Gibson has found his rhythm, hasn't he? You're truly impressive. Mastering it so quickly. It took me quite a while when I first learned. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao praise him, Gibson's little fox ears perked up, and his handsome face flushed slightly. Chapter 69. Shrimp balls, shrimp paste, and crab roe buns. Once Gibson had fully grasped the technique, he insisted that Xiao Xiao take a break, assuring her that he could manage on his own. Xiao Xiao, appreciating his kindness, glanced at the remaining half bowl of fish paste and said nothing, washing her hands before stepping aside to see what vegetables were available in the kitchen. Preparing to make a fishball soup. Xiao Xiao took a brief stroll and noticed some fresh greens and scallions, so she gathered a few, washed them thoroughly, and set them aside for later use. Gibbs, I will go to the pond and catch some shrimp. After we enjoy the fish balls, we can attempt to make shrimp balls and shrimp paste. Very well, off you go. Xiao Xiao arrived at the edge of the fish pond, observing the fish, shrimp, and crabs within. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to catch the shrimp and crabs from the pond, eager to experiment with crafting shrimp balls, shrimp paste, and crab roe buns, intending to sell them alongside fish balls in the spatial marketplace. Even if they did not sell, she reasoned, she could still enjoy them herself. After all, once prepared, they would remain fresh in the spatial realm, merely requiring warming when she wished to indulge. Subsequently, she decided to nurture only the fish fry produced by the spatial realm in the pond. For reasons unknown, Xiao Xiao felt an intrinsic connection to the fish fry from the spatial realm, believing that the fish raised from them possessed a certain intelligence. Even though they were undeniably more flavorful and aromatic, after savoring them twice, Xiao Xiao could not bring herself to consume them again, nor could she bear to sell them. Indeed, it was not long before a group of spatial fish swam eagerly toward her, their large heads bobbing excitedly at the water's edge, as if yearning to leap into her embrace. What is the matter? Why the enthusiasm today? Have you missed me? Come, if you have, give me a nod, Xiao Xiao jested, chuckling to herself. However, her light-hearted banter was abruptly silenced by the peculiar scene before her. A group of large fish rose upright in the water, their pectoral fins flapping against their bodies, and in perfect unison, the massive fish heads bobbed 3 times, seemingly responding to Xiao Xiao's playful words. Xiao Xiao was nearly rendered speechless by this scene. My goodness, is this truly fantastical, or have I simply lost my senses? She extended her hand, trembling as she pointed at the rows of orderly carp swimming in the pond, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. The fish, noticing the vacant expression in Xiao Xiao's eyes and her mouth agape in astonishment, were equally alarmed. They hurriedly retreated back into the water, tucking their heads in and stealthily peering at Xiao Xiao from the shore, fearful that her anger might result in their demise, transforming them into fish paste. What to do? What to do? Seeing their master so exhilarated, they failed to manage their emotions, inadvertently startling her. Speak up, what should we do? Oh dear, I mean you there. Stop acting like timid fish. Hey, who is pushing me? Don't crowd me. Why the rush? Is it of any use? Please don't shrink back. I can see you all. Not a single one of you is missing. You all leapt up to greet your master. If you push me again, I shall report you to her. Ouch. Which rascal just hit me? Xiao Xiao had become utterly perplexed. After the pool of koi fish nodded at her, she inexplicably began to hear a cacophony of voices, so loud that it caused her a headache. Yet the content of their conversation left her utterly bewildered. She stood there for an indeterminate time, feeling her arms and legs grow numb, before she vacantly withdrew her hand and trembled as she pinched her thigh hard. Gibson, diligently preparing fish balls, was startled by Xiao Xiao's sudden outcry. His right hand trembled, causing a fish ball along with the spoon to plummet into the pot. He hardly had time to dwell on this, as he quickly rinsed his hands in a nearby basin and rushed towards the koi pond. From a distance, he saw Xiao Xiao sitting on the ground, clutching her thigh and wailing in distress. The sight struck fear into Gibson's heart, leading him to believe she had been pinched by a crab or stung by a shrimp. He hurried to her side, asking, "What happened? Where are you hurt? Let me see." As he attempted to lift her animal skin skirt, Xiao Xiao sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face, quietly sobbing while rubbing her thigh. In a flurry, Gibson lifted her skirt to reveal a large bruise where she had been rubbing. His heart ached for her, and he gently caressed the area, then blew on it, as if that would dispel the pain. How did this happen? Did you go into the water? Or did you fall? But you seem dry. He queried, perplexed. Did you fall? No, no. Xiao Xiao's face flushed red as she spoke, her voice filled with grievance. Then how did you get hurt? I accidentally. Realizing that evasion was futile under Gibson's persistent questioning, she stammered. I saw the koi nodding at me and got scared. I wanted to see if I was dreaming or if my eyes were deceiving me, so I pinched myself. Her voice trailed off to a near inaudible whisper. However, the orc's acute hearing caught every word. Gibson gazed at the foolish female before him, who had hurt herself out of sheer fright, and felt both amused and helpless. Unsure of how to comfort her, he simply adjusted her animal skin skirt and picked her up, carrying her towards the villa. You silly little thing. You mustn't do that again. Do you understand? There are many ways to confirm whether something is real. Why resort to pinching yourself? Xiao Xiao buried her head in Gibson's neck, playing the part of an ostrich. Gibson brought her into the kitchen and set her down on the dining table. Are you hungry? May I serve you a bowl of fishball soup? I want fishball soup, made with ginger, garlic, and scallions, along with fish heads and bones for the broth. When it boils, add some greens and fish balls, then a pinch of salt for seasoning. At the end, sprinkle some chopped scallions and a couple of drops of sesame oil from that little bottle. Just 2 drops will suffice. You know how to make fish soup, right? Yes, I do. Heat the pan with cold oil, fry the fish heads and bones until golden on both sides, then add boiling water. Once it boils, the soup will turn milky white. Exactly, Gibson is a quick learner. I'll start the broth first, then add the fish balls. By the time the soup is ready, the fishball soup will be done for you. With that, a flurry of activity ensued. Xiao Xiao watched Gibson bustling about the kitchen, an affectionate smile gracing her lips. Indeed, a man who cooks with dedication is most enchanting. Of course, Xiao Xiao's cry had not only startled Gibson, but also caught the attention of Yansheng. However, by the time Yansheng arrived, Gibson had already taken Xiao Xiao away. He chose not to pursue them, but instead lingered to inquire about the koi in the pond. Eager to learn what had transpired, the koi fish, chattering amongst themselves, recounted the events in a disjointed manner, infuriating Yansheng to the point where he felt a murderous rage towards them. If my sister were merely frightened by your antics, she wouldn't be a goddess. It was your words after paying homage that scared her. You foolish creatures. She could hear you after your worship, and you remain oblivious, babbling on, causing her fright. If she were to be harmed because of you, you would never transform again in this lifetime. No, not just transformation, if anything happens to her. I will ensure that the Elder Peach Tree annihilates you foolish dragons to restore her health. Chapter 70. Shrimp balls, shrimp paste, crab roe buntu Xiao Xiao. Come try the fishball soup. Is it delicious? Gibson proudly presented a bowl of white and green fishball soup to Xiao Xiao, gently blowing on a fishball and testing it with his lips to ensure it was not too hot before offering it to her. With eager anticipation, Xiao Xiao opened her mouth and took a bite, exclaiming, delicious. Gibson, you must try this. It's truly delightful. She pushed the half-eaten fish ball towards Gibson, wishing for him to savor this additive-free, all-natural treat. Watching him blissfully consume the morsel, Xiao Xiao suddenly realized that it was the very piece she had nibbled on. And a playful thought crossed her mind. Was this not an indirect kiss? Oh, how embarrassing. It felt akin to an older woman indulging in the affections of a younger man. What a shameful predicament. Xiao Xiao, have another one, she encouraged. Gibson, you should partake as well. I'll handle the rest. Hee, look at the little female getting shy. She teased. All right, I'll fetch another bowl, but take your time and be careful. It's hot. All right. Yansheng entered the dining room to witness this tender scene. Caught off guard and overwhelmed by a mouthful of dog food. Internally, he lamented, I am a ginseng spirit, not a dog spirit. Is this truly appropriate? I must ask. Is this polite? While Yansheng pondered, Xiao Xiao was the first to notice him standing at the door and eagerly beckoned him to join them for fishball soup. Yansheng, you've arrived. Come, taste my new dish. Can you guess what it's made of? Sure. Sister, were you all right just now? Oh, I'm fine, just startled for a moment. But now, try the fishball soup and tell me how it tastes. It's wonderful. Sister, how did you make it? Is it made from fish? Indeed. I used fish meat, deboned and minced, formed into balls and boiled until cooked. I've made plenty and hope to sell them in the space market, considering the abundance of river delicacies there. However, sales have been poor. With the growing spiritual energy in the space, I'm concerned that if I keep them too long, they may develop intelligence, which complicates things. Thus, I must find ways to boost sales. You're right, sister. But if you wish to prevent the animals in the space from gaining intelligence, you could establish rules to restrict them. After all, you are the sovereign within the space. Your words shape reality. I understand your suggestion, but I believe if the space is imbued with spiritual energy, then the emergence of intelligence in flora and fauna is their destiny. I cannot simply sever their opportunities or interfere with their fate. Destiny is a profound concept. Thus, periodically, I will sell some of the creatures in the space, allowing life to continue, and if a fortunate one gains intelligence or transforms, it is their true fortune. The path of the Great Way is both merciless and compassionate. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Yansheng felt a flicker of enlightenment, as if something was about to emerge. Yet he could not grasp it. He resigned himself to the notion that perhaps the timing was not yet right. When the moment arrived, he would inevitably seize it. Sister, I have something to discuss with you. Go on. Yansheng glanced at Gibson, who was quietly enjoying his fish balls, hesitation evident on his face. Xiao Xiao, Gibson and I are now partners. He will not betray me. In my heart, he is my beastly husband, my other half, and I choose to trust him. Xiao Xiao spoke earnestly, gazing steadily at Yansheng. The two listeners present were taken aback, each more shocked than the last. Yansheng was particularly astonished by Xiao Xiao's regard for her beastly husband, while Gibson felt not only shock but profound gratitude. Xiao Xiao's declaration ensnared the budding heart of the little fox, leading him to willingly sacrifice everything for her love. Well, I wanted to mention that there are already many beings in the space that have gained intelligence, such as the red koi you saw today, the spirit mushrooms on Ling Mountain, the peonies on the hillside, and even the hens in your chicken coop, the sheep in the pen, and the calf you fed a few days ago. It too will likely gain intelligence soon. Are you joking, Yansheng? Yansheng shook his head, looking sincerely at Xiao Xiao as he uttered, no? Is there truly that many? I thought it was rare for plants and animals to gain intelligence. Wasn't it said that every beginning is difficult? How is it that so many have already emerged in this small space? How should I explain this? Should I say you've been too hands-off? Or that your growing psychic energy causes the space to be elevated each time you enter? Haha. I wouldn't dare joke about that. Perhaps it's simply that the space is upgrading rapidly lately, leading to a rich spiritual energy, thus many creatures are awakening. The red koi were introduced from the space, so they were intelligent from the start. No wonder the space fish seem so delightful and taste exquisite. Their flesh is translucent and tender. I wish I hadn't eaten so many. Oh dear. Yansheng coughed, nearly choking on his own saliva. What a sin. Sister, I haven't told you, they aren't actually red koi. They are little earthworms sent down by your father, the beast god. No, wait. They're dragons. Albeit a branch of the lineage, not of pure blood, yet they are still dragons. Moreover, you've raised them to the point of cultivating pure-blooded dragons. It's fortunate you noticed they changed color. Perhaps they deemed red auspicious and feared that if they gained intelligence, they might transform. Which is why they didn't continue to eat. You should know that during that time, they were terrified of you visiting the fish pond, fearing they would be chosen as your meal, and it drove them nearly mad. Also, those hens in your coop. It's a mystery how they transformed from scraggly chickens to phoenixes. The elder, Wen Yang, was speechless for quite some time and dared not tell you that the eggs are phoenix eggs, yet every day they persistently brought you two to eat, selling the rest at high prices in the space market to fund upgrades. Yansheng, what are you thinking so seriously about? Why did you stop talking? Oh, nothing. I was just daydreaming. Sometimes my mind wanders. Please don't mind, sister. No offense taken. What were we discussing? Ah, yes. Please make sure to inform me in advance of any creatures in the space that gain intelligence, so I don't accidentally consume them and create more troubles. All right, sister. Don't worry. Yansheng will take care of everything for you. Good, have you eaten enough? Once you're full, let's head to the pond to catch fish, shrimp, and crabs besides the koi. I wish to make shrimp balls, shrimp paste, and some crab dumplings. All right, Gibson. Yes, sister. The group organized their supplies and set off for the pond. Upon seeing Xiao Xiao return with Gibson and Yansheng, the koi trembled in fear, believing their lives were in jeopardy. However, Xiao Xiao reassured them, stating that they were merely there to clear the pond and instructed them to keep to the side to avoid any accidental harm. As if a wave of relief washed over them, the koi complied, allowing Xiao Xiao and her companions to easily net the creatures in the water, saving them considerable effort. Soon, Xiao Xiao indulged in the shrimp balls and shrimp paste she had longed for. Xiao Xiao concocted a versatile dipping sauce, leaving the three of them with round bellies. And after a brief respite, they began the process of leavening the dough, preparing to create crab roe buns. Chapter 71. Shrimp balls, shrimp paste. Crab roe buns. When it comes to leavening dough, Xiao Xiao truly faced considerable challenges. After numerous attempts, she finally succeeded in utilizing the method for yeast exchange from her space. The journey was indeed filled with trials and tribulations. Initially, she was unaware, as the space provided a fermentation method using raisins, but lacking raisins, she had no choice but to exchange for grape seeds in the space marketplace and plant them. Fortunately, the grape seeds thrived, yielding fruit after 2 years of cultivation. With great anticipation, Xiao Xiao awaited the ripening of the grapes, harvesting and drying them before commencing her preparations. She meticulously gathered clean containers, sterilized them, added the dried grapes, poured in cool boiled water, stirred, sealed the container, maintained the temperature, allowed fermentation, gently shook it, opened it to release gas, resealed it, and repeated this daily until all the dried grapes absorbed sufficient moisture and floated to the surface. The moment she opened the jar, the fragrant aroma of wine wafted forth, accompanied by the delightful sound of popping bubbles, signaling that the yeast liquid was ready for use. Next, she combined equal parts of corn flour and the yeast liquid in a clean container, carefully noting the initial position of the mixture before commencing the first fermentation. Once the mixture doubled in size during the first fermentation, she proceeded to the second. Again, she added the same quantity of corn flour and yeast liquid, incorporating it into the mixture that had doubled, mixing thoroughly, recording the position, and continuing with the second fermentation. Upon the second fermentation also doubling in size, she initiated the third fermentation. It was crucial to monitor the duration of the second fermentation. If it exceeded 4 hours, she would repeat the previous step. If it took less than 4 hours, she would add an equal amount of corn flour to the mixture from the second fermentation until it doubled again. Then commence the third fermentation. Adding an equal measure of clean water to the mixture from the second fermentation, she mixed and marked the position, continuing with the third fermentation. The duration for the third fermentation to double in size would generally be shorter, and once it was completed, she could proceed to the final fermentation. As before, She mixed an equal quantity of corn flour and clean water into the mixture from the third fermentation, marking it appropriately, and once it doubled in size, it would be ready for use. After much effort, Xiao Xiao finally succeeded in experimenting with yeast. Immediately, she steamed a pot of fluffy white buns and, with tears streaming down her face, savored the buns while marveling at the ingenuity of our ancestors. Fortunately, the hardest part is always the beginning. Once success is achieved, the subsequent attempts become simpler. Gradually, she mastered the skill. Subsequently, Xiao Xiao placed the well-prepared yeast in a ventilated and dry area to completely air-dry it. Afterward, she crumbled it by hand and stored it away for future use. Xiao Xiao took out the yeast she had prepared earlier, dissolved it in warm water, and added some sugar. She then handed it over to Gibson for kneading the dough. Once the dough was well kneaded, she covered it with a wooden board and set it aside in the kitchen to rise slowly. Xiao Xiao began preparing the filling by first cracking open the hard shell of the large crab, removing the lungs and impurities, and washing it thoroughly before placing it on a plate. The crab was then steamed until the meat solidified, after which she extracted the crab roe and flesh for later use. Subsequently, she busied herself soaking the vermicelli and peeling the scallions, onions, ginger, and other accompaniments that would be required shortly. Meanwhile, Gibson and Yin Sheng captured a male grunt beast and dispatched it. Xiao Xiao expressed her desire to make a larger batch to share with Chief Ram, the shaman Maisie, Sister Helen, Aunt Susan, Sister Annie, and the dog-headed orcs, so that they could all savor a taste. Xiao Xiao shared an intriguing tale, likening it to the notion that once a meat bun is thrown to a dog, it never returns. How amusing. By the time Gibson and the others returned, Xiao Xiao had prepared all the necessary ingredients. This time, she intended to craft an array of bun flavors, hence the abundance of ingredients, mainly vermicelli, pickled cabbage, shrimp, crab, radish, chives, and a small amount of green beans. Just in case the orcs were unaccustomed to them, she planned to keep those for her own tasting. Xiao Xiao meticulously separated the various cuts of the pig, ribs, spine, knuckles, hocks, offal, head, trotters, and tail, contemplating whether to cook them now or store them for tomorrow. Let's reserve the head, kidneys, liver, and bones. The remaining offal, trotters, tail, and hocks can be braised together. Tonight, as highlight, would be fishball soup paired with fluffy white buns. Gibson, ensure all the skin on pork belly is thoroughly cleaned and diced into pieces the size of my fingernail. I shall prepare savory meat buns that will leave you craving more. Very well. And what of the other meats? Should they be minced? Indeed, the rest should be ground into a paste. We will prepare a filling of braised meat with vermicelli, a mixture of pickled cabbage and pork, a blend of pork and shrimp, and finally, a concoction of pork and crab. Ha ha ha, I shall summon Mohe from the back mountains to assist us shortly. Excellent, I will start mincing the meat. Yin Sheng, please make some fish and shrimp balls. Once you return with Mohe, we shall work swiftly, and soon you shall savor the crab roe buns. Understood. I will fetch him at once. With that, she exited the space and emerged from the cave, noticing her mother preparing lunch and realizing how much time had slipped by. Indeed, when one is engaged in tasks, time flies. Mother, what are you making? Have father and Mohe returned? Xiao Xiao, when did you come out? I hadn't tea called for you yet. Did you catch a whiff of something delicious? You little glutton, hee hee. Your father and the others have not returned yet. Oh, mother. I'm not as greedy as you suggest. I have been experimenting in the space and have concocted numerous delectable dishes for us to enjoy tonight. What delightful creations have you devised this time, Xiao Xiao? I heard you mention more deliciousness from afar. Mohe, you've returned. I was just about to seek your help in the back mountains. We have butchered a hum-hum beast in the space, intending to make buns. Mother, brother, let me tell you, these buns are exquisite, far superior to steamed buns or dumplings. With a soft skin and generous filling, each bite releases a burst of flavor. And I've also devised a delightful fishball soup. You little ungrateful one, you've prepared a feast without offering me a taste. Ah, in my haste to leave, I forgot the fishball soup. The main focus is the buns. I've just begun to mince the meat and haven't started assembling them yet. Oh, I see. You want me to help you with the meat and buns, don't you? Hee hee, brother, you are so clever. Would it be acceptable if I let you have the first taste of the steamed buns? Xiao Xiao gazed at Mohe with a charming smile. Humph. I suppose I shall reluctantly agree. You all, since Xiao Xiao has returned, let her dine before she departs. Mother will join you in the space to assist shortly. Very well, Xiao Xiao and Mohe replied in unison. Maji, I'm back. Are you hungry? I shall prepare a meal for you right away. As Xiao Xiao and Mohe exchanged glances, it became evident that parental affection was indeed the most overwhelming for the orc. Mou, bustling about the kitchen while calling out, suddenly noticed his little one and the young female gazing intently at him. Even the battle-hardened Mou felt a slight flush on his cheeks at that moment. Clearing his throat, he remarked, Ah, you're all here. Maji, have you prepared the meal? Did I not instruct you to remain in bed? Why do you not heed my words? Am I truly so fragile? Tilling the land is arduous work, and I merely wished for you to return to a meal ready for you. As he spoke, Maji's face also turned a shade of red. Mohe pondered, what should I do if I suddenly find myself no longer hungry? Xiao Xiao interjected, There's a certain expletive I'm uncertain whether to voice or not. Chapter 72. Steamed pork buns. Little Xiao accompanied Mama, father, and brother for a meal. After Mama reluctantly bid farewell to father, she led Mama and the dark-skinned brother into the space. Gibson, we have returned. Is the pork belly prepared? Indeed, it is ready. And the minced meat is also prepared. Sister, why were you gone for so long? I've also made shrimp balls and fish balls. That's wonderful. In that case, let us begin preparing the filling. Dark-skinned brother, please chop the scallions, ginger, garlic, and onion into small pieces, and finely chop the leeks. The blanched green beans should also be diced and placed in separate wooden bowls. Understood. Mama, please chop the vermicelli, and Gibson, you handle the pickled vegetables. All right, little Xiao. Do not worry. Both Mama and Gibson acknowledged and busied themselves. Sister, what can I do? Yinxing, would you help me tend the fire? I need to prepare the filling for the sauce meat buns. Sure, I would love to. Xiao Xiao meticulously cleans and dices the pork belly, blanching it in water before rinsing it again. Next, she measures out bowls of minced garlic and chopped onions, prepared by her brother Miao Miao. In a hot pan, she pours in oil, heating it to a moderate temperature before adding the garlic and onions, allowing their aromas to waft through the air. She then incorporates the diced pork. Saute it until the surface takes on a slightly charred golden hue. Seasoning the mixture with salt, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and a touch of sweet bean sauce for color and flavor, she stirs it thoroughly. After adding a splash of water, she lets it simmer gently until the sauce thickens and nearly evaporates, indicating it is ready to be served. Once plated, she folds in the pre-soaked and chopped vermicelli, seasoning it further with salt and soy sauces to ensure an even distribution of flavors before beginning to wrap the dumplings. Observing the dough, Xiao Xiao feels it has risen sufficiently and decides to prepare a batch of savory meat-filled dumplings for everyone to taste. Xiao Xiao observed the dough, which had fermented to approximately 3 times its original size, appearing somewhat loose. However, this was of no concern. She gradually added more flour, kneading it into a smooth consistency before covering it with a wooden board to allow it to rest for a while longer. At that moment, Gibson had finished chopping the sauerkraut and came over to assist Xiao Xiao in making buns. Gibson, first sprinkle a small amount of dry flour onto the cutting board. Then divide the rested dough into pieces roughly the size of my fist. Flatten each piece and roll it out into a circle that is thicker in the center and thinner around the edges. You see, it can be done just like this. With that, Xiao Xiao skillfully rolled out a round dough disc that was thick in the center and thin at the edges. Afterward, Gibson took a turn. And once he had mastered the technique, Xiao Xiao encouraged him to roll out the dough himself while teaching Yinxing how to make the buns. She held a piece of dough larger than her own delicate hand with her fair left hand, while her right hand wielded a wooden spoon, scooping a generous portion of the prepared meat filling into the center of the dough. Then, she lifted the edges of the dough to envelop the filling, and before long, a plump white bun with pleats on top was ready. Sister, your bun looks absolutely wonderful. With a faint smile, Xiao Xiao remarked that a steamed bun is simply a bun with filling, known as a baozi. Has Yinxing learned this? It is time to give it a try. All right. As she spoke, her clumsy little hands lifted a piece of dough, yet she found it impossible to manage. Not only could she not place the filling inside, but after several attempts, it seemed futile, and the child was on the verge of tears. With a gentle smile, Xiao Xiao reassured it that the dough was too large for its grasp. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. When the dumplings are ready for steaming, would you mind overseeing the fire? All right then, it replied. Sister, may I sell the finished fish balls, shrimp balls, and the versatile dipping sauce you prepared in the space marketplace? Certainly, I nearly forgot. Off you go. Yinxing cheerfully departed with the crafted dumplings. Maji, the cuttlefish is ready. Now, let us see Xiao Xiao wrap the dumplings. Xiao Xiao, may I give it a try? Of course. Mom, brother, please have a go. Maji and the cuttlefish imitated Xiao Xiao's technique, one hand handling the dough, the other scooping the filling. Suddenly, Maji exclaimed, "Oh no, the dough has fallen apart. Brother, you're applying too much force. See, with your left hand, support the dough and filling, gently pressing the filling with your thumb, while your right hand carefully wraps it. Like this, it's perfect." Xiao Xiao took the half-formed dumpling from Maji's hands and, after a brief moment, molded it into a plump, white dumpling. Look, Xiao Xiao, is this the way? Yes. Mom, you did it on your first try. Hee hee, you little rascal are the impressive one, managing to create such intricate dishes. Hee hee, I refuse to believe I can't do it. With determination, it picked up another piece of dough and began anew. This time, it succeeded, albeit with an imperfect appearance. Xiao Xiao, despite the unsightly appearance of the buns, remained unfazed in her confrontation with Emohi, as long as they remained intact and did not reveal their filling. It mattered little. If they turned out poorly, she mused, she could simply eat them herself once they were cooked. When the little one saw that the buns were nearly enough to fill a steamer, she greased the wooden steaming rack with oil and placed the bun dough on it for a second proofing. Once the dough had expanded by about a full size, she steamed them over high heat. 15 minutes after the water boiled, they were done. She reminded herself not to lift the lid immediately after turning off the heat, letting them sit for a while longer before serving. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the stone pot, a tantalizing blend of meat and wheat, intertwining to create an entirely new fragrance that made the beastmen in the kitchen drool uncontrollably. Little Gibson, Missouri Hay, and Magi all spoke at once. Hee. Doesn't it smell amazing? Just a little longer, and we can eat. She herself was practically salivating with anticipation. Suddenly, the little one smacked her forehead as if remembering something. Big brother, go up the mountain and see if you can find bamboo. Cut a few stalks. We can make more steaming trays and cook a whole batch of buns at once. Sister, I know where the bamboo is on the mountain. I'll take Imohe with me. At this, Imohe and Magi seemed to finally notice the plump little child who had been there all along, startling in surprise. Little one, what is this thing? Little one, how do you already have a younger brother? Could it be your father S? Oh no. The misunderstanding was colossal. What do we do now? This is such a ridiculous mess. As Xiao observed her mother's tears welling up in her eyes, a sense of dread enveloped her, and she thought to herself, this is the end. No, mother, you are overthinking this. That Yanxing is a ginseng spirit. A ginseng spirit. She is not a beast person and has nothing to do with father. Mother, please do not misunderstand. Xiao, stop trying to comfort me. Are you still concealing something about your father from me? Speak up, I can handle it. Mother, please do not be agitated. Father would never betray you. Have you forgotten our bond of partnership? Little looked at Mama's distressed state, feeling utterly helpless, while Mohe appeared as if struck by lightning, completely at a loss. Fortunately, there was one rational presence. Upon Gibson's words, Little exhaled in relief. Indeed, gratitude was due for the unyielding pact of the beast realm. Yes, Mama. The paternal beast heart belongs solely to you. Do not misconstrue his intentions. Yanxing is genuinely a spirit of ginseng. His essence is ginseng, having taken form on Spirit Mountain. Mama, if you carefully sense, you will detect the fragrance of ginseng emanating from him, and his attire is made of leaves. He is not a beast but a plant. How could he possibly be the offspring of the paternal beast and another? He calls me sister because he encountered me when he gained sentience. Upon hearing Gibson's words, Maji calmed down, managing to halt her tears. She carefully inhaled Yanxing's scent, confirming it bore the aroma of bitter herbs, which finally assuaged her worries. Today's events must remain a secret from your paternal beast. If he discovers this, I shall be doomed. Do you understand? Mohe, Little, understood, Mama. Shall we still gather bamboo? Yanxing cautiously inquired from the sidelines. Utterly captivated by the delightful scent of the braised meat buns wafting through the air. Whimpering, he noted that he was closest to the pot, and thus the aroma filled his senses. Chapter 73. The bun demand exceeds supply. Yes, we must gather bamboo, Mohe replied. You accompany Yanxing to Spirit Mountain and bring back more steamers. Mama and Little will prepare buns. Okay, wait, the braised meat buns are ready. I will bring you both some. Little filled a wooden basin with buns for Mohe and Yanxing, instructing them to take it with them. She then placed the remaining buns onto a clean wooden platter, inviting Gibson and Maji to partake. Afterward, she placed the buns that had just risen again into the pot, igniting the fire to continue steaming. Ah, Little, these buns are truly delectable. They are even better than dumplings. Hee, Mama enjoys them, so have a few more. Once we finish these braised meat ones, we will prepare other fillings. Are there other fillings? Then Mama, wait a moment before eating. Otherwise, if you fill up, you shall miss the chance to taste the other flavors. Indeed. I shall have one more, and then refrain, anticipating the other flavors. Gibson handed Little a bun, then took another for himself, finishing it in a few bites before returning to rolling the dough. Little Xiao received the steaming buns, took a bite, and exclaimed, "Mm." The soft and fluffy dough envelopes the savory meat filling with a hint of sauce, a delightful salty flavor. Truly delicious. Her eyes sparkled with delight, her mouth gleaming with grease. It was no surprise, the bun was somewhat oversized for her. After finishing one, she decided to stop, feeling quite full. Throughout the day, her mouth had scarcely paused, yet she managed to consume such a substantial amount due to her continuous work alongside her eating. Several beasts, having savored the buns, were invigorated to continue the wrapping process. Before long, a basin filled with meat-stuffed buns was completed. Gibson added another stone pot, and both pots began steaming simultaneously. Concerned about controlling the heat, Xiao summoned a little ginseng spirit to tend the fire and monitor the pots. Once the buns were cooked, she instructed Gibson to retrieve them while she continued steaming the next batch. As Xiao placed the final set of meat buns into the pot, Mohe and Yanxing returned with 6 meticulously crafted bamboo steamers. Xiao could hardly contain her excitement upon seeing the exquisite steamers. She had to admit that the learning ability of the orcs was remarkable. She had merely shared the images and methods of the steamers she exchanged in her space with Brother Mohe, and in such a short time, he had successfully created them. Their practical skills were indeed formidable. Xiao positioned the steamer basket before the fire, allowing the little ginseng spirit to gradually dissipate the moisture from the bamboo. By the time the savory pork buns are steamed to perfection, the basket should be sufficiently dried and ready for use. Now, let us proceed to prepare the crab roe buns and the pork shrimp buns. Gibson, pour a basin of pork into the crab meat. Then add an appropriate amount of minced scallions, ginger, and onion, seasoning it with salt and a touch of sugar. Oh, And do not forget to add a pinch of sugar. Brother, you shall do the same. Mix a small basin of pork into the shrimp, incorporating a suitable quantity of minced scallions, ginger, and onion, along with a dash of salt and a hint of sugar. Once the filling is well combined in a singular direction, Yanxing, you will roll out the dough for the wrappers. Brother, you shall knead the dough and divide it into portions, while mother wraps them. Gibson, you must also prepare another basin of dough, as we are running low. With a small group under her command, Xiaoxiao skillfully combined the remaining vermicelli and chives with pork from the dumpling filling, preparing a savory mixture of chive, vermicelli, and meat. After expertly blending this batch, she still had sauerkraut and green bean fillings to attend to. Swiftly and deftly, Xiaoxiao completed all the fillings before joining the brigade of dumpling makers. The team worked tirelessly throughout the day, wrapping dumplings until every last one was prepared. Once she had steamed a variety of dumplings, Xiaoxiao, along with her mother, elder brother, and Gibson, exited the space. The remaining dumplings were entrusted to Yanxing and the little ginseng spirit for steaming, with plans to see if they could be sold in the marketplace. Oh, I'm utterly exhausted, she sighed. Indeed, it turns out that sitting while working is not as easy as it seems, Maji lamented, rubbing her sore waist. Gibson, please pack some dumplings and deliver them to Chief Ram, the healer Mizi, and the dog-headed orc. I simply cannot move anymore, Xiaoxiao requested, admiring Gibson's boundless energy. Orc stamina is truly remarkable, unlike his females, sigh. All right, Xiaoxiao, you should lie down on the bed for a while and rest. I'll handle the remaining tasks. Gibson reassured her. Yes, that sounds good. Mother, you should also take a short rest, Xiaoxiao added. Very well. As Xiaoxiao ambled halfway, a thought suddenly struck her. Oh right. Brother Mohe, could you please deliver some buns to Aunt Susan, Sister Anna, and Sister Nicole? Mohe, who was busily assisting Gibson in packing the buns, responded nonchalantly. Got it. Don't worry, I will make sure they all receive them. Thank you, Brother Mohe. Upon hearing his reply, Xiaoxiao returned to her cave with a mischievous grin. Gibson glanced up and noticed the calculating expression on his little female's face, narrowing his eyes slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he exchanged a meaningful glance with his fourth uncle. The two beasts wrapped the buns in clean leaves and then ventured out of the cave in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Yanxing, after displaying various fish balls, shrimp balls, and shrimp paste, returned to the kitchen, engrossed in his tasks and forgetting to check the sales. It was only after the buns had finished steaming that he brought them to the space mall. Upon entering the system, he was taken aback to discover a series of sold-out notifications. This response was both anticipated and surprising. Yanxing had tasted the dumplings himself and knew they would sell well, but he hadn't expected them to sell out so quickly. He hastily listed various flavors of buns and then returned to the kitchen to steam the leftover dough into mantou, curious to see if anyone would purchase them. After all, these mantou were made from enchanted wheat, and he found that the spiritual energy in the steamed buns surpassed that of the wheat itself. Once the mantou was ready, Yanxing headed to the mall again, and this time he was genuinely astonished. Every single bun he had just listed had sold out. And the Space Mall had also received a message. He stared blankly at the message urging him to list shrimp paste, fish balls, shrimp balls, and buns, completely forgetting to put the mantou on the shelf. He turned and exited the mall, calling for Xiaoxiao in front of the villa. Sister, come quickly. There's a message in the space. However, Xiaoxiao, soundly asleep outside, did not hear his excited calls. Of course, her inability to hear was not solely due to her slumber. The space had automatically muted Yanxing's voice. Deep within the spiritual mountain, the system quietly clawed at its nails. Humph. That little grass wants to take credit? No way. The space system mused. Once I level up again, I shall transform into human form. There will be no opportunity for you to curry favor with the goddess. I am her favorite creature. What are you? What does it matter if you become human? This space is self-sufficient. Your capabilities will remain limited, hardly superior to a little ginseng. A cold voice suddenly interrupted, causing the system to tremble in fear. Ah, the peach tree elder has awakened. I'm just a trivial matter. Please forgive me. Humph. Attend to your own duties. Have you been itching for trouble while I was in seclusion? And no, I was wrong. The system stammered. Please create a program that can automatically harvest mature river delicacies, along with a processing workshop to transform the harvested goods into various types, including fish balls, fish fillets, shrimp balls, shrimp paste, beef balls, beef rolls, and lamb rolls. Yes, I will do that immediately. The system, trembling in fear, wiped the cold sweat from its brow only when the peach tree elder ignored it, then eagerly set about designing the program. What are you shouting about? It's so noisy. Oh, dear Grandpa Peach Tree, you are awake. Grandpa, the fish balls, shrimp balls, and various buns made by the little miss are quite popular. I want to share this good news with her. You woke me up. The little girl is asleep. The space system will inform her when she awakens. The space will be upgrading soon, and you will be responsible for processing the river delicacies into various balls. All right. I will definitely do a good job. Chapter 74, for the buns. After a brief slumber, Xiaoxiao awoke in the evening, feeling a pervasive ache throughout her body. Hastily, she summoned a bowl of spiritual spring water from her space and consumed it in one go, feeling somewhat revitalized. Xiaoxiao, you're awake? Yes, Gibson. How long have I slept? I'm so hungry. Oh, sleepyhead. It's already dark. How could you not be hungry? Come on, get up. Father and the brothers have returned and are waiting for you to join them for dinner. I've warmed up the buns, prepared roasted meat and fish. And Mo Hay has made your favorite seafood porridge. I'm just here to call you for dinner. All right, I'll get up right away. By the way, did Mo you go to deliver the buns? Yes, he did. He seemed quite cheerful when he returned. Really? Gigi, that's wonderful. Gibson gazed at the whimsical little female before him, feeling his heart melt with affection, and couldn't he help but embrace her gently. Did you deliberately send your brother to help you deliver the buns? You guessed it. Gibson, you're so clever. No, you are the cleverest of all. Let us go eat. Yes. I want to have lots and lots of crab roe buns and shrimp meat buns. Just as Gibson and Xiaoxiao settled down, ready to begin their meal, they heard a voice from outside the cave calling, Is Xiaoxiao there? It's Xiao's. Here. Xiaoxiao promptly replied, beckoning Gibson to let Xiao's in. Xiao's, what brings you here? Is there something from Sister Anna? No, Anna as well. This afternoon. The food you had Mo Hay deliver was a hit with Anna, especially that one called the sauce meat bun. I wanted to ask how you made it. I'd like to prepare it for Anna. Xiao stammered out his words, his face turning crimson. Xiaoxiao had never witnessed Xiao's in such a manner before. It is known that Xiao's is a wolf beast man, typically aloof and reserved. However, it was surprising to see such a bashful side of him. All for the sake of his little female. It turns out it was for the buns. The process of making them is quite intricate. One must first prepare the dough, and then concoct the filling before wrapping them up. There is no time to make them now. But I shall have Mo Hay teach you tomorrow. Mo Hay, could you assist in teaching Xiao's how to make buns? Certainly. Though my buns may not be as aesthetically pleasing as yours. Xiao's, would that bother you? Not at all. So, Mo Hay, what do I need to prepare? Well, we need the meat of the humming beast and flour. I will bring the yeast required for the dough. Xiao's, do you have flour at home? What is flour? It is the powder made from grinding wheat. Mo Hay interjected. Oh, we have wheat at home. Tomorrow, I shall hunt a humming beast at dawn. After that, I will grind the wheat into flour and come to find you. Does that work? Xiao's looked at Mo Hay and replied, that sounds good. I will be at the back mountain tomorrow. Come find me when you are ready, and I will teach you how to make buns. All right. I shall take my leave now. Xiao's, let me pack a few meat buns for you to take to Sister Anna. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. No need for such politeness. Xiao's, I have great affection for Sister Anna. I hope you both will soon have little ones. May your words bring us good fortune. It shall surely be so. After bidding farewell to Xiao's, the beast family continued their meal. The buns prepared by Xiaoxiao were the highlight of the evening, greatly favored. As the brothers eagerly competed to enjoy them, Xiaoxiao took a couple of bites from the bun, observing the ravenous Mo Hay, and inquired, Mo Hay, did you deliver the buns to Sister Anna today? Indeed, I did. What of it? Mo Hay responded, what do you think of Sister Anna? Upon hearing Xiaoxiao's question, the entire group of beasts paused, casting glances between Xiaoxiao and Mo Hay as if they had grasped something significant. Mo Hay was momentarily taken aback. A piece of bun lodged in his throat, rendering him helpless and gasping for air. Gibson, noticing this, promptly offered him a glass of water. Mo Hay accepted it gratefully, gulping down half the glass before regaining his composure. What are you talking about, Xiaoxiao? Mo Hay, don't be shy, Xiaoxiao encouraged. Tell us. Do you think Sister Anna is beautiful? Is she suitable for you? Cough, Xiaoxiao. Mo exclaimed, startled and choking on his food. All right. I won't ask any more, Xiaoxiao conceded, tucking away her curiosity and returning to her meal in silence. Meanwhile, Mo Hay found himself in a state of turmoil. Her words echoing in his mind, and the bun in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. He recalled the charming Anna he had encountered while delivering buns earlier that day. She was indeed lovely, and her demeanor was refreshingly straightforward. Unlike other females, who were often timid or ostentatious in the presence of males, she exuded a confidence that was unexpectedly endearing. Perhaps, just perhaps, she was not the type he would find off-putting. He pondered whether he should observe her more closely when he accompanied Xiao's to make buns the following day. Yes, he would watch carefully to discern what kind of female could so captivate Xiao's, the wolf beast man. The table of beasts recognized Mo Hay's distracted demeanor, sensing that this young cub might have developed feelings, and it appeared that good fortune was on the horizon for their kin. After dinner, Xiaoxiao led Gibson into the space. Upon entering, they were greeted by the system announcement. The sales of the meatball series have been excellent and are now sold out. Due to customer request for restocking, the space has been automatically upgraded. Next to the river, a one-click harvest option appeared, designed for collecting mature aquatic delicacies. Additionally, a processing workshop had materialized beside the warehouse, equipped with machines for crafting fish balls, shrimp balls, and various meatballs, as well as machines for preparing beef and lamb rolls and fish slices. Upon receiving this information, Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with joy. She hurried to the riverbank to try the one-click harvest feature and, to her delight, gathered an abundance of mature fish, shrimp, and crabs, along with a variety of river clams. Subsequently, She asked Gibson to process some of the fish and ventured to the processing workshop to experiment with the machine for making fish balls. Indeed, upon placing the deboned fish into the machine, it began producing fish balls, and after a brief wait, a stream of frozen fish balls appeared at the outlet. How marvelous! The space is truly remarkable. The system, rarely praised by Xiaoxiao, hid shyly in a cave, chuckling to itself. Sister, you have arrived. I must tell you. The space has upgraded. Yes, Yinsheng, I am aware of the upgrade. I have received notifications from the space system. From now on, you shall be responsible for making the fish balls, all right? Absolutely. Grandfather Peach Tree mentioned the same thing. Huh, Grandfather Peach Tree? You mean Senior Wentian has awakened? Yes, indeed. Grandfather woke shortly after you left. He informed me that the space would upgrade, and that I would be in charge of gathering river delicacies and crafting various fish balls. He also mentioned that we could make beef balls, claiming they are even more delectable than fish or shrimp balls, especially when cooked in that special pot. You mean hot pot? Yes, beef balls are especially delicious in hot pot. Oh wait, we shouldn't only think about food. Let us go visit Senior Wentian. It has been quite a while since we last saw him. After speaking, she took Yinshen's hand and began to leave. Sister, Grandfather Peach Tree has entered seclusion again. He said he feels he is about to transform and needs to absorb spiritual energy, so he requested not to be disturbed. Oh, I understand, I want to go. Once he transforms, I'll prepare a feast for him, ensuring he enjoys a hearty meal. And hot pot, spicy hot pot, must be included. With a heart brimming with excitement, Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words. Although she had family by her side in this beastly realm, the midnight hours often drew her thoughts back to Earth, to her parents, leaving her with a profound sense of isolation. This feeling lingered until she encountered the esteemed Wan Yin, which alleviated her loneliness. Now, the prospect of Wan Yin's impending transformation filled her with exhilaration. She would no longer be striving alone. Chapter 75. Relocation. Having settled everything within the space, Xiaoxiao accompanied Gibson to the villa. Gibson, would you like to take a bath? She inquired. At her words, Gibson's face flushed crimson, and after much hesitation, he managed to stammer, Xiao, you are not yet of age, nor in your mating season. It is not permissible. Xiaoxiao gazed at Gibson in confusion, unable to comprehend the connection between her age and the act of bathing. No, mating is not allowed, he insisted. Sensing her silence, Gibson misinterpreted it as anger and hurriedly sought to clarify his statement. Xiaoxiao finally comprehended that he had misunderstood her intention. No, that is not what I meant. Oh dear, I was asking if you would like to take a bath, just you alone. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine, Gibson replied, visibly relieved. However, Xiaoxiao detected a hint of disappointment on his face. What could that possibly mean? This lecher, what on earth is he thinking? With a slight pout, Xiaoxiao led Gibson to the bathroom in the guest room, preparing a new leather skirt for him to wear while he bathed, while she herself ascended to her own bedroom to wash. Once both beasts were refreshed, Xiaoxiao took Gibson out of the space, as it was time for slumber. Gibson, reverting to his beast form, obediently embraced Xiaoxiao as they drifted into sleep. Before closing her eyes, Xiaoxiao pondered on the fact that the healer Maizi had mentioned sending something for Gibson, yet 2 days had passed without any delivery. She decided that tomorrow, Gibson should return to fetch it himself, for she was not adept at crafting leather skirts. Noticing that Xiaoxiao had fallen asleep, Gibson gently kissed her forehead and succumbed to sleep himself. The night passed dreamlessly, and upon awakening the next day, Gibson's presence was still absent. Upon entering the kitchen, she found him diligently preparing breakfast. How delightful! Xiaoxiao approached and embraced him from behind. Good morning, Gibson. Good morning, Xiaoxiao. Breakfast will be ready shortly. You should freshen up. All right. By the way, Gibson, you should return to the medicine den today to gather your belongings and move them here. Yes, Xiaoxiao. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Go on. In truth, I also possess my own cave. Since we are now bonded as partners, it is customary for us to reside separately. Oh, I see. I was aware of that. Let us visit your cave today. If there is anything lacking, we can prepare it over the next few days, and once everything is ready, we shall move in. I will speak to Father Beast and Mother about it shortly. Really? Xiaoxiao, you truly agree to move in with me? Of course, we are partners now. Xiaoxiao, you are truly wonderful, Gibson exclaimed, pulling her into a warm embrace. What are you two up to so early in the morning? The voice of Mou startled the two beasts. Gibson quickly released Xiaoxiao and turned to Mou, stating, Father, I wish to take Xiaoxiao to my cave. She has just agreed. Mou glanced at Xiaoxiao, who was looking at him with an endearing expression, then at their clasped hands, and chose to remain silent, slowly nodding in approval. He then carried out hot water for Ma Ji to wash up. What is that smell? Oh no, Gibson. The food has burned. Xiaoxiao and Gibson hurriedly served the dishes from above, while the burnt ones below were regrettably discarded. Gibson meticulously cleaned the stone pot, and then prepared 2 additional dishes, while Xiaoxiao took the breakfast out, calling for Ma Ji and Mou to join the meal. One by one, the brothers arrived, and upon seeing that all were present, Mou spoke up. Just now, Gibson told me he intends to take Xiaoxiao back to his cave. and I have granted my approval. Starting tomorrow, there will be no need for you to return for meals. You may each tend to your own fires." The brothers exchanged glances, sighing in unison. Indeed, the reason we have been able to remain together for so long is due to Xiao Xiao's influence. Were it not for her, and if she had not referred to us as family, the patriarch would not have allowed us to linger in the home for this duration. We would have been cast out upon reaching adulthood, for once male offspring mature, they possess the ability to reproduce. The patriarch would never permit them to re-enter his lair, fearing they might covet his females. This is the inherent nature of beastmen. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Moreover, with Maji and heat, the patriarch's patience has surely reached its limit. "Yes, patriarch, we understand," the brothers replied in unison. Little Xiao Xiao observed the peculiar atmosphere between her brother and father, feeling an inexplicable oddity that she could not quite articulate. Magia silently sighed as she noted the warning emanating from the octopus towards her offspring. This was one of the fundamental rules of survival in the beastly world, a truth she had known since birth, inherited from the ancestral memories bestowed upon her by her parents. Magia was unaware of the issues plaguing Xiao Xiao's inherited memories. She simply knew that Xiao Xiao was oblivious to the matters contained within them. After discovering the discrepancies in Xiao Xiao's legacy, neither Magia nor the octopus dared to reveal the truth to her, for Xiao Xiao had always demonstrated a profound regard for familial bonds since her infancy. Consequently, Magia and the octopus chose to allow the adult offspring to continue residing in the neighboring cave, forbidding them from entering the cave where Xiao Xiao dwelled. Now, as she entered another cycle of estrus and Xiao Xiao matured, the octopus was reluctant to keep the offspring nearby, ultimately driving them away. However, they were still permitted to return for meals each day. With Xiao Xiao preparing to move out, it was only natural that she would not allow the offspring to return anymore. One could only hope that when Xiao Xiao eventually bore her own young, she would come to understand these complexities. The family shared a silent breakfast before assisting Xiao Xiao in packing her belongings and transporting them to Gibson's cave. With a heavy heart, Little E bid farewell to her father and mother, assuring them that they could always seek her if needed, and promising to return frequently. After exchanging warm embraces with her mother multiple times, she finally departed, though she could not quite comprehend her profound reluctance. Despite being surrounded by towering mountains and remaining within the same tribe, a nagging feeling lingered that this departure felt irrevocably different. Gibson, having comforted Little E, helped her organize the belongings sent by her brothers before leading her to the medicine hut, where they met the shaman, Maizi. He informed Maizi of their relocation to Gibson's cave, subsequently bringing the carefully arranged items to their new home. Once everything was settled, Gibson instructed Little E to either wait for him at home or venture into the space, as he was setting out to hunt. At that moment, Little E realized that an orc's day traditionally commenced with the hunt, regardless of whether they had a mate. Every orc was required to hunt daily to ensure a steady supply of food. After bidding her farewell and reassuring her of his swift return, Gibson departed. Before leaving, Little E observed him transform into his beast form, thoroughly marking every corner of the cave, ensuring no spot was left untouched. Little Xiao Xiao understands that beasts mark their territories with their scents, thereby signaling to other animals to refrain from encroaching upon their domain, lest they face expulsion or even death. This is why, before entering another's cave, beastmen in the beast era will loudly call out from a safe distance, seeking the owner's consent prior to entry. To intrude without prior notice is deemed an act of aggression, and the owner is entitled to retaliate. Thus, entering unannounced may lead to unfortunate misfortunes. Chapter 76, Roasted Duck with Fruity Glaze. After Gibson's departure, Xiao Xiao entered the space. She first visited the workshop and discovered Yan Sheng, accompanied by several little ginseng spirits, industriously preparing fish balls. They appeared to be wholly engrossed in their work. Upon noticing Xiao Xiao's presence, Yan Sheng merely exchanged a hurried greeting before returning to the task at hand. Xiao Xiao observed that each individual had a clearly defined role. Some were tasked with killing the fish, others with removing the bones, while yet others prepared the fish meat. And those attending to the fish balls were diligently engaged in their duties. Each person carried out their responsibilities with utmost seriousness. Yet Xiao Xiao found herself unable to feel any joy. Instead, an inexplicable sense of loss began to well up within her. She understood that this was likely a consequence of moving, yet she also recognized the necessity of the relocation. She had grown, and it was time for her to part ways with her parental figures. She could no longer coexist with them. Still, the feeling of melancholy lingered. In an attempt to divert her thoughts and stave off her wandering mind, Xiao Xiao sought out tasks to occupy herself. However, after a thorough survey, she could not discern any area where her assistance might be needed, primarily due to the remarkable synergy among the ginseng spirits, which left her feeling out of place. Subsequently, her gaze shifted to other corners of the processing workshop. She pondered where all the fish bones, meticulously removed, had vanished to. After observing for quite some time, she could not identify the source of these excess bones. It appeared that once extracted, they were carelessly discarded by the little ginseng spirits, only to disappear moments later. After a lengthy search, Xiao Xiao finally discovered a sign affixed to a wall in the processing workshop, indicating the quantities, 30 tons of fish heads. 56 tons of fish bones, and 69 tons of shrimp and crab shells. It seems that this processing facility is quite intelligent, capable of automatically recycling scrap materials. Impressive indeed. However, leaving these byproducts lying around is a waste. I must ponder what could be done with them. I recall that these remnants can be transformed into fishbone meal. Fishbone meal is an excellent source of calcium, commonly found in various animal feeds, which implies that these materials could be utilized for raising chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep. How clever I am. The only uncertainty is whether the space contains a dryer and a grinder. If it does, these scraps could be put to great use. Xiao Xiao quickly inquired with the spatial system about the availability of a dryer and a grinder for purchase. The system, not daring to assert the absence of such items, could only state that the processing workshop would require an upgrade to acquire them. Subsequently, the system rolled up its sleeves and diligently continued its research on the dryer and grinder, striving to expedite the introduction of these two products. Xiao Xiao finally took a moment to pause her thoughts. She ventured into the spatial marketplace and discovered that her army of dumplings had generated an impressive surge in sales, resulting in a substantial increase in her gold coins. With a resolute heart, she exchanged her hard-earned coins for the ducks and geese she had long coveted. After all, with a river now gracing her space, raising some fowl seemed essential to enhance the ecological balance. Well, to be honest, the allure of iron pot braised goose and fruitwood roasted duck was simply too tempting to resist. Hee. As Xiao Xiao gazed upon the 10 newly acquired little yellow ducks and 10 charming yellow geese, a droplet of saliva escaped her lips. Dear little ducklings and grand white geese, may you grow swiftly, she exclaimed. After uttering these words, she scattered a handful of corn crumbs for them to feast upon. Once they had finished their meal, she gently placed them in the chicken coop and instructed the elderly hens to care for these younglings diligently. As she eagerly anticipated a delicious roast duck, you must look after these little ones well. They should not be bullied. Ensure they are well fed and nurtured so they can grow quickly. Only then shall I indulge in succulent wood-fired duck and a hearty pot of stewed goose. If even one of them perishes, I suppose wood-fired chicken will suffice, she added. Upon hearing this, the old hens trembled in fear, hastily assuring her, Fear not, our master. We will certainly take good care of them and guarantee that you shall enjoy wood-fired duck and stewed goose. Good, that's the spirit, Xiao Xiao replied before turning to leave. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Xiao noticed several expensive books resting on the bedside table, and it dawned on her that she had been preoccupied with her culinary endeavors over the past few days, neglecting to peruse these volumes on livestock rearing. Considering that the breeding pigs in her space were nearly ready, she resolved to have Gibson escort them to the back mountain upon his return, entrusting them to the care of Brother Mo. It was high time to prioritize the cultivation of domestic pigs and cattle within the tribe. Subsequently, Xiao Xiao settled into her bedroom, immersing herself in the study of postpartum care for sows, breeding techniques, as well as the procedures for castrating boars in their postoperative care. To her surprise, after completing both books, she realized that they were likely excerpts from a singular comprehensive work titled How to Raise a Pig Properly. The little one was so infuriated that she felt an overwhelming urge to confront the spatial system physically. When she vehemently questioned the system, its response was rather unyielding. The system stated, at that moment, the host inquired whether there were any books on the postpartum care of sows and the castration of boars. The system filtered and found only 2 books that best met the criteria, without any additional recommendations. Thus, the system is not at fault and does not support returns. Would the host like a book on how to properly raise a pig? This system has identified a suitable book for the host. This left the little one seething with frustration. However, she was powerless against it, after all. It was merely a system without a physical form, one she could neither strike nor scold. Resignedly, she accepted the situation. After confirming that this book on pig husbandry was indeed a compilation of the 2 she had initially sought, she begrudgingly paid a substantial sum of gold to acquire it. Subsequently, the little one eagerly delved into the newly acquired book. After all, knowledge is power. It was all for the sake of raising pigs, for the savory braised ribs, and the delectable pork belly. She was determined to strive for her culinary ambitions. Oh, speaking of which, she still had some braised pig trotters from yesterday. Perhaps she should warm one up for a tasty snack? Actually, 2 would be better. It would be a shame if they spoiled. With this thought, she set the book aside and headed to the kitchen to heat the trotters. At this moment, she completely overlooked, or rather, conveniently ignored, the fact that within this miraculous spatial tool, all food would remain fresh indefinitely. After all, one cannot awaken a person feigning sleep, just as one cannot prevent a beast from fabricating excuses in the name of enjoying pig trotters. When the little one finally finished her trotters and picked up the book again, 2 hours had already elapsed. Oh, you may wonder why it took so long to enjoy a pig trotter. Well, while reheating them, she thought it would be unwise to eat them plain. So, she decided to prepare a fishball soup to accompany them. After that, she felt the 2 dishes were a bit too bland, prompting her to whip up a spicy and tangy radish dish. Once that was complete, she felt 3 dishes were rather unlucky. So she sought out some fatty intestines as well. By the time she was ready to sit down for a meal, she realized she had prepared far too much food for herself to finish. Thus, she sought out Yin Sheng to join her. Indeed, with all this back and forth, over 2 hours had passed. Had it not been for the spatial system's built-in preservation feature, the food would have cooled without being stored away. Therefore, when the little one fetched Yin Sheng to dine together, the meal was still warm, eliminating the need to reheat it, which would have taken even longer. Finally, after the long-awaited meal, she could settle down to read, right? But guess what? She felt rather full and a bit drowsy after eating. So she decided to take a short nap before resuming her reading. The spatial system, observing this entire scene, was left speechless. What had happened to the notion that knowledge is power? What about the promises of hard work and perseverance? In a moment of imaginative frustration, the system mused. If I had a corporeal form, I would wield a small whip to urge you on. Get up, read, study. Why are you dawdling? Do you seek a scolding? Beast God, who do you think you are? If you are her master, then who am I? Am I to wear the green hat? Madam, you old fool, are you courting death? How dare you question me? Beast God, I wouldn't dream of it. I misspoke, madam. I meant to suggest he transform into a green-haired turtle. Madam, as if you would dare. Beast God, indeed, indeed. Please, madam, proceed. Beast God, you little system. It seems you are indeed courting disaster. Do you believe I would hesitate to have you remade? System, my lord, I recognize my errors. I beg for your mercy, considering I am still of some use. Woe is me. Beast God, the green-haired turtle shall care for the goddess. Should you dare to entertain foolish thoughts again, I shall remold you. System, yes, the green-haired turtle will obey. Thus, the system's true form manifested as a green-haired turtle. Eventually, this incident became known to the little one, who, recognizing its years of faithful companionship, revoked the decree of transformation, allowing it to revert to its original form as a green-feathered parrot. Chapter 77, Raising Wild Boars and Bison. Unbeknownst to the innocent Xiaoxiao, while she slumbered peacefully, the system faced yet another punishment from the beast god. It remained unclear whether Mohe had indeed taken a liking to Anna while teaching Xiaoxi the art of making steamed buns. Furthermore, the disheartened and anxious moment experienced by Gibson upon returning from the hunt, only to find her absence in the cave, was shrouded in mystery. Upon awakening naturally, Xiaoxiao noticed the absence of Gibson's figure within the cave and assumed he had yet to return. She leisurely took a bath in her space before emerging with some marinated delicacies. To her astonishment, as she traversed from the cave to the kitchen, she was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace by a beast. Ah, Xiaoxiao gasped in surprise. Where have you been? Why can't I find you anywhere? Gibson's voice, tinged with grievance, echoed in her ears. I haven't gone anywhere. I entered my space, read for a while, had something to eat, and then fell asleep. When I awoke, I didn't see you and thought you hadn't returned, so I took a bath before coming out. I've been back for a while now. I feared you might be scared alone at home, so I hunted a deer nearby before returning. But upon finding you absent from the cave and sensing no trace of you, I panicked and overlooked the possibility that you had entered your space. I was about to check on you when I finally sensed your presence. Xiaoxiao, please don't leave me. I cannot bear to be without you. Gibson clutched Xiaoxiao tightly, his body trembling slightly from fear, his voice choked with emotion. Xiaoxiao felt his terror, a pang in her heart reminiscent of a time when she herself had been the one to plead humbly. With her gaze cast downward, concealing the pain within her eyes, she gradually raised her hand to gently embrace Gibson. I will not leave you. As long as you do not abandon me, I shall remain by your side. Let us cherish our time together, shall we? Yes. After a considerable pause, Gibson finally composed himself and released Xiaoxiao. Are you hungry, Xiaoxiao? Shall I fetch you some venison? It is truly delightful. Very well. I also brought some marinated meat from my space. How about I teach you to prepare a dish called couple's lung slices? Noticing Gibson still bore a hint of melancholy, Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment, deciding to make the couple's lung slices to lift his spirits. What are couple's lung slices? Husband refers to you, wife refers to me. Together, we shall create this delectable cold marinated meat, and we shall name it couple's lung slices, shall we? Xiaoxiao picked up the braised meat and offal that had fallen to the ground in fright, and, gazing earnestly at Gibson, spoke. Upon hearing Xiaoxiao's words, Gibson immediately lifted her head to look at her, her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkling as if illuminated by a radiant light, and then she broke into a gentle smile. As the gentle smile graced his lips, Xiaoxiao reciprocated with a soft smile of her own. The two small creatures then joined hands and proceeded to prepare a meal. Gibson, in his stubbornness, insisted that Xiaoxiao refrain from cooking, allowing her only to direct his efforts. Thus, Xiaoxiao could only sit idly by, using her words to guide while waiting patiently for the meal to be ready. After dining, Xiaoxiao and Gibson discussed seeking out Mohe, intending to select a few wild boars and cattle from the space for breeding purposes, which they would entrust to Barnes and Mohe for cultivation in the back mountains. Once familiar with the habits and care of the wild boars and cattle, they planned to expand their breeding and farming endeavors. Xiaoxiao resolved that after settling the breeding stock, she would immerse herself in books, determined to comprehend the intricacies of pig husbandry, which she would subsequently impart to Barnes and Mohe. Gibson led Xiaoxiao out of the cave and, with a howling cry to the heavens, paused to listen intently before informing her. Mohe is at Show's place. I shall take you there. All right, she replied, transforming into a magnificent fox. Gibson whisked Xiao Xiao way towards Xiao's residence. Even before they reached the cave, Xiao Xiao caught the familiar aroma of savory meat buns wafting through the air. Ah, Mohe has certainly mastered the filling. Upon arriving at the cave, Gibson called out before setting Xiao Xiao down and stepping aside into the underbrush to shift back into human form, donning a hide skirt as he emerged. Gibson has arrived? Please come in, Xiao's voice echoed from within the cave. Xiao's, has Xiao Xiao come? Sister Anna, I am here. Xiao Xiao, hurry inside. I'm in the cave. Xiao Xiao responded softly and attempted to step inside, but Gibson abruptly grasped her wrist. His complexion was flushed, and beads of cold sweat adorned his brow, as though he were valiantly suppressing something within. Startled by Gibson's appearance, Xiao Xiao turned to him, her eyes wide with alarm. Gibson, what is the matter? Are you unwell? At that moment, Shuz and Mohe, hearing the commotion, hurried from the kitchen. Upon observing Gibson's condition, their expressions darkened, and they swiftly flanked him, supporting him as they guided him outside. Upon noticing the situation, Xiao Xiao hurriedly followed outside, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. Mohe, with a furrowed brow, inquired about what the fox had consumed recently. Recently? We just had roasted venison and stewed meat. We haven't eaten anything else. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi and Mohe exchanged glances, both relieved. Mohe, keep an eye on him. I'll fetch some water. Xiaoxi declared before returning to the cave for water. Mohe observed Gibson's desperate attempt to restrain himself and sighed softly, secretly relieved that the fox had reacted swiftly enough to hold onto Xiao Xiao. Had he ventured further inside, it could have led to chaos today. Brother, what has happened to Gibson? Is he poisoned? We ate the same food, yet I feel fine. No, he is not poisoned. Today he hunted a deer, and likely consumed its blood and flesh. Coincidentally, Anna is in heat, which explains his current state. What? In heat? Yes, Anna has been in heat since last night. Xiaoxi responded as he emerged with a basin of water, having overheard Xiao Xiao's query. Then why is Mohe unaffected? You silly little cat. I didn't eat any deer. The heat of a female can indeed incite a male's desire, but it can be controlled. Otherwise, the tribe would be in disarray. However, Gibson has indulged in venison, which is highly nourishing, and the blood is particularly potent. It's no wonder many males hunt deer when their females are in heat. Who could have predicted this fool would eat deer and encounter Anna in heat, causing him to lose control? Nevertheless, it will be fine. A soak in cold water will do the trick. With that, he gently placed the transformed Gibson into the basin. Upon contact with the water, Gibson visibly regained some composure. And after a brief moment of soaking, he gradually calmed down. Gibson lifted his head, striving to reach out to Xiao Xiao with his paw, his damp form appearing utterly pitiful. With a fleeting glance, Xiao Xiao was utterly enchanted and hurriedly approached. With one hand, she gently tugged at Gibson, who had shrunk somewhat, while the other caressed his fox-like head, offering comfort for a considerable time. Xiao's observed the interaction between Xiao Xiao and Gibson, a faint smile gracing his lips. But it quickly faded as he recalled something, replaced by a look of vexation. Mohe, noticing Xiao's expression, discreetly pressed his lips together. It seemed that securing Anna's companionship would indeed require Xiao's consent. All right, Xiao Xiao, let us head inside. The buns should be ready soon. Yes, Xiao Xiao. Anna is still waiting for you. What about Gibson? Oh, he shall wait here. I will bring him a few buns shortly. Xiao Xiao remained uneasy, wishing to express more. Yet Gibson gently tugged at her hand, signaling her to enter and disregard him. Reluctantly, Xiao Xiao bid farewell to Gibson and followed Xiaoxi and Moyu into the cave. Sister Anna, I have arrived. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? Xiao Xiao, come here. I'm fine, truly. There is just some inconvenience in moving, but I've grown accustomed to it over these past few days. It's good to hear you are well, Sister Anna. You could sew a pair of such small undergarments using animal hides and place this cotton pad on top, eliminating the need for the hides. Noticing Xiaoxi and Moyu busy in the kitchen, Xiao Xiao leaned closer to Anna, quietly instructing her on how to craft a simplified version of the undergarments. She retrieved several cotton pads she had prepared from her space, assisting Anna in putting them on. Seeing Anna's delighted expression filled Xiao Xiao with joy. Anna, come and sample the buns I made. Ah, why are you out of the nest? Are you unwell and needing to change the hides? Xiaoxi, entering with the buns, noticed Anna and Xiao Xiao standing by the nest, hurriedly setting down the buns and pulling Anna back. No, Xiaoxi, I'm not unwell. Xiao Xiao helped me make undergarments from animal hides and cotton. Look, I can stand without any blood flowing out. She exclaimed joyfully, twirling around before jumping into Xiaoxi's embrace. Xiao Xiao, I ought not to be here, witnessing your sweet moments. Xiaoxi, holding his little mate with immense joy, momentarily forgot that others inhabited the cave. Consequently, the nearby Xiao Xiao and Mayu at the kitchen door were unwittingly subjected to the cruel fate of being fed dog food. It seemed that these two unfortunate souls were always the ones receiving such treatment. One could not help but wonder if they were, in fact, genuine canines. Little Xiao quietly exited the cave, taking along the heartbroken Mohe. Brother, I need to speak with you. Let us step outside. Brother, the wild boars and mooing beasts in the space have nearly multiplied. I plan to release a few as breeding stock in the back mountain. Once you have disowned their habits, we can commence breeding. Oh, understood. Let us proceed now. Wait. We mustn't forget Gibson. I will bring you into the space. Gibson, go wash up and tidy yourself. I will release you once we reach the back mountain. With a chirp, Gibson nodded. And Xiao promptly brought him into the space before following Mo He toward the back mountain. Mo He, hold on a moment. What is it, Xiaoxi? Thank you for teaching me how to make buns today. I have prepared these for you. No need for gratitude. It was no trouble at all. Mo He, do you have feelings for Anna? Unexpectedly, neither Xiaoxiao nor Mo He anticipated that Xiaoz would pose such a question. The siblings were taken aback, observing Xiaoz's earnest expression. Mo He understood that he genuinely sought an answer rather than provoking them. Yes, I have affection for Anna and wish to bond with her. If she becomes pregnant with my offspring during her heat, and if she consents, you may form a partnership with her. As an orc, I would be unable to provide adequate care for her if she were to be with child. Soon, I must journey to the Snow Spirit Mountain to procure Snow Spirit fruits, hence I require another orc to protect her in my absence. Rest assured, I shall safeguard her diligently. Thank you for your willingness to accept me, Xiaoz. Mo He felt exhilarated upon hearing Xiaoz's words. No need for thanks, simply ensure her well-being. Xiaoz replied seriously before departing. I will, Xiaoz, you can trust me. Mo He assured, calling after Xiaoz's retreating figure. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxiao, this is simply marvelous. You truly are my lucky star. Mo He exclaimed. Brother, it's indeed good news that Xiaoz has consented, but we must remember that Sister Anna has yet to agree. You must contemplate how to win her acceptance, Xiaoxiao advised. Ha ha ha, fear not. You once said that to capture a beast, one must first run its heart through its stomach. Rest assured, brother has learned much from you about preparing delicious meals. It was not in vain. All right, you are correct. Best of luck. I have faith in your abilities. Indeed, the siblings continued their playful banter as they arrived at the pigsty and cattle shed that Mo He and Barnes had constructed in the back mountains. Seizing the opportunity when no orcs were around, Xiaoxiao released Gibson. Subsequently, she let out the selected breeding boars and cows, while Mo He and Gibson settled them into their respective nests, feeding them alfalfa and sweet potato leaves. Watching the 4 breeding pigs, 1 male and 3 females, enjoy their meal, Xiaoxiao decided to provide them with diluted spirit spring water. After observing the animals for a while without any adverse reactions, she finally felt at ease. Chapter 78. The night visitor having fed the breeding pigs and cows with diluted spirit spring water, Xiaoxiao left with a sense of relief. On her way, she reminded Mo He of certain precautions and agreed to check on the pigs and cows every few days before parting ways. Upon returning to the cave, noticing that it was getting late, Xiaoxiao discussed dinner preparations with Gibson, eager to finish early and rest, as she intended to inspect the farming situation in the tribe at dawn. Just as Gibson completed the meal, he heard an orc calling out Xiaoxiao's name, prompting him to set down the food and respond. Upon stepping outside, he found it was Coleman from the Ram tribe. Coleman, upon seeing him, hurriedly inquired if Xiaoxiao was present. Yes, she is. What is the matter? Is there an emergency? Gibson asked. Indeed, the Tauren and Catfolk tribes have arrived. They are a bit farther from us than the Dogfolk tribe, and the orcs here are not as robust as those from the Dogfolk tribe. The journey was arduous, which delayed their arrival by several days. Fortunately, the 2 tribes encountered each other along the way, supporting one another and persevering until they reached us. However, many orcs are experiencing mild fevers, which is why Ram and the healer Mizi sent me to find Xiaoxiao and you. Upon hearing Coleman mention the orcs exhibiting signs of fever, Xiaoxiao immediately became alert and inquired, has Chief Ram permitted them to enter the tribe? Have they undergone any disinfection? Alas, it may be too late. Coleman informed Chief Ram that they are not to be allowed entry into the tribe. Furthermore, no tribesmen are to engage in close contact with them. Notify all members of the tribe to bring their surplus pelts to the village square. Each household must prepare hot water, as well as lime water, to be taken to the square promptly. Hurry. Gibson, I will retrieve the pelts. You fill the wooden barrels with hot water, and I will store them in my space. Quickly, lead me to Chief Ram. Seeing Xiaoxiao's urgency and fear, Coleman too felt a surge of anxiety. After she finished speaking, he let out a long howl and transformed into his beast form, racing away. Xiaoxiao, do not worry. Perhaps it is merely a simple fever, Gibson reassured her while pouring hot water into the barrels. Yes, do not panic. Remain calm and composed. It could just be a mild fever. Is everything ready? Let us go. Gibson ceased speaking, wrapped Xiaoxiao in a pelt, then transformed into his beast form, carrying her on his back as they dashed into the night. When Xiaoxiao arrived, Chief Ram and Shaman Mai had already received the message brought back by Coleman and acted upon it without hesitation. The Tauren and the Catfolk tribes understood the White Tiger tribe's decision to deny them entry, fully aware of the terrifying nature of the epidemic. Chief Ram mentioned that the stone houses outside the tribe were prepared for them, and once they were cleansed, they could take residence there. They silently gathered in the clearing outside the White Tiger tribe, where Chief Ram instructed the orcs to kindle a fire for warmth. And a stone pot was set up to cook meat, generously seasoned with salt. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the pot caused many orcs to swallow repeatedly. Xiaoxiao has arrived. Chief Ram, what is the current situation? Upon hearing from the leaders of both tribes that there were fevers among their orcs, I refrained from allowing them into the tribe or letting our orcs come into contact with them. Following your previous advice, I first calmed their emotions and prepared meat for them, and they waited quietly. That is good. Has the warm water been delivered? What about the animal hides? Yes. Everything has arrived, and the hides are ready, fashioned into skirts. That is excellent. Have them all remove their animal hide skirts for uniform disposal. As before, we shall burn them. Then they must wash with warm water at least twice, and ensure that their nails, hair, and mouths are thoroughly cleaned. Oh. And everything they brought must be disinfected with lime water and exposed to sunlight for over 2 days before they can use it again. Shaman Mai. Brew some bitter tea to reduce fever. All orcs will need to drink it shortly. Moreover, it is crucial that all sick orcs and their families reside separately, with no contact with any other orcs from this moment forth. I will deliver medicine to them daily. We will provide food, water, and essential supplies. No orc from the 2 tribes is permitted to approach, and the sick orcs will stay in isolated tents. Daily disinfection will be required, and the tribe itself must also be disinfected. From now on, the entire tribe must remain vigilant. If any orcs from the 2 tribes resist or refuse to comply with my directives, they shall be executed. Both Chief Ram and Shaman Mai were taken aback by how decisively a small female could utter the word execute. They exchanged glances, each recognizing fear in the other's eyes, and both knelt on one knee, dutifully adhering to the divine mandate of the envoy. With a hint of aloofness, she gazed at the 2 kneeling before her. And in that moment, a trace of her divine essence resurfaced. Rise, she commanded. Maid, we shall prepare the potion. Yes. After the departure of Xiaoxiao, Chief Ram summoned all level 4 and level 3 orcs from the tribe and proceeded with warm water, lime water, and animal skin skirts to the locations of the 2 tribes. Ram, what do you mean by this? Inquired Freeman, the leader of the Tauren tribe, as he observed the formidable warriors of the White Tiger tribe encircling Chief Ram. Freeman, Tahana, the divine envoy has delivered a decree. The divine envoy demands that all of you remove your animal skin skirts for us to collectively dispose of them. Furthermore, you must wash yourselves with warm water at least twice and ensure that your nails, hair, and oral cavity are thoroughly cleansed. All items you have brought must be disinfected with lime water and exposed to sunlight for a minimum of 2 days before reuse. Any sick orc and their family must reside separately in a tent and must not come into contact with any other orc from this moment forward. The divine envoy will provide them with medicine, food, and water daily. Should there be any disrespect, execute them. Upon Ram's proclamation, the surrounding warriors of the White Tiger tribe echoed with fervent shouts, kill, kill, kill. Freeman, the leader of the Tauren tribe, exchanged glances with Tahana, the leader of the Felinid tribe, and, observing the fierce warriors of the White Tiger tribe, chose to acquiesce. They calmed their kin's emotions, persuading them to comply with Chief Ram's instructions. Soon, the orcs from both tribes were rejuvenated. Although their expressions remained somber, they felt reassured upon realizing that the White Tiger tribe merely required them to cleanse themselves without imposing further demands. When Chief Ram instructed the orcs to distribute clean animal skin skirts, he also provided 2 eggs from the Gugu beast. These eggs had been retrieved by Xiao from the spatial realm and boiled by Gibson for Ram. The eggs were laid by chickens from the spatial realm, and the water used for boiling was diluted spring water. Thus, Xiao believed these eggs would sufficiently alleviate their malnutrition. Indeed, after consuming the 2 eggs, the complexion of the orcs visibly improved, though none noticed this change in the dim light of night. Once all the orcs from the 2 tribes were cleaned, Chief Ram had wooden bowls brought forth and began to distribute stewed meat to each orc. The orcs isolated in tents were also provided with food and warm water by the White Tiger orcs. Ram, now you may explain why this is necessary, Freeman prompted. Of course, my dear friends, let us discuss it thoroughly. Freeman, Tahana, please eat some stewed meat. It is evident that you are famished. The divine envoy fears that disasters may lead to epidemics, and prior to your arrival, the divine envoy had already informed us that upon your arrival, you must be cleansed and disinfected. Those who are healthy may interact with the orcs in the tribe, while the sick must be quarantined until they recover. Is this the same for the dog-headed tribe? Tahana inquired coldly, her expression clearly skeptical. Yes, it is the same. If you do not believe me, you may ask Old Man E. With that, Ram summoned Old Man E to allow them to inquire for themselves. E. Did Ram say you all must bathe and disinfect upon your arrival? Indeed, it is true. I was quite angered at the time and nearly confronted Ram. It was the healer, Mai, who said this was Xiao's directive, which made me acquiesce. All right, that reassures me greatly. I thought Ram was intentionally targeting us. How could that be? Do not wrongfully accuse me. Xiao implemented these measures for your benefit. Furthermore, you must cease drinking untreated water. Only boiled water is permitted. You may not defecate carelessly. You must make use of the sandy areas on the back mountain or designated latrines. Additionally, raw meat is prohibited, and daily bathing is mandatory. Once you acclimate, it will be beneficial. Initially, we from the White Tiger tribe and the dog-headed orcs also struggled, but after persisting for a while, we discovered the advantages. The caves no longer reeked, stomach pains ceased, itching was alleviated, and shedding diminished. Have you not noticed how handsome my orc form has become? The other 3 tribal leaders expressed disdain, retorting, "With your middle-aged, greasy demeanor, how dare you claim to be handsome? How shameless!" As the night enveloped the surroundings, Xiao Xiao added a generous bowl of spring water to each pot of bitter concoction, hoping fervently that the spring water would yield its miraculous effects. She wished for nothing more than for it to be a mere common cold. Otherwise, the situation would indeed become dire. "Alas," she sighed. "Do not fear, Xiao Xiao." The wheat shaman consoled her upon noticing her furrowed brow. "I have just checked, and aside from the fever, there are no other symptoms. It does not seem to resemble the epidemic you described. Let's drink the bitter concoction for a few days. Perhaps it will suffice for your recovery." "All right, I understand. Once the medicine is ready, let us deliver it together." "Very well." Xiao Xiao dared not store the bitter water in her space, as so many beasts were watching. She had no choice but to pour the bitter water into a wooden barrel and then, along with the other beastmen, the healer Miao and Gibson, deliver it to the 2 tribes. Once all the beasts had consumed the bitter water, Xiao Xiao asked Gibson to take another barrel of bitter water with her, as she went to deliver it to the fever-stricken beastmen. Additionally, in the medicine prepared for the patients with fever, Xiao Xiao added a drop of spring water to each bowl, hoping they would recover swiftly. Chapter 79. The rainy season has ended after settling the minotaurs and catfolk. Chief Ram insisted that Gibson take Xiao Xiao back to rest. Unable to refuse him, Xiao Xiao agreed to return the following morning. After bidding farewell to Chief Ram and healer Miao, Xiao Xiao and Gibson returned to their cave, only to find that it was already deep into the night. Gibson intended to boil water for Xiao Xiao to wash up, but she stopped him, suggesting they wash in the space instead. There, time was abundant, and after their cleansing, they could enjoy a good night's sleep. "All right," Gibson replied, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived in the space. "You go wash up first. I have some matters to discuss with Yansheng. Given the state of the minotaurs and catfolk, I believe the provisions I prepared earlier are still insufficient. I need to inform Yansheng that for the foreseeable future, we should plant sweet potatoes, corn, and wheat in the fields within the space. Furthermore, we need to ensure that the animals in the chicken coops, sheep pens, cattle stalls, and pig pens begin to breed in large numbers. I'm concerned about the food supply, especially since I've mandated that both tribes cannot leave the stone houses. Thus, we will need to provide sustenance for both tribes in the upcoming period. Do not worry, Xiao Xiao, we can still fish," Gibson reassured her. "Fishing is indeed necessary, but we must not overharvest. The fish in the river are not always plentiful, and the recent floods may have impacted their population. We cannot overfish, or there may not be enough fish to eat next year. I will prepare additional provisions in the space, and when the time comes, I can discreetly bring them out." "All right, I will accompany you. Just tell me how I can assist you," Xiao Xiao offered. Xiao Xiao gazed at the imposing orc before her, who was entirely captivated by her presence. With a gentle smile, she said, "Very well, allow me to teach you how to manage this space." After speaking, she led Gibson to the fields, pointing out the 4 essential buttons: harvest, sow, weed, and water. She also took the time to teach him the corresponding Chinese characters above each button. Once Gibson assured her that he had memorized them, Xiao Xiao explained the significance of each button. She then demonstrated the processes of sowing, watering, weeding, and harvesting. Once she was certain he had mastered these tasks, she entrusted the farmland to him and set off in search of Yansheng. "Yansheng? Yansheng? Where are you?" "Sister, you have arrived. I am in the workshop. Please wait for me. I will be there shortly." Xiao Xiao ventured into the chicken coop to activate the incubator, placing eggs inside. Upon inspection, she was delighted to see that the ducklings and goslings had grown considerably in just one day. She nodded with satisfaction, knowing that it would not be long before they started laying eggs, and soon she would relish the freedom of roasting duck. When Yansheng arrived, Xiao Xiao explained how to use the incubator for hatching chicks. She also informed him that there was no longer a need to control the breeding of all animals within their realm. The fertile land would be utilized for sequential planting of sweet potatoes, corn, and wheat, while a smaller plot would be reserved for soybeans, radishes, cabbages, and greens. As for the marketplace, they would no longer sell steamed buns and similar items, and the quantities of fish balls and shrimp balls would also be reduced. Mature river delicacies would simply be stored in the warehouse, ready to be released into the river or placed in Axiong's fish pond when she ventured out. Regarding the various animals, once they reached maturity, they would be either free-ranged on the pasture or placed in the warehouse. Since the last upgrade of the warehouse, it had transformed remarkably, boasting rows of shelves. Once items were stored, images of the corresponding products would be displayed on the shelves, complete with names, quantities, and prices, ensuring ample space for their collection. Yansheng inquired about the sudden preparation of such an abundance of provisions, wondering if something significant had transpired outside. Xiao Xiao reassured him that it was merely a precaution, and he nodded in understanding, choosing not to press further. After attending to all these matters, Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment and decided to check the marketplace for any medicinal herbs that could be exchanged. After searching for a while, she was overjoyed to discover that there were indigo roots, large green leaves, and forsythia. Without hesitation, despite their exorbitant prices, she purchased a pound of each and planted them in the medicinal field. Yansheng, observing the large green leaves and forsythia sprouting among the ginseng, reishi, and sanchi, felt a sense of despair. He glanced at Xiao Xiao, who gazed at the two types of herbs as if they were treasures, and he could only silently suppress his words, forcing a smile. After a busy morning, Xiao Xiao soon felt both sleepy and hungry. Noticing that the indigo roots, large green leaves, and forsythia were almost ready for harvest, she urged Gibson, who had also been working in the fields, to join her for a light snack. Xiao Xiao, eat slowly. Be careful, it's hot, Gibson cautioned. It's fine. You should eat quickly too. After we finish, we can wash up and still have time for a short nap before heading out, she replied. Once they had tidied up, the two creatures lay down on the bed, quickly succumbing to sleep. However, Xiao Xiao woke shortly after, and upon waking, she found Gibson had also stirred. Gazing out at the dimly lit sky, they conferred and decided to prepare something to eat before embarking on their medicinal brewing. Gibson boiled eggs and added noodles to the fishball soup, while he himself indulged in roasted meat. As a carnivorous beastman, he preferred grilled or stewed meat. After their meal, Xiao Xiao and Gibson exited their realm. The moment Xiao Xiao stepped outside, she shivered, prompting Gibson to quickly fetch a beast skin to wrap around her. He carried her to bed, covered her warmly, and then went to start a fire. Why is it so cold? She wondered aloud. Gibson's ears perked as he listened intently. It turned out it had started to rain, albeit lightly, causing the temperature to drop. How are the ailing beastmen faring? They were already feverish. And this drop in temperature can't be good, she fretted. Do not worry, Xiao Xiao. The beastmen are remarkably resilient. Their illness is likely due to hunger. But they ate well yesterday and drank the bitter water, so they should recover today. Besides, the chieftain and the shaman are present. If anything were amiss, they would inform you, he reassured her. All right, Gibson. Since it's raining, let us brew the bitter water at home and take it when it's ready, she decided. Sure. Hand me the bitter herbs, and I'll brew it. Stay warm in the cave, Gibson instructed. Very well. Remember to use 1 bag of bitter herbs for every pot of water. Simmer it until you have about half a pot of bitter water. Xiao Xiao reiterated as she handed him the prepared herb packet. I understand. Don't worry, it won't take long. I'll brew it, and once it's ready, I'll store it in the space. I'll wrap you in the beast skin, and we'll set off, he confirmed, expecting the rain to persist. They were surprised when the skies cleared just as Gibson was preparing to leave, with the sun eagerly peeking through the clouds. Xiao Xiao looked up at the sky and briefly pondered. The shaman had mentioned rain a few days ago, but since it didn't rain yesterday, could it be because I was in the back mountain? Quickly shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. No, I'm not favored by fate. It must be mere coincidence. Fate interjected. Oh no, little one, do not belittle yourself. Dare to hypothesize. You may not be of my blood. But you are closer than kin. The beast god chimed in, indeed. Thus, it is said, daughters are precious, while sons are often burdensome. Xiao Xiao, does this imply that my father has sold me to the rebellious scion of the heavenly way? Madam, not at all, my precious child. Do not heed their nonsense. Your son-in-law, your husband, is truly the epitome of filial piety and excellence. That is the 9 generations of good fortune I personally arranged for you. Chapter 80. The beasts must strive upon glancing at the still unvisited stall. A spark of inspiration ignited within Xiao Xiao. Gibson, shall we prepare roasted sweet potatoes? Are you hungry? Gibson looked at her in confusion. Yes, well, no. Oh dear. We have been sitting here without a single beast approaching us. I thought, since they are not coming to inquire, we should create something to capture their attention, thus enticing them to approach us. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes is delightful and will surely attract many beasts. We can even offer them a taste of our roasted sweet potatoes. In doing so, more and more beasts will become aware that these delicacies are indeed edible. And we shall achieve our goal. Indeed, Xiao Xiao is quite clever. I shall kindle the fire now. Very well. I will fetch additional sweet potatoes and some potatoes to roast together. Gibson swiftly ignited the fire, encircling it with stones, and then placed the sweet potatoes and potatoes between the fire and the stones. Before long, a tantalizing fragrance began to waft through the air. As Gibson tended to the roasting, the aroma of sweet potatoes and potatoes intensified, eventually drawing the attention of some beasts, who slowly gathered around, keen to discern the source of such delectable scents. With a cheerful demeanor, the little one introduced them to sweet potatoes and casually mentioned cabbages and radishes. He assured them that once the sweet potatoes were roasted, he would share a piece for them to taste. He also made a point of saying that if they enjoyed it, they could trade for some from the white tiger tribe. Furthermore, he presented them with sweet potato leaves and potato sprouts, explaining that these two foods were the fruits of their respective plants. He noted that these items were quite common in the beast realm, encouraging them to mark any discoveries made during their hunts. As autumn neared its end, they would be ripe for harvesting, providing sustenance, much like the previous winter when the white tiger tribe relied on these foods to survive. Xiao Xiao remarked that these foods boast high yields and are easy to cultivate. Each tribe attending the gathering would receive some as seeds from the white tiger tribe, allowing them to plant them using the methods I described. If all goes well, by the end of autumn, they would reap a bountiful harvest. Gradually, the number of orcs watching Gibson roast sweet potatoes dwindled, while the crowd gathered around Xiao Xiao's small table grew increasingly larger. Everyone listened attentively as Xiao Xiao spoke about the appearance, habits, and culinary uses of these foods. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, especially when they learned that last winter their tribe survived thanks to these very foods. Questions erupted. Could they truly be consumed? Were the seeds genuinely free? Would they indeed thrive when planted? Seeing the chaos, Xiao Xiao sought the help of the wheat shaman. Upon noticing Xiao Xiao's plea, the wheat shaman stepped forward, gestured for silence, and said, "Please do not rush. Listen to me. This esteemed individual is our tribe's divine envoy. What she speaks is undoubtedly true. Not only is it authentic, but once all the attending tribes have gathered, we shall host a feast featuring these unfamiliar delicacies. How does that sound? When each tribe departs, we will also provide them with some seeds. As for cultivation, we will set aside a plot of land to teach those orcs eager to learn how to grow these plants. Currently, every orc in the White Tiger tribe is consuming these foods. So I urge you not to doubt. These provisions will not only satisfy your hunger, but will ensure your bellies are full, which is the very intent of our divine envoy." The crowd of orcs erupted into a fervor, their excitement palpable, reminiscent of a wild celebration, startling Xiao Xiao momentarily, though she soon found solace in their enthusiasm. A life filled with food and drink is indeed a good life. The young ones are so blissfully innocent. Subsequently, Gibson distributed the roasted sweet potatoes and potatoes among the orcs present. Almost immediately, they indulged in the sweet aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes, only to be met with the scalding heat, causing them to exclaim in surprise. The sight brought Xiao Xiao to laughter, doubling over in amusement. After the meal, a group of tall, sturdy orcs gazed longingly at Xiao Xiao, their expressions pleading as if to say, "Oh, is there more? We wish to eat more." Xiao Xiao could hardly endure such collective aggression, yet she dared not retrieve anything from her space in the presence of so many beasts. Instead, she sent Gibson to the back mountain to catch a few gugu beasts and a sheep, while also asking the healer Mizi to return home for some vermicelli in a stone pot. She planned to prepare a dish of braised cabbage with vermicelli, stewed potatoes with gugu beasts, and a hearty radish stew with lamb, an exquisite feast in the making. As soon as Gibson and the healer returned, Xiao Xiao began her culinary endeavors. After a considerable effort, she noticed Gibson and the healer crafting bowls from the leftover wood used to make a table, while a few orcs gathered around, attempting to learn the art of bowl making themselves. Once Gibson and the healer completed their wooden bowls, Xiao Xiao's cabbage and vermicelli dish was ready to serve. Fearing that the orcs might not appreciate the complexity of the dish, she simply sauteed ginger and scallions, added the cabbage, poured in water, tossed in the vermicelli, and finally seasoned it with salt. Although this dish lacked meat, Xiao Xiao had used animal fat for frying it, which rendered it irresistibly aromatic. However, as soon as it was served, it was devoured in an instant, leaving Xiao Xiao standing beside the pot, wooden spoon in hand, utterly bewildered. What just happened? My heavens! In the brief moment she turned to tend to the fire, her pot of cabbage and vermicelli was reduced to mere broth. Resigned, she instructed Gibson to wash the pot and prepare another batch. It had been quite some time since they had enjoyed a proper meal. Why were they so ravenous? Standing quietly beside the healer, Xiao Xiao whispered her frustrations. The healer, without uttering a word, subtly gestured towards the orc who was consuming the food the fastest. Do you see that orc? His true form is that of a lion. When they transform, their size should be comparable to ours in the tribe. Yet look at how emaciated he has become. As Xiao Xiao followed his gaze, he indeed spotted an orc towering over 2 meters tall, his gaunt ribs clearly visible. This sight contrasted starkly with the plump orcs of the White Tiger tribe. Quietly, he retrieved a few cabbages, several potatoes, and sweet potatoes from his space. The wheat shaman, upon witnessing this, said nothing but silently washed the cabbages and prepared them for cooking, intending to stir-fry them after they had finished the current pot. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment, realizing that this approach was still inadequate. They would inevitably return to their own tribes, and it was essential for them to master these skills to cultivate self-reliance among the beasts. After all, our ancestors have imparted wisdom that one must toil to ensure sustenance. They needed to learn the art of fire, the methods of tilling the soil for cultivation, and the ways to prepare the gugu beasts and long-eared beasts, as well as the techniques for raising livestock. Only through this dual approach could the dire issue of food scarcity be thoroughly addressed. Mizi Shaman, please capture a few more gugu and long-eared beasts, Xiao Xiao requested. I will teach them how to roast gugu and long-eared beasts, ensuring they do not go hungry during their stay here. Furthermore, there are the mamai beasts. Your whole roasted lamb is quite delectable. I shall inquire if anyone has fish and bring one for you as well. If they can truly learn to roast mamai beasts, catch fish, and prepare it, they shall never fear hunger again. These 2 species are certainly easier to hunt than others and are abundant. Indeed, I shall go at once. Xiao Xiao, please wait for me here. Thus, Xiao Xiao, Gibson, and Mizi Shaman spent the afternoon preparing roasted meat and fish for the other tribe's warriors. This also served as practical instruction. And seeing the eager anticipation in the warriors' eyes, the trio informed them that they could attempt hunting these creatures tomorrow. If successful, they could also learn to process and cook their catch, and if they encountered any difficulties, they could seek assistance, as they would be present the following day. Upon returning home, Xiao Xiao felt parched and hoarse, utterly exhausted to the point where she could barely lift her hands. Yet Gibson appeared unaffected. It was he and Mizi Shaman who had primarily prepared the meals, while she merely guided the efforts, and yet she was the one who felt utterly drained. Ah, How she envied the robust physique of the beasts. Chapter 81. Land Clearing. Land Clearing. It remains uncertain whether the bitter concoction Xiao Xiao prepared was effective or if the well-fed beasts simply possessed superior resilience. But after 2 days of medication, the ailing warriors from both tribes began to recover. This brought a sense of relief to Xiao Xiao, fortunately. It was not an infectious disease. What a fright that would have been. Since that night of rain, the following 2 days had also seen rainfall during the night, leaving Xiao Xiao in a state of melancholy. However, this did not dampen her spirits, for it was not a contagious illness, and with ample provisions and storage, there was no cause for alarm, especially since Mizi Shaman had assured her that the rainy season would soon pass. The Minotaur tribe and the Catfolk tribe, having enjoyed the hospitality of the White Tiger tribe for several days, were profoundly impressed by the current strength of the White Tiger tribe and observed the remarkable changes and rapid development following the Dogfolk's integration into the tribe. Thus, without hesitation, they chose to join the White Tiger tribe, becoming one of its clans. Xiao Xiao thus acquired an abundance of mental prowess. During her recent initiation into the Minotaur tribe and the Catfolk tribe, she organized a bonfire gathering, seizing the opportunity to retrieve her beloved humming beast from the spatial realm. To justify this venture, she teamed up with Gibson for a hunting expedition, which, although met with prolonged admonitions from her paternal figure, Mother Moo, proved worthwhile as she witnessed the contentment of her kin as they feasted. After the bonfire festivities, Chief Ram convened the assembly, where Xiao Xiao distributed bags of wheat seeds, potato seeds, and sweet potato slips to each of the beast folk. She instructed them to embark on a hunting expedition at dawn the following day, and to reconvene at the square afterward for a communal effort in land cultivation. For the next fortnight, all beast folk were to gather post-hunt at the square to toil the earth, sow seeds, and irrigate and fertilize until every seed was planted. Subsequently, they would need to meet periodically for watering, fertilizing, and weeding until the harvest. This initiative was a collaborative effort between Xiao Xiao and several chieftains. Previous attempts at land cultivation by the White Tiger tribe had faltered due to the beast folk's lackadaisical approach. Disheartened by their lack of commitment, Xiao Xiao resolved to impose a more rigorous and collective approach to farming, ensuring mutual oversight among the tribe. Xiao Xiao was profoundly impressed by the beast folk's capacity for learning and their remarkable vigor. In a mere 2 days, the initially inexperienced beast folk exceeded their daily tasks. By the 3rd day, she stood awestruck before an expanse of cultivated land, marveling at the prowess of the young ones. With a sweeping gesture, she commanded the sowing to commence, and the beast folk formed pairs to begin planting and watering. As they completed the planting of the distributed seeds, they discovered several acres still unplanted. After contemplation, Xiao Xiao decided to allocate 10 acres each for radishes, cabbages, and soybeans, and 20 acres for corn. Once the farming duties were fulfilled, beast folk from various tribes began to arrive from all directions to partake in the gathering. Chief Ram arranged their accommodations in stone houses and tents at the forefront of the tribe. The atmosphere within the tribe blossomed with activity. Dogfolk, Minotaurs, and Catfolk had excavated numerous caves in the nearby mountains, planning to relocate once their agricultural tasks were accomplished. The bustling scene was invigorated by the comings and goings of beast folk engaged in hunting, fishing, and gathering, and Xiao Xiao beamed with delight at the thriving community. Subsequently, she, along with Gibson and the Wheat Shaman, set up 2 tables at the tribe's entrance. Xiao Xiao's table displayed an array of her homemade sweets, sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages, while the Wheat Shaman's table showcased bitter herbs. Thus, attendees could easily identify the Wheat Shaman of the White Tiger tribe and approach him for any discomfort or need for bitter herbs. The purpose of the peculiar items before Xiao Xiao, however, left many beast folk curious and puzzled. Finally, as Xiao Xiao grew impatient while seated, a young beast folk approached her. Behind him trailed several companions who, noticing his bashfulness, urged him forward, albeit with too much force, causing him to stumble and collide with Xiao Xiao and Gibson's table. The table collapsed in a cacophony. Xiao Xiao stared blankly at the wreckage, while Gibson instinctively shielded her during the collision, now glaring at the young beast folk with a warning growl. The young beast folk, along with his companions, stood frozen, only realizing their blunder upon hearing Gibson's growl. The young one stepped back, stammering an apology. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to ask what all this is." Little gently tugged at Gibson's large hand. Observing his awkward demeanor, and chuckled, "Gibson, it's all right. They did not mean any harm. These things are inconsequential. Why not have them craft another table for us?" Gibson gazed at the soft, affectionate little female, then cast a glance at the gaunt black bear across from him, who wore a disgruntled expression. He nodded silently. "Well, Gibson accepts your apology, but you must create an identical table for us," he stated. "All right, I will fetch someone right away. Please wait for me," came the rapid reply as he turned and dashed off. The orcs accompanying him also expressed their apologies before following suit. Gibson tidied up the broken table and the scattered items, temporarily wrapping them in animal hides and placing them atop a stone. He bent down to pick up the fallen candies, and Little hurried to assist him. Thankfully, they had wrapped them in large leaves. Otherwise, it would have been a pity to lose them. "Here, have some candy. Please don't be angry anymore. All right?" Little said, as she opened a package and placed a piece of malt candy into Gibson's mouth. Gibson thought to himself, "I am not a little cub to be appeased with sweets." Yet he could not help but notice the corners of his mouth twitching upwards. Hello? I am Larry from the Black Bear tribe. I found some wood, but I am unsure how to proceed. Greetings, Larry. I am Miao Xiaoxiao from the White Tiger tribe, and this is my partner, Gibson. He crafted the table, and he can teach you how to do it, can't you, Gibson? Little looked at Gibson, only to find that his expression had darkened further. What happened? I thought we had resolved this? Just bring me the wood and leave, Gibson replied coldly. All right, Larry conceded, noticing Gibson's displeasure, and handed over the wood before departing. Gibson, what's wrong? Why are you being so harsh? It's nothing. Shortly after, Little observed Gibson skillfully cutting the wood into the appropriate shapes, and before long, a table was assembled. Little placed potatoes, cabbages, and other items on the table. Chapter 82, The Gathering in the Past Few Days. Little and the healer Maisie found themselves at their small table, which was daily filled with orcs from various tribes. Their primary task was to tirelessly introduce the different vegetables that could be cultivated, animals that could be raised, and some river delicacies that the orcs had previously overlooked. Initially, Little had to provide food to demonstrate cooking methods for the orcs attending the lessons, ensuring that they were well fed for 2 meals a day. After all, one cannot learn on an empty stomach. However, this was no longer necessary, as each day, an array of orcs brought her various game as soon as she arrived. Thus, Little was delighted to repay the orcs' gratitude, while Gibson seethed silently in the background. How could this oblivious little female not notice the fervent gazes directed at her? How dare she accept the spoils of other beasts? It infuriated him. Gibson, I see that Little is quite naive, and she treats all the gifts she receives as food without showing any favoritism toward any particular orc. You should calm down, otherwise, she may come to resent you, which would be counterproductive. Yes, I understand, Gibson replied, casting a glance at Little, his tone subdued. After waiting a couple more days, all the tribes able to attend the gathering finally arrived, and the assembly was set to commence. Today, Xiao brought her small table and took Gibson out to explore the market. She was eager to discover any peculiar items and was particularly interested in finding an orc to exchange for a holy crystal, which she wished to give to Gibson. The majority of the marketgoers recognized Xiao and Gibson, greeting them with warmth and enthusiasm. As Xiao wandered from stall to stall, she noticed that most of the items for exchange in the tribes consisted of animal hides, jerky, and wild fruits. Among the fruits she spotted were apples, pears, and hawthorns, with occasional offerings of salt, as well as some bitter herbs known for their healing properties, which she had seen in the apothecary of the wheat shaman. Why do you seem so disappointed? Haven't you found what you were hoping for? Asked Gibson. Well, were there really only these items at the previous markets? Pretty much. I've only attended one market before, and it was similar to this one. All right then, let us continue our exploration. If we truly find nothing, we can venture up the mountain outside. Sounds good. Xiao strolled alongside Gibson and, upon reaching the tribe of the primitive apes, was pleasantly surprised to discover bananas and kiwis. In exchange, she offered a bag of sweet potatoes. As they continued to the Lion Man tribe, she noticed they possessed multiple sacred crystals, but they sought a particular type of bitter herb, one that could be traded with the Snow Spirit clan. Upon hearing this, Xiao's joy was uncontainable. This was a demand for ginseng. Just months prior, she might not have had any to spare, but now she was amply supplied. Pretending to rummage through her sack for ginseng, she actually retrieved it from her spatial storage. In a single breath, she produced 6 or 7 ginseng roots, successfully trading them for all the sacred crystals from the Lion Man tribe. With her treasures in hand, she returned to her own tribe, exhilarated. After all, one must be cautious. There was no telling when an ambush might occur. Upon swiftly returning to the cave, Xiao urged Gibson to consume the sacred crystal without delay. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gibson gazed deeply at Xiao before swallowing the crystal. Soon after, he transformed rapidly into his beast form and gently lifted Xiao onto the bed, cradling her as they drifted into slumber. Indeed, you read that correctly. They were sleeping. Xiao had anticipated that the orc's transformation would resemble the dramatic depictions found in novels. At the very least, she expected some primal roars. To her surprise, Gibson merely suggested that a brief rest would suffice for digestion. Initially skeptical, she found herself unable to disbelieve it now. Let us sleep, let it be so. After all, reflecting on the arduous days past, a day of rest was well deserved. With these thoughts, Xiao too succumbed to sleep. Xiao was roused from her slumber by an insatiable hunger. Peering outside, she noted that the sky had darkened considerably. Casting a glance at Gibson, who showed no signs of waking, she stealthily rose and made her way to the kitchen. After preparing a meal and satisfying her appetite, sleep still eluded her. Thus, she ventured into the space, retrieving a book to occupy her time by the fire. However, after a while, she found the heat unbearable and abandoned her reading. Turning back to look at the still sleeping Gibson and the pitch-black sky outside, she reluctantly returned to bed. The following morning, Xiao awoke early, had her breakfast, and, noticing that Gibson remained asleep, decided to bring him into the space. She then hurried off to the home of the octopus family. Mother, father, I have returned. She called out loudly from outside the cave. Xiao has come. Quick, come in. Have you eaten? Mother will prepare goat's milk for you. Mother, father, I have already eaten. Have you? We have eaten. How did you come back alone? Where is Gibson? Father, Gibson is in the space. He consumed the holy crystal and is currently upgrading. Then why did you come back alone? What if you encountered danger? How could there be danger in the tribe, Mother? I am fine. Do you miss us, or do you have something to seek from us? I miss you, and I also have something to discuss with Father. What is it? Father, I remember you mentioning that after the gathering, you would set off to the seaside to trade salt and pearls with the merfolk, and afterward proceed to Snow Spirit Mountain to exchange for Snow Spirit fruit, correct? Indeed, that is so. Why do you ask? Well, I wish to accompany you. May I? Absolutely not, exclaimed Ma Ji and the octopus in unison. Xiao Xiao trembled in fright, causing the two orcs to soften their expressions upon noticing the little one's fear. Ma Ji embraced Xiao Xiao, gently advising, My dear, there are countless dangers ahead. We must traverse forests, swamps, and ravines, and scale the distant snow-capped mountains in such frigid places. Even the orc warriors from our tribe may not return. As a small female, you cannot accompany us. Indeed, your mother speaks the truth, but beyond these perils, there are even greater threats from stray beasts, ferocious creatures, and gigantic monsters. We could encounter anything along the way. Thus, regardless of what you say, I cannot take you with me. Father, you cannot refuse me. Father, Mother, I have a special space where I can hide from danger. And I can also assist in carrying more supplies. If any tribe possesses space orcs, they surely follow along, do they not? True, but you are different. You are a small female, much weaker than we are. Father, you know my space is unique. Just a few days ago, I discovered that the animals I stored in my space recognize me as their master and will not harm me. In case of danger, not only can I retreat into my space, but I can also bring you with me. At the very least, I can transfer any dangerous prey into my space. Xiao Xiao, is what you say truly so? Yes, it is. The wild boars and bison I stored just days ago are now very docile and pose no threat to me. If you doubt me, you can capture a live creature and I will show you. Very well, I shall go at once. You and your mother wait for me at home, and remember, this matter must not be disclosed to any orc, including your elder brother. Xiao Xiao was startled by the grave expression on the cuttlefish's face, obediently nodding in agreement to her father, vowing to keep the secret to herself. In truth, she had never intended to disclose it. The implications were simply too extraordinary. She feared being captured and exploited. Her hasty revelation had stemmed from her father's refusal to take her along. To comprehend the significance of claiming dominion over all creatures within the spatial realm is to grasp that Xiao Xiao could become the sovereign of all beasts. Should she so desire, even the mightiest and most ferocious beasts would submit to her will, ensuring that hunger would never again plague her. Moreover, possessing a sufficient number of ferocious beasts would yield sacred crystals, enabling the mass production of 3rd and 4th level warriors, thereby rendering the entire beast realm subservient to Xiao Xiao. If someone were to seize control of Xiao Xiao, they would essentially become the ruler of the beast realm. Thus, this remarkable ability transformed Xiao Xiao into a coveted prize, akin to the flesh of Tang's song, desired by all who encountered her. Chapter 83. A change of salt. The cuttlefish swiftly hunted a living creature, bringing it to their kitchen and gesturing for Xiao Xiao to store the captured deer in her spatial realm. Xiao Xiao said little, promptly depositing the deer and nourishing it with diluted spiritual spring water before bringing it back into the physical world. When the cuttlefish and Ma Ji observed the once struggling doe standing docilely beside Xiao Xiao, even nuzzling her arm affectionately, it appeared as though Xiao Xiao had raised it from infancy. The couple was taken aback, exchanging glances that mirrored their astonishment, quickly regaining their composure. Xiao Xiao, my dear, you must never reveal this matter to any beast, understood? Her father implored. Rest assured, father, I understand. May I accompany you to the seaside? Very well. But you must promise not to expose your ability under any circumstances. Okay, I promise to be careful and keep it hidden, Xiao Xiao replied cheerfully. Ma Ji and the cuttlefish smiled at Xiao Xiao's joyful demeanor. Ma Ji, shall we feast on roasted deer meat today? The cuttlefish suddenly proposed, gazing at Ma Ji with earnest affection. What are you saying? Xiao Xiao is still here, Ma Ji exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot him an admonishing glance. Xiao Xiao watched with a sour expression, and at that moment, sensing danger, the trembling doe urgently nudged Xiao Xiao's arm. Xiao Xiao quickly responded, Father, can this deer be left for me? I wish to breed it in my space. Very well. I shall go and catch another one. Xiao Xiao led the doe into the space and entrusted it to Yensheng, instructing him to first place the doe in the barn and then to construct a deer enclosure on the ranch. Ma Ji grasped Xiao Xiao's hand and inquired if she would stay for lunch. Little Xiao gazed at her father, who stood behind Ma Ji with a face full of reluctance, and resolutely shook her head. No, I need to find Brother Imohe for something. Is he at the back mountain? Yes, he is indeed at the back mountain. Come, let me escort you there first before I go hunting. With a beaming expression, Imo gently pushed Little Xiao towards the exit. Wait, Mama. I'll leave you some braised meat, fish balls, and shrimp balls. You must remember to eat them. They are good for your health. All right, my dear child, do visit Mama whenever you have the chance. Yes, yes, Mama. I'm off now. Maji, wait for my return. Mou embraced his little female and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek before reluctantly following little Xiao on her way. Xiao initially intended to turn back and wave goodbye to her mother, but instead found herself enveloped in affectionate embraces and tender kisses from her parents. Much to her dismay, sighing, she suddenly felt a pang of longing for Gibson, pondering when he might awaken. She too yearned for the warmth of an embrace and the joy of being lifted high. Meanwhile, the octopus led Xiao to the back mountain and entrusted her to Mo He, who promptly transformed into his beast form and dashed away, clearly in a rush to hunt. Before Xiao could greet him, she was engulfed by the dust stirred up by the swift departure of the octopus. Ha ha ha, Xiao, what happened to you? Oh, it's nothing, brother. I came to check on the wild boars and bison. How are they faring? They're thriving. As you can see, they eat and drink well, growing ever plumper. As she drew closer, a realization struck her. This was not merely weight gain. She was indeed pregnant. Look at that belly. It's nearly time for her to give birth. Brother, this is not about eating too much. She is expecting little ones. It seems she is on the verge of delivering. What? How did this happen? I distinctly separated the males from the females for breeding. Ah, I see. It's likely that she conceived while in the space. Initially, it wasn't apparent, and I was unaware. Over the past month, I have been preoccupied with clearing the land and diversifying our food sources, which is why I didn't notice sooner. True enough, I've never raised such creatures before. So how could I know she was expecting? What shall we do now? Fear not, brother. I will prepare some straw and create a nest in the stone house. When the time comes, I will return. Animals possess a remarkable instinct. They can give birth autonomously. My role will be to ensure she does not accidentally trample the piglets. Additionally, during the birthing process, it is essential to provide her with food and water to aid in her recovery. As for the newborn piglets, we must keep them warm and ensure they nurse promptly. Understood. I shall remember all of this. I will call for you when the time approaches. Excellent. Xiao fed the two expectant sows with forage from the space, sweet potatoes, and added a few drops of spring water from the pond behind the mountain, ensuring the piglets' nutrition and enhancing their survival rate. Subsequently, she released some rabbits, chickens, and sheep from the space, both to alleviate the pressure within and to optimize the external gene pool. Afterward, she bid farewell to the dark-skinned brother and descended the mountain to visit Chief Ram. Is Chief Ram at home? I am Xiao. Xiao has come. Ram has gone to a meeting. What business do you have with him? Uncle Campbell. I have some matters to discuss with Chief Ram. Could you assist me in bringing him back? Of course. Would you like to come in and wait for him? Ace and the little ones are here. All right. And Ace, Xiao has arrived. Xiao is here. Come in. Oh dear. Auntie, you are in heat again? Yes, that's why I couldn't go out to fetch you. Aunt Ace smiled shyly, yet her joy was evident. After all, being in heat twice a year signifies her robust health and indicates the growing strength of the white tiger tribe. Xiao delicately retrieved some cotton, while the beast skin patiently instructed an AIC in the art of crafting undergarments. It appeared that the females of the tribe were gradually entering their estrus period, suggesting that after autumn, the tribe might soon welcome a multitude of little ones, a delightful prospect indeed. Xiao, did you seek me for something? In a brief moment, Chief Ram hastily arrived from outside, immediately posing the question. Chief Ram, I indeed have a matter to discuss with you. Yesterday, I wandered around the gathering and noticed that various tribes were exchanging primarily beast skins, food, fruits, and bitter herbs. This indicates that the conditions across the tribes are rather dire. Hence, I wish to propose an exchange of some salt with them. Do you think this is feasible? Indeed. Xiao, you are correct. I have just returned from the gathering and have been inquiring with the leaders of various tribes over the past few days. Their circumstances are indeed troubling. Some tribes have been without salt for an extended period, leading to sickness among their orc population. Consequently, they're unable to hunt substantial quantities of prey and have not had their fill for quite some time. My companion Mai Zi and I have been deliberating on how to facilitate the salt exchange with them. However, if their demands are excessive, they may not be able to meet them. I see. Then why not invite them to join the White Tiger tribe? If they are willing to become part of our tribe, we could eventually establish a nation as our tribe grows. Join the White Tiger tribe? Would they agree to that? If they are starving, could it lead to illness or even death? Rather than facing death, why would they not wish to join the White Tiger tribe? We can provide them with food, salt, healers, and bitter herbs. They could be nourished, hunt abundantly, and avoid starvation. With our healers and medicine, they could survive. Why would they refuse? Indeed, why would they refuse to live? Chief Ram murmured, repeating this thought, growing increasingly resolute. He then turned to Xiao and earnestly replied, no orc wishes not to survive. Yes. No orc desires to perish. If they cannot endure, let them join us. Together, we can strive and unite. Just as we huddle for warmth in winter, we will surely find a way to survive. What say you, Chief Ram? Yes, you are right. Campbell, summon the healer Mai Zi. Xiao, let us thoroughly discuss what conditions we can offer to encourage these orcs to join our White Tiger tribe. Chapter 84. Orcs willing to join the tribe present a newcomer's gift package when the healer Mai Zi arrived. Xiao Xiao was fervently discussing with Ram the various offerings, a bag of salt, a bag of sweet potatoes, cabbages, radishes, and so forth, all centered around one theme. Giving. Giving, giving. Little Xiao has profoundly grasped the simplest and most unadorned means of promotion on earth. No longer 998, no longer 699. All you need to do is join. And upon joining, you will receive a gift. The shaman Mizi, bewildered by the discourse, could not help but interject. Little Xiao, what are you talking about? What is 998? What is 699? Oh, Mizi, please do not interrupt. Let Little Xiao continue. Another voice urged. Coughing gently, Little Xiao resumed. Well, we intend to promote our tribe at the gathering, much like I do with the variety of food. I plan to inform all the orcs that as long as one is willing to pledge allegiance to the White Tiger tribe, a beginner's gift package will be provided, which includes a bag each of salt, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and radishes, along with a barrel each of dried fish, dried meat, and gugu beast eggs, accompanied by tips on how to cultivate and process food. Shaman Mizi, what do you think of my proposal? Do you believe such an offering possesses allure? Mizi's eyes widened as he gazed at Little Xiao and Ram, astonished to the point of forgetting to breathe. Little Xiao observed that the esteemed healer had remained silent for half the day, leading her to believe he had not comprehended her words. Just as she was about to speak again, she witnessed the healer, Mizi, exhale sharply, followed by a fit of intense coughing, which startled her into promptly offering him a cup of enhanced water, fearing for his well-being. After quenching his thirst, Mizi finally regained his composure and chided her. Little Xiao, you mustn't frighten me so. One must understand that a beast can be terrified to death. With a chuckle, she retorted, Oh, you old healer, how pitiful. Is this truly enough to scare you? You speak of establishing a nation once our tribe grows stronger, yet here you are, trembling. My heavens. May the beast god bless us, this little one dares to dream. Mizi thought, recalling how she had startled him. Ah. Youth is indeed a time of audacity and action, unlike us, who have grown weary with age. Please, Chief Ram and Healer Mizi, spare me your jests. Just tell me whether my idea is feasible and if it can entice the Beastmen to join our White Tiger tribe, she implored earnestly. Suddenly, Mizi's demeanor shifted as he regarded Little Xiao with seriousness, asking, Pray tell, why do you desire so many Beastmen to join our tribe? Why? She replied, pondering. Initially, I intended to barter salt with them, but Chief Ram mentioned they might not possess sufficient goods for trade. I considered that while I wish to see them thrive, eat their fill, and remain healthy, I cannot offer assistance unconditionally. After all, someone once told me that kindness can lead to enmity. What do you mean by that? He inquired. It means that if you provide even a small favor during their times of peril, they may express gratitude. However, if you continue to assist them and subsequently fail to help at some point, they might harbor resentment against you for a lifetime. Both Mizi and Chief Ram fell silent upon hearing her words. Indeed, a single act of aid could garner appreciation, but perpetual giving could not sustain itself. Thus, I thought, since they cannot reciprocate appropriately, they should join the White Tiger tribe and pledge their loyalty. In doing so, I could aid them without the fear of fostering dependency, which could ultimately lead to ruin for either party. Little Xiao concluded, Yes, that is the way. Then let us prepare our offerings for the gathering. Anyone willing to swear allegiance to the White Tiger tribe and pledge fidelity to the beast god shall receive a novice gift pack, Mizi announced. Indeed. A novice gift pack. Chief Ram echoed enthusiastically. Excellent. I shall gather the people for the preparations, she declared. Wait, Chief Ram, I shall accompany you. The vegetables in the tribe are scarce. I possess some in my space, cultivated by my brothers on the mountainside last year. Very well. It appears I must once more rely on your generosity towards the tribe, he acquiesced. Fear not, for the beastmen in the tribe have pledged their loyalty to me. How could I allow them to go hungry? Chief Ram remained silent, recognizing the countless contributions Little Xiao had made to the tribe. Words of gratitude felt unnecessary. In his heart, he resolved to ensure she would receive a snow spirit fruit upon their return, hoping to extend her life. Xiao Xiao followed Chief Ram to the storage cave, retrieving a portion of each food item from her spatial inventory. She also took out a small fraction of the leftover fish heads and bones from fishball production, handing them over to Chief Ram to help foster good relations with the leaders of other tribes. After all, the beastmen they had brought along this time were among the strongest warriors from their respective tribes. If they all chose to join the White Tiger tribe, it would deal a significant blow to the combat strength of the other tribes. Though the fish heads and bones didn't have much meat left on them, their sheer quantity was impressive. Even the small portion Xiao Xiao provided filled more than half of the storage cave. Chief Ram was overjoyed at the sight of the staggering amount. Some of the other tribal leaders were old acquaintances of his, and poaching their warriors outright would have been rather unscrupulous. But with these fish heads and bones, he could distribute them among the other chiefs to help them through temporary hardships. Deep down, he truly hoped they would follow the example of the Minotaur, Knoll, and Felinid tribes and join the White Tiger tribe. While life in their new home might not be perfect, it was undoubtedly better than their current struggles. After seeing Xiao Xiao's contribution, Chief Ram had a new idea. Gritting his teeth, he voiced his plan. I've decided to change tactics. I want to take these fish heads and bones to all the tribal leaders at this gathering and see if I can persuade them to join the White Tiger tribe as a whole. If we offer this newcomer gift pack, I believe many beastmen would be willing to join us. But if we only recruit their strongest warriors, how will the remaining tribes hunt? How will they survive? It might lead to the deaths of their elderly and weaker members, which goes against our original intention of helping them. Instead, let us negotiate with them using this food, explaining the benefits of joining our tribe. We'll make them realize the consequences of losing their best fighters and pressure them to voluntarily bring their entire tribes under our banner. What do you think? Zhao Xiao's expression was complicated as she stared at Chief Ram, unsure of what to say. Finally, she sighed and remarked, "The older, the wiser. Medicine Woman Mai was more direct. Old Ram, you've got some cunning in you after all. Who knew this old fool tiger could be so sharp?" Chapter 85. The end of the gathering with Zhao Xiao and Medicine Woman Mai's approval. Chief Ram's plan was set into motion. First, he sent Campbell to personally invite each tribal leader to the White Tiger tribe, under the pretense of sharing a meal of fish. Little looked at the cave filled with fish heads and bones, pondering that it was indeed fish. Without further dispute, he quietly retrieved a multitude of tofu from his space, contemplating that since they were to dine, the fish heads and bones could only be simmered into a broth. Soon after, the chiefs and shamans from various tribes began to arrive at Chief Ram's cave one after another. Upon entering, they were greeted by a kitchen brimming with fish heads and bones, and their spirits soared with joy as they lauded Chief Ram for his warm hospitality and commendable nature as a noble beastman. As the little one tossed fish heads and bones into the pot, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Alas, the absence of knowledge is truly terrifying. Any child who has attended school, even briefly, would be aware of the infamous banquet known as the Hong Min Feast, which is neither palatable nor advisable to partake in. As a group of orcs feasted to their heart's content, the moment for performance arrived. The little one heard Chief Ram and Shaman Mai, one playing the role of the villain and the other the hero, skillfully manipulating the orcs, who erupted in outrage, shattering plates and bowls in their fervor. Eventually, Shaman Mai, with heartfelt passion and elaborate embellishments, managed to evoke tears from the assembled chieftains, each one lamenting their own inadequacies, wishing they could provide for the multitude of orcs in their tribes. Just as the assembly was poised to pledge allegiance to the White Tiger tribe, the chieftain of the ape tribe, Foster, demonstrated his keen intellect, trembling slightly, perhaps due to the abundance he had consumed, as just moments earlier. A throng of orcs had been gnawing on fish bones while he had indulged in bowl after bowl of tofu. Followed by 3 generous servings of fish soup, he stood and posed a question. "Ram, you claim that the White Tiger tribe possesses ample food and resources to sustain all the orcs of our tribes. Is this truly the case? If so, where's this food? I must see it to believe it. If you genuinely possess it, what would prevent us from joining your White Tiger tribe?" Just as Chief Ram was about to respond, he noticed the little one rising with a composed expression. Little looked at the wise old orc and silently stood up. "Chief Foster, I can assure you that the White Tiger tribe possesses ample provisions, but how can I be certain that you will not unite against us for these resources? Divine Messenger, I have sworn an oath to the Beast God to remain eternally loyal to you. Please, trust that I would never betray or harm you." Chief Foster gazed sincerely at Little and humbly bowed in reverence. "However, attacking the White Tiger tribe does not necessarily imply that you intend to harm me." Upon hearing Little's words, the shaman Maizi and Chief Ram finally grasped why Little had interrupted their impending agreement to escort the chiefs to the food storage cave. "Foster, what does the Divine Messenger wish for me to promise? Were I in your position, I would refrain from making such a request. For the combat prowess of the White Tiger tribe surpasses that of all your clans combined. I believe you have discerned the chasm separating you from the White Tiger tribe during your time here. Do you not desire to become as formidable as they are? Or do you believe that by annihilating the White Tiger tribe and capturing me, you could manipulate me at will?" As these words escaped Little's lips, a formidable aura emanated from him, overwhelming all the orcs present, who promptly knelt to the ground in submission. Zhao Xiao gazed at the orc kneeling before her, her expression devoid of emotion, her heart untouched by any tumult. In this moment, she had transcended from the sweet, cheerful female she once was into the embodiment of a sacred and inviolable goddess. When the goddess was enraged, the ground would be strewn with corpses. The orcs, trembling and quaking in terror before her overwhelming presence, could no longer utter a word of defiance. Their minds were singularly focused on submission. "Xiao Xiao." A familiar voice echoed in her ears. It was Gibson calling her name. Xiao Xiao squinted slightly and spoke softly. "Rise, Ram, take them to see the storage cave. My hope in seeing you join the White Tiger tribe is to ensure that the orcs have enough to eat and wear to free them from hunger. Not for your loyalty. Disobedience will be met with death. Wouldn't you agree, Chief Ram?" "Yes, the White Tiger tribe is willing to serve the esteemed messenger." Afterward, Xiao Xiao disregarded the trembling orcs and left Chief Ram's home with an air of indifference, before vanishing into the space. Once Xiao Xiao departed, the oppressive aura in the cave gradually dissipated, and the fear rooted in the bloodlines of the orcs began to fade. Chief Ram and the shaman, Maizi, stood up and exchanged a glance, both sharing a bittersweet smile. Who could have anticipated that the usually soft and adorable female would be so fearsome when angered? When the pressure first emerged, they were nearly terrified to death. They feared that a single outburst from Xiao Xiao could ignite tribal warfare. While the White Tiger tribe did not shy away from battle, the thought of fraternal conflict was still unsettling. Observing the collapsed leaders of various tribes scattered across the floor, they sighed, "Are you all right?" The other tribal leaders rubbed their legs and wiped their sweat, collectively rolling their eyes at Ram, internally cursing him repeatedly. If only he had mentioned the esteemed messenger's formidable powers sooner. Why must he resort to such theatrics? After cursing Ram, they turned their ire toward Foster. "You old meddler. Why couldn't you just join quietly? You think you're so clever, so capable. Why provoke the messenger's wrath? You nearly brought disaster upon us. Curse you." Ram, the ape tribe, wished to join the White Tiger tribe. To everyone's surprise, this was Foster's first coherent statement as he regained his composure. The other orcs, momentarily setting aside their grievances, eagerly expressed their willingness to lead their entire tribes into the White Tiger tribe. Chief Ram and the shaman, Mai Zi, were naturally delighted by their agreement and insisted on showing them the tribe's storage facilities. Upon witnessing the overflowing storage rooms, they were filled with excitement. Having decided to join the White Tiger tribe meant they would also partake in these provisions. Finally, they would no longer suffer from hunger. And many orcs began to weep with joy. Chief Ram and Mai Zi were equally moved by their display, reflecting on their own journey of transformation over the past year. Everything will be all right. The White Tiger tribe has flourished from its former state to what it is now in just a year, and so can you. Join us. Follow the esteemed messenger, and let us create miracles together. Yes, yes. The orcs, inspired, erupted with boundless hope and motivation. In the last storage cave, the tribal leaders discovered fish heads, bones, various vegetables, meats, and even salt that Xiao Xiao had prepared for them. Regret washed over them, wishing they could chastise the loquacious Foster. But upon seeing the old ape weeping over a large fish head, they found it difficult to blame him. The shaman Mai Zi approached and managed to console him, and the subsequent discussions became much simpler. Since they had decided to join the White Tiger tribe, why hold a gathering? They could merely gather their belongings and relocate to the vicinity of the White Tiger tribe. The territories of various tribes could be transformed into hunting and farming grounds. Seeing their eagerness to return to their tribes and hastily migrate, Chief Ram and Mai Zi intervened, expressing Xiao Xiao's concerns. "Do not rush. Xiao Xiao mentioned that your orcs have fallen ill due to a long-term lack of salt. Take back the fish heads, bones, vegetables, and salt to make soup. Once you recover, you can journey to the White Tiger tribe. As long as you pledge your allegiance to the esteemed messenger in the name of your tribe, you may take these provisions." Xiao Xiao also promised to teach them how to catch gugu beasts, long-ear beasts, and Miao Miao beasts, as well as how to process these foods for better taste. These creatures are easier to catch than large prey, and there are plenty to sustain you during your migration. Upon hearing this, the tribal leaders broke down in tears again. "The esteemed messenger has thought of everything for us, and we were still reluctant. We are utterly unworthy." "Oh, esteemed messenger, we cannot face you." Chief Ram and Mai Zi observed the emotional scene, scratching their heads in confusion. "What do we do?" They haven't even finished speaking, and they're already so moved to tears. Meanwhile, as soon as Xiao Xiao entered the space, she hurried to find Gibson, seeking comfort in a fit of tears. "Oh, they are infuriating." After much coaxing, Gibson finally managed to calm her down. The two orcs left the space in high spirits. However, just a few steps away, they heard the resounding cries echoing from the storage cave nearby. Xiao Xiao looked in that direction, speechless for 3 seconds before marching over and calling into the cave. "What are you crying about? I'm not dead yet. Hurry up and take your oath, then take your things and be gone. Lingering here is a recipe for starvation." The air fell into silence for a moment until someone, unable to hold back, let out a sob, followed by a chorus of mixed oaths. Xiao Xiao felt the weight of the newly acquired tribal badges from over a dozen orc tribes and smiled. "Ah, good little ones, not a single one is missing. Now, hurry and distribute the goods. The orcs in your tribe are waiting for your return." With that, she took Gibson with her, as they had previously agreed to hunt before nightfall. Who had time to watch them weep? Though she thought this, the upward curve of her lips revealed the truth. Xiao Xiao was in excellent spirits. After all, how could her mood be anything but joyful after saving so many little furballs? Chapter 86. The first batch of domesticated pigs and cattle have grown up, revised, as Chief Ram busily distributed food among the orc tribes. Xiao Xiao to Gibson on daily excursions to the surrounding mountains. As she put it, a heavenly opportunity, while they are too preoccupied to notice me. Let us explore the nearby forests and collect any unseen flora and fauna to enrich our space. Gibson was initially adamantly opposed to this idea, but after Xiao Xiao's relentless coaxing, he quickly surrendered. Every day, he dutifully accompanied her across the hills. Whenever they grew tired or hungry, they would retreat into the space. And to their delight, Xiao Xiao discovered a plethora of treasures. Gibson led Xiao Xiao to a mushroom-covered mountain, where a variety of mushrooms flourished: shiitake, oyster, straw, lion's mane. White jade mushrooms, and various common varieties grew in abundance. Additionally, rare mushrooms, such as morels, large white mushrooms, pine mushrooms, and chicken of the woods, thrived there as well. Xiao Xiao was overjoyed and collected them all to plant on Ling Mountain, but soon there was no more room to accommodate them. The space system, recognizing the demand, silently upgraded itself, expanding the land available for the little ancestor. Upon a glance, Xiaoxiao was filled with joy. The upgraded space was remarkably different, far superior to its previous state. Consequently, her enthusiasm grew as she eagerly delved deeper into this newfound realm, busily excavating and relocating various treasures. Moreover, Xiaoxiao stumbled upon wild red beans, green beans, sesame seeds, string beans, wild vegetables, and dandelions. She made careful note of the grapevines, persimmon trees, hawthorn trees, apple trees, and walnut trees she discovered. Additionally, she encountered numerous wild vegetables such as cabbages, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, marking them all, patiently awaiting their maturity for harvest. Naturally, Xiaoxiao did not neglect the breeding pigs and cattle on the back mountain. Whenever she found a moment, she would visit them, sharing her newfound knowledge of animal husbandry gleaned from her studies with Miao Miao and the others. One night, in a state of panic, Miao Miao rushed to find Xiaoxiao, informing her that the pig on the back mountain was about to give birth, urging her to come and witness the event. Little Xiao quickly crawled out of her nest, gathered some animal skins from home, and set off with Gibson, following Miao Miao to the back mountain. Upon arrival, Xiao noticed that the two pregnant sows were lying side by side in their straw nest within the stone house. A stone partition had been erected between the two nests to prevent the mothers from fighting over their piglets after giving birth. She observed the sows' bellies, which were noticeably swollen, occasionally detecting the movements of the fetuses within. A few individuals gathered at the entrance of the stone house, lighting a fire and boiling water. Xiao prepared some nutrient-rich water and fed it to both sows. Before long, she noticed the first sow beginning to nest, panting and grunting, her belly rhythmically contracting. Recognizing the signs of impending labor described in her books, Xiao immediately understood that the sow was about to give birth. Indeed, shortly thereafter, one of the sows successfully delivered a piglet. This was the first time Xiao had witnessed a newborn piglet, all rosy and roughly the size of a small dog. It was hard to imagine that they would grow to weigh over a ton. The Creator's wonders were truly magnificent. After the piglet landed on the ground, the sow approached and meticulously licked her offspring, then bit through the umbilical cord and consumed the placenta. This sequence of events unfolded so naturally, as if it had been performed countless times before, though Xiao knew this was the sow's first delivery. The scene before her once again filled Xiao with awe at the marvels of animal instinct. Once the first piglet latched onto its mother's milk, Xiao noticed that the other sow had also begun to give birth, and it proceeded smoothly as well, allowing her to relax. She retreated to the fire, sitting beside the ever-curious Miao and Gibson, then retrieved sweet potato vines, sweet potatoes, bran, and potatoes from her space, inviting the two males to wash and chop them into pieces to cook as a special meal for the sows. The delivery went remarkably well, requiring little assistance. The straw nests were warm, and with the weather being mild, the piglets should be fine. All they needed to do was carefully observe whether the sows would tire or encounter any difficulties during delivery, ensuring they provided timely nourishment and sustenance. "Oh, is this pot for the sows?" Miao asked in surprise upon hearing Xiao's intentions. "Yes," Xiao replied. "All right, I thought you were cooking for me," Gibson chimed in. "Are you hungry, brother? Shall I catch a sheep for you to roast?" "Sure, go ahead. But be sure to kill it a bit farther away so you don't scare Xiao," Miao cautioned Gibson. Gibson cast a knowing glance at Miao, realizing his brother might have some misconceptions about Xiao. Although the young female was both gentle and innocent, kind-hearted and soft, they had been roaming the mountains together for days. What did they eat if they didn't tea hunt? Xiao was fully aware of every hunting trip they undertook. Even the first time she accompanied Miao and encountered the large-scale hunt of the moo beasts, she had shown no fear, despite the scene being far bloodier than solitary hunts. Yet now, Miao was concerned about scaring her with the words, "Kill a sheep. Far away, Xiao will be frightened." Gibson glanced once more at the delicate young female sitting obediently beside Miao. Perhaps he felt her gaze upon him, for she turned and flashed him a sweet smile. In an instant, he forgot everything, returning her smile with a goofy grin before heading off to catch a sheep. Before long, he returned with a plump sheep, skinned and cleaned. Finding a spot downwind, he lit a fire, skewered the sheep, and began the roasting process with swift and deft motions, creating a sight that was pleasing to behold. Soon, the distinctive aroma of roasting meat wafted through the darkness. Xiaoxiao gazed longingly at the golden, glistening lamb skewers, her throat constricting with anticipation. Engrossed in his task, Gibson remained oblivious to her longing. However, the observant Miao noticed her predicament. With a soft chuckle, he rose and approached, taking the lamb kidneys that Gibson had meticulously prepared. He deftly skewered them on a wooden stick, and in a matter of moments, they were ready, which he then presented to Xiaoxiao. "Here, indulge in this for now. The lamb will require a bit more time to cook." Elder brother, you are truly wonderful," Xiaoxiao replied, accepting the roasted kidney. As she reached into her space for salt, cumin, and chili, she sprinkled a dash of each onto the kidney before returning it to the fire. The fragrant aroma of the spices wafted through the air, signaling that it was indeed time to savor her treat. Little Xiaoxiao contentedly nibbled on the lamb kidney, flashing a sweet smile towards Miao. Miao, grinning, gently patted the little one's head and then sent the wooden box filled with spices over to Gibson, who was roasting the lamb. Before long, Gibson presented the roasted lamb. Nestled on leaves, to Xiao Xiao. Enjoy. I've added plenty of cumin. All right, Gibson, you should eat too. I'm satisfied with this. Should you find it insufficient, do let me know. And I shall serve you another piece. The feed is ready. I will set it aside to cool. Please refrain from touching it until I have finished feeding the sow. Understood. Love you. As Xiao Xiao savored the roasted meat, her cheeks puffed adorably. Hearing her words, Gibson felt his ears redden once more. The first time he heard her say such a thing was on that day when she tearfully complained about being bullied by a group of old beast men. He had been furious, ready to confront them in a rage, but Xiao Xiao had sobbed, "Gibson, you're so kind. Love you," and embraced herself tightly. Back then, he had not grasped the meaning of her words, but later, Xiao Xiao explained that love signifies a profound fondness. "Yes, I love you too." After a moment, noticing Gibson's flushed ears, Xiao Xiao whispered softly in response. As the night enveloped the surroundings, Xiao Xiao joyfully observed Gibson, who seemed to be fleeing in a comical manner. The group vigilantly awaited the dawn, only to confirm that both sows had successfully given birth, and all the piglets were alive, grunting energetically as they nursed. The sight of the two healthy sows and their collective 21 piglets sent the orc caretakers into a frenzy of elation. They promptly took charge of the piglets, urging the weary Xiao Xiao and the dark-hued Gibson to return for rest. After a night of labor, fatigue set in, prompting each to retreat to their respective caves for much-needed slumber. Chapter 87. Peril by the waterside. While Xiao Xiao nestled comfortably in Gibson's embrace, two tribes traversed mountains and rivers to reach the White Tiger tribe. Ram greeted the leaders of the Black Bear tribe and the Wolf tribe with enthusiasm. "Greetings, Elder Black Bear Ellis and Elder White Wolf Fisher. It is a pleasure to see you again. Old White Tiger, do you have any food? We are on the verge of starvation," Ellis exclaimed, having hurriedly journeyed to the White Tiger tribe after a meager breakfast. "Indeed. I shall arrange for some meat to be stewed immediately. For the time being, you will stay in the stone houses and tents. After a couple of days, you may choose your spots on the mountain to excavate caves. However, there are certain rules established by Xiao Xiao that must be adhered to, just as the previous tribes complied when they joined." "Are you referring to bathing and disinfection?" Ellis and Fisher chorused. "Yes, indeed. How did you know?" Ram inquired curiously. "Last time we visited, Freeman from the Minotaur tribe and Tahana from the Cat tribe informed us. They mentioned that there were sick beasts in our tribe, and shared the rules Xiao Xiao had imparted when they joined the White Tiger tribe, emphasizing the need for hot water and the avoidance of raw meat. Initially, we were skeptical, but upon returning, we decided it was worth a try, and to our surprise, it proved effective. With the food and salt you provided, along with the consumption of hot water and cooked meat, the sick orcs in our tribe gradually recovered. Thus, we rushed over. Haha, since you are aware of the rules, let us commence. The hot water and animal skin skirts are ready. First, we shall bathe, then dine." Upon awakening from her slumber, Xiao Xiao found two additional tribes outside the White Tiger tribe. Among them, she recognized several familiar faces who paused their tasks to greet her with smiles. "Xiao Xiao, hello. Have you eaten?" "Good morning, Xiao Xiao." "Hello, Xiao Xiao. Good morning, everyone. Have you eaten?" "Yes, we have," the collective chorus of orcs replied. They then inquired, "Are you heading out, Xiao Xiao?" "Indeed, I am going hunting." Upon hearing her declaration, the single orc's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly offered, "Xiao Xiao, we shall accompany you. We can protect you." Gibson, observing a throng of orcs clamoring to greet Xiao Xiao and expressing their desire to join her hunting expedition, darkened his expression, his countenance growing increasingly grim at the thought of them wanting to protect her. Xiao Xiao noticed that the vinegar jar had been overturned, and she hurriedly took Gibson's large hand in a reassuring manner, smiling at the surrounding orcs. "As long as I have Gibson with me, you all should still be in isolation for 2 more days. So, let us refrain from leaving the encampment during this time." The orcs suddenly recalled the conversation between their chieftain and Ram's chieftain from the previous night, which stipulated that they were not to leave the tribe for the next 2 days. A wave of disappointment swept over them as they helplessly watched the adorable little female lead the arrogant fox away. Frustration gnawed at them, with some of the more hot-tempered individuals resolving that once they were permitted to leave the tribe, they would undoubtedly seek out that audacious fox for a challenge. Gibson observed the little female walking beside him, her face beaming with pride as she held his hand. In a surge of excitement, he transformed into his beast form. Xiao Xiao found herself in a state of bemusement at Gibson's unexpected antics. Wiping the droplets from her small face, she finally opened her eyes to gaze into the tranquil pool. There, the resplendent white fox lay, its eyes narrowed in amusement, clearly mocking her current drenched appearance. In a fit of anger, Xiao Xiao resolved to make Gibson aware of the consequences of mocking her. Consumed by thoughts of revenge, she completely disregarded the warnings of her parents to stay away from the water's edge and the cold-blooded beasts lurking nearby. With determination, she dashed into the water, leaping towards the large white fox that was observing her with amusement. Gibson, noticing her approach, quickly dodged her, and the two began a playful chase in the water, their laughter and exclamations filling the air. However, unbeknownst to them, danger was silently encroaching. As they frolicked, Neither beast noticed the pair of glimmering emerald eyes peering from the underbrush on the riverbank, fixated on the charming little female. The cold gaze seemed perplexed by the warmth of her smile, tilting its head in confusion, as if unable to comprehend the existence of such an endearing creature. Her enchanting smile seemed to weave a spell, evoking an unfamiliar warmth in its eternally frigid body. A longing to embrace her surged within, and as this thought solidified, the green eyes transformed into a massive emerald serpent. Utilizing the cover of the aquatic vegetation, it silently glided into the water. Its movement so subtle that the surface only rippled slightly, remaining undetected by the two frolicking beasts. In the water, the land beast's keen sense of smell was significantly dulled. And thus, despite having reached level 2, Gibson remained oblivious to the lurking serpent drawing near. Soon, the moment arrived. The serpent seized its opportunity. Lunging forth with a swift flick of its tail, sinking its fangs into the white fox's hind leg, and injecting venom into its bloodstream. With precision, it retreated swiftly to evade the fox's counterattack, submerging itself once more. The white fox, realizing it had been struck, quickly grabbed Xiaoxiao and raced towards the shore. The serpent leisurely followed, maintaining a measured distance behind them, its thoughts fixated on the impending outcome. The faster they ran, the quicker the poison would spread, and soon, the little female would be his. Chapter 88. Peril by the Water's Edge 2, revised. From the moment Xiaoxiao was abruptly attacked by Gibson, she sensed that something was amiss. Therefore, as Gibson sprinted with her in his grasp, she remained silent, fearing that her words might disturb his frantic escape. Meanwhile, a wave of regret and self-recrimination surged within Gibson. He cursed himself for his folly in bringing Xiaoxiao to the waterhole. Now they had encountered a cold-blooded orc. His own demise mattered little, but Xiaoxiao could not be harmed. If only he could hold on a little longer, they would reach the safety of the tribe's territory, where a call would summon the orc warriors swiftly to their aid. Faster, run faster. Gibson urged inwardly, his thoughts consumed with the need to protect Xiaoxiao. He felt his consciousness fading, his heart weighed down as if by a great stone, his limbs stiffening with every stride. Each step sent waves of pain coursing through his bones, yet he refused to cease his desperate flight. Gibson was aware that he had been poisoned by the cold-blooded orc's venom, and that running would hasten its spread, leading to a swifter demise. Yet, he could not afford to stop. What would become of Xiaoxiao? She was so fragile, so small and endearing. No. She must not fall into the hands of the cold-blooded orc. With gritted teeth, he persevered. Soon, Xiaoxiao began to sense something was amiss with Gibson. Anxiety gripped her as she noticed his increasingly labored breathing and the gradual deceleration of his pace. A sense of dread settled in her heart. Gibson was injured. Realizing this, she cried out urgently, Gibson, Gibson, please stop. You're hurt. You must stop. Little Xiaoxiao observed Gibson's lack of response and surmised that he might not halt his progress. It dawned upon him that Gibson could be compelled to run desperately, for there was likely danger looming closely behind them. They had been ambushed in the water. What could it possibly be? Could it be the feral beastmen? No. The majority of feral beastmen are terrestrial creatures and would not engage in attacks against other beastmen while submerged. Therefore, the only beastmen capable of launching an assault in the water would be the amphibious cold-blooded ones, with the most prevalent aquatic cold-blooded beastmen likely being serpentine in nature. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in realization. It was a venomous serpent. It had bitten Gibson, and she was certain he was poisoned. Thus, he did not rush to attack. He merely needed to drive the prey from behind, waiting patiently for Gibson to succumb to the venom. Understanding this, Xiaoxiao felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Given Gibson's current condition, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Gibson was sacrificing his life for hers. Tears brimmed in Xiaoxiao's eyes as she could no longer afford to hesitate. In an instant, she enveloped both Gibson and herself into a space of safety. Upon entering, Gibson was propelled forward for several steps due to inertia before coming to a halt, but this stop rendered him unable to rise again. Realizing he was in the space, and clinging to the last vestiges of lucidity, he gently set Xiaoxiao down and transformed into his human form before succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon encountering Gibson, Xiaoxiao fainted, momentarily casting aside her shyness. She diligently disregarded his vulnerable state and hurriedly rose to administer the spring water to him. This time, fearing it might not counteract the poison, she refrained from diluting it and offered him the elixir directly. Observing the white fox's breath stabilize after consuming the spring water, Xiaoxiao felt a sense of relief. It was indeed effective. Subsequently, she procured a piece of beast skin, closed her eyes, and placed it over Gibson's critical areas before commencing her search for wounds on his body. Ultimately, she discovered 2 wounds on the inner side of his left calf, oozing black blood. Swiftly, she bound the upper part to slow the blood flow and then made a small incision to the white fox's wound. She diligently rinsed it with the spring water until the injury returned to its normal hue, with the flowing blood transforming from black to a vibrant red. Next, she crushed herbs that could staunch the bleeding and applied them to the wounds, securing them with bandages before loosening the tourniquet slightly. Afterward, she moved Gibson to the bed and entrusted him to Yin Sheng's watchful care, instructing him to untie the tourniquet once the bleeding ceased. Having completed these tasks, Xiaoxiao, despite feeling utterly exhausted, glanced at the still unconscious Gibson. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly cleansed herself and donned a fresh beast skin skirt. As she tidied up, her gaze shifted between the unconscious Gibson and the emerald green serpent lurking outside, searching for their whereabouts. Uncertain whether the spatial water could entirely neutralize the serpent's venom, she feared the potential harm Gibson might have sustained during their prolonged escape. However, her careful observations revealed that he remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. The slight darkening of his skin further indicated that the spring water had merely suppressed the venom's spread, or perhaps alleviated a portion of it. It was conceivable that Gibson's vigorous movements had hastened the venom's diffusion, preventing complete detoxification. Regardless of the cause, she recognized that to fully neutralize the poison, she must procure an antidote to save Gibson. With a determined glance at the verdant serpent outside, she clenched her jaw and swiftly exited the space. In a fleeting moment of emerging from the shadows, the great green snake, its eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson hue, sensed something amiss. Abruptly, it came to a halt. Gradually turning its head, the savage crimson in its emerald gaze faded, replaced by an expression tinged with a hint of grievance and curiosity. Upon discovering the gentle little female, who had reappeared in the very spot from which they had just vanished, disbelief filled its crystalline eyes. Cautiously, it began to approach the small creature, fearful that any sudden movement might startle her away once more. Xiaoxiao appeared calm on the surface, yet her heart raced with an overwhelming sense of dread. As the enormous azure serpent drew nearer, she felt as though her breath might cease altogether. Her heart thumped violently, as if it were on the verge of leaping from her chest. Perhaps sensing her trepidation, the colossal serpent halted 2 meters away from her. As Xiaoxiao gazed at the colossal creature looming before her, she pressed her small hand against her chest, desperately trying to calm her racing heart. Trembling, she stammered, "See, could you transform into a human? I am afraid." The enormous green serpent, fixated on her with unwavering intensity, momentarily constricted its pupils, causing Xiaoxiao to instinctively shield her face, terrified that her words might provoke it and lead to her being swallowed whole. After a prolonged silence, during which the serpent remained unresponsive, she summoned the courage to lower her hands, gradually revealing her eyes, which glistened with fear. Suddenly, she gasped and quickly covered her eyes again. "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" she exclaimed, her fear momentarily forgotten in the face of bewilderment. Then, a voice, cool and melodious, resonated in her ears. "What is clothing?" The enchanting tone temporarily dispelled her trepidation. Gathering her courage, she retrieved a hide skirt from her surroundings, trembling as she extended it toward the creature with her eyes tightly shut. "This is for you. Please put it on so we can talk." "Is this truly for me?" The serpent's voice carried a mix of curiosity, doubt, anticipation, and disbelief, which Xiaoxiao, in her blind state, could keenly perceive. It struck her that despite the tribe's tales of heartless, bloodthirsty beasts, this serpent-like being seemed to diverge from the notorious reputation of cold-blooded creatures. "Yes, it's for you. Please, wear it quickly." Xiaoxiao felt the animal skin skirt being taken from her hands, followed by the sound of rustling. "All right, you may open your eyes now." Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the man before her. His features were chiseled, and his deep-set eyes captivated her with their mesmerizing emerald hue, drawing one in at a mere glance. In that instant, Xiaoxiao realized she had succumbed to his allure. The man's attractive lips were slightly pressed together, and his crystal-clear eyes remained fixed on Xiaoxiao, confirming her suspicion that he was indeed the formidable green serpent from moments ago. Little smiled warmly at him. "I am Xiaoxiao from the White Tiger tribe. What is your name?" "Andre," he replied, "a serpent beastman." As soon as the words were spoken, a chill once again enveloped the two, with Andre continuing to observe her in silence. The petite figure observed that he neither attacked her nor made any sudden movements, leaving her uncertain of his intentions, and thus she remained still, too afraid to act. Meanwhile, Andre contemplated the necessity of taking the small female away directly. It was only by sequestering her safely within his lair that he could prevent any orc from discovering her and seizing her for themselves. Yet, he was apprehensive that she might vanish unexpectedly, leaving him with no means to locate her again. Consequently, he refrained from making any rash decisions. Moreover, he noticed that the small female, despite her fear of his beastly form like any other creature, did not flee, weep, or even insult him. On the contrary, she initiated conversation with him and even offered him a leather skirt. It was worth noting that from the moment of his birth, no orc had ever willingly given him anything. All that he possessed had been earned through his own efforts, struggles, and plunder. The gentle young female is indeed tender-hearted. Consequently, he harbors no desire to frighten her or to incur her disdain. "Ah, Andre, it is indeed you. The orc you just bit in the water is my partner. He has fallen victim to your snake venom, and I seek an antidote. Could you grant me the remedy?" "Little one, he is no match for me. He lacks my prowess and cannot protect you. He leads you to perilous places. Will you not choose me as your companion instead?" In that fleeting moment, I found myself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond. The declarations of affection in this world of beasts are indeed as unreserved as ever. Yet, how am I to reply? What word should I choose? After a brief moment of silence, just as Andre was on the verge of losing his patience and forcibly pulling her away, Xiao Xiao finally spoke. Did you attack him because you wished to bond with me? Indeed, he replied. So, would you like to form a bond with me? Xiao Xiao gazed at the orc before her, her feelings entangled by his candor, rendering her momentarily speechless. After a long pause, she softly replied, Andre. A bond requires mutual affection between two beings. That is not the case for me, he asserted. In my ancestral memories, my mother was taken from my father. Subsequently, she bore me and my brothers, yet they were not as formidable as I. They have all perished, leaving only me behind. So, will you join me in this bond? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's hair stood on end, exclaiming in disbelief, Oh my, this is a cold-blooded beastman. Who would willingly choose to partner with a cold-blooded beastman? Perhaps she had lost her senses, pondering notions of mutual affection. Surely, he must think she is out of her mind. Reflecting on the peculiar glance Andre had cast her way, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, stirring Andre's heart once more. Xiao Xiao, have you given this careful thought? You must understand that as serpent beast men, we do not offer choices to little females. Andre, I believe you are unlike them. If I become your partner, will you assist me in detoxifying Gibson? Are you willing to bond with me for his sake? You care for him deeply. The once quiet beast men erupted in fury at Xiao Xiao's words, fists clenched in anger, their wounded expressions startling her. Andre, please don't act this way. It frightens me. I am willing to be your partner. I promise to cherish you as I do him. Please, save him. Her voice trembled, thick with emotion, as she boldly grasped Andre's arm amidst his rage. Andre paused, taken aback by the sight of the little female before him, reduced to tears by his fury. He noticed her trembling hands, yet they held onto his arm with unwavering resolve, soft and plump. Andre distinctly felt the warmth radiating from those small hands. A warmth he could never experience. Indeed, this little female, who smiled so beautifully, possessed such comforting warmth. Unconsciously, his anger dissipated under her gentle touch. He lifted his fair, slender fingers to wipe away her tears, feeling the heat of her cheek beneath his fingertips. His gaze lingered longingly on her rosy lips. Unable to resist as he leaned down to kiss her, Xiao Xiao seemed to petrify the entire beast, her body frozen in place, with wide, watery eyes fixated in astonishment. How could it suddenly turn into a verbal exchange? Oh, how terrifying. Is the fearsome demon going to devour me? Oh, how dreadful. Brother, father, save me. Fortunately, Andre maintained his composure, deeply concerned that Xiao Xiao might truly be frightened. Sensing that the little female had yet to enter her estrus, he restrained himself, gently kissing her before releasing her. He then possessively pulled her into his embrace, savoring the warmth radiating from her delicate frame. As he had anticipated, the little female's embrace was soft, plump, and exquisitely warm. I vowed a bond with her. I shall assist him in dispelling the poison. It was only when Andre's cold, distant voice echoed in Xiao Xiao's ear that she finally emerged from her state of shock. With tears wiped away, Xiao Xiao silently vowed in her heart, I, from the White Tiger clan, pledge to the beast god, to unite with the serpent beast man, Andre, as my lifelong partner, never to part. Subsequently, she obediently stamped her mark upon Andre's handsome forehead, and soon a vivid green serpent emblem manifested on her collarbone. As she gazed at the sizable mark occupying a significant portion of her collarbone, a faint smile tugged at her lips. Oh dear, it was so large and conspicuously placed. How on earth would she explain this upon returning? Then, belatedly, she realized the gravity of the situation. How could such a formidable beast as Andre be brought back to the tribe? She lamented. If the tribesmen were to discover the events of today, would they not retaliate against Gibson and Andre? After all, Gibson had led her to perilous grounds, and Andre had coerced her into this bond. Andre, observing the mark on Xiao Xiao's collarbone, felt his eyes brighten. He had assumed that his fierce demeanor, threatening her and compelling her to bond with him, would instill fear and aversion in her. He had never anticipated that such an outcome could bring him joy, nor did he expect any favorable resolution from their union. Yet, he was unwilling to relinquish her. He desired her fiercely. He cherished the pure and warm smile of the young female, yearning to possess her entirely. The sight of her tears shattered his heart. All he wished was for her to smile sweetly and warmly, even if it meant sacrificing his life in the process. Andre was resolute in his desire to bond with Xiao Xiao, regardless of the potential for abandonment or solitude in old age. It is essential to understand that cold-blooded beastmen do not engage in bonds with females. They simply seize them and mate until offspring are produced. His ancestral memories revealed that cold-blooded beastmen who bonded with females ultimately met tragic ends, often dying pitifully. No beastman would ever favor a cold-blooded counterpart. They remained icy throughout the seasons, failing to protect females during the harsh winters, unable to hunt or provide warmth as they succumbed to hibernation, often unable to safeguard even themselves. Thus, despite the formidable strength of many cold-blooded beastmen, they were shunned by their kind, regarded as true outcasts. Almost all cold-blooded beastmen who formed bonds with females would subsequently be heartlessly abandoned, and some even betrayed, leading to their demise at the hands of rival beastmen. Consequently, cold-blooded beastmen ceased to trust females, only seizing them when necessary for procreation to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Now, witnessing the mark on Xiao Xiao's collarbone, Andre was filled with a mixture of astonishment and elation. He had presumed that she had been coerced into their union and would harbor no affection for him, leading him to believe his mark would appear on her limbs or ankles, regions farthest from the heart. To his surprise, it was on her collarbone, so near to her heart. In that instant, Andre's beautiful eyes misted with tears of joy as he realized the depth of his feelings. He reverently cradled Xiao Xiao and gently kissed the mark that symbolized their bond. At that moment, Xiao Xiao felt a jolt, a sudden influx of sensations filling her mind, and she became acutely aware of Andre's emotions, comprehending the source of his profound feelings. As she gazed into Andre's eyes, a myriad of emotions stirred within her. Until today, she had never believed in the notion of love at first sight, yet upon encountering Andre, her skepticism melted away. Slowly, she extended her arms and enveloped him in a warm embrace, whispering her welcome into the fold of her family. Subsequently, she led Andre into her realm. Xiao Xiao was uncertain whether she would fall deeply in love with Andre in the future, yet she believed such a pure-hearted beastman was worthy of trust. Thus, she led him into her most profound secret. Chapter 89. Home Together, Revised. Upon abruptly entering an unfamiliar place, Andre instinctively shielded Xiao Xiao behind him, his gaze sharp with vigilance as he surveyed their surroundings. Witnessing his protective stance and actions, Xiao Xiao found herself profoundly moved once more. Xiao Xiao gently tugged at Andre's hand, assuring him, "Do not be afraid, Andre. This is my greatest secret, my space." At that moment, Andre comprehended why Xiao Xiao and the white fox had suddenly vanished during their pursuit, leaving no trace behind. She had taken him into her realm. In Andre's inherited memories, he had encountered orcs possessing similar spaces, which they could utilize to evade enemy attacks while hunting or in battle, as well as transport prey or inanimate objects. Yet, despite rummaging through his recollections, he found no account indicating that orcs could contain living beings within their spaces, especially of such vast dimensions. Andre gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before him, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. The seemingly ordinary female he had casually noticed possessed such remarkable abilities. "Xiao Xiao, your space is truly extraordinary. We shall discuss this later. For now, shall we go see Gibson? The poison white fox. Can you assist him in detoxifying? He is still alive? I had assumed he had perished long ago." Xiao Xiao was left speechless, realizing that Andre's nonchalance outside was merely a tactic to prolong Gibson's suffering. Receiving Xiao Xiao's furious glare, Andre awkwardly rubbed his prominent nose and cleared his throat. "Where is he? I will check on him. My snake venom is quite potent. That he has endured for so long is impressive. I administered some medicine, but he has yet to recover. I thought perhaps you could help with the detoxification, otherwise I would not have ventured out." "Huh, such boldness from you, little female," Andre remarked sarcastically upon hearing her words. Little Xiao felt a wave of jealousy emanating from him, quickly shaking his arm to comfort him and offering a charming smile. Humph. Afterward, Andre detoxified Gibson, and as Little Xiao observed Gibson's complexion improving and signs of awakening emerging, she promptly fed him some spring water, hoping he would regain consciousness swiftly. She then kept vigil by Gibson's side, awaiting his awakening. Yin Xing, noticing Little Xiao's demeanor, surmised that she must be hungry, and thus went to the kitchen to prepare lobster meat buns for her. Upon awakening, Gibson found Little Xiao by his side, and as he sat up and smiled at her, he noticed a strange orc standing behind her. In the next moment, as if recollecting something, he pulled Little Xiao onto the bed and shielded her behind him, emitting a low growl. Andre, witnessing Gibson's protective gesture, felt his handsome face darken with anger. He stepped forward, his emerald eyes glinting with murderous intent, while a hissing sound escaped his throat, reminiscent of a serpent ready to strike. Realizing that a confrontation was imminent, Little Xiao quickly scrambled between the two, shouting for them to cease hostilities, insisting that they must not fight. "Gibson, this is Andre. I have already formed a bond with him, and he will not harm us." "Little Xiao, what are you saying?" Gibson exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. Soon, however, he seemed to remember something, and his anger intensified. "Little Xiao, did this cold-blooded orc threaten you by poisoning me? And what if he did? You were incapable of protecting Little Xiao, and now she faces danger because of you." Andre retorted angrily, unable to contain his ire. Gibson, equally furious, glared back. "Enough. Both of you, stop arguing. Gibson, regardless of the circumstances, I have willingly bonded with Andre, and I wish for you both to coexist peacefully. Can you do that?" The two orcs exchanged glances, their murderous intent still palpable, yet they refrained from further words. Andre retreated to a corner, while Gibson pulled Little Xiao back onto the bed. "Gibson, you have just awakened and are still somewhat weak. Drink some spring water," Little Xiao urged, offering him a cup. Gibson, taking her hand in a gesture of remorse, said, "Little Xiao, I am truly sorry. If I had not taken you to the pond, this would not have happened. It is all my fault. I am inept and failed to protect you. Gibson, look at me. Andre did not harm me, nor did he coerce me. I chose to bond with him willingly. Please, do not blame yourself any further. It was my recklessness that led us into this hunting trip, believing I could evade danger simply because I had space. This incident has made me aware of the many perils that cannot simply be avoided. From now on, We must be cautious whenever we venture out to ensure that such a situation does not recur. Is that agreeable? Gibson still wished to speak. But little Xiao interrupted him assertively, asking once more, is that agreeable? Yes, it is, he replied. Then you should lie down and rest for a while. I will prepare something to eat. Once you recover, we can return to the tribe. I want to go with you, Gibson insisted, eager to join her. Sister. Gibson has awakened. I made lobster meat buns. Yin Sheng exclaimed, rushing in from outside, her happiness evident upon seeing Gibson awake. Very well. Let us go eat the buns together, little Xiao said, taking Gibson's hand in one and Andre's in the other, leading them toward the kitchen. With Yin Sheng following closely behind. After the meal, Andre expressed his intention to take little Xiao back to their dwelling to retrieve some belongings before returning together to the White Tiger tribe. Despite Gibson's vehement objections to little Xiao accompanying him, he plotted to slip away with her during their trip to the cave, believing that once they reached the White Tiger tribe, matters could be resolved favorably, no matter how formidable the serpent orc may be. He could not contend with the level 5 chief of the Ram tribe. Even if he pursued them, it would be a futile endeavor. Gibson was resolute in preventing little Xiao from being with the cruel serpent orc. However, both Gibson and Andre were astute. Gibson grasped little Xiao's hand, pleading desperately for her not to leave with him, while Andre mirrored the sentiment, displaying a more intense demeanor, with an austere expression that exuded an aura of restraint. His emerald eyes revealed hints of fear, grievance, and stubbornness. He remained silent, merely tightening his grip on little Xiao's hand and gazing intently at her. Under the weight of his penetrating gaze, little Xiao felt her resolve waver, her heart softening like water in a tranquil spring. With a soft sigh, Xiao said to Gibson, "Wait for me in the space. I shall accompany Andre and return shortly. Be good." Without allowing him a chance to refuse, she released Gibson's hand and led Andre out of the space. Inside, Gibson gazed at the hand that Xiao had cast aside, and the light in his peach blossom-like eyes gradually dimmed. Was Xiao upset? Why did she choose him? He knew that Xiao, being so intelligent, would not misunderstand his intentions. Her reluctance to return to the tribe with him, did this imply that the malevolent snake beastman spoke the truth? Was Xiao willingly choosing to bond with him? Did this mean that she had grown disenchanted with him? Was she truly angry? Did she no longer want him? Gibson was engulfed in profound guilt, self-reproach, and doubt. His entire being felt shattered, as if it were in irreparable pieces. When Yin Sheng entered, she encountered this very scene. Indeed, her sister was right. Gibson would undoubtedly spiral into unfounded thoughts after her departure. This was precisely why she had come to console him. Alas, Gibson, she began. My sister said that you were all her partners. She does not wish to see you hurt, nor does she want to witness Andre's pain. In her heart, partners are not expendable, they are inseparable, meant to share a lifetime together. She said you are all her husbands, and she will uphold her vows, never abandoning any of you. She further urged him to refrain from overthinking and to patiently wait for their return, to go home together. At Yin Sheng's words, Gibson's eyes sparkled anew, his tear-brimmed peach blossom eyes nodded vigorously. Yes, together we shall return home. Xiao has not forsaken me, how wonderful. Before long, Andre returned with Xiao, carrying a large, tightly wrapped bundle. When Xiao inquired about its contents, a fleeting awkwardness crossed Andre's typically aloof face, his ears reddening as he quietly replied, my snake shedding, which can be fashioned into skirts for the females, possessing the ability to withstand both fire and water. How marvelous. Please make me several, Xiao teased him with a smile. Yes, all for Xiao. The sight of him, shy yet earnest, is undeniably adorable. When such a seemingly aloof and charismatic figure becomes serious, the impact is simply overwhelming. It's utterly irresistible. Xiao hurriedly rubbed her nose, fearing that she might embarrass herself with a nosebleed. A trio of orc warriors returned to the tribe, and along the way, Andre skillfully hunted 2 creatures, stating they would serve as dinner, as he carried them upon his shoulders, following closely behind Gibson. Upon nearing the tribe, the patrolling orcs caught a whiff of unfamiliar orcish scents and immediately became alert, swiftly approaching Gibson and Xiao, their gazes fixed warily on the orc trailing behind them. Gibson, who is he? He inquired. He is Andre, the serpent orc with whom Xiao has recently bonded. At the mention of the term serpent orc, the patrolling orc squad instantly braced themselves, their demeanor shifting to one of lethal intensity as they fixed their scrutinizing gazes upon Andre. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiao promptly approached the leading 4th-level orc, addressing him as Royus. Fear not, he shall not harm the orcs within the tribe. We have formed a bond, and he will be joining the White Tiger tribe, thus becoming one of us henceforth. Xiao, I assure you, he will not pose a threat to any orc. Do you doubt my word? Not at all, esteemed divine envoy. Royus does not dare to question your authority. Yet for the safety of the tribe, I must request that this serpent orc swear an oath before the beast god. Very well. Andre, do you wish to join the White Tiger tribe and swear before the beast god that you will not harm any orc of our tribe and will remain eternally loyal to us? Xiao, wherever you are, I shall be. I am willing. I, the serpent orc Andre, do hereby swear before the beast god that I shall join the White Tiger tribe, will not harm any orc of the tribe, and shall remain forever loyal, never to betray. Royus, is this acceptable? Xiao Xiao inquired as she observed the contract totem rising beneath Andre's feet, gradually merging into his being. It is acceptable, divine envoy. To prevent any further complications, allow me to escort you back. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed. The patrols encountered along the way were vigilant and on high alert. Xiao Xiao did not take offense. Instead, she allowed them to examine the contract, and with Royce's testimony, they finally made their way back to the tribe, albeit with some difficulties. The incessant questioning and watchfulness left Andre quite displeased, prompting Xiao Xiao to stow away their catch in her space and hold his hand throughout the journey as a means of comfort. As he observed the persistent explanations offered by the female beside him, Andre felt a warmth spread within him, dispelling all traces of resentment, and he obediently followed her into her tribe. Chapter 90. Departure and Exploration. Xiao Xiao formed a bond with the serpent orc and brought him back to the tribe, inciting both despair and fury among the orcs. Ever since their return, Andre had faced numerous challenges from the orc brethren. Fortuitously, his formidable strength allowed him to stand out as a rare third-tier orc at such a tender age, making him a formidable opponent among the younger generation. Otherwise, he would have struggled to withstand the relentless challenges posed by the White Tiger tribe. It is worth noting that Xiao Xiao was the cherished darling of their tribe, and before anyone could take action, Gibson had already claimed her. Though this was somewhat acceptable, given that Gibson was one of their own, the presence of the serpent orc was an entirely different matter. The brethren were incensed and rallied to eliminate him. Fortunately, upon bringing Andre back, Xiao Xiao had already declared to the orcs that Andre was her mate, and if the tribe did not accept him, she would leave with him. This declaration stunned everyone, prompting immediate acknowledgement from the orcs. Xiao Xiao further stipulated that while competitions could occur, they must not result in death, or they would bear the consequences. This statement imposed restrictions on both the orcs and Andre, thereby avoiding any significant uproar. The most severe injuries sustained during this time were merely fractures of limbs. At long last, after much anticipation, all tribes willing to join the White Tiger tribe had successfully migrated. Xiao Xiao then approached Chief Ram and Shaman Mai, expressing her desire to journey to the seaside and the snow-capped mountains. Upon hearing this, both Ram and Mai hastily declined without a second thought. However, Xiao Xiao remained resolute, asserting that Andre and Gibson could protect her, and even enlisted her father as a mediator. Reluctantly, Chief Ram acquiesced. Subsequently, the chiefs of several tribes convened to delineate hunting grounds, farming areas, and livestock zones, deliberating for 2 additional days to ensure a secure settlement. Once everything was arranged, the orcs ignited a bonfire for a celebratory gathering, serving 2 purposes: to formally pledge their allegiance to the White Tiger tribe and Xiao Xiao, and to select suitable mates, as all the females in the tribe had entered their mating season. Thus, the bonfire gathering was deemed essential. That very night, many young females captured the attention of long-admired male orcs, transforming the atmosphere of the tribe. It felt as though the air had suddenly turned suggestive, prompting Xiao Xiao to retreat into her space for several days in trepidation. Of course, Xiao Xiao's retreat into her space was not solely for rest and sustenance. She diligently cultivated various crops such as wheat, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and an array of vegetables, grains, and fruits to replenish her storage. After the arrival of the orc tribes, Xiao Xiao had organized the tribe's orcs to lead them to fertile lands for cultivation. In the rush, they planted sweet potatoes and potatoes, as well as cabbages and radishes, which had shorter maturation periods and higher survival rates. This frenzy of clearing land and planting, combined with daily consumption, had entirely depleted the supplies within Xiao Xiao's space. Xiao Xiao had initially harbored concerns that revealing such an abundance of items might arouse suspicion among the orcs. However, reality proved her worries unfounded. The orcs had never considered the origins of these goods. They believed that Xiao Xiao had received prior instructions from the beast god to amass these supplies in order to rescue them from peril. Consequently, the orcs expressed profound gratitude towards both the beast god and her, placing their unwavering trust in her. As a result, Xiao Xiao reaped a continuous flow of faith power. She felt no anger at the orcs' misunderstanding. Rather, she found it quite gratifying to have such a formidable ally. No matter her actions, the orcs deemed them warranted, viewing her as the divine emissary sent by the beast god, capable of anything, and thus they harbored no doubts about her. This allowed Xiao Xiao to act with great freedom, undertaking numerous endeavors without trepidation. For instance, she continued to distribute the countless fish heads and tails from her space to the orcs for soup. Likewise, she brought forth ample tofu to simmer in broth. Xiao Xiao pondered that since every household possessed an ice cellar, there was little fear of the fish spoiling. Furthermore, consuming fish during pregnancy was beneficial, so she decided to leave the fish heads and bones for them. Originally, it was planned for Inkfish father to accompany them, but the shaman Maizi informed that Majim's mother was pregnant, which led Inkfish father to resolutely remain in the tribe. Each of her brothers was also preoccupied with their own tasks. Inkcloud brother was responsible for guiding everyone in the regular cultivation of the fields. Inkwhite brother took charge of fishing and aquaculture. Inkgreen brother had assumed control of the Rear Mountains breeding farm, teaching the orcs in the tribe to raise chickens, rabbits, and sheep around their respective caves, while Inkblack brother devoted his days to caring for the pregnant sister Anna. which is why he and Shows were unable to join. After the rainy season had passed, Shaman Mizi led the orcs to resume the extraction of salt from the salt mines, refining it, and transforming the surplus game and fish into dried fish and cured meat, as well as pickling the prematurely ripe cabbages and radishes. Thus, when Chief Ram and Zhao Xiaoxiao set forth with a trading party composed of orc warriors from various tribes, these pre-prepared provisions proved to be most advantageous. With a graceful wave of her tiny hand, she effortlessly gathered everything into the spatial realm. At that moment, the chieftains of the other tribes finally understood why Ram had chosen to bring the little one along. The divine power of the deity was, astonishingly, the ability to manipulate space, allowing her to store such an abundance of items, far superior to their usual, laborious efforts of hauling numerous animal skins. Consequently, each tribe hastily returned to gather an array of goods for trade, eagerly gazing at the little one, hoping she would carry them along as well. In a moment of helplessness, Xiaoxiao had no choice but to stow away all the chaotic items into her space. The primary goods she sought to exchange with the merfolk were threefold: fruits, animal hides, and bittergrass. This time, however, she also intended to bring along dried meat, sausages, sauerkraut, and fruit wine. Despite having discovered a salt mine, the necessity of sustaining numerous beasts now and in the future rendered salt an indispensable resource. And sea salt was far easier to procure. Originally, Chief Ram had no intention of venturing to the seaside for salt this year. He planned to collect bittergrass directly before heading to the snowy mountains to trade for snow spirit fruits. Yet, Xiaoxiao insisted on visiting the coast, expressing concerns about the current size of the salt mine. What if they could no longer extract salt and lost their trade with the merfolk? Thus, a trip to the sea became imperative. Furthermore, she wished to explore the possibility of extracting salt from seawater. If successful, the tribe would no longer need to worry about salt shortages. This was another significant reason why Chief Ram agreed to take Xiaoxiao along. Regardless, they set out under the blazing sun, laden with various pots, bowls, and bags made from animal hides. What? You ask, why not store everything in the space? Are you foolish? If they encountered other tribes' beastmen along the way, how could they explain their journey? Without any goods, how could they barter for salt? That would expose Xiaoxiao. What? You say that carrying so little would still raise suspicions among the beasts? Not at all. They could simply state that this year's harvest was poor, resulting in fewer items for trade. After all, that would be the truth. And no one could find fault with it. Moreover, who would dare rummage through one's animal hide bags? If someone did, they would surely invite trouble. At the beginning of their journey, Xiaoxiao was brimming with excitement, seated atop Gibson's back. Leaning into Andre's embrace while donning a hat fashioned from leaves, what a comfort it was. The serpent beast men, naturally impervious to the elements, served as living air conditioners during summer. The coolness emanating from Andre allowed Xiaoxiao to drift into a restful slumber. Time slipped by, and she was awoken by her thirst. Upon opening her eyes, she was struck by the harsh glare of the sun. The surrounding air shimmered with heat. Yet, behind her, Andre remained refreshingly cool, though he appeared somewhat off, looking rather listless. Xiaoxiao, disregarding everything else, reached out to touch his back. My goodness, it was scorching. This fool had taken such good care of Xiaoxiao. Yet he himself was nearly melted by the sun. It suddenly occurred to Xiaoxiao that snakes prefer the shade, venturing out to hunt only at night. It is rare to find them basking in the sun on a bright, sunny day. Xiaoxiao promptly retrieved a replenishing water pouch for Andre, urging him to drink hastily, followed by another bag to cleanse his back. Observing him gulp down the water in one breath, it became evident that he had long been parched. Reluctant to disturb her slumber, while gathering his chill to shield himself, a wave of indescribable emotion surged within her heart as she noticed the sunburn reddening his back, causing her immense sorrow. She swiftly drew him into her space and immersed him in a bathtub filled with spring water, resolutely refusing to release him despite his protests. Deprived of Andre's protective chill, Xiaoxiao instantly felt the mercilessness of the beast world's climate. Within moments, her delicate skin was visibly reddening and swelling from exposure to the air. Alarmed, she hastily wrapped herself in a piece of beast hide and poured spring water over herself. Finding some relief, though it evaporated swiftly. Realizing this approach was futile, she glanced at the advancing group. Although they continued to run, many orcs appeared unwell, particularly the lower-ranked ones. Thus, Xiaoxiao called out to Gibson, urging him to halt the march. Gibson quickly sprinted to the front of the line and commanded the troops advancing under the scorching sun to stop. Chief Ram, the heat is unbearable. If we proceed like this, everyone will suffer. Let us find a shaded spot to drink and rest until the sun lessens its intensity. Chief Ram nodded at Xiaoxiao and bellowed twice to relay the command. He surveyed the surroundings, discerning the scents in the air, and then ran towards a nearby forest, with the orcs hastily following suit. Once they entered the forest, a noticeable drop in temperature provided some respite compared to the outside. Under Ram's guidance, they reached a water source deep within the woods, surrounded by towering trees, creating a cool ambience. As the orcs spotted the water, they halted, shedding their burdens, and transformed into their human forms to approach the water for a drink. Wait, Xiaoxiao's commanding voice startled everyone. What did I say before we set out? Do not drink untreated water from outside. It must be boiled and cooled first. Have you all forgotten so quickly? Xiao Xiao, it's far too hot. Yes, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I'm fine. We've always done this and never fallen ill. I have said it's not permissible, and it shall not be. Are you questioning me? A profound silence enveloped the orcs in response. Xiao Xiao examined each face before her, noting the subtle expressions of dissatisfaction or confusion that marred their features. With a sigh, she remarked on the myriad of invisible creatures lurking in the water, capable of breeding within our bodies until one fateful day, they burst forth. It was hard to believe that any tribe had not witnessed the tragic demise of orcs due to such parasitic invasions. Silence enveloped the group of orcs, as Xiao Xiao's words unearthed a cascade of harrowing memories from their ancestral heritage. Fear gripped them, causing their bodies to tremble and their faces to pale. Many clutched their bellies and covered their mouths, terrified of what might escape them. I have brought clean water from the tribe. Each orc may come forward to take a share, drink until satisfied, and then refill their water skins, Xiao Xiao announced, retrieving several water skins from her spatial storage, prepared beforehand to ensure they would not have to drink from the tainted waters along their journey. Afterward, she guided Gibson to the water's edge to observe for any signs of animals that might have come to drink, emphasizing the need for caution in the wilderness. Gibson circled the area, reporting the presence of animal droppings and tracks leading to the water source, confirming it was safe. With her worries alleviated, Xiao Xiao instructed the others to fill their containers. Subsequently, Ram dispatched several orcs into the forest to hunt. By the time Xiao Xiao and the others had filled their water skins, the hunters returned with several large game. Now it was time for Xiao Xiao to showcase her culinary skills, alternating between roasting and stewing the meat, presenting it in a variety of flavors, from spicy to braised. The orcs feasted, their mouths glistening with grease. Due to time constraints, they swiftly cleaned up and stored the remnants in her spatial realm. Xiao Xiao planned to attend to those later that night, intending to serve them as breakfast the following morning. As for Andre's disappearance, the group chose to overlook it, perhaps secretly hoping he would remain absent, thus no one cared about his whereabouts. Chapter 91. Arrival at the sea after indulging in a hearty meal and recuperating. The orc band set forth once more, this time toward the ocean. They ambled along, and after a week's journey, Xiao Xiao caught the distinctive scent of the sea breeze. Excitedly, she inquired of Chief Ram whether they were nearing their destination, to which he affirmed her suspicion. That evening, they would arrive at the coast where they traditionally exchanged salt with the merfolk, where a cave had been specially dug for their stay. Upon hearing this, jubilant cheers erupted from the group, as even the strongest orc warriors felt the weight of fatigue from their arduous journey. The most delightful moments during this time were undoubtedly the 3 meals they shared daily, for Xiao Xiao's cooking was truly delectable. The thought of it stirred a pang of hunger within her. Eagerly, the orcs gathered their strength and sprinted behind Chief Ram, arriving at their destination well before dusk. They then split into 2 groups. One set busied themselves cleaning the cave that had lain dormant for a year, while the other ventured out to hunt. Xiao Xiao, meanwhile, took Gibson and Andre to the shoreline, where they marveled at the sunset and the brilliant blue sea, excitement bubbling within her. Oh, the ocean! How are you? She exclaimed joyfully. Look, Gibson! The beach, the waves, the setting sun, it's breathtaking. As Andre and Gibson watched the exuberant female orc, they beheld her frolicking on the sunlit white sands, leaping and splashing in the waves. The sea breeze tousled her dark, lustrous hair, and the golden rays of the sunset danced upon the vibrant serpent-patterned dress she wore. The azure waves lapped at her fair calves, submerging her equally delicate feet. The scene was nothing short of enchanting, a memory that would be etched in the hearts of the 2 orcs for years to come. Little Foam, having had her fill of fun, joyfully dragged Andre into the sea for a refreshing bath. Afterward, she collected copious amounts of seawater and marine life into her space, which consequently upgraded, revealing a vast expanse of ocean within. The water was remarkably pristine, teeming with an abundance of crabs, fish, shellfish, and shrimp. At that moment, she identified at least a dozen known species, with many more that remained unfamiliar to her. How delightful! Andre, Gibson, tonight we shall feast on seafood. Little Foam. These things aren't palatable. Gibson wrinkled his nose in distaste, casting a disdainful glance at the crabs, oysters, and scallops clutched in Little Fang's hands. It smells awful. That is merely the distinctive scent of seafood. Once cooked and dipped in soy sauce, they are quite delectable. Alternatively, when prepared spicy, the flavor is simply exquisite, far superior to river delicacies. Given your fondness for spice, I am certain you would relish spicy seafood, succulent seafood with dipping sauce, and garlic-infused seafood. Aha! I'm even hungrier just talking about it. Hurry, go fetch a few wooden buckets from the cave, Andre, and I will start gathering. All right, I shall return promptly. Obediently. Gibson made his way back to the cave to retrieve several buckets, then hastily returned to the beach to join their seafood foraging team. As the trio returned under the moonlight, laden with their bounty, the orc tribespeople had already commenced roasting meat. The tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, carried by the sea breeze. The orcs, noticing Little Foam and her companions returning with their assortment of unfamiliar treasures, were filled with curiosity. One orc could not contain his inquisitiveness and inquired, "What are those?" These are called seafood, creatures of the sea, much like the fish and river delicacies found in rivers. The ocean is abundant with fish and seafood, all of which are edible. The simplest method of preparation is to wash them thoroughly and boil them. Alternatively, they can be seasoned with ingredients such as garlic, chili, and Sichuan peppercorns for a delightful culinary experience. The tastiness of seafood greatly depends on how well it is cleaned. Improper cleaning may lead to grit, adversely affecting the flavor. As she spoke, Little Fong selected the crabs and lobsters, instructing Gibson to clean them, as their preparation was akin to that of river crabs and shrimp. She then picked out the prawns for Andre to wash and devein, while she set aside the shellfish to soak in seawater with a touch of oil, allowing them to expel sand. After a while, she planned to change the water and scrub their shells, subsequently preparing the necessary ingredients for their seafood feast. Xiao Xiao first produced a small pouch of garlic and handed it to a white tiger orc, requesting him to finely chop it. This garlic was discovered along the way to the seaside, and Xiao Xiao could hardly believe it was indeed garlic. After all, in the beast realm, garlic grows to the size of a pumpkin. When she spotted a small cluster of garlic sprouts resembling young saplings beneath a tree, she was utterly taken aback. How she managed it, she could hardly recall, but with trembling hands and immense effort, she finally unearthed a single sprout. After sampling its flavor, she confirmed it was the garlic she was familiar with. Elated, she gathered the entire patch of sprouts into her spatial pouch, envisioning a bountiful harvest. That very evening, the menu included garlic-infused pork ribs, garlic stir-fried fish, garlic prawns, garlic eggplant, and garlic chicken, a veritable feast of dishes celebrating her newfound affection for this vegetable. Consequently, a horde of orcs indulged to their heart's content, leaving the camp permeated with an enigmatic aroma the following morning. The sounds of belching and flatulence echoed, much to the chagrin of the orcs, who cast mournful glances at Xiao Xiao. In response to their plight, she quietly prepared a pot of hawthorn soup to aid digestion. After breakfast, each orc was served a bowl, bringing a semblance of relief. Xiao Xiao took out a generous amount of scallions, ginger, dried chili peppers, and both green and red chili peppers, entrusting another orc with the task of slicing them. She then retrieved her specially crafted seasoning bottle and box, concocting a secret sauce intended for the seafood dish. Once the garlic and chili peppers were finely chopped, she added them to the sauce, stirred it gently, and sampled the mixture. It was flawless. Xiao Xiao then prepared the crabs and lobsters, while Gibson had already processed the shrimp and managed shrimp. All right. Let us heat the pot, add water, and immerse the seafood to cook it thoroughly. Afterward, allow it to cool before soaking it in the sauce for a while before serving, Andre suggested. Certainly, I shall attend to that, Gibson replied, swiftly taking the shrimp and managed shrimp from Andre's hands and pouring them into the pot, starting the boiling process. How should we handle those shells? Andre inquired. Rinse them several times with water to remove all the mud and sand, then place them in the pot until they open. Following that, we will stir-fry a spicy base and toss in the seafood to cook it, Xiao Xiao explained confidently. Understood. I will prepare the shells, Andre acknowledged. I will concoct a spicy base. We can set aside half of the crabs and shrimp for the spicy dish, she added, moving towards another stone pot. She ignited the fire, waited for the pot to heat, then poured in oil, adding the chopped dried chili peppers, scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, bay leaves, and cinnamon. She then added a spoonful of the freshly crafted debanjiang and chili sauce, stirring until the aroma wafted through the air. After pouring in water, she seasoned it with soy sauce and salt once it reached a boil, completing the preparation. As the enticing spicy aroma emanated from the stone pot, Xiao Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction and couldn't help but lick her lips. At that moment, Gibson approached, carrying the cooked crabs, lobsters, shrimp, and mantis shrimp, and poured a bountiful bucket of seafood into the spicy pot. In no time, an unparalleled fragrance filled the air, a combination of spiciness and freshness that captivated all the orcs nearby, causing them to involuntarily swallow and fix their gaze on the source of the alluring scent emanating from the stone pot. Little Xiao fished out a crab claw, savoring its flavor, which had already permeated the meat. The taste was truly delightful. As soon as it touched his palate, the spicy and numbing sensation blossomed on his tongue. With each succulent bite of crab meat, a thin sheen of sweat broke out, the heat palpable and the spice invigorating. The first mouthful only whetted his appetite for a second, and despite the dual sensations of spice and numbness, he found himself unable to resist. So hot, so numbing, so spicy. The flavor is exquisite, he exclaimed. All right, Gibson, it's time to serve. Without waiting for Gibson to arrive, Chief Ram, who had been patiently waiting at the side, took the initiative to remove the pot from the fire. He filled his large bowl to the brim and carried it away. Soon, a group of towering figures, each over 2 meters tall, surrounded the massive stone pot, leaving no space unoccupied. By the time Little Xiao could catch a glimpse of the pot, it contained nothing but scallions, ginger, and spices, with not a single crab leg left. Little Xiao Xiao stared in astonishment at the orcs nearby, who, while holding bowls, grimaced in pain from the scalding heat yet hesitated to spit out the food. Some orcs, unable to tolerate the spice, wept profusely. With an expression of exasperation, She could hardly find words to express her frustration. Fortunately, there were still half of the crabs and lobsters left uncooked. In an attempt to comfort the distressed young female, Gibson hurriedly poured the cooled seafood into the sauce he had prepared and placed it before her. Xiaoxiao, we're not upset, okay? There is still plenty here. And I saved it all for you. Not a single bite for them. Xiaoxiao felt tears welling up. When Andre returned after dealing with the shellfish, he noticed his young female's sulky demeanor and, upon seeing the surrounding males enjoying their meals, instantly grasped the situation. His aura intensified, causing the temperature in the cave to drop noticeably. The orcs turned, their gazes falling upon the pitiful figure of the young female in the cave. And their first thought was, oh no, the little one is angry. Suddenly, the group of burly males found themselves at a loss for words, awkwardly offering their bowls towards Xiaoxiao. The chief of the ram tribe, feeling particularly embarrassed, glanced around and sheepishly pushed forward the half-eaten lobster he held. However, upon witnessing Xiaoxiao's deepening frown, he recoiled in fright. It was then that he saw his little one burst into tears. Seeing Xiaoxiao truly cry, Gibson and Andre abandoned their irritation with the other orcs and rushed to console their young one. The other orcs were equally flustered. The little one had always been synonymous with strength, and they had never seen her cry before. What were they to do? At that moment, a sudden flash of lightning struck outside the cave, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The sound startled Xiaoxiao so much that she forgot to cry, and the orcs, in a frenzy, knelt down, pleading for mercy, exclaiming, "Great beast god, spare us. We are doomed to have angered your divine messenger." Xiaoxiao, momentarily stunned by the thunder, gazed blankly at the orcs pleading before her. She wished to explain that the thunder had no connection to the beast god, that the weather at sea was capricious, often resulting in sudden storms followed by bright sunshine. She longed to convey that it was merely a coincidence, yet the scene before her rendered her speechless, as if an unseen force had stifled her voice. After what felt like an eternity, with no further rain or thunder resounding outside, Xiaoxiao tentatively attempted to speak and found her voice had returned. She quickly urged them to rise. Please, get up. I'm fine. I was just being willful. We can catch more tomorrow. It's nothing to worry about, especially since there is still half left. And the thunder was merely a coincidence, not a punishment from the beast god. Upon hearing her words, the orcs dared to stand. Chief Ram stole a furtive glance at the little one and exchanged looks with the other orcs, realizing they shared the same sentiment. Although Xiaoxiao claimed it was just a coincidence and not the wrath of the beast god, they did not share her view. They had distinctly felt a powerful pressure descending with the terrifying lightning, imbued with destructive force. They feared that had Xiaoxiao not been with them, that pressure might have harmed her, and they might have perished that day. At that moment, the orcs collectively thought, indeed, Xiaoxiao is the beloved offspring of the beast god. Henceforth, we must never treat her lightly again, nor disregard the importance of hierarchy as we did today. If Xiaoxiao is unhappy, it truly could lead to dire consequences for the beasts. Thus, when the second pot of shellfish was served, all the beastmen obediently watched Xiaoxiao eat first, only daring to approach the feast after she had her fill. Subsequently, these beastmen returned to the tribe to recount the day's events. And soon all the inhabitants knew, the divine envoy was not to be trifled with, for it could spell doom for them. For many generations thereafter, legends of Xiaoxiao circulated throughout the beast world. Future beastmen learned from texts that the ancestral figure of all beasts was not to be disrespected, for her displeasure could bring ruin upon many. Consequently, some later beastmen speculated that this little matriarch might be a fearsome female. In the divine realm, the beast god was on the verge of fury upon witnessing his child sob for spicy seafood, a sight that incensed him greatly. After all, he had yet to sample the culinary creations of his offspring. These beastmen, who should have expressed gratitude for the food, had the audacity to consume it all, leaving nothing for Xiaoxiao and causing her distress. Just wait until I unleash my wrath upon you, he fumed. If I cannot strike you down, I shall at least frighten you to your core. How dare you torment my child? Chapter 92. The Prince of the Merfolk. The following morning, Xiaoxiao woke to the calls of seagulls. After addressing her personal needs and refreshing herself, she returned to the cave only to find the entrance overflowing with seafood, an array of crabs, lobsters, prawns, and various shellfish such as oysters, scallops, and mussels. To her astonishment, she even spotted starfish, sea snails, sea urchins, and ivory clams among the bounty. Little Xiao gazed at the orcs within the cave and inquired, "Did you all catch these?" Let little Xiao have some," he added with a chuckle. The orcs responded in a cacophony of voices. As Xiaoxiao gazed upon the bashful orcs before her, a wave of emotion stirred within her heart. She lowered her gaze to the seafood scattered on the ground, and then lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile. "I shall prepare seafood porridge with these," she declared. "What else would you like to eat? I will make it for you, if you wish." "No need," the orcs replied. "Just tell us how to prepare it, and we shall do it ourselves. You need not exert yourself." Indeed, another chimed in, "With so many of us orcs present, there is no need for Xiaoxiao to lift a finger." "Very well, let us first prepare the seafood. We must extract the shrimp and scallop meat. But remember to keep the shrimp heads and remove the shrimp veins," Xiaoxiao instructed. "Understood, Xiaoxiao. Rest assured," they replied. "Gibson, why haven't I seen Chief Ram?" "Chief Ram has gone to the seaside," stating he wishes to communicate with the merman to arrange for the exchange of goods. Gibson responded, "Oh, I see. I shall take the items and place them in the storage room within the cave shortly." "Very well, Xiao. Allow me to inquire about how to consume those oddly shaped seafood." Xiao recalled the impressive array of seafood, including several exceptionally large geoducks, starfish, and sea urchins. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that starfish could be cooked and eaten, while sea urchins could be used in congee or steamed. Geoducks, too, could be enjoyed when boiled and sliced, or prepared in congee. However, steaming or boiling seemed the most convenient methods, as they would preserve the seafood's nutritional value and exquisite taste. She proceeded to share her methods for preparing these ingredients before starting to boil water. Once it reached a rolling boil, she meticulously prepared the cleaned starfish and geoducks, cooking them sequentially. She then retrieved her jars and bottles to concoct a dipping sauce, intending to use it later. First, she placed the prepared starfish into the pot, cooking them until done before retrieving them, advising everyone to crack open the starfish to savor the tender flesh within. Initially, she had assumed that the size of the seafood from this realm might compromise its flavor. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find that their size did not detract from their quality. After blanching the geoduck, removing its shell and skin, and slicing it, Xiao was astounded by the exquisite texture of the meat. Eagerly, she dipped a slice into the sauce and offered it to Gibson, whose instantly brightened eyes revealed his enjoyment. As Gibson grasped the technique for preparing geoducks, he encouraged Xiao to enjoy the slices she had cut, taking on the responsibility of processing the remaining starfish, geoducks, and sea urchins himself. Little Lu was contentedly playing the role of a carefree overseer, happily seated to the side with a bowl of food in hand. Before long, several orcs returned, bearing freshly prepared crabs, shrimp, and shellfish. Little Lu promptly retrieved a bag of rice from her space, instructing them to wash it and divide it into 2 pots for a gentle simmer. She then directed the orcs to place the shrimp heads into a pot, adding scallions and ginger to extract the rich shrimp oil. Afterward, she poured in an appropriate amount of water, bringing it to a boil before removing the shrimp heads, adding the rice, and allowing it to cook over a low flame. Once the shrimp oil-infused porridge was ready, she seasoned it with shredded ginger, diced shrimp, and a pinch of salt and pepper, ready to be savored once the shrimp was thoroughly cooked. Meanwhile, the 2 pots of plain porridge were nearing completion. Little Lu instructed them to briefly blanch the peeled shellfish in boiling water, quickly retrieving and rinsing them before incorporating them into the porridge, seasoning with salt and pepper. After simmering for a few more minutes, it would be ready to serve. Lastly, she ensured the crabs were cooked to perfection, preparing for the feast. Concerned that the orcs might not have enough to eat, Little Lu also procured a bounty of marinated meat from her space. These scraps were remnants from the hunts of the orc tribes along their journey. She had them cleaned and entrusted to Yin Xing and Andre for proper marination. Just as the fragrant seafood porridge was being ladled out, Chief Ram returned with a few unfamiliar orcs. Before even entering the cave, an enticing aroma wafted in the air, familiar yet exotic, reminiscent of seafood but distinct in its allure. The orcs were utterly captivated by this tantalizing scent, their mouths watering with curiosity about how the land-dwelling orcs had come to possess such delectable fare. Little Lu, I have returned. Come quickly. I wish to introduce you to several orcs from the merfolk tribe. Upon hearing the words, Xiao hastily set aside the delicious geoduck clam she had been savoring, washing her hands and mouth before stepping out of the kitchen into the cave. Chief Ram, you have returned just in time for dinner. Please invite the guest in to partake in the meal, she exclaimed. Certainly, several unfamiliar orcs replied in unison. Chief Ram appeared somewhat embarrassed. Although he too was tempted and salivating, he understood that certain duties must be fulfilled. He pointed to the foremost orc and introduced Xiao. This is Prince Masio of the merfolk, accompanied by his 3 guards, Goodman, Donald, and Norman. Prince Masio, this is the divine envoy I just mentioned, Mo Xiao. Greetings. Prince Masio, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, divine envoy, it is my honor to meet you. Come inside, I have prepared seafood porridge. Let us enjoy it together, Xiao said, ushering the orcs toward the kitchen. Masio followed Xiao and Ram into the cave. Although this was not his first visit, he sensed a plethora of new experiences compared to his last encounter, particularly with the cave that now lay before him. He meticulously surveyed the cavern, observing several stone-enclosed fire pits, each supporting a stone pot filled with an array of seafood such as crabs, starfish, and sea urchins. Additionally, some pots contained a white, grainy substance interspersed with various seafood, and the enticing aroma wafting from these pots was what had lured them from outside. Now that he was closer, the irresistible fragrance enveloped him even more intensely. He swallowed hard and reluctantly shifted his gaze to a large opening on one side of the cave. His curiosity piqued. Divine envoy, what purpose does this opening serve? He inquired. Oh, that is called a window. It allows sunlight to filter in and protects against rain, while also enabling the aromas produced during cooking to dissipate promptly. Came the reply. I see. And what about that thing above the fire? Masio continued to ask. Oh, that is a stone pot, crafted from stone, hence its name. The contents are a porridge made from rice and seafood, which is why it is referred to as seafood porridge. I understand now. But what exactly is rice? Masio earnestly pressed on. Xiao Xiao, exasperated, thought that at this rate, the food would grow cold. Noticing her distressed expression, Chief Ram quickly signaled an orc from the White Tiger tribe to fetch a wooden bowl. He personally ladled a bowl of seafood porridge and handed it, along with a wooden spoon, to Prince Miao, encouraging him to sample it. Prince Miao, please try this seafood porridge made by Xiao Xiao. Is it to your liking? Certainly. Miao replied, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly accepted the bowl and spoon. However, after examining the wooden utensil for a while, he remained puzzled about its purpose. Ultimately lifting the bowl to take a large gulp of the seafood porridge. Upon witnessing his movements, Xiao Xiao instinctively sensed impending trouble and hastily attempted to intervene, but alas, it was a moment too late. Be careful, it's scalding, she exclaimed. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Before her words had fully registered, the prince of the merfolk, Mario, was left with a crimson mouth, scalded by the boiling seafood porridge, hopping about in agony while clutching his mouth. Xiao Xiao and Ram both wore expressions of disbelief. Could this individual truly be so foolish? The freshly cooked porridge was scalding hot. How could one possibly consume it directly? Yet, upon further reflection, it dawned on them that the merfolk likely had no experience with fire, having been born and raised in water. They would naturally remain oblivious to the dangers of scalding heat. With a soft sigh, Xiao Xiao realized her oversight. She retrieved ice from the space and added it to the diluted spring water, instructing Ram and Gibson to hold down Prince Mario, who was thrashing in pain. Then, she carefully opened his mouth and rinsed it thoroughly with the treated water, both inside and out, watching as the redness and swelling of his skin, lips, and tongue gradually subsided, granting her a sense of relief. The orcs, who had rushed to protect Mario after he was scalded, were initially startled and contemplated intervening. However, Chief Ram unleashed a pressure that rendered them immobile. As Xiao Xiao stepped forward to tend to Mario, Chief Ram maintained his imposing presence, leaving the orcs kneeling. Yet, upon witnessing the calming expression on their prince's face, they recognized that Xiao Xiao was indeed aiding him, and thus they settled onto the ground, ceasing their resistance. Observing their submission, Chief Ram relaxed his grip, and seeing that Prince Mario no longer struggled, he signaled to Gibson to release him. Xiao Xiao handed the icy water to Prince Mario, allowing him to wash himself. Chief Ram pulled Prince Mario aside, as the area where he stood was in disarray, and signaled for an orc to come forward and clean up the spilled seafood porridge. The seafood porridge, freshly cooked and scalding, could not be consumed directly. It required a spoon to be savored in small bites. As Xiao Xiao took a bowl of seafood porridge that Gibson had served him, he began to eat delicately. The orc members of the Sharkman clan, realizing the earlier misunderstanding, observed the scene. With a mouthful of icy water, Prince Mario felt his face flush with embarrassment as he watched Xiao Xiao relish his meal. He felt utterly humiliated, experiencing the most mortifying moment of his life in the presence of such a charming young female. His cheeks burned, and though he wished to speak, the water in his mouth rendered him mute, leaving him awkwardly gazing at Xiao Xiao. Just then, Andre returned from outside, hoisting a gigantic fish that measured nearly 2 to 3 meters in length, almost matching his own height. Xiao Xiao looked quickly. Is this not the large yellow croaker you were searching for? Upon hearing the news, Xiao Xiao hurriedly glanced outside and was filled with ecstatic joy upon spotting the fish in his hands. Indeed, it was the very large yellow croaker she had longed for. Its body was elongated and laterally compressed, with a broad, arched dorsal and ventral edge, a slender tail base, a large, blunt head, and a flattened side. Yes, it was unmistakably it. Ha ha ha. I am on the verge of prosperity. What a substantial catch. If I can successfully breed it in my space and sell it afterward, I shall never worry about lacking gold coins again. Ha ha, Andre, you are simply marvelous. This is the big yellow croaker I mentioned. I wondered why I hadn't seen you this morning. When I inquired with Gibson, he said you had gone to the seaside, and here you are, in search of the big yellow croaker. Ha ha ha, Andre, you are truly wonderful. Xiao Xiao gazed at the magnificent yellow croaker before her, reminiscing about the time she had not seen Andre, her heart brimming with emotion. Chapter 93, There Truly Are Mermaids. Andre observed the delighted expression on the little female's face and felt a profound sense of accomplishment as she praised him openly. He smiled in return, a smile that captivated a group of orcs nearby. The orcs present shared a singular thought. Goodness, this fellow is more enchanting when he smiles than a flirtatious vixen. It was astonishing. No wonder the little cub was utterly smitten. Even I cannot resist his charm. At that moment, the prince of the merfolk, unable to contain himself, realized that the little female had a taste for large yellow croakers, which are indeed regarded as a delicacy. Since she enjoyed it, he resolved to bring her more of them shortly. You adore large yellow croakers, don't you? I shall bring you a few more. And thank you for assisting me with my burn earlier, he announced. Andre, feeling pleased, heard a stranger among the orcs saying this and immediately grew cautious, scrutinizing the speaker closely. The orc had long golden hair that cascaded in natural waves, exquisite features, and fair skin, exuding a friendly demeanor reminiscent of a gentle older brother, truly soft and amiable. However, Andre instinctively sensed that the male before him did not possess the harmless aura he projected. Rather, he emanated an unsettling danger. With this thought, He unconsciously pulled Xiao Xiao closer to himself. Just as he was about to decline the offer when he heard his little female sweetly responding, "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Prince Maceo. Andre, let us take this big yellow croaker to the storage cave. Chief Ram, please invite our guests from the merfolk to breakfast. I shall return shortly." With that, she immediately tugged Andre toward the cave at the back. "Very well, Prince Maceo, let us partake in some food. Please take your time this time." Indeed, indeed. Xiao Xiao walked ahead while Andre followed closely behind, holding a large yellow fish. Noticing his silence, Xiao Xiao understood that he was upset over her recent acceptance of gifts from other beasts. Although she felt a pang of sympathy, she refrained from comforting him immediately. For the cave was small, and the orcs possessed exceptional hearing. Thus, she had no intention of voicing her thoughts aloud, and she too remained silent. The two of them made their way to the innermost part of the cave. Xiao Xiao began to unpack the items she had brought for the exchange. And soon the already limited storage space was filled to the brim. She surveyed the assortment of goods with satisfaction and then extracted several bags of rice, placing them at the forefront. Originally, she had not intended to include the rice in the exchange, as wild rice was still scarce in the beast world, and it was uncertain whether the small quantity harvested this year would yield any results. However, with Prince Mario's arrival, Xiao Xiao speculated that he might crave the rice after finishing the seafood porridge. Thus, she decided to offer a few bags of rice in the hopes of acquiring a piece of shark silk in exchange, given the rice's current rarity. During their journey, Chief Ram had informed Xiao Xiao that the merfolk possessed two precious treasures. One was a type of bead, and the other was shark silk, both of which were rarely traded with land beasts. It was said that the shark silk woven by the merfolk was warm in winter and cool in summer, with vibrant colors, making it the finest material for skirts for young females. However, over the years, she had never encountered a young female adorned in such luxurious silk. Its exorbitant price made it unattainable. The silk's value stemmed from the fact that each piece required 7 to 8 years to weave, accounting for its staggering cost. At that moment, Xiao Xiao recalled how she had nearly succumbed to the sun's heat when Chief Ram had mentioned the silk's comforting qualities, etching those words into her memory. Yet, she had struggled to find suitable items for trade until now, when she found an opportunity to test whether rice could procure the coveted silk. Having arranged her items, Xiao Xiao took Andre's hand and led him outside. Observing his continued despondence, she leaned in and whispered that he was a sea beast, a natural fisher, and there was no reason to compare himself to anyone else. If someone wished to gift him something, he should graciously accept it. She expressed her concern for his efforts in catching fish and promised to prepare a meal for him once the gift arrived. "All right," Andre responded, his spirits lifted by her words. After all, what ill intentions could the beast harbor? Their only concern was the rivalry for affection. "Xiao Xiao, come quickly. I saved plenty of crabs and sea urchins for you," Gibson called out cheerfully upon seeing her return. I'm here. Andre, let us eat together." "There's also pickled radish and braised meat," she replied. "Good." Once Xiao Xiao had her fill, she, along with Chief Ram, led Prince Mario and his guards to the storage cave. She meticulously showcased each item they had brought, providing detailed explanations to prevent any misunderstandings. After inspecting the goods, Mario expressed his satisfaction and immediately prepared to send his guards back to notify their clan to bring the appropriate salt. At that moment, Xiao Xiao expressed her desire to exchange a piece of shark silk for the rice, as well as a luminous bead that glowed in darkness. "Are you suggesting you wish to trade these bags of rice for shark silk and a night pearl?" Mario inquired with a smile as he gazed at the young female before him. "Yes, Prince Mario. You must understand that rice is also a rare commodity in our lands. The entire harvest from last year is contained here, rendering it quite precious. I believe these bags of rice merit both a piece of shark silk and a night pearl. I noticed your fondness for seafood porridge. I wonder if you would consider my proposal?" "You are correct, Xiao Xiao. We do enjoy seafood porridge. However, we sea beasts do not know how to kindle a fire, as we harbor a profound fear of flames, an instinctual terror rooted deep within our bloodlines. Thus, how do we intend to utilize this rice once we return?" Xiao Xiao was suddenly engulfed in embarrassment. How careless of her to forget that they no longer knew how to make fire. After pondering for a while, she suddenly remembered that she could create fire sticks. This would allow her to preserve the flame, making it much simpler to ignite a fire for cooking later on. Xiao Xiao shared her thoughts with Mario, who was quite astonished. He expressed that if she could truly provide the fire starter she mentioned, he would be willing to exchange the luminous pearl for rice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt a deep sense of regret. What she yearned for most was the elusive fish scale, yet judging by the demeanor of the merman, it seemed that exchanging for it would not be a simple task. Thus, Xiao Xiao reluctantly agreed to first trade for a luminous pearl and inquired of Mario how she might obtain a fish scale. Mario replied, "Xiao Xiao, if you possess the bitter grass that can cure our ailments, we would gladly exchange it for a fish scale." "What kind of bitter grass do you require?" Xiao Xiao asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. "I'm not certain," Mario admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Xiao Xiao's scrutinizing gaze. After a halting explanation, Xiao Xiao learned that many of the beastmen in their tribe had fallen ill recently. For reasons unknown, they were afflicted with intense itching and an outbreak of small bumps on their skin, as if they had been bitten by some unseen creature. If Xiao Xiao could heal them, They would not only offer her one fish scale, but would provide as many as she desired. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao pondered how the symptoms seemed reminiscent of bites from lice or fleas. She proposed summoning a few afflicted merfolk for her to examine and possibly treat. Upon hearing this, Mario was filled with excitement and promptly instructed his guards to return to find the ailing orcs and bring back an ample supply of salt. Xiao Xiao then witnessed several orcs dash towards the seaside, leaping gracefully into the water, disappearing in an instant. Eager to glimpse the so-called merfolk and determine if they were indeed akin to mermaids, she followed suit. It all transpired so swiftly that she could hardly catch a glimpse. How frustrating. The little female pouted her rosy lips and clenched her tiny fists in annoyance. The orcs trailing behind her exchanged puzzled glances at the irate little female. It was Gibson who, as if recalling something, approached her and gently brushed aside the strands of hair tousled by the sea breeze, assuring her that they would return shortly, at which point she could properly observe whether their true form resembled the fish she described. I shall wait a while then, Xiao Xiao replied, her spirits lifted once more. Chief Ram, noticing that Gibson and Andre were accompanying Xiao Xiao, arranged for the orcs to return and gather supplies in preparation for a forthcoming trade. Before long, a shadow loomed in the water, approaching swiftly. As Xiao Xiao curiously wondered how they managed to swim with salt in the sea, she discovered that each orc was trailing a remarkably large bubble, within which the salt was securely contained, unaffected by the surrounding seawater. Little Xiao Xiao is transformed into a starry-eyed wonder. Oh my, how astute the merfolk are, utilizing bubbles to transport their belongings. Remarkably, this bubble does not burst even under the sun's radiant glow. The sky is a kaleidoscope of colors, truly enchanting. Xiao Xiao adores it. How about I blow a bubble for you, and we can frolic in the sea together? Really? Oh, splendid. However, Gibson and Andre heard Xiao Xiao's agreement with Masio and gasped in astonishment, their voices laden with profound discontent and disagreement. Xiao Xiao was suddenly confronted by two ferocious orcs. Feeling a deep sense of grievance, her lips quivering as tears threatened to spill, the two orcs hurriedly spoke. I shall accompany you. After exchanging glances, they perceived each other's discontent and simultaneously let out a huff. Their resolute objection stemmed from fear. The vast ocean was not a realm they were familiar with, harboring dangers that were no less perilous than those on land. Thus, the two orcs were deeply concerned about Xiao Xiao's decision, fearing their inability to safeguard her amidst the treacherous waters, putting her in jeopardy. Xiao Xiao observed their expressions and realized that her actions were inappropriate. Recognizing the inherent dangers of the vast and mysterious ocean, a realm not to be ventured into lightly without absolute strength. Please do not be angry. I acknowledge my mistake, and I shall refrain from going, if that pleases you. Upon hearing this, Gibson and Andre exhaled in relief, their worries alleviated. In that brief moment, a multitude of merfolk approached. Xiao Xiao peered into the sea, and, indeed, there were mermaids. Oh my, they are truly mermaids. So many beautiful mermaids, she exclaimed. Hey, Gibson. Andre, you must look. The two beasts followed the direction of Xiao Xiao's pointing finger. Indeed, there were numerous merfolk. Their upper bodies human, and their lower halves adorned with fish tails, which were astonishingly colorful. The vibrant hues nearly dazzled the eyes. As they made contact with the shore, they transformed into human form. Gibson swiftly covered Xiao Xiao's eyes, turning her around and cradling her in his arms, leaving her momentarily dizzy from the sudden motion. After a considerable amount of time, Xiao Xiao finally recovered, and Gibson, observing that the merfolk had all come ashore and donned skirts fashioned from seaweed, released her, allowing her to approach the merfolk in order to tend to their ailments. After a thorough examination, Xiao Xiao discerned that they were indeed afflicted by a type of parasite, which she surmised to be fish lice. She then reached out to Yin Sheng, requesting him to search the spatial marketplace for a remedy for this affliction. Soon, Xiao Xiao received the invaluable answer for which she had exchanged a substantial sum, a concoction made from crushed pine needles in the bark of the bitterwood tree, brewed into a medicinal bath. Moreover, the marketplace generously provided illustrations of these two plants, along with details regarding their native habitats. Xiao Xiao conveyed this to Prince Masio, feigning nonchalance as she retrieved the botanical illustration inscribed on animal hide, gifted by the space. Subsequently, amidst the grateful gazes of the mermen, she made her way back to the cave, burdened with a leather pouch filled with luminous pearls and 2 bolts of fish silk. It was that Xiao Xiao was inexperienced, but the sheer size of the luminous pearls was astonishing. Each one was comparable to a volleyball on Earth, capable of illuminating a 20-square-meter cave effortlessly. The mermen were exceedingly generous, and in gratitude for their warmth and hospitality, Xiao Xiao, filled with joy, decided to invite them to a bonfire party at dusk. Masio readily agreed, expressing his intent to go fishing immediately and return with a catch for Xiao Xiao. Thus, the two groups of beastmen busily engaged in seafood gathering and hunting, fervently preparing for the evening's festivities. Chapter 94. The Jealousy of the Thespian. Xiao Xiao returned to the cave and took out the luminous pearl from the animal hide, then couldn't resist continuously caressing it, wishing night would fall immediately so she could marvel at the pearl's magic. Meanwhile, Andre and Gibson each held a piece of mermaid silk, gesturing and planning to make clothes for Xiao Xiao with them. Ever since Xiao Xiao fashioned a dress from snake skin, The two beasts had fallen in love with the little female in her tiny dresses. Andre especially wished he could turn all his snake skins into dresses for her. For the little female looked simply too beautiful in them, as divine as a celestial goddess. Beast God murmured, "Indeed. You young ones have uncovered the truth." Gibson said to Andre, "We have 2 pieces of mermaid silk, one red and one yellow. Let's make them both into little dresses for Xiaoxiao." Andre then asked Xiaoxiao, "What kind of little dress would you like, Xiaoxiao?" Xiaoxiao gazed at the fish-skin fabric held by the 2 beasts and contemplated crafting a red princess dress, featuring half-length sleeves and a hem that gracefully reached her calves. With a fuller skirt. If any fabric remained, she would fashion a pleated midi skirt of the same calf length, complemented by a small garment made of animal hide for the top. For the yellow fabric, she envisioned a wide-strap sundress, alongside a long-sleeved dress. In this manner, she would possess skirts suitable for both winter and summer. As she spoke, Xiaoxiao gestured to her own figure, illustrating the rough designs of the skirts to Andre and Gibson, who nodded in understanding. With swift precision, they completed the cutting of the skirts, then retrieved the prepared cotton thread and fish bones to begin the sewing process. As Xiaoxiao gazed at the cotton thread held by the 2 beasts, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in her own cleverness. Determined to don her own snug undergarments, she resolutely exchanged for the method to create cotton thread from her spatial realm. After diligently experimenting for an extended period, she finally succeeded in spinning the cotton into thread, which led to the creation of a splendid dress and delightful undergarments. Soon after, she acquired 4 exquisite skirts, and without delay, she entered her space, carefully selecting her favorite, the resplendent red princess dress. Emerging from her sanctuary, she twirled before Andre and Gibson, her excitement bubbling over as she inquired, "Do I look beautiful?" After a prolonged silence without a reply, Xiaoxiao looked up to find the 2 beasts staring at her, their eyes wide with astonishment, admiration, and an emotion that eluded her understanding. Eventually, Gibson was the first to regain his composure. He swallowed hard, approached her, and gently grasped her hand, enveloping her in his embrace. "Xiaoxiao, you are breathtaking. What should I do if I want to keep you hidden away?" He chuckled. "Ha ha ha, Gibson. Your heart is racing." Xiaoxiao giggled softly in his arms. Gibson tilted her chin up, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Yes, it beats fiercely for you. And only for you." Initially intending to tease him, Xiaoxiao found herself flustered by his heartfelt declaration, her heart racing wildly as she murmured his name. Just as Gibson leaned in to press his lips against Xiaoxiao's rosy ones, a sudden force hurled him away, and simultaneously, Andre swept Xiaoxiao into his own embrace. Bang! Gibson! Xiaoxiao watched in shock as Gibson was hurled backwards, colliding with the cave wall. She instinctively attempted to shake off Andre's grip. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not free herself from his hold. Instead, with her struggles, the hand clasping her right wrist only tightened further. "Andre, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly turn on Gibson? Let me go. Xiaoxiao. How could I remain indifferent while he draws near to you right before my eyes?" As she lifted her gaze slightly, she caught a glimpse of the ferocity in Andre's eyes, which sent a shiver down her spine. No longer resisting, she timidly uttered, "But you shouldn't be so harsh. Please let me go. You're hurting me." Upon hearing her words, Andre glanced at the delicate hand he had been gripping tightly. To his astonishment, he noticed the fair arm had already succumbed to bruises from his hold. Startled, he quickly released the young female, his eyes regaining their clarity. "I am so sorry," he murmured. Xiaoxiao gently rubbed her bruised wrist, gazing at the frustrated Andre, whose eyes reflected a plea that softened her heart. With a sigh, she embraced him lightly, saying, "Do not be this way. I will not forsake you for Gibson. Henceforth, you must refrain from violence, understood? Otherwise, I shall ignore you." "All right, Xiaoxiao. I acknowledge my faults. Please do not be angry or disregard me." Andre enveloped Xiaoxiao in his arms, inhaling deeply to absorb the warmth emanating from her petite frame, which gradually quelled the tempest within him. He turned his gaze toward Gibson, still sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, his eyes brimming with warnings and a chilling intent that seemed to convey, should there be a next time, it shall not merely be a fall. Gibson defiantly lifted his head to meet Andre's fierce gaze, devoid of fear, only imbued with anger and provocation. "What if you are stronger than me now? I am considerably younger. One day I shall surpass you, and at that moment, you shall not approach Xiaoxiao." With this thought, he smirked provocatively and remarked, "Oh dear. Xiaoxiao, my back aches terribly." Upon hearing the words, the small female swiftly pushed aside Andre and rushed to Gibson's side to assess his injuries. After a thorough examination, she discovered that he had merely sustained superficial wounds and that no bones were harmed, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Gibson, observing the flustered female tending to him, cast another provocative glance at Andre, which only intensified the murderous aura surrounding Andre. His fists clenched tightly, brimming with a desire to pummel Gibson, as if he longed to tear him apart. However, just as he took a step forward, he noticed his little female glancing back at him, prompting him to immediately temper his expression and stand obediently in place. "Gibson, Andre has refrained from using excessive force, so do not provoke him further. Rise and let us prepare a stew of yellow croaker together. Andre, please venture into the space to procure a few sheep, 2 pigs, and 2 cows, together with yin-sheng, We shall prepare the heads, hooves, tails, and entrails for braising, so that we may feast together in the evening. I wonder if we can hunt anything by the seaside. It would be prudent to prepare some provisions in advance within the space. Andre, pleased to see his little female protecting him, cheerfully agreed. All right, little one, please bring me into the space. Very well. Once she had successfully brought Andre into the space, she finally exhaled in relief, having quelled a particularly jealous spirit. Turning around, she was met with Gibson's mournful gaze, reminiscent of a wronged woman abandoned by a scoundrel. Little one, you are biased. I am the one who is injured, yet you still favor him. Since he has come along, you seem to have lost interest in me. I gazed at him, exasperated by his pitiful demeanor, which seemed ready to burst into tears at any moment. I felt overwhelmed, pondering how to navigate these jealous sentiments. Who said that the addition of a beautiful companion and a harem is a boon to adulthood? Come, try your hand in the beastly realm, and you shall find yourself drenched in blood before the hour is through, amidst the carnage of fallen blossoms. Xiaoxiao gazed at the incessantly chattering Gibson before her, and a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind. How did the domineering male lead in novels react when confronted with the female protagonist's endless lamentations? Bobo. In the next heartbeat, her body acted a second faster than her thoughts. Without hesitation, Xiaoxiao skillfully pressed her petite lips against Gibson's mouth, which was still busy voicing complaints. Instantly, the world fell silent. However, she failed to notice the moment of astonishment that flickered in Gibson's eyes before it was replaced by an expression brimming with secret delight, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. How sweet, Gibson mused inwardly. He then enveloped the little female in one arm while cradling her head with the other, thwarting her attempt to escape and deepening the kiss instead. When Xiaoxiao was finally released, considerable time had elapsed, and she found herself gasping for breath. Her little face flushed and her lips slightly swollen, rendering her irresistibly enchanting. Gibson could hardly contain the surge of desire that coursed through him. Little Xiao only felt Gibson's body temperature rising as she held him, and she shifted uneasily. Gibson sensed the discomfort of the young female and quickly released her, assuring her that he would return shortly from the cave. He hurriedly transformed into his beast form and dashed outside, swiftly making his way to the sea where he plunged into the water, instantly disappearing from sight. After a considerable time, he finally returned. Xiao stared blankly as she watched Gibson rush out, and then continued to gaze at him as he returned, drenched. With a serious expression, she asked, Gibson, what did you go do? Feeling a bit warm. I went for a swim. Oh, then let us go stew some big yellow fish. All right. Seeing Zhao's perplexed expression, Gibson did not question why he had gone to the seaside. He assumed the young female was still naive and lacked understanding, which made him feel at ease. Heavenly beasts. May the beast God bless. That was truly terrifying. Fortunately, she was oblivious to it all. Oh, that was far too dangerous. I managed to hold back, knowing that the little one has not yet come into heat. I cannot act like a beast. I am a good beast. I am a good beast. Gibson followed closely behind Xiao, earnestly engaging in self-reassurance. Perhaps due to his guilt, he failed to notice the smile that crept onto Zhao's lips the moment she turned away. That smile clearly reflected the satisfaction of a successful prank. Chapter 95. Achieving freedom of seafood. Xiaoxiao, together with Gibson, scaled the yellow croaker, removed its gills, and cut it into pieces. She then retrieved scallions, ginger, and tofu from her spatial storage. Once the ingredients were prepared, she heated oil in a pan and fried the fish pieces until both sides turned a golden hue. Soon, a rich aroma of fish wafted through the air. Xiaoxiao watched the plump, tender chunks of yellow croaker sizzling in the pan, swallowing hard in anticipation. How fragrant. Gibson, you can add the hot water now. All right, Gibson responded, scooping hot water from a nearby stone pot into the fish stew pot. He then added scallions, ginger, and tofu into the simmering broth. Under the roaring flames, the soup gradually turned milky white. After bringing it to a boil and stewing for a while, he reduced the heat to a gentle simmer. Turning his head, he caught sight of the little female staring longingly at the pot, her mouth watering. He couldn't help but chuckle. Hee, you little glutton. Once the fish is fully cooked, I'll serve you a bowl first, all right? MHM. Xiao. Come quickly and see what we've hunted. Chief Ram's voice boomed from outside the cave. Coming. Upon stepping outside, Xiao exclaimed, Mamma mia, could this be a dinosaur before my eyes? With horns atop its head, it must be a variant of the Triceratops. This is a fearsome beast. Indeed, I heard from the squid that you have a penchant for this delicacy. Today, while out hunting, we fortuitously encountered these two colossal creatures. One large and one small, and together we orchestrated their capture. Thankfully, we ventured out as a group. Otherwise, I would have hesitated to confront such formidable beasts. Xiao marveled at the courage of the beastmen, daring to face dinosaurs head-on. Moreover, the size of these two fearsome creatures surpassed those previously hunted in the inland areas. Initially, there were concerns about sufficient provisions for the evening, but now it seems we may not be able to finish it all. Is anyone injured? I inquired. 2 beastmen sustained minor abrasions, but we treated them with the bitter herb you provided, and they are no longer bleeding. Jamie, Mari, come over here. Let Xiao examine you once more. Ram beckoned to the 2 youthful beastmen, who approached with a hint of shyness. Xiao Xiao assessed them closely. Both were level 2 beastmen, one with a leg injury and the other with an arm wound. Upon observing their injuries, which were as large as her palm, Xiao Xiao gasped in disbelief. Is this truly just a minor abrasion? Xiao Xiao stepped forward to meticulously examine the wounds upon them. They were deep lacerations, grotesquely gaping, resembling a maw poised to devour. Although they were not actively bleeding, their raw exposure rendered them susceptible to infection. Xiao Xiao retrieved gauze, diluted spring water, and medicinal powder to promote wound healing from her space. She meticulously cleaned the wounds again, applied the medication, and wrapped them in gauze before advising them on the precautions for the next few days. They were to refrain from hunting, keep the wounds dry, avoid seafood, spicy foods, and fish, lest the wounds fail to heal properly. Instead, they should indulge in roasted and stewed meats. Understood, Xiao Xiao, Jamie, and Molly replied in unison, both gazing at her with admiration. In their hearts, the two orcs mused about how gentle and adorable the little female was, imagining what it would be like to possess her. In the next moment, both orcs sensed a menacing gaze directed at them, and upon regaining their composure, they realized it was Gibson observing them. They quickly collected themselves, expressed their gratitude, and retreated into the cave to recuperate. Xiao Xiao, how shall we prepare the meals for these two colossal beasts? Lamb, a member of their tribe, asked eagerly. Let us roast them as we did before. We will carve the meat, half will be skewered on sticks, while the other half will be sliced. I shall boil several pots of bone broth, starting with the bones, followed by the meat slices dipped in sesame sauce, chili, cumin, and garlic paste. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will have them handle the two ferocious beasts immediately. Thus, a group of orcs excitedly carried the two beasts toward the seaside. When they returned after processing the ferocious creatures, the large yellow fish had also been stewed to perfection. Xiao Xiao was savoring the broth and fish from a small wooden bowl, and upon seeing them return, she eagerly beckoned the orcs to enjoy some fish soup before commencing the cutting and skewering of the meat. The orcs feasted heartily, but Jamie and Molly, still nursing their injuries, looked on longingly at the others indulging in the delightful meal, their expressions utterly pitiful. Xiao Xiao savored the long-anticipated big yellow croaker, and as she set down her bowl, she caught sight of a pitiful orc, hunched in a corner, salivating with longing. She couldn't help but chuckle. Hee hee, Jamie, Mari. Go fetch some beast meat. I shall prepare a stew for you. All right, I shall do so immediately, Jamie responded, promptly retrieving a large piece of meat to present to Gibson. I took out several potatoes from my spatial storage and handed them to Gibson as well. Before long, the enticing aroma of potato stew wafted through the cave, intensifying the hunger of the orcs who had just finished the big yellow croaker. They hastened to slice the meat, eager to commence the bonfire feast sooner. Chief Ram, Xiao Xiao, I bring you seafood, echoed the voice of Prince Masio of the merfolk from outside the cave. Hey, Prince Masio, have you brought the entire ocean's bounty with you? Stepping out of the cave, Ram beheld a myriad of lively seafood strewn along the path from the sea to the cave. Ha ha ha, Prince Masio, is all this for me? Xiao Xiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she surveyed the abundance. Indeed, everything that swims in the sea, I have brought you a portion. Am I not impressive? Truly impressive. Ha ha. You are remarkable indeed. In light of your generosity, a seafood feast shall be prepared tonight. Yes, I want seafood porridge. No problem. Xiao Xiao readily agreed. Prince Masio, how do you typically consume seafood? Besides porridge, what else do you enjoy? Just like this. Ah, I see. I forgot you do not use fire, of course. You eat it raw. Wait, I shall teach you how to make fire starters, so you can enjoy cooked seafood in the future. The difference in flavor between raw and cooked seafood is significant. Wonderful. Thank you so much. I have been troubled, wondering how the orcs in our tribe would feel after tasting your culinary delights, as they would surely crave them endlessly. Now, we can prepare our own. Indeed, rest assured, I shall handle everything. Gibson, come quickly. Let us select some seafood. All right. Gibson followed closely behind, carrying a wooden basin. As I took advantage of Gibson's cover to gather various seafood into my spatial storage, I also selected the freshest specimens to place into the basin. Before long, it was filled to the brim. When Gibson noticed it could hold no more, he took the seafood along with a big yellow croaker to the seaside for processing. Xiao Xiao continued to chatter excitedly about a plethora of seafood. Yellow croaker, sardines, knife fish, ribbon fish, turbot, black fish, eel, catfish, rock mullet, bass, mackerel, summer clam, red fan clam, razor clams, flower clams, oysters, sea intestines, lobsters, geoducks, large sea snails, pike crabs, blue crabs, hairy crabs, red crabs, flower crabs, kelp, sea mushrooms, kelp buttons, dragon beard vegetables, seaweed, sea cucumbers, abalone. Truly, there was not a single variety missing, and so many more that I cannot name. Ha ha. Mario was indeed truthful. He claimed that every type was present, and now we are truly on the path to prosperity, achieving seafood freedom. Soon, I shall prepare a grand seafood feast to satisfy our cravings. At that moment, Chief Ram arrived upon hearing the commotion, and Xiao Xiao hurriedly assigned him a task. Chief Ram, please gather a few orcs to sort the seafood into categories: shellfish, fish, and shrimp and crab. Then, ensure they are all cleaned thoroughly. Tonight, we shall indulge in garlic seafood, broth seafood, spicy seafood, sashimi, and steamed seafood. Ha ha ha, we must treat the sea beastmen of the Sharkman tribe to a sumptuous seafood banquet. Very well, Xiao, rest assured. It will be ready shortly. In the meantime, prepare a pot of what you have chosen for Prince Maxio and the others to taste. Chief Ram replied enthusiastically. With a cheerful laugh, Xiao exclaimed, ha ha ha, it seems that Chief Ram truly understands me. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured. I will ensure they crave for more after tasting. Having said that, she proceeded to the cave kitchen with Gibson and the freshly prepared seafood. First, she simmered the freshly cleaned large yellow croaker with tofu in a pot. And then she divided the cleaned seafood into 2 pots, one for halal preparation and the other for blanching to create a delectable seafood dipping sauce. As the seafood was being steamed, Xiao prepared a secret sauce, artfully blending aged vinegar, soy sauce, white sugar, salt, Sichuan pepper oil, chili oil, and sesame oil. He then added slices of garlic and slivers of green and red chilies, followed by a lemon and several handfuls of ice. Once the seafood was cooked and cooled, it was immersed in the sauce to absorb the flavors, ready to be savored. When the steamed seafood was served, Mario and his attendants eagerly gathered around, each holding an oversized wooden bowl filled to the brim. After just a single bite, Prince Mario's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with disbelief as though he could hardly fathom that this was the seafood they typically consumed. It was simply exquisite. Overwhelmed with emotion, he exclaimed, Xiao, this is too delicious. I can't help but cry. We have wasted so much before, what a crime. Xiao, feeling a bit awkward, watched as Prince Mario cried while eating, equally astonished. Is he really crying over this? After indulging in various seafood dishes, how could he not ascend to the heavens? Soon, the Touch Mermen began a fierce competition for the seafood, unbothered by the scalding heat, quickly finishing their own bowls before rushing to seize what remained in the pot. And if that ran out, they would go after the sauce seafood. Xiao was frightened by the ravenous manner in which they devoured their food. In a hushed tone, she remarked to Gibson, goodness, this is even more terrifying than when our tribe's orcs first feasted upon radishes and cabbage stew. Gibson chuckled, understanding her sentiment. After all, they had never encountered such delicacies before. Yes, I know, Xiao replied. I just feel so sorry for them. I should hasten to prepare some torches for them. Gibson, will you accompany me to the forest? I wish to explore for any unique flora or fauna that I might collect. Certainly, he agreed. Prince Maxio, Gibson and I are heading to the mountain to gather some bamboo. Upon our return, I shall teach you how to use the torches. If you find yourselves in need of food, do not hesitate to seek out Chief Ram. He will prepare something for you. Understood, esteemed Xiao. Please do go. Would you like me to guide you? Oh, no need for that. We can manage on our own. You all stay and eat. With that, they rejoined the throng clamoring for food. Chapter 96, A Seafood Feast. Gibson escorted Xiao into the woods, where she discovered an abundance of tropical fruits that had long captivated her imagination. Jackfruit, coconuts, lemons, passion fruit, olives, mangoes, papayas, loquats, dragon fruit, custard apples, and even wild watermelons. Overjoyed, she perched atop a gigantic wild watermelon, laughing uncontrollably, which startled Gibson into thinking that she had lost her sanity. It was only when Xiao found a ripe watermelon, smashed it open with her fist, and offered a generous scoop to Gibson that he understood the source of her delight. This peculiar green sphere adorned with black stripes and a crimson interior was astonishingly delicious. From that moment on, Gibson no longer required Xiao's assistance. He joyfully gnawed on half a watermelon, completely forgetting the spoon, his face smeared with juice. Xiao, witnessing his messy state, burst into laughter, which incited Gibson to plant a series of affectionate kisses upon her face, smearing it with watermelon juice until it resembled his own. Now it was Xiao's turn to be indignant. Puffing out her cheeks, she scolded Gibson. Let me tell you something. This is called a watermelon, and you're eating it all wrong. Do you see those little black seeds inside? If you swallow one, it won't be long before it germinates in your belly. And once it grows, it will burst your stomach. Just like that, boom. You'll be in pieces. Gibson, hearing Xiao's earnest warning, turned pale, looking as though he might retch, especially when she mimicked the explosive sound with a dramatic shudder. Little Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing him frightened. Ha ha ha, Gibson, you were too amusing. You've made me laugh to the point of tears. Ha ha, gotcha. You thought you could bully me, huh? Humph. Xiao, how could you deceive me? Who told you to pick on me? Seeing him genuinely startled, she felt a pang of guilt, and her voice began to dwindle. Humph. All right, let's not be angry anymore. Shall we? Let's take a few of these watermelons back and transplant some into our space, all right? Later, we can plant them on the hillside of our tribe, so we can enjoy them every year. How about it? Yet, Gibson remained unyielding, sulking as he busily collected watermelon seeds and harvested the ripe fruit. Upon witnessing his genuine irritation, Xiao earnestly endeavored to appease him, employing a blend of charm and playful antics until his spirits were lifted. With his heart now at ease, she turned her attention to the bamboo. In no time, the pair had harvested a considerable quantity of slender bamboo shoots, which they crafted into tubes. Subsequently, Xiao Xiao meticulously folded and kneaded the grass paper she had discovered in her space, rolling it into tight coils before placing them inside the bamboo tubes. They then ignited the material and sealed the tubes with their lids, successfully creating a batch of torches. With their collaborative efforts, the two beastmen soon produced a substantial collection of these fire sticks. Xiao Xiao looked up at the sky and said, "Gibson, let us return. This should suffice. We have been away for some time, and if we do not head back soon, they will surely grow anxious." Gibson nodded, extinguished the fire, and carefully wrapped the flint in animal skin, saying, "All right, hold on tight to me. We shall depart." The moment Xiao Xiao settled in, the snow-white fox leapt forth, and before long, they returned to the cave. "Xiao Xiao, you have returned." Chief Ram, hearing the commotion, hurried out to greet them. "Indeed, have the seafood been prepared? Is the meat cut?" "Everything is ready. The meat has been wrapped in leaves, and the table is set. We shall take it to the beach shortly. As for the seafood, I steamed part of it using the method you demonstrated yesterday. Please have a look to see if it is correct." As she spoke, Xiao Xiao beheld several bowls of steamed shellfish. Her heart soared with joy. This was splendid news. She had rushed back with the intention of preparing a dipping sauce for the seafood, which needed time to absorb the flavors. "Oh, Chief Ram, you are truly astute. These shellfish are perfect for the dipping sauce. I can enhance the marinade I prepared earlier. With a few additional ingredients, it should suffice. Please extract the meat from these shellfish. Xiao Xiao, let us assist you in this endeavor. We are quite proficient at it. You may attend to other matters." Prince Masio interjected upon hearing Xiao Xiao's request for the beast to assist with the seafood. "Very well, you may proceed. But let it be known, no nibbling allowed." "Aha. Indeed, we shall abide by the divine decree of the messenger." The laughter of the beasts echoed joyfully. Little continued to gaze at Chief Ram and inquired, "Chief Ram, have the scallions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, dried chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns been prepared?" Chief Ram nodded in affirmation, replying, "All is ready. We await your return to commence the cooking." With a gentle clap of the hands, let us commence forthwith. Xiao Xiao first prepared a pot of delectable dipping sauce, then proceeded to cook the seafood that required boiling and slice the others. The efficiency of the orc was remarkable, especially considering their unparalleled skill with a knife. As Xiao Xiao gazed at the meticulously arranged plates of sashimi, ivory clams, and succulent sweet shrimp suitable for raw consumption, she couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Before her lay several large wooden platters, each adorned with a layer of vibrant green leaves, followed by a bed of crystal-clear ice, and finally topped with an exquisite array of transparent seafood, artfully arranged. She had also garnished the display with freshly picked lemons, the tender flesh, shimmering ice, and verdant leaves harmoniously complemented by the bright yellow citrus. Oh, how she longed to indulge. Xiao Xiao swallowed again, glancing at the orcs nearby, who were equally struggling to contain their desires. No, she must resist. There were too many orcs watching, and she couldn't afford to tarnish the esteemed reputation of the divine envoy. With great difficulty, she diverted her gaze to a stone pot nearby, which emanated a robust aroma of garlic, intended for preparing a garlic seafood dish. Little Xiao glanced at the cooking progress. The moisture in the garlic sauce had evaporated almost entirely, leaving each clove glistening. "It's ready. Let's serve it." A spoonful of garlic sauce was placed atop the steamed large oysters and scallops. Soon, they would be transported on a stone slab to the beach, with stones placed on either side beneath the slab, and a fire pit arranged in the center for further grilling. Once these delicacies were consumed, there would still be the opportunity to roast lobsters, beast meats, and giant squid. "No worries, Xiao Xiao, leave it to me," said Dick confidently. "All right. I entrust it to you," replied Xiao Xiao with a smile before turning her attention to another stone pot. This pot was overseen by Gibson, who was busy stirring a sauce intended for spicy crab and shrimp dishes. Xiao Xiao's eyes squinted in delight at the sight of the bubbling sauce. "Gibson, your sauce smells divine. I dare say it might be even better than mine. You little glutton, with your sweet tongue. This sauce will be ready shortly. I'll reserve some to prepare a stir-fry of clams and squid for you, all right?" "Oh yes, yes. I knew you cared for me the most, hee. Off you go. Stand aside, be cautious of the chili fumes. All right, I shall check on the bone soup that Chief Ram is simmering." "Yes, go ahead. Once the stir-fry is ready, I shall bring it to you." Chapter 97. A seafood feast. Little one hopped joyfully towards the entrance of the cave. In the kitchen, there were merely 4 stone cauldrons. Having more would raise concerns for little one's safety due to the potential risk of carbon monoxide poisoning from inadequate ventilation. Thus, Chief Ram led a group of beasts to set up a dozen large pots on the nearby beach. Most of these were intended for simmering rich bone broth, which could later be employed for dipping meats. Additionally, some pots were dedicated to various fish dishes: sour fish with pickled vegetables, spicy fish, tofu with yellow croaker, fishball soup, and fish bone broth, while 2 cauldrons were busily preparing seaweed with pork ribs. Even from a distance, the enticing aroma of meat and fish wafted through the air, causing the beasts to salivate in anticipation. With the sea breeze carrying the delectable scents, the entire beach and nearby waters were enveloped in an irresistible fragrance. Oh, how intoxicating this aroma was! One could only hope it would not attract other beasts or ferocious creatures. Xiao Xiao confided her concerns to Chief Ram, who reassured her with a smile, insisting that she need not worry, for this vast expanse of ocean was entirely the domain of the merfolk tribe. Meanwhile, Maxio proudly proclaimed, "We are the mightiest tribe of these waters. What you encountered this morning, Xiao Xiao, was merely a minuscule fraction of our kin. The merfolk who will arrive shortly reside within 100 miles nearby, while the rest dwell in the distant depths of the ocean, far too far to arrive quickly. If they all were to gather, the offerings you have prepared would be utterly insufficient. A single taste for each would deplete your provisions in an instant. In fleeting moments, I am reminded that they are merfolk. Yet merfolk are indeed a species of fish. This leads me to ponder the remarkable reproductive prowess of fish. It appears I have been rather superficial in my understanding. Ultimately, I can only exclaim, the distribution of your aquatic beings is truly vast. Indeed, dear little adult, I sincerely invite you to explore our waters. The ocean is undeniably a beautiful and mysterious realm." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao realized that the ocean is indeed teeming with diverse species, as all life forms originated from water. Should I embark on a journey to explore its depths? Just imagine the levels of understanding I could attain by traversing the vast sea. The excitement is overwhelming. What should I do? However, danger and opportunity coexist. With so many species, it is inevitable that I might encounter creatures even more formidable than Gibson and Andre. At that point, I could truly find myself trapped in the depths of the ocean. No, it's simply too perilous. Just as Xiao Xiao was caught in this turmoil of thoughts, Masio spoke once again. He said, "Dear Xiao Xiao, please do not worry about your safety. I am willing to lead the most powerful level 5 warriors of the merfolk to accompany you on your voyage across the ocean. You will have the chance to witness the myriad of life beneath the waves." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with bright anticipation and yearning. Meanwhile, Ram, filled with urgent anxiety, could no longer contain herself as she watched her precious child at risk of being taken away. Without a moment's hesitation, Ram grasped Xiao Xiao and shielded her behind herself, effectively severing any chance for Prince Masio to further entice her. "Prince Masio, I must extend my sincerest apologies. Xiao Xiao is the divine emissary of our White Tiger tribe. Her safety is of paramount importance, as it is intrinsically linked to the very survival of the land's beastmen. We shall not allow her to depart from the tribe without the presence of sufficiently formidable protection." Upon hearing the words of Chief Ram, Xiao Xiao regained a semblance of reason. Indeed, the land-dwelling beasts were utterly incapable of engaging in combat within the depths of the sea. As for herself, she was but a novice in battle, yet foolishly harbored dreams of traversing the ocean. Should she fall captive to the beasts, she would have no refuge for her sorrows. After all, the only water-capable beast by her side was Andre, a mere level 3, who could never hope to contend with the formidable level 5 sea beasts. Having regained her composure, Xiao Xiao peered out from behind Chief Ram. Her expression tinged with regret as she addressed Prince Masio. "Though I am most eager to accept your invitation, Chief Ram speaks the truth. I am responsible for an entire tribe of over 1,000 beasts, and I cannot wander freely, especially not into the ocean without the requisite abilities. I believe it is best to wait until I have gained sufficient strength. Rest assured, when that time arrives, I shall seek you out, and together we shall explore the vast seas. You must not refuse me then. Never will I turn you away, Xiao Xiao. If you choose not to come at present, I shall await your decision. When you are ready, you must certainly find me." "Agreed. Let us promise to journey together across the ocean in the future." "Yes, indeed. Prince Masio, the merfolk from our tribe have arrived, bearing gifts." Goodman, standing beside Masio, spotted a multitude of merfolk swiftly approaching, dragging an enormous object through the water, and reported to the prince. As the other beasts turned their gazes toward the sea, they beheld what appeared to be an island gliding toward them. "My heavens! Great beast god, is that a whale?" Xiao Xiao squinted at the increasingly close island and gasped in astonishment. "Ah, esteemed envoy, you indeed recognize this creature. You are truly a learned sage. It is, without a doubt, a whale, the highest standard gift our tribe bestows upon distinguished guests. I hope it brings you joy." Little Heart mused, "It is not my intelligence, but rather my familiarity with this creature. I have encountered it before in the aquariums of Earth. My goodness, though it is vastly larger than its terrestrial counterpart, its enormous head, wide mouth, large blowhole, and expansive fins, indeed, it is a magnified version of a whale." As the bewildered beastmen looked on in astonishment, the merfolk carried this island-like colossal being ashore. Xiao Xiao gazed upon the enormous whale, larger than any typical ferocious beast, and was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming her delight. As Mario and his guards pondered the meaning of her exuberant declaration, Xiao Xiao had already dried her tears and, in a fit of fervor, dashed towards the small island. Ignoring the fishy odor emanating from the whale, she reached out to touch it. "Ha ha ha, it's truly a whale." She laughed heartily. The merfolk stood in astonishment, observing the jubilant young female as she gleefully slapped the massive creature they had specially captured for her. They instinctively edged away, fearful that her exuberant applause might inadvertently land upon them. At that moment, the collective thought among the merfolk was, "Goodness, is a land-dwelling female so fearsome?" No wonder the elder merfolk had warned the young ones to steer clear of the beastmen from the land, lest they suffer a tragic fate. Suddenly, Gibson emerged, carrying a small basin of spicy clams and squid, only to witness his beloved female standing before the colossal creature, relentlessly striking it. His heart sank in terror, causing the seafood to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. He yelled in alarm and sprinted towards Xiaoxiao, swiftly whisking her away. Only upon returning to the side of Chief Ram did he feel a modicum of relief, immediately checking to ensure she was unharmed. Xiaoxiao was nearly terrified into submission by Gibson's series of maneuvers, singing exuberantly all the way, until finally coming to a halt upon landing. Xiaoxiao, regaining her composure, angrily swatted away Gibson's wandering hands and shouted, "Gibson, what are you doing? You nearly scared me to death." In response, Gibson, with reddened eyes, embraced Xiaoxiao tightly, his grip so fierce that it seemed he wished to meld her into himself. After a brief moment of confusion, he realized the complexity of his emotions. Gibson seemed to be genuinely concerned for my safety. Seeing him visibly frightened, I hurried to soothe him, gently patting his back, reassuring him that there was nothing to fear. It's all right. That giant creature is a whale, a type of marine animal known for its gentle temperament. It typically poses no threat to humans, and besides, it is already deceased. I continued to comfort him. There is no need to be afraid. I'm here with you. Gradually, Gibson began to calm down. He replied after a while. Meanwhile, Chief Ram observed the scene with irritation. This little fox was anything but composed. Always making a fuss. Look at how frightened Gibson is. His low rank is one thing, but now he requires comfort from little fox. For the first time, Chief Ram felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Gibson. On the other side, Prince Masio frowned at the sight of Gibson holding little fox. A surge of resentment welled up within him, compelling him to entertain the notion of silencing this inferior orc. As he hesitated, he caught Chief Ram's indifferent glance, which abruptly calmed him. He discreetly concealed his restless hand behind his back, pretending that nothing had transpired. Deep down, however, he was alarmed. A level 5 orc indeed possessed extraordinary senses, able to detect even the slightest of movements. It seemed that any plans to forcibly take little fox would have to be abandoned. Chapter 98. Seafood Feast 3 due to Gibson's blunder. The orcs cooking in the cave rushed outside. Upon seeing the enormous creature on the shore, a sense of unease washed over them. However, when they learned that it was a gift from the merfolk to Little Fox, they felt reassured, harboring an inexplicable confidence that as long as Little Fox was present, there was nothing to fear. One orc suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, my food," before hastily dashing back into the cave, leaving in a flurry as if propelled by the wind. Considering the whale's massive size, Little Fox decided to leave it on the shore for the time being, planning to begin the dissection the following day. Fortunately, the coastal night was cool, and the whale would not spoil overnight. "Prince Masio, have the merfolk arrived yet? If they have, we can start serving the dishes." Little Fox inquired. "Yes, we are here to assist," came the reply. "Excellent. Prince Masio, I will take some merfolk to the cave to bring out the prepared seafood, while you can guide some merfolk and Chief Ram in learning skills such as crafting wooden tables, starting fires, and grilling meat." "That sounds wonderful, Little Fox. Thank you for your willingness to teach us," Masio expressed gratefully. "It is no trouble at all, and I must also thank you for the whale you gifted me." Little Fox then took a dozen merfolk, who had been designated to assist her, back to the cave, passing by the wooden basin that Gibson had dropped. She felt a pang of sadness at the sight of the spilled spicy clams and squid. Gibson picked up the basin, cradling it in his arms, and bashfully offered, "Little Fox, may I prepare another portion for you?" "Of course. This will suffice for now," she replied. "When we return to the cave, I will give you a different wooden bowl." "All right. Little Fox, the seafood is ready for steaming. What should we do next?" The orcs in the cave eagerly asked upon her return. "Simply place the steamed seafood onto wooden platters to serve. I will prepare a dipping sauce, placing a bowl of it with each platter so that everyone can dip their pieces as they eat," she instructed. "Understood. Just tell us how to prepare the sauce, and we will handle the rest while you attend to other matters." "All right, take a wooden basin. Combine 2 bowls of minced garlic, 4 bowls of soy sauce, 4 bowls of rice vinegar, 1 bowl of chili, 1 bowl of sesame oil, and a generous half bowl of sugar. Mix the ingredients thoroughly, taste for balance, and if it's satisfactory, portion it into small bowls to accompany the steamed seafood and fish. Consider it done, Little Fox. Rest assured, these are friends of the merfolk. They are here to help serve the dishes." Little Fox gestured toward the merfolk behind her. The orcs nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood. Are there still some dishes left to prepare?" "The garlic seafood is already plated and just needs hot oil to be drizzled on top for serving. The spicy seafood can be stir-fried quickly before serving. The marinated seafood has absorbed the flavors and is ready to go. The grilled squid and shrimp each have their own platter as well. Then let us commence the serving of dishes." The available pots began sizzling with various spicy seafood preparations. Soon, the kitchen was bustling with organized activity, each orc fulfilling their designated role, plating, serving, preparing ingredients, and cooking. In no time, fragrant and spicy seafood dishes emerged from the pots: spicy clams, spicy shrimp, spicy crab, spicy squid, spicy cuttlefish, spicy flower clams, and spicy mussels. Xiao Xiao quietly counted the dishes being served, observing the gradual depletion of ingredients in the kitchen. Finally, she let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the end was in sight. A buffet is delightful to partake in, but the preparatory work is indeed quite laborious. Xiao Xiao, I'm ready now, please let me out, came the voice of Andre, prompting Xiao Xiao to remember him trapped in the space. She hurried to the storage room and released him, along with a selection of prepared delicacies, marinated meats, braised dishes, roasted lamb, rabbit, chicken, fish, and sweet and sour ribs. Xiao Xiao, do taste the sweet and sour ribs I made. I followed your technique. Do you find it delectable? Indeed, it is incredibly delicious. I can hardly bear to share it with the other beasts, Andre exclaimed. Ha ha ha, I'm glad you enjoy it. Then let them go without. You should keep a bowl for yourself and store the rest away to savor later, Xiao Xiao replied. All right, will you promise to make it for me often in the future? Absolutely, I shall only prepare it for you, my little greedy cat. With that, Xiao Xiao embraced a bowl of sweet and sour ribs and returned to the kitchen alongside Andre. Rupert, O'Neill, please head to the storage room and bring out the roasted meats, marinated dishes, and braised pork, Xiao Xiao instructed, signaling 2 white tiger beasts to assist. Yes, esteemed envoy, they replied. Xiao Xiao, are you ready over there? The fish and meats outside have been stewed. Shall we commence the bonfire feast? Yes, Chief Ram. I'm nearly finished here. Just 2 pots of spicy seafood left to serve. Excellent, I shall go announce the beginning then. The orcs of the merfolk tribe could hardly contain their anticipation, drooling over the various seafood. Xiao Xiao feared that if they delayed any longer, their saliva might end up in the pots. Haha, let us begin. Chief Ram turned to leave. While Xiao Xiao watched as the 2 pots of fragrant spicy seafood were served in succession, she directed the orcs to enjoy their meal and diligently cleaned all the stone pots. Simmering hot water to prepare for the gathering at the bonfire. Xiao Xiao, we shall not be joining you. We will stay behind to tend the fire. Maria and I have sustained injuries and cannot partake in seafood. It would only tempt us further. Better to remain in the kitchen and enjoy the stewed meats, Jamie remarked. Gazing at Xiao Xiao. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao realized that since they were injured, it wouldn't be wise for them to go out in the sea breeze. She then took out some savory meat-filled buns and said, you should rest properly in the cave. Here are some meat buns for you to eat. All right, thank you. Xiao Xiao, you should hurry now, or you'll miss out on the delicious seafood, Jamie and Larry replied gratefully, looking at her with appreciation. Okay then, we're off now. Xiao Xiao responded. As Xiao Xiao emerged from the cave, accompanied by Gibson and Andre, they beheld a picturesque beach adorned with numerous large tables encircling a dozen stone cauldrons. Upon these tables lay an array of wooden plates, some brimming with an exquisite assortment of seafood, while others displayed succulent slices of meat and skewers. There were also delicate fillets of fish, shrimp, and slices of ivory clams, alongside stewed meats, braised delicacies, and barbecued fare, an overwhelming variety that dazzled the eyes of any beast. Surrounding the tables and cauldrons were many mermen, their vibrant, gently curled hair dancing in the sea breeze, creating a strikingly flamboyant spectacle. Xiao Xiao gazed at the table surrounded by a throng of merfolk, their heads buried in their meals, and felt a silent grimace tugging at her lips. This was not at all what she had envisioned. In her mind, each person would have a wooden bowl, filling it with whatever they desired before retreating to enjoy their meal, much like a buffet on earth. During her previous experience in the tribe, it had indeed been that way. How had it all unraveled upon reaching the merfolk clan? These typically aloof merfolk now resembled a frenzy of piranhas, fixating on their prey and refusing to relent until every morsel was consumed. Xiao Xiao, perhaps we should return to the cave. Whatever you wish to eat. I can prepare for you, Gibson suggested, a wry smile gracing his lips as he observed her bewilderment. What is happening here? Chief Ram, Xiao Xiao called out. And among a colorful throng of merfolk, a white beastman's head emerged. Before him lay a plate of spicy lobster, while he clutched a bowl brimming with fragrant fish. A half-eaten lobster stuffed in his mouth, mumbling incoherently in response. Chief Ram, is that you? She inquired. Oh dear, don't mind me, let me pass. I'm coming through. Chief Ram replied in a fluster, struggling to navigate through the crowd with spicy lobsters in one hand and spicy fish in the other. Finally managing to reach Xiao Xiao, he extended his offerings with a grin. Would you like some, Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao, Gibson, and Andre were left speechless. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Xiao Xiao managed to utter, what on earth is going on? How did this bonfire feast devolve into such chaos? Well, it's a long story. I went to find you, and when I returned, they were eager to begin eating. Initially, everything seemed normal, but after just one bite, they went wild. My deity. The pot was scalding hot, and they dove right in to grab meat and fish. The tables were completely surrounded. There was no room to squeeze through. They devoured seafood without even bothering to remove the shells, utterly unafraid of choking. It was terrifying. I realized this couldn't continue. We had worked all day without a single bite ourselves, so we joined in the fray. Ah, I see now. It's likely because your cooking is simply exquisite. They've never tasted anything so delectable before, Andre spoke slowly, recalling his own initial experience upon returning to the White Tiger tribe with Xiao Xiao. Oh, is that so? Should we prepare some more seafood? After all, there is still some left from Prince Mario's delivery, Gibson proposed. Given their current eating habits, they'll be overwhelmed soon enough. It's best not to add more dishes. Instead, we should teach them how to cook. That way, they can prepare it themselves and avoid such madness in the future. Per merfolk, Xiaoxiao lamented. Chief Ram, let us teach them some additional recipes. After a moment's contemplation, though Chief Ram was initially reluctant, he sighed upon seeing Xiaoxiao's pleading expression. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Thank you, Uncle Ram. You're truly wonderful, she exclaimed, laughter bubbling forth. Oh, you are truly impossible, Chief Ram chuckled, shaking his head as he led the way back to the cave. Thus, what began as a seaside buffet bonfire feast transformed into a chaotic scene of beggars scrambling for food. Ah, the journey of raising beasts is indeed a long and arduous road, he mused. Chapter 99. Whales are truly wonderful creatures. Xiaoxiao and Chief Ram returned to the cave accompanied by Gibson and Andre. Upon their arrival, Jamie and Larry inside the cave expressed their bewilderment. Larry, with curiosity, inquired, Xiaoxiao, why have you returned? Xiaoxiao sighed heavily and shook her head, lamenting, oh, we couldn't get in. Jamie asked, what do you mean you couldn't get in? Gibson responded, did you not see? Every stone pot and wooden platter was surrounded by the Sharkman's orcs. It was a vibrant sea of colorful hair. We simply could not squeeze in. The sight was utterly terrifying. Chief Ram, resonating with their sentiments, remarked, indeed, the Sharkmen are the royalty among the sea orcs. Their lives in the ocean are undoubtedly superior to ours on land. However, witnessing their dining behavior today, it was as if they hadn't eaten for 3 to 5 days. It was quite alarming. This bowl of fish and these few lobsters were fiercely fought for. Jamie and Larry were momentarily taken aback by their accounts. To be honest, they found it hard to believe, yet upon reflection, they realized that neither the chief nor Xiaoxiao had any reason to deceive them. Thus, even without witnessing the scene firsthand, the two beasts felt uneasy. They couldn't help but recall the first time they savored a stew of radishes and cabbage. The memory of that bowl of stew shared at Chief Ram's home lingering vividly in their minds. Then, Xiaoxiao, Chief, what will you eat? We shall prepare something for you, Larry said, as he moved to scoop hot water from the stone pot to cook for Xiaoxiao and Chief Ram. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoxiao retrieved from her spatial storage a basin of pork intestines, a bowl of green peppers, and several onions. Gibson, she proposed, shall we prepare some stir-fried intestines? Excellent, Gibson responded while surveying their available ingredients. Let me see what else we have readily at hand. We have fish and shrimp as well. How about preparing a braised fish in soy sauce and a pot of spicy stir-fried shrimp? Would that be agreeable? Xiaoxiao glanced at Chief Ram and said, all right. There are still some sheep beast roasted by Andre in the space. I believe one should suffice. Chief Ram, savoring a spicy fish, replied, that will do, that will do. You all go prepare the meal. Xiaoxiao, let's discuss some matters. After exiting the kitchen, Chief Ram and Xiaoxiao sat within the cave. Chief Ram pondered for a moment and quietly inquired, Xiaoxiao, you mentioned wanting to try extracting salt from seawater when you arrived. How exactly do we go about it? It's quite simple, really. There are 2 methods. One involves digging a large pit to channel the seawater into it, then waiting for it to gradually evaporate, leaving behind white crystals, which is the sea salt. The other method is to boil the seawater to extract the salt. Is it truly that straightforward? Chief Ram exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is that simple. After all, it's merely evaporation and crystallization. Very well. Tonight, I shall lead the orcs to dig the pit and draw in the seawater. We'll return from the snow mountain afterward, and if we have salt, we shall bring it back to the tribe. But Chief Ram, remember to dig the pit a fair distance from the shore, lest the tide washes in and sweeps away the salt. Rest assured, I have experience from digging fish ponds. Yes, just like that. I almost forgot that you all knew how to dig fish ponds, haha. And what about the whale? The whale is a treasure. The baleen can be fashioned into brushes for cleaning animal hides, the blubber can be turned into candles for illumination, and it can also be made into soap, which is useful for washing hands, hair, faces, and hides. The whale meat is edible, the bones can be ground into fertilizer or feed, and even the fins can be used in cooking. Truly, every part is valuable. Such a precious creature. Indeed, it is an extraordinarily valuable resource. No wonder you were so excited upon seeing it. Of course, how could I not be excited? Currently, the tribe relies on bonfires and torches for light, which can be quite sweltering in the summer heat. While luminous pearls can be utilized, their scarcity prevents widespread use. However, candles can be made. A whale is so large that it can yield an abundance of candles. With candles, we can replace bonfires for nighttime illumination. I see. Then Xiaoxiao, let us go and process the whale now. Not so fast. Let us wait until the merfolk have dispersed. Furthermore, I plan to ask Prince Mario to assist me in hunting 2 more whales, preferably capturing one alive so I can keep it in my space. I wish to raise a whale. Raise one. Can we afford to care for such a large creature? Yes. Chief Ram, allow me to share a secret. After upgrading my space, I discovered a sea filled with countless creatures, so I can certainly sustain a whale. Goodness. What did I just hear? Did I just hear Xiaoxiao mention that her space contains a sea? Haha. Chief Ram, please do not disclose this to the other beasts. Seeing the astonished expression on Chief Ram's face made Xiao Xiao chuckle, reminding him to keep it a secret. Rest assured, Xiao Xiao, I shall keep it confidential. Just remember to be cautious when discussing the live whale with Mario. To avoid raising suspicions, act a bit capricious and say you simply wish to see a live whale. Understood? Chief Ram, don't worry. I will be careful, Xiao Xiao solemnly promised. Xiao Chief, it's time for dinner. Gibson called from the kitchen. Coming. Xiao Xiao responded. All right, let us go. Chief Ram hastily stood up. The two beasts returned to the kitchen, where several orcs gathered around and enjoyed a fragrant feast. Having finished their meal, they surmised that the seafood feast on the beach was nearly complete. The group of orcs stepped out of the cave once more to the beach, where they beheld the merfolk and the White Tiger tribe members sprawled on the sand, all wearing satisfied expressions as they rubbed their round bellies, radiating contentment. Xiao Xiao and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of incredulity. Upon observing the pots and pans nearby, Xiao Xiao was astonished at how impeccably clean they were. The wooden plates shone brightly, and the stone pots were spotless, with not a trace of seasoning left. The beach was left in disarray, and seeing this, Xiao Xiao frowned and called upon the White Tiger tribe members to rise and dispose of the refuse into the fire pit to be burned. Only after the beach was tidied did Xiao Xiao feel content again. Xiao Xiao, the seafood and stewed meat are truly delicious. Can we come again tomorrow? I would love to learn how to prepare these seafood dishes with you. Of course, I had planned to teach you all along. After all, it is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them fish. However, the seafood for tomorrow must be provided by you. Masio quickly agreed. Absolutely. As long as you are willing to teach us, we will bring seafood to you daily, along with more salt, luminous pearls, and mermaid silk. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she restrained her inner exhilaration and calmly replied, all right, it is settled. Having finalized the transaction, Masio then took his leave, saying, indeed, it is settled. Xiao Xiao, we shall take our leave now. Until tomorrow. Xiao Xiao quickly called out to him, Prince Maxio, may I have a living whale? I have never seen one before. Maxio gazed at the innocent and expectant young female before him, contemplated for a moment, and agreed, very well. I shall bring you one tomorrow. Then let us return. Until tomorrow, Xiao Xiao. All right, see you tomorrow, Prince Maxio. After bidding farewell to Maxio and his companions, the weary orcs of the White Tiger tribe retreated to their caves for rest. Meanwhile, Chief Ram, accompanied by several orcs, was digging a large pit at the junction of another beach and forest to channel seawater. Chapter 100, The Dissection of the Whale After a Night Devoid of Dreams. Xiao Xiao arose with the first light of dawn, for there were many tasks awaiting her. Breakfast consisted of a communal feast of seafood porridge, roasted meats, and stewed fish from the sea. Following the meal, a few orcs exchanged greetings with Xiao Xiao before setting off to hunt. Just as Chief Ram returned with several orcs in tow, Chief Ram bellowed, Xiao Xiao, do you have any food? I am about to starve. Little replied, indeed. We have seafood porridge, grilled meat, and stewed fish, all ready to be savored once we wash our hands. All right, little ones, come quickly for dinner. After the meal, we shall rest. Once we awaken, we will assist Little and the others with the whale. Chief Ram, please enjoy your meal first. I will take the orcs to attend to the whale. Very well, Little. I shall join you once I finish my meal. Understood. Let us be on our way. Chief Ram. As Chief Ram sipped his porridge, he gestured for Little and the others to depart. Xiao Xiao, accompanied by dozens of orcs, arrived at the beach. Upon encountering the colossal creature before them, a sense of helplessness washed over Xiao Xiao. Ultimately, she resolved to begin by disemboweling the whale, followed by the removal of its fins and whiskers, and then meticulously filleting the flesh. After separating the fat, she planned to heat it to extract whale oil, which could then be combined with other ingredients to create candles or soap. With each orc assigned a designated area, the group set to work on the massive whale. A laborious endeavor, it took them from dawn until dusk to completely dismantle the behemoth. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao, along with Gibson and Andre, focused on slicing and drying the whale meat, ensuring it would be preserved for an extended period and remain easy to transport. Chief Ram, having finished his meal, joined them, accompanied by several orcs who had helped him dig pits the previous night. Despite the lack of sleep, their spirits remained high, prompting them to lend a hand. Overjoyed, Xiao Xiao seized the opportunity and instructed Chief Ram and his companions to render the whale oil and experiment with candle making. As the group busily toiled away, they lost track of time, only to be interrupted by the return of a few hunters. Xiao Xiao swiftly directed them to stew the freshly hunted meat with her carefully prepared spices, while also teaching them to chop potatoes to add to the pot, suggesting they roast the sweet potatoes as well. Before long, the orcs had prepared lunch. It was only then that Xiao Xiao paused to eat, realizing her hands were sore from the relentless task of slicing fish throughout the morning. Although she could have sat down, the repetitive motion had taken its toll, leaving her muscles aching from the prolonged exertion. Xiao Xiao, with a gentle demeanor, retrieved a cup of water infused with the essence of a mystical spring from the space. She drank it in one go, feeling her hands gradually regain their vitality. Observing the surrounding orcs, who had been laboring intensively throughout the afternoon, each remained unfazed, their movements still agile and swift. A wave of admiration washed over her once more. Is Xiao Xiao exhausted? Andre noticed the little female fidgeting with her hands, appearing quite uncomfortable. Before she could respond, he assertively declared, "This afternoon, you shall rest in the space. Refrain from going to the beach. We are well aware of what needs to be done, and your assistance is no longer required." Gibson, upon hearing this, quickly chimed in, "Indeed, Xiao Xiao dear. Please take a proper rest in the space. Come out only when you feel rejuvenated. Be good." Seeing the two of them with such earnest expressions, Xiao Xiao understood that they would not allow her to assist them in the afternoon, no matter what. Reluctantly, she conceded, "Very well. I shall take a nap in my space. When I awaken, I will come out to help." "Good," the two beasts replied in unison. Xiao Xiao smiled at the two beasts and said, "Well, let us dine." Afterward, she attempted to take the wooden bowl from Gibson's hands, but to her surprise, Gibson evaded her grasp and said, "Good little one, let me feed you, shall I?" Little Xiao felt touched by his thoughtfulness, yet upon glancing at Andre beside him, he shook his head and declined, insisting, "No need, Gibson. I can eat by myself. You should hurry and have your meal too. And Andre, do go eat. Be obedient." Andre cast a glance at Gibson before shifting his gaze to Zhao's delicate, fair hands, and said, "Xiao, let Gibson feed you. I shall take my leave for a meal." Gibson observed Andre's retreating figure, lost in contemplation for a moment, then lifted the bowl and said, "Little one, come and have your meal," with a hint of helplessness. Xiao Xiao gazed at Gibson, and under his insistence, she obediently opened her mouth to eat. After finishing her meal, Xiao Xiao entered the space, while Chief Ram and the others continued to dissect the whale. By the time Xiao Xiao awoke from her slumber and emerged from the space, the sun was setting on the horizon, its crimson glow gradually sinking beneath the sea. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating her no matter how many times she beheld it. Gazing enchantingly at the distant sunset, she only reluctantly withdrew her gaze once the sky had completely darkened. Turning her attention back to the beach, she discovered that the whale had been completely dismembered. In the stone cauldrons set up along the shore, several were still simmering whale oil, while the remainder was preparing whale meat, presumably intended for dinner. In addition to this, she observed numerous merfolk on the beach. Some were learning to ignite a fire. Others were mastering the use of fire folds, while a few were cooking seafood. There were even some engaged in familiarizing themselves with various spices. As she approached, it was Ender who first noticed her. He hurried over and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "I missed you, Xiao Xiao," Ender whispered plaintively in her ear. His breath brushed against her neck, tickling her and eliciting an involuntary giggle. "Oh, Ender, that tickles. Ah, you ungrateful little one." Ender sighed as he released her and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Xiao Xiao, you've arrived," called Mario as he stepped forward to greet her. Chapter 101, The Spice Trade. Ha ha ha. With a cheerful smile, Xiao Xiao greeted him. "Hello, Prince Maxio. When did you arrive? I see you are learning various cooking techniques. How is it going?" Prince Maxio replied with excitement. "It's going quite well. We arrived in the afternoon and have already learned a lot. However, the orcs from your tribe mentioned something called soy sauce, which they do not possess, but you do. May I trade some soy sauce with you?" "Certainly. 1 barrel of soy sauce in exchange for 2 barrels of salt." Xiao Xiao calculated the materials needed for a barrel of soy sauce in her mind and stated her terms. Upon hearing this, Maxio's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. "That works. I'll take 10 barrels of soy sauce. I'll offer you 20 barrels of salt." But Prince Maxio, we didn't bring that much soy sauce with us this time. How about this? I have 3 barrels of light soy sauce and 2 barrels of dark soy sauce. Would that be acceptable?" Maxio appeared somewhat disappointed, but, seeing Xiao Xiao's sincere demeanor, understood that she truly could not offer more. He reluctantly nodded, saying, "All right then, Xiao Xiao. Please make sure to bring more soy sauce next time you visit." "Of course I will," she assured him. "By the way, Prince Maxio, besides soy sauce, I also have dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, chili sauce, debanjiang, and garlic chili sauce. Would you like to trade for any of these?" Xiao Xiao asked with an adorably bright smile. Prince Maxio inquired with curiosity, "Dried chili peppers? What are they used for?" A brief introduction from Xiao Xiao. "Oh, those ingredients are seasonings used for preparing spicy seafood, stir-fried seafood, garlic seafood, and spicy seafood soup. Though you tasted those dishes yesterday, you might not distinguish one from the other. Today, let Gibson create a few seafood dishes utilizing the seasonings I just mentioned. After you sample them, we can discuss the exchange matter. What do you think?" Masio, delighted by the prospect of enjoying delectable seafood again, readily agreed, stating, "No problem, Xiao Xiao. As long as the seafood is delicious, I shall have as much as you can provide." Indeed, Prince Masio, as a prince of the merfolk, is wonderfully straightforward. Ha ha. Xiao Xiao, you truly possess remarkable insight. Hiki, while Xiao Xiao wore a gentle and endearing smile, internally she lamented, "Oh my, such a fool. I could use a dozen more of him. Just the finished products, not the recipes. Ha ha ha, this business is feasible. It must be done. Gibson, come here. Prepare several spicy seafood dishes for Prince Masio using dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, numbing pepper, debanjiang, garlic chili sauce, and chili sauce. Let me ponder what to create." "What does Xiao Xiao wish to eat?" Gibson inquired. "Well, I crave prawns and crabs. Then let us prepare spicy prawns, spicy crabs, numbing fish, and garlic clams, shall we? Is there anything else you desire? Ha ha ha, that will suffice. Aren't there also steamed seafood? You can prepare that dipping sauce I taught you yesterday to accompany it. All right, I will get to it right away. Yes, good. Prince Masio, you may also bring the merfolk along to learn. After you've exchanged seasonings, you will be able to prepare these dishes yourselves. Masio expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, esteemed envoy. You truly are a blessing to our merfolk. I have already conveyed your matters back to our tribe, and I believe it won't be long before our queen and my father arrive. Xiao Xiao slightly furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Initially, she had intended to collect the magnificent treasures of the genius earth in the Death Forest after safely storing the live whale in her space, and then proceed to the snowy mountains to exchange for the snow spirit fruit. However, it now appeared that she would have to linger by the seaside for an additional 2 days. It is indeed an honor to meet the esteemed queen of the merfolk. Yet I am unable to venture into the sea, which must be quite an inconvenience for her majesty. With an unwavering demeanor, Xiao Xiao lavished praise upon Masuo. Haha. Xiao Xiao, you are too courteous. You must understand that as a divine envoy representing the beast god, the queen, despite her sovereignty over the ocean, must bow in deference to you. Our marine beast can hold the beast god in profound reverence. Hee, Prince Masuo, do not speak so. In my heart, all beast folk are akin to family. I do not consider myself superior to any of you. Prince Masuo, just look. Gibson is about to begin ing the spicy shrimp. He first heats the stone pot and then adds the oil. You may wonder what oil is? Oh, this oil is extracted from the fats within animals. It can also be derived from plants. Currently, Gibson is using the rapeseed oil produced by our tribe, which imparts a delightful fragrance to the dishes. During this outing, I brought a great deal of it, and I can offer some to you. Masuo nodded in agreement. Yes, we would all like some. Please continue. Xiao Xiao. What is Gibson adding now? Xiao Xiao glanced at the contents of the pot and remarked. He is currently adding green onions, ginger, garlic, dried chili segments, and both Sichuan pepper and prickly ash. Once these spices release their aroma, chili sauce and debanjiang will be added for further ing. A small amount of boiling water will then be introduced to dissolve the seasonings, followed by the addition of blanched prawns, which will be stir-fried evenly. Finally, soy sauce, salt, and sugar will be incorporated for seasoning, and after covering the pot, the prawns will be steamed to perfection. This fragrant and spicy shrimp dish will soon be ready. Prince Masio, inhaling deeply and salivating, exclaimed, it smells delightful. Xiao Xiao, these dishes are truly aromatic. Did you conceive these methods all by yourself? Ha ha ha, indeed. Upon seeing these ingredients, a multitude of culinary ideas floods my mind. Isn't that impressive? Xiao Xiao exaggeratedly boasted, embodying the naive yet charming persona of a divine envoy. Chief Ram had advised her the previous night that this method was the safest. Indeed, the esteemed divine envoy lives up to her reputation. Masio responded with a twinkle in his eye, eagerly echoing her words. He almost succumbed to his father's warnings, who had cautioned him to be wary of the beastmen on land, labeling them as cunning and deceitful, unworthy of trust. Yet, in contrast, he found this divine envoy to be at times adorable, at times innocent, and at times proudly self-assured, displaying a genuine and generous spirit, far from the treacherous demeanor his father described. His recent interactions with the beastmen of her tribe had also shattered his preconceived notions about them. This realization was the impetus for him to report Xiao Xiao's exploits to the queen, which ultimately led to his father being selected to accompany the queen on her journey. He hoped this would rekindle the queen's affection for his father, and with that thought, Masio let out a nearly inaudible sigh. All right, Prince Masio, the spicy shrimp is ready. Do taste it and let me know how it is. Xiao Xiao served a bowl of the freshly cooked shrimp to Prince Masio. Snapping back to reality, Masio smiled as he accepted the bowl, the aromatic scent of spices wafting towards him. Unable to resist, he quickly picked up a large shrimp, blowing on it a couple of times before popping it into his mouth. As the heat enveloped him, he gasped for breath while giving Gibson a thumbs up, exclaiming, Delicious. Oh, so good. It's quite hot though. Haha. Well, as long as it's tasty. Prince Masio, do eat slowly. Be cautious of the heat. Gibson chimed in, while Xiao Xiao grinned and reminded him. Before long, Gibson had also prepared spicy crab using the same method, and Masio nodded in approval after tasting it, showering praise on the dish. Each subsequent dish, including garlic clams and spicy fish, garnered enthusiastic approval from the merfolk. Masio promptly decided to request 10 barrels of each seasoning, adhering to the exchange rate of 1 barrel of seasoning for 2 barrels of salt. Xiao Xiao was elated, having spent her journey seeking refuge from the sun's harsh rays, diligently researching these condiments, resulting in an abundance of them in her space. She hesitated to exchange too much soy sauce, as she wished to maintain a sense of scarcity for future price increases. Thus, the first seasoning trade in the beast world commenced. Alas, poor Prince Masio found himself entangled with Xiao Xiao, the unscrupulous merchant, yet he perceived her as the most benevolent female in the world. This transaction solidified the foundation of a steadfast friendship between Masio and Xiao Xiao. Chapter 102. swimming in the sea following the seasoning trade. Xiao Xiao and Gibson earnestly instructed the merfolk on how to handle various seafood ingredients, the proper use of seasonings, and techniques for preparing seafood. They were thoroughly engrossed in their teaching, while the beastmen on the beach had feasted to their heart's content. The merfolk's enthusiasm for learning was palpable, likely driven by the understanding that Xiao Xiao and her companions would not linger for long, prompting them to absorb every seafood preparation technique available that day. Thus, they sampled pot after pot. Even Xiao Xiao, who only tasted a few spoonfuls from each, found herself overwhelmed. Realizing this could lead to discomfort the next day, she swiftly brewed several large pots of hawthorn water, distributing a bowl to each beastman before they retired. Before departing, Prince Masio made a point to inform Xiao Xiao that he had not found a suitable whale that day, but he vowed to procure one for her the following day, along with a gift of several pieces of mermaid silk for her to wear at her leisure. Xiao Xiao readily agreed, as one should never pass up an opportunity for a bargain. Regarding the whales, she expressed that if capturing a live one proved impossible, a deceased specimen would suffice. After bidding farewell to Masio and the others, Gibson and Andre intended to escort Xiao Xiao back to the cave for rest. However, Xiao Xiao expressed her desire for Andre to take her into the sea. The moment she uttered those words, she was met with vehement opposition from her companions. Gibson firmly rejected her request, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. Do not even think about going into the ocean." Andre, on the other hand, patiently explained, "Xiao Xiao, the sea at night is far more perilous. Do not be deceived by the ease with which the merfolk navigate. They are the sovereigns of the sea and always travel in groups. Thus they have no fear. I, however, am different. While I possess some swimming ability, it is limited to rivers. In the sea, I cannot guarantee your safety." Little Xiao Xiao gazed speechlessly at the two beasts before her. Their expressions revealed a stubbornness and a hint of guilt. After a brief moment of silence, she resolved to uphold her own thoughts. Thus, she grasped their hands and ventured, "I understand your concerns for me, but would you kindly hear my perspective first?" Upon seeing them nod, she continued, "I merely wish to let Andre swim a bit farther into the ocean. During this time, I can remain within the spatial realm, not emerging. Once we reach the depths, I will bring Andre into the space with me and release a small amount of spiritual spring water to attract the creatures of the deep. This way, I can gather them into the space, and afterward, I will release Andre, allowing him to guide me back. As long as we do not venture too deep into the ocean, we should not encounter any excessively powerful beings. If we do, I can promptly retrieve Andre into the space. What do you think of my plan? Is it not quite safe?" Andre and Gibson exchanged glances, their mutual apprehension easing somewhat. Gibson, noticing Xiao Xiao's pitiful demeanor, surrendered first, saying, "All right then, but you must promise to remain in the space at all times and ensure your safety." "Excellent. He. Thank you, Gibson, for your support." Xiao Xiao exclaimed joyfully, her spirits soaring at Gibson's agreement. She leaped up and showered him with enthusiastic kisses. Such an overt expression of gratitude made Gibson blush, his enchanting peach blossom eyes brimming with joy and affection. In contrast, Andre's expression darkened in an instant. Clenching his teeth and fists, he radiated an icy aura. Perhaps it was the sharpness of Andre's gaze that reminded Xiao Xiao of her other partner. Her cheeks flushed, and she hastily leaped down from Gibson, turning to him. "Gibson, would you kindly return to the cave for now?" Gibson, however, firmly refused. "No, I shall accompany you to the space." Little Xiao Xiao wrinkled her small nose and lamented, "It's not possible. The orcs in the tribe will surely suspect us if they see we are not around. You must stay here in the cave and provide cover for us until we return, all right?" Upon hearing this, Gibson expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Very well. But you must return swiftly." Yes, all right. Now you should head back," she replied. Once Gibson had returned to the cave, Xiao Xiao turned to comfort Andre. At that moment, Andre's expression remained dark and foreboding. Undeterred by his grim demeanor, Xiao Xiao skipped over to him, lifting her delicate, fair face to gaze into his eyes. She extended her small hand and, in a soft and endearing tone, pleaded, "Andre, I want a hug." In that instant, a flicker of indescribable emotions passed through Andre's emerald eyes. His lips quivered, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately it transformed into a sigh. With that, he reached out and enveloped the petite female in his arms. He buried his face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. As if this simple act could quell the turmoil within him. "Andre, I like you. The moment you transformed into human form, I fell for you. However, I also have feelings for Gibson, and I wish to grow close to him as well. So please, do not be angry, all right?" When Andre heard Xiao Xiao profess her affection for him, his mind exploded with a resounding clarity. From that moment on, he could hear nothing and cared for nothing else. He thought to himself that he was a cold-blooded beast man, yet Xiao Xiao had dared to say she liked him, a notion he had never even dared to contemplate. Yet now, this dream had become reality. What more could he desire? What more could he wish for? To be by her side for the rest of his days, to protect her, to love her, that was enough. In his heart, Andre silently vowed, "Oh, great beast god, as a serpent beast man, I pledge my life to the white tiger beastman Xiao Xiao. I would brave fire and water for her. If she were ever in mortal danger, I would willingly trade my life for hers. As the words left his lips, a bond was formed, and a flash of light shimmered beneath their feet. As Xiaoxiao observed that Andre remained silent, she mistakenly believed he was still upset. Just as she contemplated speaking, she felt a fleeting sensation beneath her feet, as if a pact had been formed. In that moment, she became attuned to Andre's innermost thoughts. It soon became clear to her that not only was Andre not angry, but he had also sworn an oath to the beast god. Overwhelmed with emotion, she realized her excitement resonated with Andre, who, in turn, sensed her feelings. In a moment of delightful surprise, she realized that the notion of a profound emotional connection truly exists. She had previously thought it was mere deception. Andre sensed her curiosity and patiently explained to her, "Dear one, this is a miraculous vow that can only be felt by partners who have sworn an oath of life for life." "Oh, I see. So, Andre, do you know what I am thinking right now?" After saying this, she silently repeated to herself, "Kiss, kiss." Andre remained silent, but a faint blush graced his otherwise stoic face. Then, with a hint of a smile, he passionately kissed her. He chuckled and said, "You've been mischievous. Are we still going to the deep sea?" "Yes, yes, yes. I'll enter the space now. Let us embark." "Very well." Chapter 103. The little whale Andre led her all the way to the depths of the ocean. Subsequently, she brought Andre into her space and released the spirit spring water contained in a bamboo tube, then patiently awaited the next moment. A slight trepidation lingered within her, fearing that she might not attract the creatures of the sea. Thus, she had meticulously whittled the bamboo tube to a delicate thinness and had soaked it in the enchanted spring water for a considerable period before retrieving it. Ultimately, she underestimated the allure that the spring water held for the marine life. No sooner had she placed the bamboo tube into the water than she felt the surrounding sea begin to stir, as if entities from all directions were swiftly converging towards the tube. In the present moment, Xiaoxiao was filled with surprise, instinctively tightening her grip on Andre's hand. Soon, she sensed the approach of creatures lurking nearby, poised to devour the bamboo tube. Determined not to let them succeed, she promptly began to draw seawater into her space, naturally bringing along the marine life within it. Watching the ocean in her space gradually expand filled her with a sense of accomplishment. This cycle of actions repeated endlessly. After a considerable time, Xiaoxiao continued to wait, despite Andre's urging for her to return, which she chose to ignore. In truth, she had a specific purpose for venturing into the deep sea that night. She wished to see if she could attract large fish using the spirit spring water. Yes, large fish, creatures such as whales, sharks, sea turtles, colossal squids, and dolphins, the titans of the ocean. If she could manage to bring them into her space and breed them there, she might one day roam the vast seas herself. Thus, even after collecting numerous marine creatures, Xiaoxiao remained reluctant to leave as the night progressed. Finally, under Andre's insistence, she conceded to wait for one last batch, agreeing that if no large fish appeared, they would return. Subsequently, whether it was her earnestness that moved the heavens or the beast god who heard her prayers, a formidable creature soon arrived. With its presence, the surrounding seawater surged, causing the smaller fish, shrimp, and crabs to retreat far away, fearful of being swallowed in a single bite. As Xiaoxiao gazed at the slowly approaching shadow, her eyes widened in surprise, as if fearing that a mere glance might cause it to flee. She patiently observed for a moment, but the inky darkness of the sea rendered everything indistinct, compelling her to abandon the effort and rely solely on instinct. Sensing the immense body drawing near, she swiftly acted, drawing it into her space. Once this colossal creature entered, Xiaoxiao realized it was a juvenile whale. How did she ascertain this? Perhaps it was because its size was merely one-third that of the whale gifted to her by the merfolk, leading her to conclude it had not yet reached maturity. Inside her space, the young whale was quite agitated, thrashing about in a panic. Xiaoxiao hurriedly offered it a cup of spiritual spring water and returned it to the sea, which calmed its distress. Upon entering the water, the young whale flicked its tail and vanished, swimming about to acclimate itself to the surroundings before returning to the shore. It joyfully wagged its tail and even performed a spouting display for Xiaoxiao, who, unfortunately, found herself drenched, resembling a drowned rat. The young whale, seeing her disheveled state, erupted into gleeful laughter. Irritated, Xiaoxiao contemplated giving it a reprimand, but upon considering its youth, her heart softened. Alas, having brought it into her space and thus separated it from its mother, she resolved to be more forgiving. With this thought, she offered the juvenile whale another cup of spiritual spring water. At that moment, she noticed a distinct transformation in the whale's gaze, shifting from bewilderment to lively awareness, startling her into retracting the offered water, fearing she might inadvertently overfeed it. After all, old adages warn that one cannot become plump from a single meal, and she certainly did not wish to overindulge this precious catch, which had taken her an entire night to procure. From now on, will you stay obediently in the space sea? I shall return to visit you in due time, she declared with a smile. Little Xiao happily patted its large head, and then contemplated releasing Andre to guide him back. However, upon glancing outside, Xiao was instantly taken aback. A multitude of whales, both large and small, had inexplicably gathered, swirling around the bamboo tube as if deliberating over its rightful ownership. In a moment of unbridled joy, He gazed skyward and let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming his fortune. Indeed, he had captured a magnificent prize. As he spoke, he swiftly gathered several nearby whales into his space and retrieved a bamboo tube filled with the essence of spring water, preparing to conclude his endeavors and return home. He then proceeded with his methodical routine, offering 2 cups of the precious spring water to each whale, thereafter neglecting them. Meanwhile, outside in the vastness, the remaining whales, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of their companions and the allure that had drawn them, swiftly retreated into the depths. Xiao Xiao and Andre lingered in the space for a while, ensuring the outside was safe before releasing Andre. They managed to return to the cave just before dawn. Stealthily, Andre and Xiao Xiao made their way back to their cave, only to find Gibson still awake, lost in thought by the fire. Upon hearing their return, he quickly rushed out to greet them, enveloping Xiao Xiao in a warm embrace. With a voice tinged with emotion, he exclaimed, "You mischievous rascal. You promised to return earlier. Yet here we are at dawn. I was beginning to think you had eloped with that serpent beast and abandoned me." Xiao Xiao sensed the fear within him and quickly embraced him, her small hands gently soothing his back. "Gibson, do not cry. How could I ever abandon you? We are partners, after all. We promised to stand by each other, remember? Have you forgotten?" "I have not forgotten. I fear you may," he replied. "Never. I shall not forget either. Please believe me, will you?" Gibson asked softly, his voice tinged with vulnerability. At that moment, Andre could no longer bear to watch. He coldly interjected, "Xiao Xiao, you have worked tirelessly through the night. You must be hungry. Do we still have the sweet and sour ribs and braised pork I made last time? If so, you should eat that. I can prepare a fishball soup for you. If those are gone, I can stew fish and roast meat, or perhaps make porridge. What are you in the mood for?" Upon hearing this, Gibson quickly composed himself and released Xiao Xiao. "Are you hungry, Xiao Xiao? I shall go prepare a meal." Little Xiao Xiao urged them not to be busy, as there were already prepared dishes of ribs, braised pork, and fish balls. She suggested simply placing them in a pot with some kelp and dried shrimp to cook, and then adding a handful of vermicelli. Why not sit together and enjoy a meal? The 2 orcs gazed at the offerings from Xiao Xiao, obediently agreeing. A group of orcs gathered together, savoring the sweet and sour ribs and braised pork, while they relished a hearty bowl of fish ball and vermicelli soup, eventually snuggling up and drifting into slumber. When Xiao Xiao awoke from her nap, the sun was already high in the sky, and even Mario was on the beach, continuing to practice cooking with the merfolk. Xiao Xiao woke from her slumber feeling thoroughly content, for her heart's desire had been fulfilled. Consequently, upon waking, her spirits soared, and everything appeared to her through a delightful lens. The orcs beheld this little female radiating joy akin to a sunflower, greeting everyone with a beaming smile, utterly charming. Chapter 104. The Queen of the Merfolk. "Xiao Xiao, you're awake? Are you hungry? I've just prepared some seafood porridge. Would you care to try it?" Prince Martial exclaimed as he spotted Xiao Xiao on the beach, swiftly offering her a bowl of the seafood porridge he had just learned to make. "Thank you, Prince Martial. I am indeed a bit hungry. Can Andre and Gibson join us for a bite?" She replied. "Of course. I made plenty," he assured her. "Gibson, I would love some spicy and sour shredded potatoes and fish-flavored eggplant, if you please." Xiao Xiao gazed at Gibson with a playful pout. Gibson, looking at her with fondness, replied, "Certainly, I'll prepare it right away. Let us enjoy the porridge together first, Andre." "Sounds good," Andre agreed. As Prince Martial observed the camaraderie between Xiao Xiao and the others, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes, though he quickly concealed it. Despite his admiration for Xiao Xiao's companions, he could not relinquish the hard-won status of a prince of the merfolk, nor could he choose Xiao Xiao as his partner, given that merfolk could not remain far from water for long. Oh, how wonderful it would be if the merfolk could dwell on land for extended periods. This way, they would not suffer from skin ailments or perish from dehydration, he mused. Gibson soon finished frying the spicy and sour shredded potatoes and fish-flavored eggplant, preparing 2 large bowls as if intending for Prince Martial to sample them as well. Setting down the bowls, Gibson cheerfully addressed Martial. "Thank you for the seafood porridge. Please, try these dishes I've prepared. If you enjoy them, I'd be happy to teach you how to cook." Martial quickly brushed aside his personal thoughts and laughed heartily. "Oh, Gibson, you are far too gracious. It's merely a pot of seafood porridge. However, I must certainly savor your dishes, among all the orcs here, besides Xiao Xiao. Your cooking is the finest." Gibson replied with a calm smile. "Prince Martial, you flatter me. It is Xiao Xiao who teaches me well. I'm glad you like it. Do indulge." Once they were satiated, Gibson took the opportunity to share the recipes for the spicy and sour shredded potatoes and fish-flavored eggplant with Martial. Under Gibson's guidance, Martial successfully prepared 2 pots of food and distributed them among the merfolk studying on the beach. Having completed their tasks, the group of orcs discussed their plan to gather coconuts from the grove when suddenly, Martial slapped his forehead as if recalling something important. "Oh dear, look at my forgetfulness. I was so excited to see Xiao Xiao that I got caught up in sharing my seafood porridge and completely overlooked mentioning the matter of the whales." Upon hearing the words whale, Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly inquired, "Did you catch a live whale?" To which the response came, "Not quite. Capturing such a colossal creature is indeed quite a daunting task. However, this morning, as we arrived, we were fortunate enough to witness the traces of a pod of whales. I have dispatched a merman to pursue them, intending to capture a couple to present to you. What do you think? Upon hearing Marshall's words, Xiao Xiao quietly pondered to herself. Could it truly be such a coincidence that the group of whales had such misfortune last night, having just captured a few? Were they now discovered by the merfolk on their return journey? Despite her swirling thoughts, Xiao Xiao maintained a composed exterior. When Martial remarked that live whales were difficult to catch, she feigned a hint of disappointment, and upon seeing Martial cautiously inquire if capturing 2 would suffice, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. Well then, if there are no live ones, I shall wait until I am able to venture into the sea again. Having 2 whales would indeed be splendid. I must express my gratitude to you, Prince Martial. Martial, upon hearing this, let out a sigh of relief and waved his hands dismissively, saying, no need for thanks. It was my promise to catch 2 for you. Very well, let us go and gather coconuts. Today, I shall teach you a new dish, coconut chicken, a specialty that can only be savored by the seaside. All right, let us set off. The group ventured into the coconut grove, marking the onset of the orc's performance. The towering coconut trees, several meters high, were a sight that made Xiao Xiao's neck strain as she gazed upward. The orcs swiftly ascended the trees, transforming their hands into claws, and with swift motions, coconuts came tumbling down, caught deftly by the merfolk below in their animal skin bags. Watching the perilous maneuvers filled Xiao Xiao with trepidation, prompting her to step back and think that perhaps it would be wiser for someone as delicate as herself to simply wait for the fruits of their labor. In no time, the ground was strewn with coconuts. Andre approached with one, skillfully peeling and opening it with a few deft movements, then fashioned a straw from the hollow plant inside and offered it to Xiao Xiao. She had encountered this peculiar item upon reaching the coastal area, though at the time none recognized it or knew it was edible. It was only Xiao Xiao who had insisted that Gibson fetch some, subsequently teaching everyone how to consume it. Thus, she came to realize its existence, though its taste was rather unusual, which many orcs found unpalatable, including himself. Nevertheless, as Xiao Xiao had a penchant for this exotic delicacy, he had learned how to handle this peculiar food. Xiao Xiao accepted the coconut handed to her by Andre, smiling as she took a sip. Ah, how sweet and delightful. Andre gazed at the little female, who appeared as docile as a kitten, and couldn't help but break into a warm smile. Xiao Xiao was momentarily captivated by Andre's radiant smile. Oh heavens, how breathtakingly handsome he was. This gorgeous darling belonged to her. What absolute bliss. As Xiao Xiao cradled the coconut while gazing at Andre with love-struck admiration, a merman from the aquatic tribe suddenly appeared. Prince Massimo! Prince Massimo! The merman called urgently. Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Please bring the divine envoy and return with me immediately. Upon hearing the summons, Massimo momentarily froze before swiftly directing the beastmen to gather their belongings. Quickly now. Pack everything up. Xiao Xiao, we must return at once. Her Majesty is here. Right away. Xiao Xiao responded. The group hurried back carrying bundles of coconuts when Xiao Xiao suddenly remembered they hadn't hunted any pheasants yet. She sent Andre doubling back to catch some game while she and Prince Massimo rushed to meet the mermaid queen. On the shoreline, Xiao Xiao spotted Chief Ram standing beside unfamiliar mermaid figures from afar. At their forefront stood a resplendent figure draped in golden yellow mermaid silk, wearing an ornate crown. Her waist-length golden hair shimmering, a vision of unparalleled beauty. The first thing that caught my eye was not her beauty, but rather the crown atop her head, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. My goodness! Is that gold? Are those sapphires, rubies, jade, and yellow jade? Could this possibly indicate the presence of a mine? Oh! My beloved kitchen knife, my kitchen knife, there is hope. My barbecue grill, my grilled squid, grilled tofu, copper pot hot pot, ha ha ha. Chapter 105, Her Majesty the Queen. Having encountered Her Majesty the Queen, Masio stepped forward and courteously bowed to the Queen of the Merfolk. He introduced the esteemed envoy of the White Tiger tribe, Miao Xiao. To her, the Queen first regarded Prince Masio with a smile, playfully remarking, He, dear Masio, you seem to have gained a bit of weight since we last met. Before Masio could respond, the Queen directed a formal half-bow towards Xiao Xiao, her expression turning serious as she spoke. Esteemed envoy, greetings, I am Cleo, the leader of the Merfolk. With a gentle smile, she softly greeted, Hello, Your Majesty Cleo. I am truly honored to have made this journey, she replied respectfully to the divine envoy. It is a privilege for Cleo to meet Your Excellency. Just call me Xiao Xiao, interrupted Xiao Xiao, momentarily halting Cleleo's discourse. The two then engaged in a lively exchange, filled with camaraderie, though Cleo maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, exhibiting a subservient posture that left the assembled mermen and orcs utterly astonished. Their expressions were a mixture of confusion and shock, as if questioning whether they had misunderstood the very nature of their existence. How could their queen show such deference to a divine envoy of the White Tiger tribe? Masio, witnessing this scene, was equally perplexed. However, quick to react. He understood that now was not the time for inquiries. Since Her Majesty was acting this way, there must be a reason behind it, and he resolved to follow suit. Meanwhile, he reflected on whether he had, in recent days, shown any disrespect towards the divine envoy. It was a troubling thought, and as he pondered it further, he realized he indeed had. He often referred to Xiaoxiao in a casual manner and had even entertained thoughts of abducting her to his own tribe. The realization sent a chill of dread coursing through him, dampening the resilient mermaid silk that adorned him. At that moment, Prince Masio wished he could slap himself for his arrogance. What if one day the divine envoy found him displeasing? A mere word to the queen could spell his doom. The more he thought about it, the more fear took hold of him. He opened his mouth several times as if to speak, but with Xiaoxiao, the queen, and Chief Ram engaged in conversation, he refrained, simmering in quiet frustration. Fortunately, salvation arrived swiftly in the form of the merman he had dispatched, who returned bearing 2 whales. He hastily bid farewell to the queen and Xiaoxiao, following Chief Ram and the merman to assist in the butchering of the whales. Once they had departed, Xiaoxiao invited Krilio to join her in a nearby cave for a brief respite, where she offered to treat her to some fruit. Let us retire to the cave over there. I would like to treat you to some fruit. Very well, divine envoy. Masio has informed me of your culinary prowess. He even delivered some seafood porridge you prepared, and I must say, it was exquisite, replied Krilio. When I encounter such ingredients, countless preparation methods flood my mind. By employing these techniques, I transform them into delightful dishes. This is how the White Tiger tribe has gradually flourished. Before my departure, I consolidated nearly 20 tribes. And my early excursion was intended to gather more spiritual herbs and exchange them with the Snow Spirit tribe for additional resources to further strengthen our tribe. Indeed, Krilio responded, expressing gratitude for the divine envoy's willingness to provide remedies to aid the mermen and improve their circumstances. As they walked and conversed, they soon arrived at the cave and settled down. Xiaoxiao produced fresh fruit from her space, astonishing Krilio yet again. This was a subtle display of her capabilities, intended to win her favor. After retrieving the fruit, she summoned Gibson to prepare some herbal tea, before casually stating, "It is nothing extraordinary. I merely provided the methods. You must seek the herbs yourselves." Quite so, divine envoy, you are too kind. Moreover, your willingness to leave us the fire seed, along with teaching us how to identify land food, harness fire, and prepare meals, is greatly appreciated. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. If it pleases you, we mermen would gladly join your ranks, fighting alongside you in the seas to unify the aquatic tribes. Krilio humbly knelt before Xiaoxiao, expressing her desire to submit. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoxiao spoke, "Your Majesty Krilio, my intention is merely to alleviate the plight of the orcs, not to incite warfare. If you are willing to join us, I would be delighted. All that is required is an oath of loyalty. Thus, our 2 tribes shall provide mutual support, and each year we shall supply you with the food, fruits, vegetables, grains, and spices you require. In return, you may furnish us with salt, shark silk, and various dried seafood. Over time, I believe our 2 tribes will grow in strength, attracting more tribes to join us. And together we can establish a nation. We can unify our language and culture, ensuring that our knowledge and traditions are passed down through generations." This declaration ignited a fervor within Krilio, for Xiaoxiao had envisioned an empire for her, a true empire encompassing all the myriad races of the sea. Moreover, Xiaoxiao had inadvertently promised her a throne. Initially, she had been skeptical of this divine envoy, as her people worshipped Poseidon, the sea god. However, after receiving a message from Masio, she had been plagued by recurring dreams in which Poseidon urged her to pledge her allegiance to this divine envoy. Thus, she wasted no time. Upon awakening, she hastened to this place, where she bowed before Xiaoxiao, refraining from asserting her royal identity. She understood that if even the sea god spoke in such terms, then this divine envoy must indeed be a person of great significance. The merfolk might truly follow her lead in forming an empire and becoming the sovereign of all races of the sea. After a considerable time, she regained her composure from the overwhelming excitement and solemnly addressed Xiaoxiao, stating, "I, Krilio of the merfolk, in my capacity as chieftain, bow before the sea god to pledge my entire tribe's loyalty to the divine envoy, Mo Xiaoxiao. All members of the merfolk shall defend the glory and safety of the divine envoy with their lives. Should any harbor thoughts of betrayal or disloyalty, may the heavens unleash their wrath, leading to eternal damnation." As her oath resonated in the air, a flash of golden light enveloped their feet, and a merfolk totem briefly appeared before Xiaoxiao, vanishing just as swiftly. Xiaoxiao felt an intensification of the power of faith surrounding her, a sensation akin to soaking in a warm spring, invigorating her spirit. Simultaneously, every merfolk, regardless of their location in the beastly continent, sensed Krilio's vow, forging a bond between her and Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Xiaoxiao felt her senses heightened, as if her perception had become more acute. She seemed to see the merfolk on the beach bowing before her, their reverence fueled by the power of the contract with Her Majesty, Queen Clio. With a gentle smile, she leaned down and urged Queen Clio, "Please rise, Your Majesty. We welcome your presence. Let us hold another bonfire gathering tonight." "Very well," came the reply. "Everything shall be at the discretion of the divine envoy." Xiaoxiao had already sent Gibson to find Chief Ram and Prince Masio, instructing them to organize a hunting expedition for seafood and game in preparation for the evening's bonfire feast. Upon seeing the merfolk on the beach, Chief Ram suddenly bowed toward the cave, his mind racing with conjectures. When he noticed the radiant covenant light rising beneath their feet, his suspicions were confirmed. The merfolk had sworn allegiance to Xiao Xiao in their devotion to the sea god. A relieved smile graced his face, for ever since he sensed Masio's hidden intentions. He had feared that the prince might attempt to abduct Xiao Xiao, although he was a level 5 orc, the mightiest of the orc continent. He felt vulnerable in the sea, uncertain of his ability to protect her against the numerous powerful merfolk. Were it not for Xiao Xiao's spatial abilities and her innate bloodline that suppressed the Orcish lineage, he would have been tormented by thoughts of her safety. Regardless, he would never consent to Xiao Xiao's presence by the sea, nor would he entertain her notion of bestowing fish upon the sea orcs, or her desire to ensure they lived well, were it not for the fact that she was his precious little daughter. He would have dealt harshly with any orc daring to voice such thoughts. In his heart, the plight of the sea orcs was of no concern to him, and he certainly did not wish to see Xiao Xiao laboring for their sake. Moreover, he believed that those not of his kin harbored ulterior motives, as evidenced by the prince's designs on Xiao Xiao. In his mind, the coexistence of sea orcs and land orcs was only possible because the former could not remain on land for extended periods, while the latter could not dive deep into the ocean. Otherwise, conflicts would surely arise, as the allure of the sea's bounty was ever tempting, leading to plunder and war. His little daughter was a priceless treasure. Her slightest display of wisdom would attract swarms of orcs vying for her attention. Chief Ram and the other orcs of the White Tiger tribe wished to keep her hidden away, fearful of her being taken from them, and would never allow her to present herself before the orcs. Yet Xiao Xiao proclaimed herself a divine envoy sent by the beast god to rescue the orcs, asserting that it was her duty to save all beasts, including the sea orcs. She would not be deterred from this mission. Hadn't she just encountered the snake orc on her first outing? Were it not for Xiao Xiao's protection, he would have dispatched him long ago, refusing to allow him to prance around her. Fortunately, he had not failed to honor her goodwill, treating her with utmost care along the way, far superior to that foolish fox cub, Gibson. But what was the use of dwelling on these matters? Every action taken by his little daughter held its own reasoning. All he needed to do was safeguard her. With Xiao Xiao having won over the queen of the merfolk, he could now rest easy, assured that they would not forcibly take her away. The appearance of Gibson interrupted Chief Ram's musings. Before Gibson could speak, Ram inquired about the situation and Xiao Xiao's plans. Gibson smiled and replied that Xiao Xiao had proposed a bonfire feast to welcome the queen, featuring barbecued meats, hot pot, and a seafood buffet. Excellent, Ram exclaimed jovially. I shall gather people to hunt. Prince Masio also stood up, declaring, no problem. I will arrange for the merfolk to gather seafood. However, the cooking will rely on the brothers of the White Tiger tribe, as our skills are not yet up to par. Gibson chuckled in response, no worries. You handle the ingredients, and we will take care of the cooking. Tonight will be a splendid celebration. Their conversation echoed across the beach, prompting a resounding cheer from the gathered orcs. Yes. Ram and Masio split into 2 groups to embark on their hunting ventures, while the remaining orcs busied themselves with preparations, as there were 2 whales to be processed. Fortunately, Queen Cleo had brought numerous powerful merfolk with her, significantly accelerating the whale disassembly process. Following the directives of the orcs from the White Tiger tribe, they swiftly divided the whale into meat and fat, cooking, slicing, grilling, and drying as necessary. The orcs worked in harmony, managing to complete the disassembly before Ram and Masio returned. The orcs of the White Tiger tribe then turned their attention to preparing the evening's buffet, with over 20 large stone pots simmering with fish, meat, and bones. As per tradition, they would first ladle out the denser portions before diving into the hot pot. Among the most striking sights was the line of orcs deftly slicing meat. Before them lay an array of plump fish and well-cut pieces of meat. They skillfully held the ingredients in place, transforming their fingernails into sharp blades, swiftly crafting thick, even slices of meat and fish, which were then neatly arranged on wooden platters lined with clean leaves. Upon emerging from the cavern, Xiao Xiao beheld a remarkable scene, which reminded her of the cherished knife that occupied her thoughts. She hastily inquired of Her Majesty Cleo regarding the composition of the crown adorning her head and the origins of such materials. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao express interest in her crown, Cleo assumed she desired it and promptly removed the crown, offering it to Xiao Xiao. Esteemed divine envoy, this crown is crafted from gold and gemstones. The gold was exchanged by my kin with the treasure-seeking mouse tribe of another coastal realm, and the gemstones were discovered in the depths of the ocean. If you desire it, please take it. My tribe possesses an abundance of gemstones and gold. Should you wish for more, I can summon the merfolk to bring them forth. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Xiao restrained her inner excitement and replied, no need for that. Could you kindly inform me of the precise location of the Treasure Mouse clan? I wish to enlist their assistance in seeking similar items. That is quite manageable. Currently, it is the season for trade among various tribes and our aquatic kin. I shall escort you to that maritime region. There, you may request their aid in locating the items you desire and subsequently have them delivered to the White Tiger tribe. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Xiao burst into laughter, exclaiming, what a splendid idea. Your Majesty Cleo is indeed wise. Cleo, upon receiving such praise from Xiao Xiao, could not help but smile, a delicate blush gracing her exquisite face as she humbly replied, you flatter me, my dear. Xiao Xiao gazed at her bashful demeanor, drawing in a sharp breath. My goodness. Your Majesty, you are truly exquisite. That smile of yours is utterly intoxicating. Divine being, how wicked you are. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's flattering words, Clio's blush deepened, causing the surrounding orcs to swallow hard, undeniably embodying the adage of being a true feast for the eyes, a vision of enchanting beauty. The little heart could no longer endure. If this continues, I may succumb to temptation. I busied myself to gather my thoughts and consented to meet with Her Majesty the Queen tomorrow to encounter the treasure-seeking rodent clan of orcs. Little led Her Majesty the Queen to the beach, where the orcs busily and efficiently prepared for the grand feast of the evening. She meticulously described each dish to Her Majesty Clio and allowed her to sample various freshly cooked seafood, instantly capturing the Queen's heart. The Queen, filled with excitement, embraced Little tightly, laughing and crying simultaneously, expressing her desire to take Little back to the merfolk tribe. This infuriated Gibson, Andre, and Chief Ram, who longed to snatch Little back, but, constrained by the fact that she was female, could only resort to piercing glares from the sidelines. Chapter 107. The banquet. Little Xiao Xiao, with her rosy cheeks, gently pushed away the enthusiastic Queen Clio. At present, I cannot be away from the tribe for too long. I promise to return next year. When I do, may I visit the mermaid tribe? All right, it's settled then. You must come back next year, the Queen replied, her voice trembling with emotion. Yes, I promise. Xiao Xiao reassured her. Please don't cry, Your Majesty. Look at the merfolk around you. Seeing your tears might break their hearts. Oh dear, Xiao Xiao, you always tease me. Ha ha ha. All right, I won't jest any longer. Let us continue to admire the delicacies. In no time, Gibson had begun cooking, starting with spicy and sour shredded potatoes, followed by minced meat with eggplant, and culminating in sauerkraut and tofu stew with vermicelli. That should suffice for the vegetarian dishes. Let us add a few meat dishes as well. Xiao Xiao insisted on her favorites: fish-flavored shredded pork, sweet and sour ribs, pineapple sweet and sour pork, and braised lamb. Once these dishes were prepared, Gibson turned to Xiao Xiao and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to eat?" Xiao Xiao carefully surveyed the spread before her. Aside from Gibson's culinary creations, there were also various seafood dishes prepared by other orcs: spicy seafood, marinated seafood, steamed seafood, and even raw seafood slices. Truth be told, after days of indulging in seafood, she simply couldn't stomach another bite. At this moment, all Xiao Xiao craved were steamed buns, mantou, noodles, or a simple bowl of rice. All right then, Gibson, she suggested, how about preparing some stir-fried liver slices, sauteed egg kidney flowers, and braised pork intestines? And steam several batches of mantou. I'm truly yearning for some fluffy mantou. Very well, Gibson replied. I'll start kneading the dough immediately. With this warm weather, the dough will rise quickly. Rest assured, you'll have your mantou. Besides, Andre brought back quite a few clucker beasts. Didn't you mention wanting to make coconut chicken? Let Andre handle that while you guide him. I'll focus on steaming the mantou, and once they're ready, I'll whip up the liver and other dishes. Does that sound agreeable? Yes. Then hurry and knead the dough, make plenty. I'll also have them prepare some fillings, sour cabbage with pork, braised meat, so we can wrap a few batches of baozi later. Understood. With that, Gibson took the flour and a sizable chunk of yeast Xiao Xiao retrieved from her spatial storage and retreated into the cave. Xiao Xiao observed Gibson's departure and turned to Andre, saying, Andre, let us prepare the coconut dish. Very well, he replied. The goo-goo beast has been cleaned. Shall we blanch it next? Indeed, we must blanch it with scallions and ginger to remove any impurities, then rinse it and set it aside. We will reserve the broth for the meat stew later. What follows? Next, we pour out the coconut water and extract the coconut flesh, cutting it into chunks for later use. In the chicken broth, we will add the prepared coconut water and flesh along with the chicken, bringing it to a vigorous boil before reducing the heat to simmer until the chicken is tender and the broth is rich. A touch of salt will complete the seasoning. This dish is a celebration of authentic flavors, capturing the fragrant essence of the coconut and its subtle sweetness, harmoniously combined with the savory taste of the chicken. The flavor is simply exquisite. Her Majesty must partake generously. It is beneficial for her health. Clio nodded enthusiastically, assuring Xiao Xiao, rest assured. I will indulge in an entire pot myself. It will be no trouble at all. Xiao Xiao, feeling slightly embarrassed, glanced at her petite figure, realizing how remarkably she could indulge in food despite her curvaceous S-shaped silhouette. It was indeed an enlightening moment. Well, just eat to your heart's content. We have prepared in abundance today. There's certainly enough for everyone. Xiao Xiao recalled her unfortunate experience at the last bonfire party and gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, Her Majesty, the Queen, appeared utterly perplexed. Why did it seem like Xiao Xiao had just cast a forlorn glance in her direction? Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's words, Ma Xiao awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly explained to the Queen, He. You see, at the last bonfire gathering, the merfolk had their first taste of such delectable food, and they became a bit too enthusiastic. But it won't happen this time, I assure you. I have specially prepared 3 times the amount of seafood compared to last time. Today, everyone can feast freely without any worries. Xiao Xiao cast a fleeting glance at him, before turning her gaze to the merfolk busily preparing whale meat, and let out a silent sigh. The merfolk accompanying Her Majesty this time were no fewer in number than those who attended the bonfire gathering previously. It was inevitable that the first taste of warm food would drive them into a frenzy. Hence, she had entrusted Gibson with the task of steaming buns. A precaution well taken, indeed. Soon, the beach was densely populated with stone pedestals and wooden tables, each adorned with large wooden platters brimming with a variety of delectable dishes. The scene ignited a primal hunger among the orcs, who swallowed hard, their eyes gleaming with ravenous desire. As Gibson completed steaming the buns, Xiao Xiao gathered the orcs to prepare and steam the sauerkraut and meat buns, followed by stir-frying an array of robust dishes over a fierce flame. Xiao Xiao surveyed the meticulously prepared venue for the evening's festivities, grasping the hands of Her Majesty, Queen Kelio and Chief Ram as they ascended the colossal stones by the beach. With a gentle wave, she summoned all the Orcish folk to gather around her. To her left stood Kelio, and to her right, Chief Ram, while behind them were Gibson and Andre. Raising the queen's hand, she proclaimed, "I am the divine envoy of the White Tiger tribe, Miao Xiao Xiao. It brings me immense joy to welcome our friends from the merfolk, who have traveled from afar. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude for Her Majesty's trust. Friends of the merfolk, I invite you to join my loyal ranks. I assure you, our lives shall flourish. We shall be liberated from disease, hunger, war, and death. You will become the bearers of civilization, spreading enlightenment to every corner of the Orc continent. Shall we forge a new era together?" The orcs responded in unison, "Yes, yes, yes. Then let us embark on the first step towards miraculous creation. Beginning with satisfying our hunger, I hereby declare the bonfire feast open. Friends, let us commence the roasting of meat." The orcs joyously echoed, "Yes." Instantly, they rushed towards the delectable array of food that had long tantalized their appetites. Drawing from their prior experience, many orcs hurriedly seized skewers of freshly grilled meat, cradling them protectively as they retreated to a massive bonfire that had been prepared earlier, where they leisurely began to roast their bounty. Two particularly astute individuals approached, each carrying a heaping platter of sliced meat. They swiftly located a stone pot with fewer merfolk and unceremoniously poured their meat into the vessel. Once the meat was cooked, they rapidly retrieved it and placed it onto wooden platters, indulging in their feast with astonishing speed. The nearby merfolk, taken aback by the orcs' prowess, paused their own activities, staring in bewilderment at the voracious consumption before them. Amidst the scene, Xiao Xiao laughed uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Gibson, look at those two beasts. Ha ha, it's utterly hilarious." Meanwhile, Queen Cleo of the merfolk stood in astonishment, observing the frenzied merfolk on the beach, akin to starving wretches. She turned to Prince Masio and inquired, "Masio, our merfolk are not lacking in sustenance, are they? In fact, one could argue that all sea dwellers are abundantly supplied. Yet, in light of their current behavior, are you certain they belong to our merfolk clan?" Masio responded with a wry smile, "Alas, your majesty, it is not the disgrace of your subjects. Rather, the divine delicacies prepared by the esteemed deity are simply too delectable. One taste ensnares the senses, igniting an insatiable desire for more, rendering it impossible to cease. Hence, this chaotic display." Queen Cleo gazed at the tumultuous scene, speechless, entirely oblivious to the fact that just moments ago, she herself had shed tears of joy over the exquisite fare. Little Xiao Xiao continued to smile cheerfully, saying, "Your Majesty, let us also partake in a meal. I find this quite amusing. Once they have had their fill, they will surely behave differently." Queen Cleo nodded in agreement. The various beastmen then flocked towards the array of food spread across the beach, thanks to the adaptation of the merfolk brought by Prince Masio, who had managed to control their appetites after several days, and the ample preparations made this time. The scene was far more delightful than the last. Numerous wooden platters overflowed with food, allowing Xiao Xiao to finally indulge in the pleasures of a buffet. She selected her favorite sweet and sour ribs, spicy shrimp, steamed crab, sawed liver, and devoured a generous portion of roasted meat, accompanied by a bowl of coconut chicken soup. It was only when she could eat no more that she relented. Observing her rub her belly in discomfort, Gibson promptly set to boil water to prepare hawthorn tea. Before long, Xiao Xiao was sipping the sweet and tangy concoction, letting out a few satisfied burps as she gradually felt better. Chapter 108. The departure. When she remembered to seek out Queen Cleo, she discovered that the regal mermaid had vanished. Ultimately, Xiao Xiao found her in front of a pot of coconut chicken, happily gnawing on a piece of chicken. Xiao Xiao gazed at the utterly disheveled visage of Her Majesty the Queen, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. My goodness, what a striking beauty. And yet how could she have allowed herself to fall into such disarray? Ahem. Oh, Xiao Xiao, you've arrived. Let me tell you, this coconut chicken is truly delectable. I simply must have it again tomorrow, if you please. Upon seeing Xiao Xiao, Helio was filled with excitement and eagerly began to chatter away. With a hint of helplessness, Xiao Xiao remarked, "All right, I shall have Andre teach Masio, so that you can indulge in the delicacies whenever you desire." "Oh, that would be splendid. And those seafood recipes must also be imparted to him. They are all simply delectable. Rest assured, I shall entrust everything to him without reservation." Cleo gazed at Xiao Xiao with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "Indeed, Xiao Xiao, you are truly wonderful. Hiki, these are but trifles. Masio and I have already discussed them. I am considering visiting the maritime area you mentioned tomorrow. Would that be acceptable?" "Which one?" "The one where we trade with the treasure mouse tribe." "Oh, I was so preoccupied with the food that I completely forgot about that. Let us set off early tomorrow. That stretch of sea is not far from here. And we shall return in time for breakfast. Little Heart thought to herself, good heavens, Her Majesty the Queen is quite the gourmet, never missing a single meal. With a slight nod of agreement, we shall set forth early tomorrow morning. Once we resolve the matter of locating the ore and have had our breakfast, we must prepare to depart from this place. So soon? Inquired Her Majesty Queen Cleo with astonishment. Little Xiao Xiao felt a tinge of discontent. For they had lingered here for nearly 10 days. Meiju and the others had learned all they needed to, and in return, they had gifted them ample salt and fine silk. It was time to depart. Cleo, with a reluctant heart, lamented that they had only just met, yet were to part so swiftly. Unable to bear the thought of leaving her companions, Cleo's rosy lips pouted slightly as she grasped Xiao Xiao's hand, gazing up at her with a look of pitiful distress. The surrounding beast folk, witnessing her sorrowful countenance, could not help but feel a pang of empathy, their hearts aching with the desire to alleviate her discomfort, wishing only for their queen's happiness without a trace of sadness. Xiao Xiao, feeling her heart soften, feared the prospect of tears in the fair maiden's eyes, and quickly reassured her, Your Majesty, I promise to return next year. When I do, you shall take me to explore the seas, and we shall enjoy several days of merriment together, shall we? Cleo's eyes sparkled with hope as she eagerly inquired. Do you truly mean it? Indeed, Xiao Xiao affirmed. Then it's settled. You must not deceive me. I shall await your arrival for our adventures. Absolutely, I shall come, replied Xiao Xiao. The two agreed to meet by the seaside the following morning and then retired to rest. At dawn the next day, Gibson roused Xiao Xiao from her slumber, while Andre prepared several Gugu beast eggs for her breakfast. Once she had finished, he escorted her to the shore, where Cleo awaited them eagerly. Accompanying them was Chief Ram, and as Xiao Xiao curiously wondered how they would all venture into the sea, she beheld Prince Meiju blowing an enormous bubble, signaling for them to enter. With a sense of curiosity, Xiao Xiao ventured into the bubble, discovering that it resembled modern bubble football, possessing remarkable elasticity and resilience. She and Andre could sit inside without fear of it bursting. Meanwhile, Chief Lam and Gibson entered another bubble. Soon, the two bubbles followed Cleo and the others, propelled swiftly through the sea by Masio and Goodman. After approximately an hour, the distant outline of the coastline began to emerge. At that moment, everyone pressed forward with all their might, swiftly reaching the land. Xiao Xiao was gently placed on the beach by Masio, who then gave a soft gesture, causing the bubble to burst, allowing Xiao Xiao and Anderson to stand upon the shore. Shortly thereafter, Masio blew into a conch shell, and a procession of merfolk and beastfolk swiftly emerged, rushing to kneel respectfully before Her Majesty, Queen Cleo. The leader, a mermaid with flowing red hair, reverently addressed, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Kaishal, leading the 13th squad, is currently engaged in negotiations with the Treasure Mouse tribe. We humbly await Your Majesty's command. Queen Cleo, with an air of haughty grace, replied, Rise. Kaishal, thank you, Your Majesty, he said. This esteemed individual is Lord Mo Xiao Xiao, the divine envoy of the White Tiger tribe and my people. I have come on behalf of the divine envoy regarding a matter concerning the Treasure Mouse tribe. At that moment, a diminutive beastfolk, who had been following Kaishal, stepped forward and, bowing once more in deference, inquired, I greet the divine envoy. May I ask what tasks you require me to undertake? Noticing his anxiety, Xiao Xiao stepped forward to gently support him, saying, Please rise. Greetings, Chief Serdi. I have heard from Her Majesty the Queen that your treasure-seeking clan possesses the ability to locate mines. Is that correct? In response, he affirmed, Indeed. Our clan's innate talent lies in treasure hunting, excelling at discovering various ores. However, I am uncertain which specific ores you require. I am in search of copper, iron, silver, and gold ores, Xiao Xiao replied. I am familiar with gold and silver, but could you enlighten me about copper and iron? Serdi inquired, his expression one of confusion. After much contemplation, Xiao Xiao timidly remarked that copper ore is likely a block of yellow stone, adorned with streaks of greenish-black or bluish-green. Iron ore, on the other hand, is probably a dark brown or blackish red stone. These two types of ores are often discovered together. Have you ever encountered such minerals? I seem to recall an elder orc from the tribe mentioning stones of these colors, though I cannot recall their exact location. How about this? Upon my return to the tribe, I shall gather the orcs and inquire further, and subsequently send the discovered ores to the White Tiger tribe before winter. What do you think, my lord? Yes, that would be best. I must first journey to the Snow Mountain, if you should go in my absence. Simply seek out the healer my Z or MOU from the White Tiger tribe and entrust the ores to them. Upon my return, I will ensure you receive your reward. Does that sound agreeable? Oh, no need for that. This matter is rather trivial. We wouldn't dare trouble you, my lord. We seek no reward. Rest assured, we shall set off for the tribe at dawn and deliver the ores to the White Tiger tribe without delay. No. It is essential that you receive compensation. I cannot allow you to toil in vain. At this moment, Cleo interjected, Oh, do cease your insistence. Here is what I propose. I shall provide your treasure-seeking clan with 10 barrels of salt as remuneration. Xiao Xiao, what do you think? That works splendidly. I would appreciate it if Her Majesty could front the payment. When we return, I shall arrange for some spices and food to be sent to you. Xiao Xiao, you are far too courteous. Not at all. I merely wish for you to savor delightful meals. Huh, that is more like it. Chief Serdi observed the exchange between the two dignitaries, feeling a strong urge to decline the reward yet lacking the audacity to do so. He ultimately acquiesced and assured them of his diligent search for the two types of minerals. He also shared the tribe's precise location to facilitate Xiao Xiao's quest, even sketching a map. Although Xiao Xiao found the map perplexing, Chief Ram understood it perfectly, which put Xiao Xiao at ease. Having exchanged tribal locations, it was time for Xiao Xiao and the others to return. After a hearty meal, they prepared their belongings for a journey into the Death Forest in search of rare herbs. With the trade agreement secured, Xiao Xiao felt elated and warmly invited Chief Serdi to visit the White Tiger tribe. Upon hearing his promise to come, she joyfully entered the bubble blown by Maceu and departed the maritime realm under the watchful eyes of the Siren Squad and the treasure-seeking clan. Swiftly, they returned to the waters near the White Tiger tribe, where Xiao Xiao indulged in a splendid seafood feast before bidding farewell to the ocean. After packing their provisions, including salt, seafood, fish, and whale oil, they reluctantly said goodbye to the gracious Cleo and Prince Mario, along with a group of sirens still engrossed in their culinary explorations on the beach. Thus, Xiao Xiao and her companions embarked once more on their journey. Chapter 109, The Death Forest, Revised. Xiao Xiao accompanied Chief Ram and his companions as they departed from the seaside, journeying eastward. They traversed countless lofty mountains and eventually arrived at the fabled Death Forest, a place spoken of in hushed tones among the Orcish folk. Little Xiao carefully scrutinized the forest before him, observing the dense foliage of flowers, grass, and trees, interspersed with numerous thorns. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a lush and thriving woodland, devoid of any indication that the plants within differed from those found elsewhere. Behind the thicket loomed a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the clouds. From Zhao's distant vantage point, the summit remained obscured, likely shrouded by the lofty clouds above. Seeing the Orcish warriors keenly examining the ominous Death Forest, Chief Ram turned to Xiao and remarked, "Xiao, this is indeed the Death Forest. Do not be deceived by its lushness, for it harbors peril beyond measure. Look around. We have been here for some time, yet have you noticed any signs of wildlife?" The Orcish warriors suddenly realized the unsettling truth: no traces of animals could be found. Even in the densest of forests, one would expect to observe signs of life, footprints, gnawing marks, and evidence of hunting. Orc warriors, born hunters with acute senses, had stood there for quite a while, yet had discerned not a single hint of life. This was decidedly peculiar. Little Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow and said, "Chief Ram, you are right. I have indeed failed to detect any traces of animals. Apart from the occasional chirp of a bird, this forest is eerily silent." Chief Ram solemnly replied, "Yes, silence is precisely the issue. Many beast folk overlook this matter, leading them to boldly venture into the depths, often at the cost of their lives. The trees within this woodland are peculiar. There exists a type that drains blood, a flower that preys upon beasts, and numerous plants that harbor toxins. They release these poisons, ensnaring the beast folk, who ultimately become sustenance for the flora. During the day, these plants remain dormant, rendering the forest deceptively tranquil, yet at night, they transform into relentless hunters, preying upon all creatures that dwell nearby. The newly arrived beast folk, upon hearing Chief Ram's words, gasped in horror, their faces reflecting shock as they gazed at the dense forest not far away. A few timid individuals could not help but take a couple of steps back in trepidation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but express her astonishment, pondering how this sounded akin to a carnivorous plant, a Venus flytrap, or even a blood-sucking tree. Drawing from her experiences in the beast world, she reflected that the size and taste of all flora would be immensely amplified. For instance, sweet fruits would taste exceedingly sweet, and sour ones would be profoundly tangy. Thus, it seemed plausible that these already formidable flowers, grasses, and trees would have undergone remarkable evolution as well. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Xiao raised her head and addressed Chief Ram, saying, "Chief Ram, since the forest becomes perilous at night, does it not imply that we must vacate the woods at sunset, only to return with the dawn? This way, we can avoid meeting our demise within its depths. However, this means we cannot venture too deeply into the thicket, lest we find ourselves unable to escape before nightfall, and thus fall victim to its dangers." Chief Ram gazed at his little one with admiration, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "Indeed, it is precisely as you have articulated, Xiao Xiao. How astute you are." He could not help but offer her a compliment. Xiao Xiao was both amused and bewildered by the praise, as anyone with a modicum of logical reasoning could easily conceive of such a notion. However, upon further reflection, it seemed that the orcs of this beastly world were rather one-dimensional. Such a simple truth must have been derived at great cost by the Orcish folk. Well, in this light, as a human, I might indeed seem insignificant, yet as an orc, I still consider myself quite astute. After much idle contemplation, the young one finally recalled the matter at hand. With a curious tone, he remarked, "Although this forest poses great danger to you, for one such as myself, an orc endowed with spatial abilities, it should not be perilous. Furthermore, if one adeptly times their entries from various directions, one could explore vast expanses of the thicket. Why, Then, do so many orcs perish here each year? Chief Ram rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, Little cub, do you truly believe that orcs possessing spatial skills are plentiful? Over the countless centuries, the number of orcs with such abilities across various tribes can be counted on but a few fingers. They become coveted prizes among the major tribes, yet, in the end, due to the fierce competition, most are assassinated, with only 2 or 3 fortunate ones surviving under protection. However, as their skills lie in space, they cannot evolve into orc warriors, thus hindering their own enhancement. These orcs, like ordinary ones, have relatively short lifespans, the longest living among them. With the aid of the snow spirit fruit, managed to reach the age of 20, relying on the fruit to extend his life. How could one hope to produce a multitude of orc warriors under such circumstances? With a sigh, Chief Ram continued, in any case, you must understand that you are the savior we have long awaited. Were it not for your divine status, the White Tiger tribe would have been unable to protect you. Let alone uniting numerous tribes to establish an empire, the White Tiger tribe would have likely been exterminated long ago. With a slight pout, she remained in stunned silence for a while, and then, in a daze, retrieved a fruit from her spatial pocket. Taking a large bite, she mumbled, Ram pig, crunch. Crunch. I'll eat a fruit to calm my nerves. Huh, you little rascal. What can we do with you? Bring us some fruit to soothe our nerves as well. The Ram Chief said, shaking his head in resignation while gently patting the little one's head. All right then, you all need something to calm your nerves. For what I am about to say might terrify you, she replied. Have you thought of another brilliant idea? An orc, curious, asked as he came over to grab a fruit. With a calm and composed glance, she spoke. Oh, it's nothing really. You see, my space is not only capable of holding items but also accommodating beastmen. Aren't you curious about where Andre often disappears to? The truth is, he is a serpent beast man who is sensitive to heat, so when we travel, I keep him in my space. With a quick glance at the bewildered orcs frozen in astonishment, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Look at their expressions, Chief Ram, Gibson, it's truly amusing. However, as she turned her head, she was met with the equally shocked faces of Ram and Gibson, and in that instant, she felt a pang of regret for her impulsive decision. Yet, having spoken, there was no turning back. She steeled herself and said, please don't look at me like that. We are all family, and they have pledged not to betray me. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal to tell them. As she spoke, she pitifully tugged at Gibson's orcish hand. Gibson cast a reproachful glance at her, but said nothing, silently positioning himself protectively behind her, his gaze icy as he watched the orcs, momentarily stunned into silence by the overwhelming revelation. Fearful they might act against Xiao Xiao, Chief Ram, regaining his composure, looked sternly at the assembled orcs and cleared his throat. Since you have heard Xiao Xiao's words, there are only 2 paths before you. One is death, and the other is to swear a blood oath of loyalty to Xiao Xiao. Should any of you harbor even the slightest thought of revealing her secret space, Xiao Xiao has the power to eliminate you instantly. This is the only way for you to survive. The orcs, now grasping the gravity of the situation, realized they were not dreaming. They had genuinely heard Xiao Xiao claim her space could accommodate orcs. Amidst their astonishment was a wave of ecstasy, and the majority immediately knelt to swear their allegiance. Xiao Xiao sensed a deeper connection forming with these orcs, as if a mere thought from her could spell their doom. A few orcs, strong warriors from other tribes who had recently joined, hesitated and spoke up. Chief, should we not inform our elders about this? Ram's frigid gaze met theirs. No, I will tell them when the time is right, but now is not that time. You must choose between absolute loyalty or death. Now, make your choice. Feeling the weight of Ram's icy stare, the hesitant orcs exchanged glances, their hearts racing, before kneeling to swear their oaths. This development eased Xiao Xiao's anxiety. She had feared that her capriciousness might lead to their demise. Despite knowing Ram's actions were to protect her, she could not shake off her unease. Chapter 110. Introducing the orcs to the space before all the orcs could rise, Xiao Xiao waved her petite hand and enveloped them all into her space. The orcs were momentarily dazzled as they entered an unfamiliar realm. They gazed around in astonishment, their eyes first landing on vast fields stretching across thousands of acres. The soil rich and gleaming black, reminiscent of the fertile land Xiao Xiao had described to them as perfect for cultivation. The fields were brimming with an abundance of plants, some familiar and many unknown to them. Regardless of their identities, it was evident to all that these plants thrived, and the plump heads of wheat and rice indicated that harvest would soon be upon them. Beyond the fertile fields lay a series of undulating mountains, each adorned with sprawling orchards bearing a variety of fruits: apples, pears, apricots, plums, lemons, bananas, mangoes, lychees, and more, all heavy with ripening produce. The vibrant reds, yellows, and myriad other colors of the fruits created a stunning tapestry that dazzled the eye. Further ahead, a spring, flowing from the depths of the mountains, gathered at the foot of the hills to form a winding river that meandered past the orchards, rushing toward an unknown destination. The orcs, increasingly astonished, discovered that this space was not merely a land of lush fields and fruit-laden hills. It also housed a mountain dotted with mushrooms, a hill blooming with flowers, another filled with various spiritual herbs, a fish pond, and a patch of land overgrown with bittergrass, alongside an assortment of creatures, gurgling beasts, bleeding beasts, mooing beasts, and even a sea. The orcs could only gawk in disbelief, mouths agape and eyes wide, rendered speechless for an extended period. It was not just the newly arrived orcs who stood in stupefied wonder, even Chief Ram was taken aback. He recalled that his last visit to this space revealed only a few acres of farmland, a fish pond, a coop for gurgling beasts, a pen for bleeding beasts, a single spring, and a solitary peach tree. Yet now, the space had expanded exponentially, teeming with bustling chubby little figures scurrying about, engaged in tasks unknown. Xiaoxiao observed the foolish antics of the myriad orcs, laughing uncontrollably until tears streamed down her cheeks. Gibson, feeling utterly helpless, attempted to comfort her while calling out for Andre, quickly fetch some water for Xiaoxiao to sip, so she may regain her composure. Andre responded promptly, emerging from the nearby vast wilderness with a vessel of water. Approaching Xiaoxiao, he gently urged, Xiaoxiao, please cease your laughter, otherwise you may find yourself with a stomachache. Here, take a sip of water to soothe yourself. With one small hand pressed against her abdomen and the other gently wiping away tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes. She took several deep breaths to steady her oxygen-deprived chest before gradually sipping the water. Observing her recovery, Gibson felt a sense of relief and called out to Chief Ram. Chief Ram, quickly instruct everyone to stop standing around foolishly. I will take you all to the mountain where an abundance of fruits awaits. Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement and said, Indeed, Gibson. Take them on a proper tour around the space. Let them eat whatever they desire, freshwater delicacies from the rivers, seafood from the ocean, fruits from the trees. The only restriction is the spiritually awakened animals. Everything else is fair game. First, let everyone feast to their heart's content and rest well. Once dawn breaks, we shall venture into the forest of death. With this space at our disposal, we can freely explore and gather all manner of rare treasures, retreating back here before nightfall. Upon hearing Xiaoxiao's words, the beastmen finally grasped the purpose of their journey. Yes, the very reason they had been entrusted with such a monumental secret was due to the forest of death's unique nature. Now, armed with the space, this divine cheat, exploring the forest of death would no longer be an insurmountable challenge. For a moment, the beastmen were overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Especially those warriors who had once braved the forest before. They had witnessed its horrors, its bloodshed. The memories of their last expedition haunted them. The loss of so many valiant comrades. The immense sacrifices made just to procure a mere dozen spiritual plants from the forest's outskirts. Now, in stark contrast, they were on the verge of tears. This time, because of Xiaoxiao, because of the extraordinary nature of her space. The forest of death might no longer be a realm of peril, but rather a bountiful feast ripe for the taking. Thus, their hearts swelled with a bittersweet ache, sorrow and grief mingling with exhilaration and fervor. This intricate tapestry of emotions left their expressions strangely contorted. Xiaoxiao could discern their thoughts from their expressions, though there was little to be done about it. The last time they ventured into the death forest as a team. She was still on Earth, how could she possibly have managed so much? Moreover, the spatial realm initially couldn't accommodate so many beastmen. It was only after multiple upgrades that it became possible to bring in an unlimited number without adverse effects. Remember, when Xiaoxiao first brought her family into the space, they needed several days of careful rest to recover their spirits. Seeing the peculiar expressions on the beastmen's faces, Chief Ram knew their simple minds were struggling again. He quickly rallied them, saying, What are you all standing around for? Are you really going to rely on a young female? Isn't that's shameful? Tomorrow, each of you better gather at least 100 spirit herbs. Then we can trade more snow spirit fruits from the snow spirit clan to enhance your strength and extend Xiaoxiao's lifespan. Only then can she better protect the tribe. Isn't that right? Instantly invigorated, the beastmen roared in agreement. Yes. 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 Chief Ram chuckled and waved them off. Go on then. See what delicacies you can find and bring them back to prepare for Xiaoxiao. With a resounding cheer, the beastmen eagerly followed Gibson, their spirits high. Xiaoxiao watched their departing figures and shook her head, thinking how easily satisfied they were. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Happiness lies in simplicity and joy. Andre, hearing the faint melancholy in Xiaoxiao's voice, glanced at her and said, Xiaoxiao, are you hungry? Shall we prepare sweet and sour ribs, poached prawns, and crab roe buns? Little Li swiftly set aside her melancholy and cheerfully responded, All right, let's go. Indeed, in the realm of food enthusiasts, the presence of delectable dishes suffices for all. If one feels discontent, indulging in delightful cuisine is the remedy. If one portion is insufficient, two will do just splendidly. Chapter 111. Sharpening the knife for spirit herbs. Andre swiftly prepared the steamed crabs, deftly extracting the crab meat and roe. While the crab was being processed, the dough for the buns had also risen. Little Li joined Andre in crafting several large pots of thin-skinned, generously filled crab roe buns. As the buns steamed, she tended to the fire while Andre began preparing sweet and sour ribs. In a bid to save time, he opted for a different method this time. Blanching the ribs first to remove impurities, reserving the broth for later use. After rinsing the ribs in warm water, he sauteed them in a lightly oiled pan until their surfaces turned a delicate golden brown. He then added ginger and scallions to release their fragrance. followed by an appropriate amount of the reserved broth for simmering. Once the ribs were nearly cooked, he poured in the pre-prepared sweet and sour sauce, allowing the dish to finish cooking and the sauce to thicken before plating. He sprinkled chopped scallions and white sesame seeds on top, creating a mildly sweet and tangy flavor, with a hint of char that was simply exquisite. Once Little Lee's crab roe buns were steamed to perfection, Andre's sweet and sour ribs were also ready. He thoughtfully served her a bowl and invited her to enjoy it on a small stool nearby, while he turned to retrieve the steaming, fragrant crab roe buns from the pot. He then leaned towards the window and called out loudly, "Gibson, Gibson, time to eat," without waiting to see if Gibson had heard. He returned to prepare Little Lee's beloved poached prawns. Fresh prawns were placed into the pot along with ginger, scallions, Sichuan peppercorns, a dash of cooking wine, and salt, followed by a splash of white wine. After covering the pot and allowing it to steam for several minutes, the prawns were ready to be served, accompanied by a specially prepared dipping sauce that accentuated their exquisite flavor. Just as Andre was about to lift the prawns from the pot, Gibson entered carrying a perfectly roasted fish, followed closely by Yin Shang. Xiao Xiao lifted her head upon hearing a sound, her mouth still occupied with rib bones, and mumbled to Gibson, "Why are you the only one here? What about Chief Ram and the others?" Gibson placed the roasted fish he held onto a wooden plate, took a piece of white cloth, and while wiping Xiao Xiao's mouth, replied, "Chief Ram and the other orcs are barbecuing meat and fish at the foot of the mountain. Chief Ram said not to worry about them. They will finish their meal and sleep there. He wants you to rest well, for at dawn tomorrow, we shall venture forth to gather the spiritual herbs." Nodding slightly, he swallowed the rib in his mouth and inquired, "Well then, do they have enough animal hides? Should we send some over?" Gibson shook his head in response, saying it was unnecessary. They had brought sufficient hides with them and could easily construct tents from the trees on the mountain. Once they had their tents, there was no need to worry about them. Furthermore, the environment was quite comfortable, neither too cold nor too warm, and the orcs, with their tough skin and resilient bodies, required no further concern. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiao felt a sense of relief. Indeed, the passage of time within the space differed from that outside. Once the space underwent an upgrade, time flowed more swiftly within it. Thus, while a day elapsed outside, 3 days had already passed in the space. Consequently, when they awakened, it might still be the middle of the night outside. Andre placed a plate of peeled prawns before Xiao Xiao and remarked calmly that it was quite simple. Once they were awake, they could be assigned tasks within the space, slaughtering pigs and cows, stuffing sausages, preparing cured meats,